Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3041 to Chapter 3129. The ability Xianxia was using this time was called the Supreme Heaven Slash of Stone. It was an extremely terrifying ability that defied the natural order of things. Once it was used, it would cause an unimaginable amount of damage. It was the same as the previous ability. This great Heaven Slash Stone path was especially harmful to the stone skins. The stone skins would suffer an unprecedented amount of damage from this attack. Because the Earth Master lineage possessed many wondrous techniques, the experts of this lineage often ventured into all sorts of dangerous places. In their many expeditions, the ancestors of this lineage had encountered more than one stone tribe member. In order to deal with these stone tribe members, the ancestors of this lineage had painstakingly created these abilities to restrain the stone tribe members. These inheritances dealt too much damage to the stone tribe members. Now that Xianxia wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, he did not hold back at all and used his most powerful ability to deal with the Stone Puppet King. As soon as the Supreme Heaven Slash Stone Path was unleashed, a dazzling killing light condensed between the heavens and the earth. That beam of killing light contained destructive power. It was infused with the power of the Supreme Heaven. This was an extremely noble power between heaven and earth, and its strength was unimaginable. On top of that, a series of mysterious images also appeared within the murderous light. One after another, stone tribe creatures appeared in the images. There were stone men, stone demons, stone beasts, and so on. But in the end, the dazzling killing light tore their bodies apart and killed them on the spot. The killing light that appeared in the image was the supreme killing light condensed by the Supreme Heaven Slash Stone Dao divine ability. This divine ability was absolutely a terrifying divine ability that could be called heaven-defying. None of the stone tribe members seemed to be able to resist the attack of this divine ability. The Stone Puppet King also sensed the power of this ability. But the Stone Puppet King had lived 2 lives. He had experienced life and death. The Stone Puppet King, who had completed his metamorphosis, had seen, heard, and experienced far more than an ordinary person could compare to. What kind of storms had the Stone Puppet King not seen? In the past, the Stone Puppet King had even killed cultivators far stronger than himself. The pressure he had to endure back then was many times greater than what he was experiencing now. A divine ability created specifically for my stone clan is indeed extraordinary. The Stone Puppet King's voice was cold. There is a stone hall in the holy land of my Geomaster lineage. Do you know how it was built? The reason why my Geomaster lineage has been able to endure for so long is because this stone hall continuously devours the chi of heaven and earth, protecting my Geomaster lineage. Xianxia said sinisterly. Under his control, the killing light shrouded in endless scenes of slaughter had already arrived before the Stone Puppet King. He wanted to kill the Stone Puppet King. Xianxia, aren't you getting complacent a little too early? Today, I'll let you experience a supreme technique that I've comprehended after experiencing 2 lifetimes. In the face of Xianxia's powerful attack, the Golem King roared and let out a cry. The stone chi behind the Stone Puppet King roiled violently. The tumbling stone chi emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. A loud rumbling sound came out from the stone chi. It sounded like the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses trampling through the sky. Stone Clan Army, flatten all worlds. Following that, a series of low and deep voices sounded from within the stone chi, accompanied by the low and deep voices. Very quickly, the densely packed Stone Tribe army rushed out. The Stone Clan army consisted of stone men, stone demons, stone beasts, and even stone soldiers. Everything in their path was destroyed. The Een soldiers did not even cause as much of a commotion as the Stone Clan army. The Stone Clan were all extraordinarily talented beings. Since the beginning of the epic, the Stone Clan army had occupied a very small proportion in the long river of time. In an era, a great world could only give birth to a few stone clansmen. Some medium worlds, small worlds, and ordinary planets with life. It might take 2 or more eras to give birth to one stone clansman. From this, one could see how difficult it was for the Stone Clan to be born. Still, the Stone Clan was too terrifying. It was unimaginable for the Stone Clan to form an army. Yet, the Stone Puppet King had created such a powerful divine ability. Once it was used, the Stone Clan army could be formed. Bam, wherever the Stone Clan army passed, the void collapsed. Su Tianqing's divine ability was destroyed in an instant. Then, the Stone Clan army charged at Su Tianqing. What a powerful divine ability! The Stone Puppet King is truly terrifying. The King of Stone Clansmen is not just for show. Maybe Su Tianqing will be killed by the Stone Puppet King. The cultivators of the 9 states discussed excitedly. They had been worried about the Stone Puppet King. Now that they saw the Stone Puppet King use a peerless divine ability to turn the situation around, they were excited. On the other hand, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign factions wore gloomy expressions. They had hoped that Su Tianqing could kill the Stone Puppet King. They had thought that he could do it. But now, it seemed that Su Tianqing would be killed by the Stone Puppet King. Su Tianqing also felt the terror of the Stone Clan army. He quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and the Stone Clan army. Then, he took out a powerful defensive treasure to block the Stone Clan army's attack. Among the defensive magic treasures, there were even some supreme treasures on the level of emperor weapons. There were also a few defensive magic treasures forged from bronze. Su Tianqing really had a lot of treasures on him. However, even with those defensive treasures, Su Tianqing could not stop the Stone Clan army's attack. He had experienced 2 lives. He had comprehended life and death. The Stone Puppet King had created the supreme divine ability. How could it be broken so easily? The Stone Clan army crushed the sky, their momentum shaking the heavens. Anyone who was targeted by the Stone Clan army would probably fall into despair. Bang 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 bang, violent collisions were heard. Some of the treasures the Stone Puppet King took out were sent flying by the Stone Clan army, while others were directly destroyed by the Stone Clan army. The Stone Clan army did not slow down and continued to charge at Su Tianqing. No! No! Su Tianqing roared, his face full of horror. He wanted to resolve the crisis in front of him. However, now, he was at his wits' end. There seemed to be a huge gap between any means and the Stone Clan army. The Stone Tribe army rushed forward, crushing towards Su Tianqing. Bam! Unable to withstand the Stone Clan army's crushing force, Su Tianqing's body shattered. Dead, Su Tianqing is dead. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Feng and the Geomaster lineage had an irreconcilable relationship. Now that Su Tianqing had been killed by the Stone Puppet King, Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. Su Tianqing's death meant that Lin Feng had one less great enemy. It's good that he's dead. I couldn't stand that old bastard for a long time. He's finally dead. The Stone Puppet King is domineering. The Stone Puppet King is invincible. The cultivators of 9 provinces raised their arms and cheered excitedly. The cultivators of the myriad races, outer realm races, and other foreign factions wore gloomy expressions. Their eyes flickered with cold light. 5 battles in a row. They were all great emperors on their side. It was too depressing, making them want to go crazy. The Stone Puppet King flew down. He gave Su Tianqing's origin to Lin Feng. Lin Feng needed the Great Emperor's essence, so he didn't refuse. He took the Great Emperor's essence and thanked Stone Puppet King. Lin Feng now had 4 balls of Great Emperor's origin. He could refine them after this battle. Only he and the Great Ping King hadn't fought yet. Sacred Scorpion Evil Lord. Let's continue our previous battle. The Great Ping King soared into the sky and landed on the arena of death. He took the initiative to challenge the Evil Lord. Back when the Evil Lord recruited the evil dragons of the Evil Dragon Sea region, he wanted to take the opportunity to destroy Lin Feng's Dragon Gate. The Great Ping King arrived in time and fought with the Evil Lord. The Evil Lord couldn't defeat the Great Ping King, so he fled. At that time, the Evil Lord had just recovered to the Great Emperor realm. His battle strength was far from recovered. Now, the Evil Lord couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. His battle strength was heaven-defying. Reckless fool, you dare challenge me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Evil Lord's voice was cold. He also flew to the arena of death and landed on it. Lin Feng and the others could not help but frown. They didn't expect the Great Rock King to take the initiative to challenge the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord. The current Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was simply too strong. Could the Rock King kill the Saint Scorpion Evil Emperor by himself? Lin Feng and the others were naturally worried for the Great Rock King. Lin Feng had thought that after 7 battles, he would kill 7 Great Emperors and then use the deployment spells to kill the remaining Great Emperors. With how cunning the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was, this fellow would definitely not accept the challenge. It wouldn't be too late to deal with the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord after dealing with the other 7 Great Emperors. But now, the result was beyond their expectations. The Great Ping King and the Evil Scorpion Lord were about to engage in a battle of life and death. Maybe it was because the Great Ping King felt that the Evil Scorpion Lord was too cunning. Maybe the Evil Scorpion Lord had a way to escape when they surrounded him. Therefore, the Great Rock King took the initiative to propose a battle to the death with the Evil Scorpion King. This way, the two of them would have to fight to the death before they could leave the death arena. Die. After the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord landed on the death arena, he started attacking the Great Rock King. The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord's huge claws clawed at the Great Rock King. This fellow's body was like a huge scorpion. His claws were extremely hard and contained lethal poison. Therefore, the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord was very good at close combat. Space freeze. The Great Rock King's voice was indifferent. The speed of his divine ability was simply too fast. The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord wanted to use his physical body to suppress the Great Rock King, but he was unable to stop the Great Rock King's divine ability. After the divine ability was used, it was as if the space had been sealed. The Great Rock King had many techniques and seemed to have grasped some of the Space Ancient God's inheritance. Of course, there was more than one Space Ancient God in the titled God era. The Space Ancient God's inheritance in the Chonglu Demon Palace was the first-generation Space Ancient God's inheritance. As for which generation Space Ancient God's inheritance the Great Rock King received, Lin Feng was not sure. In the almost frozen space, the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord's movements suddenly became extremely difficult. The Great Rock King quickly charged towards the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord and slashed out a dazzling sword chi towards the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord, wanting to kill him. Boom! At this moment, the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Domineering aura. The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord actually used domineering aura. And it was green domineering aura. This was the 7th stage of domineering aura. The domineering aura at this stage was extremely terrifying. It was on the same level as Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura. The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord's domineering aura instantly dissolved the Great Rock King's space freeze divine ability. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord's scaly scorpion tail suddenly swung and pierced towards the Great Rock King's chest. The tip of the scorpion tail was a poisonous stinger. The poisonous stinger flickered with a blue luster. It clearly contained a terrifying lethal poison. Once the lethal poison pierced into the body, anyone would be poisoned. The lethal poison of the foreign creatures was extremely terrifying. Once one was poisoned by the lethal poison of the foreign creatures, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to survive. The Great Rock King's expression also changed slightly. He had no choice but to withdraw his attack and quickly retreat to avoid the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord's scorpion tail. You've improved your cultivation. Among the demon clan, your talent is heaven-defying. Even compared to many of the demon clan's predecessors, you're not inferior at all. The only thing you can't compare to those people is that your cultivation time is too short. The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord said sinisterly. The Great Rock King had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. To be honest, the Great Rock King's age was extremely young in the world of cultivators. If the Great Rock King was given time, the Great Rock King would definitely recreate the glory of the Great Rock clan. You're recovering very quickly. The Great Rock King frowned slightly. After a simple exchange, he roughly sensed how terrifying the Evil Scorpion Evil Lord was. He was much stronger than a few years ago. My clan's recovery is naturally not something you can imagine. The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord said with a sneer. He walked towards the Great Rock King step by step and said indifferently, "Next, I'll let you experience my true ultimate skill. Immortal will, supreme of all worlds." The Evil Scorpion Evil Lord couldn't help but shout coldly. Then an incomparably terrifying aura surged out of his body. An endless evil aura emanated from his body and lingered around his body. The evil scorpion evil lord floated in midair amidst the rolling evil aura. At this moment, he seemed to have become the ruler of all worlds. Countless creatures in all worlds had to kneel on the ground and kowtow to the evil scorpion evil lord. Many cultivators watching the battle from the periphery couldn't even withstand the energy shockwaves emitted from the evil scorpion evil lord's body. Plop. Plop. Immortal thought. Revered by all worlds. What kind of ability is this? It's so terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The evil scorpion lord's divine ability made him feel astonished. This was definitely an ability that could be ranked as one of the most powerful techniques in the myriad worlds. This ability might be able to contend with the 6 paths of reincarnation, time reversal, eternal thought, and other peerless techniques. When the evil scorpion lord used this ability, the great Tao trembled. In the myriad worlds, it was as if the evil scorpion lord was revered. From this, one could see how terrifying this ability was. Even the expressions of the Stone Puppet King, Peacock King, Fire Crow Daoist, Han Ting, and the others changed drastically. What a terrifying ability. What kind of ability is this? The celestial demon saint, a demon emperor from the ancient era, couldn't help but be shocked. He had never encountered this ability before. This was because the otherworldly beings were too mysterious. It was difficult for outsiders to come into contact with them. Moreover, the last time they appeared was back in the ancient chaos era. The celestial demon saint naturally couldn't come into contact with them. Everyone only knew that the otherworldly beings were incomparably terrifying, but they didn't know much about the various techniques they possessed. The evil scorpion lord was an incomparably terrifying otherworldly being in the past. He knew many top-tier abilities, and now that he was using them, everyone was extremely shocked. It was no wonder the otherworldly beings could cause such a huge commotion in the past. These otherworldly beings were simply too terrifying. This ability was created by a supreme primogenitor of our world. This primogenitor's status is roughly equivalent to your world's 4 primordial giants. Another otherworldly being said sinisterly. What? The celestial demon saint and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The origin of this divine ability was simply too shocking. If he could obtain it and successfully cultivate it, he would definitely be able to obtain it. How much would this ability increase their battle prowess? If they could obtain such a terrifying ability in a life and death battle, it would be too terrifying. Perhaps they would be able to seize the initiative in a life and death battle. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but worry for the great Pun King. The evil scorpion lord was simply too powerful. They were worried that the great Pun King wouldn't be able to deal with the evil scorpion lord. However, the great Pun King's expression didn't change. In the face of the evil scorpion lord's peerlessly powerful attack, the great Pun King remained calm. It's a coincidence that I've recently comprehended a supreme art. Today, I want to see if your world's top art is stronger than mine. As the sound of his voice faded, the great Rock King began to unleash his ultimate technique. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Before this, the great Rock King, the Peacock King and the Fire Crow Daoist were all in closed-door seclusion, trying to comprehend a supreme art. Could this be the secret art the great Rock King just executed? Lin Feng didn't know what kind of skill it was, but he was curious. What kind of skill would King Zhangping use to resist the evil scorpion sage's attack? At the beginning of a new era, purple light descended upon the world. A ray of purple chi transformed into the primordial chaos. Suddenly, a faint voice resounded between heaven and earth. The voice that suddenly rang out seemed to have come from countless years ago. Endless purple light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire death arena. The great Pun King stepped forward in the purple light. The purple light surged into the great Pun King's body. Behind the great Pun King, a mysterious shadow appeared. The shadow seemed to be an existence born from the purple light. Time passed. Time passed. Things of the past turned into smoke. That hazy figure seemed to be the ruler of this world. Hongmeng. Lin Feng was shocked. Almost subconsciously, he said the name. Lin Feng had never seen Hongmeng. He had only heard of its legends. The beginning of the era. Hongmeng was the first living being formed by the purple light after the beginning of the era. It was an unimaginable existence. The four giants of the Hongmeng era all respected this person. It was just that Hongmeng was too mysterious. It was so mysterious that no one had heard of anyone obtaining Hongmeng's inheritance. But now, the shadow of Hongmeng appeared behind the great Peking. The great Peking and the others cultivated Hongmeng's inheritance. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hongmeng. Hongmeng. So it's Hongmeng, one of the most ancient existences of your era. Just nice, let's see who is stronger between the two of us. When the evil scorpion lord saw Hongmeng appear, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He kept chanting incantations, and a terrifying shadow of a foreign primogenitor condensed. The foreign primogenitor had a human body, a crocodile head, and a scorpion tail. There was a pair of golden wings on his back. His hands were like dragon claws. It was unknown what kind of monster this was. These foreign creatures all looked extremely strange and incomparably ugly. Hongmeng and the foreign primogenitor rushed out. Both sides immediately engaged in a great battle. In the past, there were only a few hundred foreign creatures, but they almost conquered your universe. The supreme existences of your world are just ants in front of our primogenitor, unable to withstand a single blow. The evil scorpion lord couldn't help but sneer. He was very arrogant and didn't put Hongmeng in his eyes at all. Lin Feng had seen more than one foreign cultivator. He knew why they were so arrogant and conceited. This was because these foreign creatures really were too terrifying. Their arrogance came from their own strength. However, the fact that the evil scorpion lord looked down on Hongmeng infuriated Lin Feng. When the foreign creatures arrived in this universe, not to mention the four titans of the Hongmeng era, even Yuhua, Pangu, the three sovereigns and five emperors, fire god Zhurong, exalted, Guan Yuan, and the mysterious maiden of the nine heavens had fallen countless years ago. The fall of these top experts caused this universe to lack a fighting force of this level. Thus, it suffered repeated setbacks in the war against the foreign creatures. If these existences were still around, they wouldn't have allowed the foreign creatures to be so rampant in the past, and they wouldn't have allowed them to wreak havoc in the myriad worlds. We'll know after the battle. I'm looking forward to seeing the foreign primogenitor being defeated by Hongmeng. The great Peking said indifferently. His magic power flowed endlessly into Hongmeng's shadow. The evil scorpion lord did the same. Powerful magic power flowed into the foreign primogenitor's body. Bam, finally. Along with the earth-shattering sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Hongmeng and the foreign primogenitor collided. Crack, crack. Even the powerful restriction of the death arena couldn't withstand this level of collision. The clash between Hongmeng and the foreign primogenitor was unimaginably terrifying. It was so heaven-defying that it made people pale with fright. The death arena was extremely extraordinary and had a self-repairing function. When the restrictions were damaged, the death arena's restrictions quickly repaired themselves. Moreover, the death arena's restrictions were greatly strengthened in a short period of time. The death arena would evolve different levels of protective restrictions according to the destructive power of the cultivators during the battle. It was very strange. The battle between Hongmeng and the foreign primogenitor was naturally extremely shocking. The cultivators who were watching the battle, including the great emperors, were all shocked. It was impossible to see such a powerful battle on a normal day. This kind of battle was like a battle that surpassed the great emperors. World Creation Fist. Suddenly, Hongmeng attacked and condensed a supreme divine fist. When that fist was thrown out, it was as if a brand new world was created. Worlds collapse. The foreign primogenitor also attacked. He also used a peerless and invincible method. The foreign primogenitor's punch was as if it was destroying the world. One created the world, the other destroyed the world. It was a complete contrast between the extremes of yin and yang. The battle between the two was too intense. After the two sides collided for 49 times, Hongmeng displayed his divine might and used a new divine ability. An ancient divine court appeared behind Hongmeng. The divine court was surrounded by endless divine light and was full of mystery. One could vaguely see that it was an ancient immortal court that was emitting intense fluctuations. It was filled with too many mysteries and unknowns. The supreme divine court, at this moment, the demon lord could not help but be shocked. Lin Feng was also shocked. Was that the legendary Supreme Divine Court that appeared behind Hong Meng? Lin Feng didn't know how many times he had heard that name. The Door of Eternal Life, the Supreme Divine Court. These were equally famous supreme treasures. There were too many shocking secrets hidden. Many people wanted to find the Door of Eternal Life and the Supreme Divine Court. But how could it be so easy to find the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Eternal Life? Rumor has it that Hong Meng brought out some shocking things from the Supreme Divine Court in the past. The Demon Lord suddenly said. This news was very shocking, and Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The Demon Lord held many secrets, but this guy's mouth was very tight. If he didn't want to say anything, no one would be able to get anything out of him. Now that the Demon Lord was talking about Hong Meng and the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng knew about this secret. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. Hong Meng is an existence formed by the Great Rock King's divine ability. However, the existence formed by this divine ability can continuously display many powerful techniques. This is truly inconceivable. The highest level divine ability can indeed achieve this. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can comprehend the true essence of this divine ability. Some cultivators may not be able to comprehend the true essence of this divine ability even if they cultivate their own divine ability to the great perfection realm. The Demon Lord said. At this time, the Supreme Divine Court behind Hong Meng charged towards the foreign primogenitor. The foreign primogenitor roared towards the heavens. A stellar world appeared above him. Both of his hands were holding up the Star River world. Then, he quickly rushed towards Hong Meng. The foreign primogenitor was also very powerful. He was condensing a new divine ability to fight against Hong Meng. However, the Supreme Divine Court condensed by Hong Meng was truly terrifying to the extreme. The Supreme Divine Court displayed an almost heaven-defying ability. It was unstoppable. It destroyed everything. The stellar river condensed by the foreign primogenitor was instantly destroyed. Then, the Supreme Divine Court charged towards the foreign primogenitor. Bang! Following an earth-shaking explosion, the foreign primogenitor was completely destroyed by the Supreme Divine Court. Then, the Supreme Divine Court charged towards Holy Scorpion Evil Lord. After seeing this scene, the cultivators of the 9 provinces were all in an uproar. Who said that the giant-level existences of the 9 provinces were inferior to the ancestors of the foreign creatures? This was simply nonsense. If the giants of the 9 provinces were still around back then, if the foreign creatures invaded the 10,000 worlds, they would only die. No, this is impossible. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord couldn't help but roar loudly. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. He summoned the phantom of the foreign primogenitor. But the foreign primogenitor was not inferior to Hong Meng. This was difficult for him to accept. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was sent flying by the Supreme Divine Court. Crack, crack. The sound of cracking could be heard. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's body directly split open, and dense cracks appeared. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was already injured after taking only one blow from the Supreme Divine Court. Therefore, it was impossible for Holy Scorpion Evil Lord to resist the Supreme Divine Court's attack. The Supreme Divine Court once again charged towards Holy Scorpion Evil Lord. However, Holy Scorpion Evil Lord dodged the Supreme Divine Court's attack. Then, he tried to break the restriction of the death arena and escape. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's palm was surrounded by a strange black energy, and that black energy fused into the restriction of the death arena. The restriction of the death arena began to crack. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's methods were really strange. However, the death arena was very special. The speed of the restriction's repair was much faster than the speed of the restriction's destruction. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's idea of destroying the restriction of the death arena and escaping was completely cut off. The Great Rock King proposed to fight with Holy Scorpion Evil Lord because he valued the terror of the death arena's restriction. If the restriction of the death arena didn't trap Holy Scorpion Evil Lord, with Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's strange methods. Even if he was surrounded by a group of people, Holy Scorpion Evil Lord might be able to escape. It's useless. Don't struggle anymore. I'll kill you today. The Great Rock King's voice was cold. The Supreme Divine Court once again attacked Holy Scorpion Evil Lord. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord dodged the Supreme Divine Court's attack in a sorry state. However, after dodging more than 10 times, Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was still ruthlessly suppressed by the Supreme Divine Court. Bang! With a violent collision sound, half of Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's body exploded. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord is going to die. The Great Rock King is really powerful. Even a terrifying existence like Holy Scorpion Evil Lord is no match for him. How terrifying. Everyone has the right to kill the foreign creatures. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were all excited. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces watched the battle in the death arena expressionlessly. I can't accept this. Holy Scorpion Evil Lord roared angrily. He was unwilling to be killed just like that, but there was no turning back. The Supreme Divine Court continuously attacked Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's body. In the end, Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's body exploded. However, his soul was very tenacious and wasn't destroyed. The Great Rock King raised his right hand and slapped at Holy Scorpion Evil Lord's soul. Seeing that the evil Scorpion Lord had fallen, Lin Feng and the others were delighted. The Great Pin King was too powerful. Even the evil Scorpion Lord had been killed by him. Their goal this time was to kill the evil Scorpion Lord to prevent him from continuing to wreak havoc in the 9 states. Now, the evil Scorpion Lord was finally dead. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The Great Pin King flew down and handed the evil Scorpion Lord's origin to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with the Great Pin King. He put away the evil Scorpion Lord's origin. This was the 5th Great Emperor's origin that Lin Feng had obtained. 6 out of the 7 battles had already taken place. Only Lin Feng hadn't gone up the stage. The Great Pin King and the others didn't dissuade Lin Feng. Because if they dissuaded Lin Feng from going up the stage at this time, it would have a negative impact on Lin Feng's Dao heart. Therefore, they wouldn't dissuade Lin Feng like this. Should he go up the stage and fight, everything depended on Lin Feng. That fellow that was released by Dugadi Tian, do you dare to come up and fight with me? Lin Feng looked coldly at another foreign creature. Even though this foreign creature's soul and physical body had already been destroyed, it was still alive. Furthermore, the current soul was created. But Lin Feng still felt that it was necessary to kill this fellow. It was because this fellow might know where some other foreign creatures were suppressed. If he waited until he recovered his vitality and released some of the other foreign creatures that were suppressed, it would cause a disaster. Ever since this foreign creature's physical body and soul were destroyed, its combat prowess had long been unable to be compared to the past. Lin Feng felt that he had many tricks up his sleeve. If he fought this foreign creature, his chances of winning were very high. Reckless thing, since you want to die, I naturally don't mind fulfilling your wish. The foreign creature's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. His murderous intent towards Lin Feng was like a torrential flood. It was like the Yangtze River was overflowing and couldn't be controlled. Get up here and die. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew toward the death arena. He descended onto the death arena. Meanwhile, the foreign creatures also flew onto the death arena. Next, a series of restrictions appeared on the death arena. The powerful restriction completely sealed off the void above the death arena. Life and death would not be determined. He would not be able to leave the arena of death. This Lin Feng is too full of himself. Even though that foreign creature's battle prowess has plummeted, it's still a great emperor. Isn't it easy to deal with a cultivator who hasn't reached the great emperor realm? Since he's courting death, it's naturally a good thing for us. That's right, he's courting death. He only has himself to blame if he dies. We've lost 6 great emperors in the first 6 battles. It can be said that our losses are extremely heavy. However, we can finally turn the tables in the 7th battle. Let's see how Lin Feng dies later. The myriad races, foreign creatures, and cultivators from other forces began to discuss. In fact, they thought that when it was Lin Feng's turn to go on the stage, Lin Feng would most likely refuse to go on the stage. After all, Lin Feng was only a boundary emperor realm cultivator. This was a battle between emperors. Lin Feng was included in the previous battle. However, as a boundary emperor, Lin Feng had many reasons to refuse to fight. As for the others, they wouldn't say much either. However, these people didn't expect Lin Feng to actually dare to go on the stage. They were naturally happy to see such a thing. A boundary emperor challenging a great emperor, wasn't this courting death? Although Lin Feng had many powerful magic treasures and divine abilities, these myriad races, foreign races, and cultivators from other forces still didn't think that Lin Feng could defeat a great emperor realm expert. After all, a boundary emperor realm cultivator defeating a great emperor realm expert was like a myth. It was hard to believe that this was true. But on that day, Lin Feng was going to do something that would shock the world. Brat, die. The foreign creature directly attacked Lin Feng. He opened his hand and a dark kingdom condensed in his hand. That dark country descended from the sky and moved towards Lin Feng to crush him. This divine ability was called the Dark Kingdom. Rumor had it that any cultivator who was devoured by the Dark Kingdom would be trapped in the Dark Kingdom forever. This was a top-notch divine ability passed down by the foreign creatures. Its power was abnormally terrifying. The dermic powers of the Great Emperor realm were extremely terrifying. It wasn't easy for Lin Feng to fight against an expert of this level. It was obviously unrealistic to rely on his own divine ability to fight against the foreign creature. However, Lin Feng had many treasures on him. Moreover, he also had many terrifying techniques. To deal with the foreign creature, he had to end the battle quickly. It was because the foreign creature's magical force was extremely powerful. If they fought a battle of attrition, then they would lose. If he fought in a battle of attrition, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to defeat the foreign creature. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of fighting a battle of attrition. Lin Feng wanted to end the battle quickly. Therefore, facing the foreign creature's attack, Lin Feng directly used his most powerful technique. He first used the One Spirit into Three Pure Ones technique. Lin Feng split into three. Then, the three Lin Feng began to circulate the domineering aura in their bodies. The 9 layers of domineering aura superimposed into a powerful magnetic field. Lin Feng's magnetic field enveloped the foreign creature. The foreign creature's combat power was greatly suppressed by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Even the power of the Dark Divine Nation condensed by the foreign creature was greatly weakened. At the same time, Lin Feng's first clone controlled the 9 demons painting and a stone sword. The second clone controlled the 5 dragons wheel and a stone sword. Lin Feng's original body controlled the bell of hell and the heavenly drum. These 6 treasures were each more powerful than the last. Now that they were all used together, the power released was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation to control the bell of hell. This was an incantation that he had learned from the demon lord. It could greatly release the terrifying power of the bell of hell. After Lin Feng finished chanting the incantation, immediately, the Hell King's bell vibrated, sending out waves of destructive energy. Buzz. Terrifying ripples emerged from the Hell King's bell. These were the Dark Rune ripples. They were abnormally powerful. The underworld ripples collided with the Dark Divine Nation. Although it didn't destroy the Dark Divine Nation, it greatly weakened its power. Then, Lin Feng struck the heavenly drum. Loud bangs came from the heavenly drum, like the sound of thunder. The heavenly drum released an extremely tyrannical power that bombarded the Dark Divine Nation. In an instant, the power of the Dark Divine Nation was greatly weakened again. Lin Feng's 2 clones also took out the magic treasures in their hands and swept toward the Dark Divine Nation. 2 stone swords, 9 demons painting, and 5 dragons will displayed their might. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The Dark Divine Nation was destroyed. Your life. I'll take it. Brat, I'll kill you. The foreign being looked at Lin Feng coldly. In terms of treasures, he naturally couldn't compete with Lin Feng. Therefore, the foreign being wanted to use his divine ability to deal with Lin Feng's treasures. Moreover, the foreign being was extremely confident in his divine ability. He firmly believed in one sentence. In the face of absolute strength, any means would be useless. The foreign being believed that he could defeat Lin Feng. In a life-and-death battle, one was most afraid of lacking confidence. The loser was usually the one who lacked confidence. In terms of confidence, the foreign being naturally didn't have any problems. In order to deal with Lin Feng, the foreign being used the terrifying divine ability that the evil scorpion lord used before. The figure of a foreign primogenitor appeared behind the foreign creature. That figure emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. When that terrifying existence appeared, it was as if heaven and earth were about to be imprisoned. Due to the drastic drop in the foreign being's combat strength, the foreign ancestor that he summoned naturally couldn't be compared to the one that the evil scorpion lord summoned before. However, this was only a relative term. In reality, the foreign ancestor that the foreign being summoned was still incomparably terrifying. This foreign ancestor's body contained extremely powerful magic power, like a vast ocean, vast and majestic. Moreover, the most hair-raising thing was that the foreign ancestor grasped many supreme techniques. Facing the attacks of many supreme treasures, the foreign ancestor directly used the divine ability, stellar transposition. With his body as the center, a huge vortex formed around him. When Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures slashed over, they were all teleported to other places. They couldn't hurt the foreign ancestor at all. Heaven falls and earth rends. Then, the foreign primogenitor displayed another formidable divine ability. This divine ability was called Heaven Collapsing Earth Rending. An invisible force descended from the sky and blasted his body. Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was blown away. His face couldn't help but turn extremely pale. As for Lin Feng's 2 clones, they were directly shattered. The 9 layers of Haki also became 3 layers of Haki. The suppression of 3 layers of Haki on the foreign being was naturally far from being comparable to 9 layers of Haki. That brat's divine ability was broken. As expected of a foreign being, his combat strength is truly terrifying. In the face of absolute strength, other methods are simply useless struggles. I've long said that this Lin Feng can't be a match for the foreign being. Now, it seems that my guess was right. Just wait and see. Before long, Lin Feng will definitely be killed in the death arena. If I can kill Lin Feng, it'll be a good ending for this battle. When the cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign races, and other influential groups saw that Lin Feng's 3 pure ones had been destroyed, they started talking. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a cold expression. Lin Feng is probably really in danger now. The Great Emperor isn't that easy to deal with. Lin Feng shouldn't have rashly entered the arena. It's too late to say that now. Lin Feng's situation is very bad now. He won't really die in the arena, right? The 9 states cultivators couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. These 9 states cultivators were all worried for Lin Feng's safety. They hoped that Lin Feng could win. However, the current situation was clearly not good for Lin Feng. The possibility of Lin Feng losing seemed to be higher, so this made everyone even more worried for Lin Feng. The foreign progenitor punched towards Lin Feng. This time, the divine ability the foreign primogenitor displayed was the world's collapse divine ability. Lin Feng quickly put away his other magic treasures and took out the heavenly mystery pagoda. The defensive power of this magic treasure was extremely terrifying. The heavenly mystery pagoda floated above Lin Feng, and rays of divine light poured down to protect Lin Feng's body. When the foreign being's attack landed on Lin Feng, most of the power was blocked by the heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive light barrier. But Lin Feng was still blown away by the force of the collision. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn even paler. He took the attack of the foreign progenitor. The heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive light barrier actually let out cracking sounds. The foreign progenitor's attack was just too terrifying. Even if you have this defensive imperial weapon, it's useless. It can only let you live a little longer. Once the defensive imperial weapon is broken, it will be the time of your death. The foreign progenitor looked coldly at Lin Feng. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. The Great Ping King, Peacock King, Fire Crow Daoist, Stone Golem King, and Haunting's expressions turned serious. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. The battle has just begun. Don't be too full of yourself. With that, Lin Feng began to use the 72 transformations. He used the 72 transformations to simulate a foreign progenitor. Roar, this foreign primogenitor roared out. Then, he pounced on the foreign progenitor summoned by the foreign being. Bang! Instantly, The two foreign progenitors engaged in a fierce battle. After all, the foreign progenitor that Lin Feng created was derived from the 72 transformations. Although it was powerful, there was still a gap between it and the foreign progenitor summoned by the foreign progenitor. Therefore, the foreign progenitor that Lin Feng created was no match for the foreign progenitor summoned by the foreign being. However, Lin Feng's foreign progenitor could hold off the foreign being's foreign progenitor for a short period of time. Lin Feng quickly charged at the foreign being. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill the foreign being. If he hadn't killed any foreign creatures before the foreign primogenitor was destroyed, then he would have been able to do so. Lin Feng knew that he was in danger. I've long heard that you know the 72 transformations, but I didn't expect it to be so miraculous. However, so what if you can hold off the foreign progenitor summoned by me for a short period of time? Soon, the foreign progenitor that you created with the 72 transformations will be destroyed. When that time comes, you'll still be dead. The foreign being sneered while dodging Lin Feng's attacks. The foreign being didn't want to fight Lin Feng head-on. Clearly, he was waiting for the foreign being he summoned to wear down the foreign being that Lin Feng created. Then, he would order the ancestor of the other world to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, these foreign creatures were all extremely sinister and cunning. Even if they were strong enough, they didn't want to put themselves in danger. Just like the foreign creature that was dealing with Lin Feng now. His combat strength was clearly terrifying. But he just didn't want to fight Lin Feng head-on. Lin Feng knew what the foreign creature was thinking. He couldn't help but mock. What? You don't even have the courage to fight me? You only know how to dodge? It seems that after being killed once, you've completely become a coward. At the mention of being killed last time, the foreign creature was abnormally angry. That time, he was beaten until his soul was scattered. Even when they thought about it now, the foreign creature still felt a type of extremely happy feeling. If it wasn't for the Tai Dao Honorable Lord, the foreign creature knew that he had died long ago, and he wouldn't have been reborn. But the Tai Dao Honorable Lord also warned him. The soul reconstruction technique could only be used once. If he died again, the soul reconstruction technique would also lose its effect. Because of this, the foreign creature became even more cautious. Hearing Lin Feng's provocation and ridicule. If it was before, the foreign creature might have chosen to rush up and fight Lin Feng to the death. But now, the foreign creature suppressed the anger in his heart. He sneered and said, "Your provocations are of no use to me. I'm looking forward to seeing you die miserably at my hands. Do you think I have no way to deal with you just because you keep dodging my attacks? If that's the case, then it's too laughable." Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Then, the Demon Emperor's small world flew out. Devour. The Demon Emperor's small world enveloped the entire death arena. The foreign creature in the death arena was naturally enveloped by the Demon Emperor's small world. There was no way to dodge at all. Then, Lin Feng activated the Demon Emperor's small world to devour the foreign creature. The Demon Emperor's small world released a powerful devouring power that enveloped the foreign creature. The foreign creature quickly dodged the devouring power of the Demon Emperor's small world. But he couldn't dodge at all. The foreign creatures were swallowed into the Shifter Emperor's small world. The moment Lin Feng entered the Demonic Emperor's small world, his spiritual power was connected to the Demonic Emperor's small world. His spiritual power would increase crazily. Moreover, it was in the Shifter Thearchus small world. Lin Feng's various abilities would be greatly improved. For example, Lin Feng's speed was almost instantaneous in the Shifter Thearchus small world. Moreover, the laws of order in the Shifter Emperor's small world could also cause a lot of trouble for the foreign creatures. Lin Feng also entered the Shifter Emperor's small world. A small world? Why does this Lin Feng have so many treasures on him? He even has a small world. And this small world's aura is so terrifying. It's definitely a small world created by a top-grade emperor. The otherworldly creature has been devoured into the minor world. Did Lin Feng kill the otherworldly creature? The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. But as the battle progressed, Lin Feng's methods became more and more shocking. Especially now, Lin Feng's great imperial bestial small world was absorbing the foreign cultivators. After seeing this scene, even the cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers were not sure if the otherworldly creature could kill Lin Feng. They even thought that Lin Feng might be the one to kill the otherworldly creature. Maybe Lin Feng can create a miracle, a cultivator from the 9 states said. If Lin Feng really killed the great emperor, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The entire 9 states would be shaken. After all, Lin Feng was only a boundary emperor. For a quasi-emperor to be able to kill a great emperor was simply unimaginable. Inside the shifter emperor's small world, clattering sounds could be heard. Dense chains of order wrapped around the foreign creatures. The foreign creatures waved their hands. Hundreds of millions of sword chi condensed and slashed towards the chains of order. Clang! 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 The sword chi slashed the densely packed chains of order and blocked their attacks. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng transformed into the Taiji yin-yang diagram. He was as fast as lightning. He broke through the dense sword chi. In an instant, he arrived in front of the foreign creatures. Then, he charged towards the foreign creatures. You're courting death. The foreign creatures' expression was indifferent as they threw a punch at Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng changed from the state of the Taiji yin-yang diagram to his original appearance. Then, he activated the 5 times dragon elephant arm. Lin Feng's physical body had already reached the Imperial Emperor realm. The 5 times dragon elephant arm was even more terrifying. After the foreign creature's physical body was destroyed, this physical body was most likely only at the God Emperor realm. How could it contend against Lin Feng's physical body, a battle of physical bodies? This was definitely one of Lin Feng's great advantages. That was why Lin Feng thought of a way to come in front of the foreign creatures and engage in a physical battle with Lin Feng. Although the foreign creatures had heard that Lin Feng's physical body was powerful, Lin Feng was only a quasi-emperor realm cultivator after all. Therefore, in the eyes of the foreign creatures, even if Lin Feng's physical body was extremely powerful, he wouldn't be much stronger than him. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of a physical battle with Lin Feng. Bang! Then, the 2 sides collided. The power of the 5 times dragon elephant arm erupted and endured Lin Feng's terrifying punch. The foreign creature was blasted flying. Crack! Crack! The right arm that collided with Lin Feng's fist broke, and the white bones were exposed. Ha 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 ha, after losing your physical body, you've become too weak. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly charged towards the foreign creatures, wanting to kill the foreign creatures in one go. The foreign creature's expression was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect Lin Feng's physical body to be so terrifying. He quickly retreated, wanting to dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Once Lin Feng got close to him, if he wanted to get rid of Lin Feng, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The foreign creatures were no exception. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng. It was too difficult. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of the foreign creatures. Then, he threw another punch at the foreign creatures. It was still the 5 times dragon elephant arm. The foreign creature's right arm was severely injured, so he could only use his left arm to resist. He threw out a punch with his left arm, colliding with Lin Feng's 5 times dragon elephant arm. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out. The foreign creature's left arm was also broken by Lin Feng's punch. The foreign creatures were sent flying again, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Lin Feng quickly chased after him and threw out a punch at the foreign creatures. His arms were crippled. Moreover, he was injured by Lin Feng. Right now, the foreign creature's situation was extremely bad. Facing Lin Feng's attack, if the foreign creature tried to take it head-on, his injuries would worsen, and he might even be killed by Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng's punch was about to land on the foreign creature's body, the foreign creature did not fight Lin Feng head-on this time. His body actually split into pieces. Lin Feng's punch blasted over. It did not hit the foreign creature. The foreign creature took advantage of this opportunity to quickly distance himself from Lin Feng, and his body also finished reassembling. What kind of technique is this? Lin Feng was dumbfounded, and he looked at the foreign creature in disbelief. Just now, the methods the foreign creatures displayed were just too strange, leaving even him shocked. Lin Feng had never seen such a strange technique. His body was split into pieces, but he did not suffer any damage. This was not a technique that was used when he was risking his life. The foreign creature did not answer Lin Feng. Instead, he roared ferociously, "Lin Feng, you little bastard, you injured me so badly. Today, I will tear you into pieces." The foreign creature roared as he formed hand seals. Clearly, he began to prepare a powerful attack to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at the foreign creature. This guy was really a centipede, stiff but not dead. The demon lord's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. This guy used the Great Split technique of the 3000 Great Tao. This Great Split technique can quickly split the body, but the body will not suffer any damage. However, after using this kind of divine ability once, it usually needs a period of time before it can be used again. In fact, many powerful divine abilities had a cooldown time. After using it once, he would need a period of recovery before he could use it again. For example, Lin Feng's A Thought Flower Blooms, Sovereign's Descent, Ancestral Dragon Fists, and other divine abilities. After using it, it would require a period of recovery. It was the same for the Great Fission technique. Seeing the foreign creatures condense powerful attacks to deal with him, Lin Feng also began to condense powerful divine abilities to deal with the foreign creatures. He stepped forward in the void. That is the eternal Tao of Destiny. I have inherited the inheritance of the Tao of Destiny. I will carry forward the Tao of Destiny and illuminate the world. Please descend the power of destiny and use it to punish those lowly creatures who dare to blaspheme the Tao of Destiny. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Feng felt that he had the potential to be a scammer. When Lin Feng's voice fell, a river of fate appeared in the sky, and the power of fate descended from the sky. 8 Desolation Destruction. At this time, the foreign creature had already successfully condensed a powerful attack. This 8 Desolation Annihilation directly condensed a terrifying ball of energy. That ball of energy was condensed from the power of annihilation. That ball of energy quickly flew toward Lin Feng and blasted toward Lin Feng. This divine ability was also an inheritance of the foreign world. It was extremely powerful. However, now that the foreign creature was injured by Lin Feng, its combat strength had decreased greatly. In addition, Lin Feng's triple magnetic field had greatly weakened the foreign creature's combat strength. That was why the current foreign creatures couldn't release the power of the 8 Desolation Destruction divine ability at all. Whoosh, dense chains of order swept toward the ball of energy condensed by the 8 Desolation Annihilation. Those chains of order greatly reduced the power of the ball of energy. When the ball of energy arrived in front of Lin Feng, it couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. It was broken by Lin Feng's punch. The river of fate that Lin Feng summoned also descended, and the terrifying power of fate directly blasted toward the foreign creature. Bang! The sound of a violent collision rang out. The power of destiny that descended from the long river of destiny directly sent the foreign creatures flying. Half of the foreign creature's body directly exploded. At this time, Lin Feng summoned the reincarnation plate and the gate of karma. The reincarnation plate, the gate of karma, and the power of the river of fate. They directly rushed toward the foreign creature who was already severely injured. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? I'm not willing to die here. The foreign creature couldn't help but roar. He didn't want to die and wanted to continue living. However, now that the battle had reached this point, the foreign creature knew that everything could no longer be reversed. The combat strength that Lin Feng displayed was too powerful. The foreign creature's body burned fiercely. He was burning his life force to increase his combat strength, wanting to make a final struggle to the death. However, it was useless. When the power of the river of fate, the reincarnation plate, and the gate of karma blasted on the foreign creature's body, the foreign creature was directly suppressed, unable to struggle. Lin Feng rushed forward and slapped the foreign creature's head, directly shaking the foreign creature's soul until it scattered. Then, he chopped off the foreign creature's head. The source of the foreign creature was sealed by Lin Feng and kept away. Phew, only then did Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The battle with the foreign creature was extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng relied on many methods to defeat the foreign creature in the end. During this period of time, his cultivation had increased tremendously. Lin Feng had never been able to test what level his combat strength had reached through actual combat. Only until the battle with the foreign creature did Lin Feng know the approximate level of his combat strength. Lin Feng felt that his combat strength was roughly equivalent to the beginner stage of the God Emperor realm. However, Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied. Moreover, he had obtained so many great emperor sources. After refining these great emperor sources, his realm would definitely increase greatly. When the time came, his combat strength would also increase greatly. Lin Feng then flew out of the Shifter Emperor's small world. When they saw Lin Feng flying out of the Shifter Emperor's small world with the foreign creature's head in his hand, the faces of the myriad races, the foreign races, and the cultivators of the other foreign forces changed abruptly. The cultivators of the 9 states raised their arms and cheered. Lin Feng, a Boundary Emperor realm cultivator, had actually managed to kill a Great Emperor realm expert despite the difference in cultivation levels. This was simply too unbelievable. It was too shocking. Many people could not believe that this was real. Let's go. The celestial demon saint and the others looked extremely gloomy. They did not dare to stay and quickly fled out of the Broken God Island. On their side, 7 great emperors had fallen. Now, only 4 great emperors were left. Naturally, they could not defeat Lin Feng and the others. On Lin Feng's side, the Black Turtle Great Emperor no longer had the strength to fight. However, Lin Feng's side still had 5 great emperors who could participate in the battle. In addition, Lin Feng had many tricks up his sleeve. On their side, there were a total of 6 experts who could participate in this battle. We can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly activated the formation of the Broken God Island. 7 of the 11 great emperors had fallen. The remaining 4 great emperors were the Sky Demon Saint of the Sky Demon clan, Song Daozhong of the 9 Mysteries Great World, Nangong Jing of the Taishan Immortal Sect, and Heaven-Devouring Tiger of the Mystic Soul Great World. These 4 great emperors were all powerful. However, they faced the combined attacks of Lin Feng, the Great Pin King, the Peacock King, the Fire Crow Daoist, the Stone Puppet King, and Han Ting. Moreover, Lin Feng controlled the Broken God Island's restrictions to attack. These 4 great emperors paled in comparison. Anyone who saw the current situation would tremble in fear. The current situation was far from good. Lin Feng wants to kill all 11 great emperors? The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces who were watching the show were shocked. The Great Emperor battle had ended, but the battle was clearly not over. Since Lin Feng had trapped the other 4 great emperors, it was clear that he wanted to kill them all. Lin Feng is so domineering. He wants to kill all these great emperors. How satisfying. After seeing this scene, the cultivators of 9 regions began to discuss excitedly. When the Great Emperor battle had just begun, the cultivators of the 9 states were extremely worried about the safety of Lin Feng and the others. After all, the evil Scorpion Lord's side had many experts. On the surface, they were much stronger than Lin Feng's side. Once the arena deathmatch began, everyone was naturally worried that Lin Feng and the others would be killed by the evil Scorpion Lord's great emperors. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces all felt that the evil Scorpion Lord's suggestion of an arena deathmatch was too correct. An arena deathmatch was enough to consign Lin Feng and the others to eternal damnation. However, the result was the complete opposite of what they had imagined. Kill these guys. Lin Feng shouted. He controlled the Broken God Island's restrictions. Dense formation runes intertwined, forming a terrifying killing formation that attacked the Sky Demon Saint and the other great emperors. Do you really want to kill them all? The Sky Demon Saint couldn't help but roar. Our Sky Demon clan has many experts. Don't get caught in your own trap. Lin Feng sneered. No matter how many experts we have, they won't be able to save you. In a battle of life and death, we will depend on our own abilities. If you die, you have only yourself to blame. How dare you be so arrogant? The Devamara saint looked at Lin Feng icily. His eyes were filled with murder. Because Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Saint and the Sky Demon Saint of Gods. Therefore, Saint Devamara had noticed Lin Feng a long time ago, but he hadn't paid much attention to him. Now, he's Tao Emperor King. If he the Sky Sex Emperor he's Emperor Heaven's Sex God, Sex Saint Sect King Race Emperor, he's Han's first Heaven Sect. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Emperor God Sex Sect S Emperor Emperors Emperor. Emperor Emperors. Emperor 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 Emperors Emperor Emperor. Emperor Emperor Emperor. The Peacock King, Great Pin King, Stone Puppet King, and Han Tang also made their moves. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. The Celestial Demon Saint and the other three great emperors roared furiously. They tried to break through. However, every time they were about to break out of the encirclement, they would be blocked by Lin Feng's array. Originally, these people wanted to use Su Tianqing's powerful control over the formation to deal with Lin Feng and the others. They wanted to use the absolute kill grand array of the Broken God Island to kill Lin Feng and his group. But who would have thought that Lin Feng's attainments in array formations were so profound, to actually break the array formation that Su Tianqing awakened. Then, the evil Scorpion Lord and the others were caught in their own trap. If he hadn't chosen the Broken God Island, it was highly probable that the 11 great emperors would kill Lin Feng's group of 7. However, due to the formation of the Broken God Island, they had been unable to kill Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, they had proposed fighting in the arena to deal with Lin Feng and the others. However, in the arena battles, they had lost all 7 battles. They had lost 7 great emperors. In the end, the remaining 4 great emperors were in such a dangerous situation. Boom, waves of terrifying auras filled the air. The battle was getting more and more intense. The combined attacks of Lin Feng and the 5 great emperors were extremely terrifying. The Empyrean Demon Saint, Song Daozhong, Nangong Jing, and the Heaven-Devouring Tiger all suffered different degrees of injuries. The Great Ping King seized an opportunity and cut the Heaven-Devouring Tiger in half. The Heaven-Devouring Tiger fell. We're all cultivators of 9 states. Are you really going to kill us all? Nangong Jing couldn't help but roar. Damn, how shameless! Yi Futian murmured. The cultivators watching the battle outside couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard Nangong Jing's words. The Supreme Immortal Sect was cooperating with the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators. It was equivalent to betraying 9 states. Now, they had the nerve to say that they were all cultivators of 9 states. How shameless, Lin Feng sneered. You still know that you're a cultivator of 9 states? Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Even more ferocious attacks were launched at Nangong Jing. Right now, he only wanted to kill the traitor. The battle was getting more and more intense. Lin Feng and the Stone Puppet King worked together perfectly. Lin Feng suppressed Nangong Jing with a grand formation while the Stone Puppet King rushed forward and killed Nangong Jing. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Nangong Jing roared viciously before he died. Then, Lin Feng and the Peacock King did the same thing. Lin Feng suppressed Song Daozhong with a grand formation while the Peacock King seized this rare opportunity to rush forward and kill Song Daozhong. In the end, only the Empyrean Demon Saint was left. Lin Feng, the Great Pin King, the Peacock King, the Fire Crow Daoist, the Stone Puppet King, and Han Ting surrounded the Empyrean Demon Saint. The Empyrean Demon Saint was Gongzong Nie's uncle. He was a great emperor from the primordial era. He was extremely powerful. However, under the combined attacks of Lin Feng and the others, the Empyrean Demon Saint was gradually losing ground. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to kill the Empyrean Demon Saint, Lin Feng suddenly noticed terrifying runes surging out of the Empyrean Demon Saint's body. Not good. Retreat. Those are the runes of the Empyrean Demon Disintegration Technique. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw those runes. He could not help but shout. He had cultivated the Empyrean Demon Disintegration Technique before. It was a technique used by the Empyrean demons when they went all out. By disintegrating their bodies, they could instantly erupt with terrifying power. It was many times more powerful than self-detonation. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone retreated. At that moment, the Empyrean demon saint used the Empyrean demon disintegration technique. He had originally wanted to use the Empyrean demon disintegration technique to kill Lin Feng and the others, but he did not expect Lin Feng to see through his plan. "Lin Feng, you little bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Just you wait, I won't let you off." The Empyrean demon saint roared viciously. Then, he tore through the void and disappeared. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. Once the Empyrean demon disintegration technique is used, your body will be destroyed and only your soul will be left. How much of your strength will you have left? The next time I see you, it won't be you killing me, but me killing you. I didn't think that the battle would end like this. These great emperors of the 9 continents are really strong. Even though there aren't many great emperors in the 9 continents, the fighting strength of these great emperors far surpasses the great emperors of other places. It wouldn't be a big deal if there was only one person like this, but almost every great emperor in the 9 continents is like this. Actually, there's nothing strange about it. 9 continents is the starting point of the universe. When the universe evolved, the original world didn't separate. 9 continents was the only place. As the world separated, the universe evolved into the 3 worlds and 6 paths. The cultivators of 9 continents are different from the cultivators of other worlds, but I don't know what the difference is. Even though there aren't many great emperors in 9 continents, it's said that once a cultivator of 9 continents becomes a great emperor, his fighting prowess far surpasses the great emperors of other worlds. There's such a thing? That's right. I also saw it in an ancient Taoist scripture. In fact, this matter has puzzled countless people. Thus, many forces want to occupy the 9 prefectures. Exploring the secrets of the 9 prefectures is also one of the goals of these forces. No wonder the great emperors of 9 continents are so terrifying. Look at Lin Feng, he hasn't become a great emperor yet, but he managed to kill a great emperor. That's unbelievable. Lin Feng is too heaven-defying. If we don't get rid of him, his fighting prowess will reach an unimaginable level when he becomes a great emperor. He's already become a great emperor. Killing him is easier said than done. We've lost too much this time. We lost 10 great emperors. The celestial demon saint had to use the celestial demon disintegration technique to escape. His body was destroyed, I don't know how long it'll take for him to recover. The 9 continents is more terrifying than we imagined. It won't be easy to deal with the 9 continents. Recently, many great emperors of our 3 forces have fallen. Even our 3 forces can't take it anymore. I wonder if the 5 primogenitors of the myriad races will take action. If they do, they can eliminate the great emperors of the 9 continents. The cultivators of the myriad races, the alien races, and the other forces all looked unsightly as they discussed the situation. These 3 forces had always been dominated by the myriad races. Who asked the myriad races to be the strongest? On the other hand, the myriad races had 5 terrifying existences. The 5 primogenitor level existences were said to be people from the primordial era. So many years had passed since the primordial era, but the 5 primogenitors were still alive. No one knew how powerful these 5 people were. Of course, the 5 primogenitors of the myriad races wouldn't casually come out and take action. Because they were too old. Cultivating without moving would allow them to live longer. Every time they attacked, their life force would be depleted. It was like a horse carriage. As it continued to be used, its lifespan would become shorter and shorter. In fact, it was the same for cultivators. Every time they attacked, they would consume a large amount of their life force. Perhaps in the near future, there will be another great emperor in the 9 regions. That's right, Lin Feng's day of becoming an emperor might not be far away. Thanks to Lin Feng, the great emperors of the continent of the 9 states are now connected. If Lin Feng becomes a great emperor, it'll be an exciting thing for the continent of the 9 states, said Lin Feng. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures began to discuss among themselves. They were all very excited. They had witnessed the peak battle that Lin Feng and the others had created. They knew that if news of this battle spread, it would definitely cause a storm. When the time came, not only would it shock the entire 9 prefectures, news of this would even spread to the outer realms. The names of Lin Feng's group of 7 who had participated in the Great Emperor battle today would definitely shake the world. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of Broken God Island. It was an aura that suppressed the world. It was simply too tyrannical. Lin Feng and the others had planned to leave, but after sensing that terrifying aura, they couldn't help but stop and look toward the depths of Broken God Island. That terrifying aura had appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. It had only appeared for a split second before vanishing without a trace. What a terrifying aura. I heard that Broken God Island is a forbidden zone in the Western Sea. There are some shocking secrets hidden there. Seniors, why don't we work together to explore it? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the great emperors. Alright, that's what I was thinking. The Stone Puppet King nodded. Then let's go in and see what secrets are hidden there. The Fire Crow Daoist said. Everyone quickly reached a consensus on the matter of exploring the Broken Island. Following which, the group flew toward the depths of Broken God Island. Look, they're entering Broken God Island. I really hope those guys die on Broken God Island. The cultivators from the various races, outer realms, and other factions began to curse Lin Feng and the others when they saw them enter Broken God Island. The fluctuations that were released from Broken God Island earlier were extremely terrifying and strange. I wonder what's going on there now. Broken God Island is known as a forbidden zone. It's too dangerous. They shouldn't have taken the risk to enter Broken God Island. Lin Feng and the 5 great emperors are so powerful. There shouldn't be any problems if they work together to explore Broken God Island. Even if they do encounter danger, with their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to escape. The cultivators of the 9 provinces began to discuss. By this time, Lin Feng and the others had already entered the central region of Broken God Island. Previously, they were in the outer region of Broken God Island. As soon as they entered the central region, a cold and terrifying aura enveloped them. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng felt like he was being watched by something terrifying. This place is very scary. There are some terrifying creatures hibernating here, and they're currently watching us. If it weren't for the fact that we have so many people, those creatures would have already attacked us. The Stone Puppet King said. His senses were very strong. After all, he was an existence who had lived 2 lives. Lin Feng said, there are many unimaginable terrifying creatures hibernating in these forbidden zones. However, we don't need to pay attention to them. They're very intelligent, and they know how strong we are. They won't easily attack us. The great emperors nodded. Then, everyone carefully entered the depths of Broken God Island. In the depths of Broken God Island, they saw a mountain range. It was about 3,000 to 4,000 meters long, spiraling continuously. It's a dragon skeleton. Lin Feng looked at the huge mountain range in shock. The mountain range was filled with rocks and dense trees. It didn't look much different from an ordinary mountain range. However, upon closer inspection, one could still vaguely recognize it. The huge winding mountain ridge was actually the skeleton of a huge dragon. This should be the skeleton of an Eastern dragon, right? The Flaming Crow Daoist could not help but say. He was a great emperor of the demonic race and was very knowledgeable. It was not surprising that he could recognize the skeleton of an Eastern dragon. The Eastern dragon was an extremely noble existence among the dragon race. Lin Feng had not seen much of the Eastern dragon over the years. That was because the Eastern dragon was an extremely rare race, and their numbers were even rarer now. In the past, when the Eastern dragon race was at its peak, there were only 7 or 8 Eastern dragons at a time. Pure-blooded Eastern dragons were extremely terrifying creatures. It was said that their combat prowess was comparable to immortals. From this, one could see how terrifying pure-blooded Eastern dragons were. Now, the skeleton of an Eastern dragon had actually appeared here. Moreover, the skeleton had long been petrified and turned into a winding mountain range. It was unknown how long it had been dead. When did this Eastern dragon god die here? Or did it not die here? Was it moved here by someone else? Lin Feng could not help but say. He thought of 2 possibilities, but it was difficult to judge which one was more likely. The Stone Puppet King said, it should have been killed by someone. I can also sense another aura that has yet to dissipate from the skeleton. That aura is very frightening, and it is emitted from the Eastern dragon's head. Someone must have pierced through its head, causing its soul to scatter. That's how it died. This was a shocking discovery that was enough to shock anyone. An Eastern divine dragon was such a terrifying existence. Yet, someone had actually scattered its soul and died a tragic death. No one knew what happened back then. That battle back then must have been terrifying. It was enough to shock the world. But time passed. Many things could no longer be explored. For future generations, it was destined to be an unsolvable mystery. I wonder if there are any other treasures in this huge skeleton? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He thought of another possibility and wanted to explore it more carefully. Thus, Lin Feng stepped forward and turned the Eastern dragon's skeleton over. He searched carefully, but he didn't find anything special. There was not even a Dao bone. The Dao bone disappeared. Was it destroyed by time? Or was it taken away by someone else? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He felt that everything was possible. The Peacock King said, "It seems that the value of this skeleton is not that great." The group continued to head deeper into the island. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of Broken God Island. There was a huge cliff here. It was pitch black at the bottom of the cliff. Lin Feng and the others didn't rashly enter the cliff, because there was an unimaginably terrifying aura coming from the cliff. This was the core area of Broken God Island. There must be some shocking secret hidden here. However, Lin Feng did not know what the secret was. This place was very shocking, causing people to feel their hair stand on end. The Stone Puppet King took out a spirit insect he had been cultivating. The spirit insect flew toward the cliff. Then, as if it had lost all support, the spirit insect quickly fell into the inner part of the cliff. Flight restriction, everyone frowned. There were many dangerous places. They were all worlds where flying was prohibited, and no one could enter them as they wished. Once one entered, they would often encounter a calamity. It was extremely dangerous. And this cliff was obviously one of those places. "Look, there's something down there," Lin Feng pointed at the bottom of the cliff. In the darkness, he saw something, but he couldn't see it clearly. The rest of the people also looked down the cliff. Soon, they were shocked. They also saw what was below the cliff. To be more precise, that thing was floating in the middle and lower area of the cliff. This shocked Lin Feng and the others. That thing was actually floating in the middle of a cliff where flying was prohibited. It was truly unbelievable. "I can't see what it is." Hanting couldn't help but frown. With their strength, even with night vision, they should have been able to see up to 100 miles away. However, this cliff was different. It was very strange, and they couldn't see what was at the bottom of the cliff. They could only see a rough outline. Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon snake eye. In an instant, he saw through layers of darkness. Then, he saw the thing floating in the middle of the cliff. It was a small island. It was really just a small island. It was about half an acre in size. This might be the island within the island that many people usually talked about. However, this island within the island was a little strange. There was no water around it. Instead, it was floating in the middle of a cliff. The island was covered with green grass. In the middle of the island, there was an ancient tree. The ancient tree wasn't particularly tall. It was only about 3 meters tall. However, the ancient tree was incomparably strong. The trunk of the ancient tree was like a curved dragon. The bark of the tree was angry. It was like pieces of dragon scales. Lin Feng's gaze immediately landed below the ancient tree. Under the ancient tree, there was a huge golden cauldron. The cauldron was covered with a lid. This, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. What was the origin of the golden cauldron? What was inside the golden cauldron? "What did you see?" Peacock King asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Everyone was very curious about what they had seen. Lin Feng said, "I saw a small island floating in the middle of the cliff. There was an ancient tree growing in the middle of the island. Under the ancient tree was a huge golden cauldron. I just don't know the origin of the golden cauldron." Island? Ancient tree? Golden cauldron? Grey Pin King and the others couldn't help but be puzzled. Obviously, everything on the island was very complicated. There was definitely a big secret hidden in it. Why don't we go down and take a look? Fire Crow Daoist narrowed his eyes and said. Since they were already here, Fire Crow Daoist wanted to go down and explore. Although we can't fly, we can climb down, Lin Feng said. The other great emperors were tempted. Soon, everyone reached an agreement. Then, the 6 of them grabbed onto the rocks above the cliff and went down. Originally, Lin Feng and the others were worried that there would be some danger. However, they didn't expect that when they started diving and reached the island in the middle of the cliff, there would be no danger. There wasn't any danger at all. However, just as Lin Feng and the others were about to reach the island, a terrifying aura surged out from below. Then, a large amount of blood mist rolled. Seeing this, Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed abruptly. Hurry up and reach the island! Fire Crow Daoist shouted. Everyone jumped onto the island. Just as they jumped onto the island. When Lin Feng and the others saw that pair of gigantic blood-red eyes, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Earlier on, the Broken God Island had emitted such powerful energy waves. Was this the energy waves emitted by this existence? Was this terrifying existence living on the Broken God Island? What kind of creature was it? What was its background? Lin Feng and the rest had no idea, but they knew that this existence was absolutely terrifying. The aura it emitted was so terrifying that it made their souls tremble. It was hard to imagine how long this existence had lived. Trespassing into the forbidden grounds? Are you here to die? The terrifying existence stared coldly at Lin Feng and the rest. Cough, cough. We didn't trespass into this place. We came here by mistake. It's all a misunderstanding, the Flaming Crow Daoist said with an apologetic smile. However, it was clear that the terrifying existence in front of them did not want to hear any explanation from the Flaming Crow Daoist. Those sinister and terrifying eyes were filled with a deep sense of greed when they looked at the group of people. It seemed like this terrifying existence was treating Lin Feng and the rest as its food. Lowly ants, you have committed a capital offense. No one in this world can save your lives. The terrifying existence said coldly. Lin Feng and the rest couldn't see clearly what kind of existence it was. They could only see the pair of demonic blood-red eyes. Lin Feng tried to use the heavenly demon snake eye to see the true body of this existence, but there was an invisible force blocking everything. He couldn't see what the true body of this existence was, but Lin Feng knew that this was definitely an invincible existence. It had a combat strength that made people despair. Lin Feng and the rest were strong, but there was still a big gap between them and this ancient existence. Lin Feng and the rest knew that they were in big trouble and tried to think of a way to escape. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the pair of terrifying blood-red eyes. Those 2 beams of light pierced through the void and swept towards Lin Feng and the rest. Lin Feng and the rest were horrified when they felt the power of those 2 beams of light. This terrifying existence's attack was too terrifying. It was impossible to resist. What made them happy was that when the terrifying creature's attack was about to reach them, it was already too late. An energy barrier appeared on the island they were on, and the energy barrier protected them within. Clang! Clang! Along with the 2 violent collisions, there was the sound of 2 fierce collisions. When the 2 beams of light hit the energy barrier, they were blocked by the energy barrier. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the rest could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Humph! The terrifying existence was furious and snorted coldly. Lin Feng looked at the terrifying existence and said, "My lord, we have no enmity between us. There is nothing we can't solve. We didn't mean to enter this place by mistake. How about this? We will leave you many natural treasures and you will let us leave. How about this?" The terrifying existence said coldly. "You are dreaming if you think you can leave this place. Do you think that I won't be able to eat you if you hide on this island?" After the terrifying creature's voice fell, a loud rumbling sound came from the bottom of the cliff. Next, Lin Feng saw a tail as thick as a mountain whipping towards the island. The tail was a fiery red tail that was densely covered in scales. Every scale emitted a scorching fire tribute energy. Lin Feng wondered what kind of monster it was to have such a huge body. Bang! The sound of a violent collision could be heard. The tail as thick as a mountain whipped the island where Lin Feng and the rest were. Lin Feng and the others were astonished by the island's defensive power. This was because the island had blocked the attack of that terrifying creature. Ha 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 ha, no matter how powerful you are, you can't eat us if you can't break through the island's defenses. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. Hearing Lin Feng's demonic laughter, the terrifying existence became extremely irritable. It felt that Lin Feng's laughter was filled with mockery and mockery. Lowly ant, how dare you jump around before me? I won't just eat you later. I will torture you so that you will kneel before me and beg for mercy in endless pain. The terrifying existence glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Bang, 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 following which, its gigantic tail, which was as thick as a mountain, continued to smash towards the small island. One attack after another. It was immensely powerful. The island was constantly trembling from the impact, but the defensive light shield was still intact. This island was really extraordinary. Lin Feng ignored the terrifying existence's threats. He, the great Pin King, and the rest walked towards the golden cauldron at the center of the island. Lowly ant, how dare you ignore me? That terrifying creature was so angry that it could overflow the heavens. A moment before, he had been arrogant, but Lin Feng had ignored him. What could be more humiliating than that? Lin Feng ignored the terrifying existence. He, the great Pin King, and the rest arrived beside the golden cauldron. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles, and its surface was covered in runes. Lin Feng didn't recognize these runes. These are very ancient runes. Do any of you recognize them? The Peacock King asked. Everyone shook their heads. Even the Stone Puppet King shook his head. Even an ancient existence like the Stone Puppet King didn't recognize the runes on the cauldron. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. He asked the Demon Lord if the Demon Lord recognized the runes on the golden cauldron. However, the Demon Lord didn't recognize them either. Lin Feng looked at the terrifying existence that was attacking the island. Hey, big guy, can I ask you something? Lin Feng asked. Big? Big guy? When the terrifying spirit outside heard what Lin Feng had just said, he was furious and stamped his feet in anger. An ant dared to call itself a noble, big guy. The terrifying existence suddenly had the urge to bite Lin Feng to death. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He was looking at Lin Feng furiously. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Are you so tired that you can't speak? Lin Feng asked. The great Pin King and the others could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Lin Feng. In the face of such a dangerous creature, perhaps only Lin Feng had the time and energy to make fun of it. The reason Lin Feng could rise so quickly in such a short period of time was not only because of his bloodline, talent, and fortuitous encounters. In the eyes of the great Pin King and the others, Lin Feng's mental state played a crucial role in his rise. Many talented cultivators failed to mature in the end. The problem was usually the change in one's mental state when faced with various situations. One thing that Lin Feng was better than others was that no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be optimistic. Despicable ant, do you know that you have already committed a capital offense? The terrifying being looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You've already said that once. Can you not repeat it again? You. The terrifying being was rendered speechless by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then asked, do you know the origin of that golden cauldron? The terrifying being replied, I do, of course I do. No one knows the origin of that item better than me. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Hurry up and tell us. The terrifying being sneered, if you want to know, kneel down and beg me. I might be able to tell you. Previously, this fellow had been infuriated by Lin Feng. Now, it was obviously trying to get back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. Yours truly doesn't want to know either. Originally, the terrifying being wanted to see Lin Feng make a fool of himself. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would suddenly turn his head. He didn't want to know the answer to his question. This made the terrifying creature feel as if it had punched cotton. At this moment, the terrifying being was gnashing its teeth in anger. Lin Feng, the great Pin King, and the others circled around the cauldron, observing it carefully. Taoist Flaming Crow said, "Why don't we open the cauldron and see what's inside?" "Don't open it no matter what." Hearing that the Fire Crow Taoist was about to open the cauldron, the terrifying creature cried out in alarm, and a look of horror flashed across its eyes. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. This terrifying being was so powerful, yet it was revealing such a look of horror. This was unbelievable. Just what was inside? What was it that made this foreign being reveal such a look of horror? Lin Feng and the others were extremely curious. "You think we won't open it just because you don't want us to? Why should we listen to you? We're going to open this cauldron?" Lin Feng said. The terrifying being suddenly roared, "Lunatic! Lunatic! You lunatic! Do you know what's inside? If you dare to open the cauldron, all of you will die. If you die, then so be it. You're just a bunch of lowly beings, but don't drag me down with you." The terrifying being lost its composure. With its powerful strength, it shouldn't have such an expression at all. Thus, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that this terrifying being's behavior was extremely strange. Lin Feng said, "Tell us what's inside, and we'll consider whether to open the cauldron or not. Now, we won't open it just because you said so. Do you think we're so easily fooled?" The terrifying being said viciously, "Who's fooling you? I'm telling the truth." "Then tell us where this cauldron came from and what's inside. Otherwise, we'll open it right now," Lin Feng said again. The terrifying being's expression was extremely gloomy. In the end, it gritted its teeth and said, "Fine. There's no harm in telling you." Lin Feng and the others listened attentively. This cauldron is called the Golden World Destruction Cauldron. It's an item left behind from the previous epoch. What? An item left behind from the previous epoch? Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in shock. His eyes were fixed on the cauldron, unable to shift away. This cauldron was too extraordinary. It actually had such an origin. It was truly unbelievable. The cauldron was still intact even after the destruction of the previous epoch. One could see just how extraordinary this cauldron was. Don't even think about touching this cauldron. It's an extremely evil cauldron. Anyone who dares to touch it will die a miserable death, the terrifying being said with a cold smile. "Do you think we'll believe you if you say that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. "You have to believe it even if you don't want to. This concerns all of our safety." The terrifying being continued, "I don't know what kind of existence created the Golden World Destruction Cauldron, but I do know one thing. This cauldron is said to be able to bury an epoch." Bury an epoch? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This statement was too exaggerated. He found it hard to believe. "What? You don't believe me?" the terrifying being asked Lin Feng and the others. "Of course not," Lin Feng and the others said in unison. "When I first heard about this, I was the same as all of you. I didn't believe it either. It sounded too unbelievable. How could there be such a terrifying cauldron in this world?" However, something happened later. "What happened?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The terrifying creature said, "Before we talk about this matter, we must first talk about an earth-shattering character." Lin Feng asked. "Oh? An earth-shattering figure? Who is it?" "It's really an ancient existence. In the past, he defeated Pangu, Nuwa, and other experts. He temporarily controlled the Golden Cauldron," the terrifying being said. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Who was this person? He was actually so powerful that he could defeat Pangu, Nuwa, and other experts. One had to know that Pangu, Nuwa, and the others were the first group of Xianxia lifeforms. They were incomparably terrifying and powerful. Yet, they couldn't contend against that existence. From this, one could see how terrifying that existence's battle prowess was. Was that existence also part of the first group of Xianxia lifeforms? Lin Feng asked curiously. That's right. He was also part of the first group of Xianxia lifeforms. His name is Guan Yuan, the terrifying being said. Guan Yuan? Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng had actually heard the name Guan Yuan many times, but he didn't know much about this person. Even in the many Taoist scriptures, there were no records of Guan Yuan. Even the classic of mountains and seas, which was full of myths and legends, only had a simple introduction to Guang Yuan. Guang Yuan, a Xiantian life form. He was born at the same time as Nuwa, Pangu, and the others. Guang Yuan is one of the most ancient experts of this epoch. He's exceptionally terrifying, but there are no more specific records about him. Lin Feng said. Guang Yuan is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you know how Guang Yuan was born? How was it born? Lin Feng and the others curiously looked at the terrifying creature. Guang Yuan was too mysterious, shrouded in countless mysterious colors. The later generations had limited understanding of him. Among experts on the same level as Nuwa and Pangu, Guang Yuan should be one of the most mysterious experts. He was even more mysterious than the Grand Supreme. At the very least, the Grand Supreme had a Tao legacy. Guang Yuan had nothing left behind. Everything about him had been buried by the passage of time. No one knew what had happened in the past. No one knew how Guang Yuan had disappeared. As for Guang Yuan's Tao legacy, treasures, and other things, they had all disappeared. When the heavenly Tao was born, Guang Yuan was born. In other words, Guang Yuan was born together with the heavenly Tao. The terrifying creature said. Born together with the heavenly Tao? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Aren't the heavenly Tao created by experts? The terrifying creature said. How is that possible? The heavenly Tao created by experts are the 3,000 Grand Taos. Many people regard the 3,000 Grand Taos as the heavenly Tao. But that's wrong. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The Great Ping King and the others also looked at the terrifying creature in astonishment. There was a saying that the 3,000 Grand Taos were the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the 3,000 Grand Taos themselves were the heavenly Tao. The terrifying creature said, the 3,000 Grand Taos can only be called minor heavenly Taos. These are minor heavenly Taos created by powerful cultivators based on the true heavenly Taos. The minor heavenly Taos have evolved into 3,000 divine abilities, and each of these 3,000 divine abilities has their own extraordinary aspects. Minor heavenly Tao? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Then what is the Great Heavenly Tao? Peacock King asked. The Great Heavenly Way is the real heavenly way. It controls the 5 decays of celestials and the change of eras. The things that the Great Heavenly Way controls are too shocking. The minor heavenly way controls the reversal of night, the changes of the 4 seasons, and the wind and rain. It's just like the structure of a secular world. The emperor rules a country, and the emperor's status is supreme. Naturally, the things that the emperor handles are the most important things. As for the relatively small things, they are naturally handled by the ministers below them. I see, everyone nodded since they understood the difference between the grand and minor heavenly Taos. Guang Yuan was born along with the heavenly Tao and wielded unimaginable power. This was definitely an existence capable of instilling fear in others. His battle prowess was truly too great. Even during the era when the first generation of Xiantian existences ruled the myriad worlds, Guang Yuan was still a top existence. The terrifying being continued. He seemed to hold Guang Yuan in high esteem and had always been praising Guang Yuan's strength and extraordinariness. Why is Guang Yuan's reputation far inferior to other existences? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It's because Guang Yuan was too low-key. From the moment he appeared until his disappearance, he was incomparably low-key. Moreover, the existences of that era all knew that Guang Yuan was born along with the heavenly Tao, so no one dared to provoke him. The terrifying being explained. Said Lin Feng. You mentioned Guang Yuan, could it be that the cauldron has something to do with Guang Yuan? Yes. This cauldron was obtained by Guang Yuan in the past. At that time, Guang Yuan also heard about the strangeness of this cauldron, but he didn't take it to heart. Because Guang Yuan was truly too powerful. A terrifying existence like him indeed didn't need to care about a cauldron. The terrifying being couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked curiously. When you underestimate something, there will often be some unexpected changes that will occur. These changes can very likely lead to unbearable consequences. Guan Yuan underestimated this cauldron, and in the end, he opened it. The terrifying being explained. What happened next? What happened next? Lin Feng asked. There's nothing else. Guan Yuan's life ended just like that. The terrifying being said. What? Guan Yuan died? After opening the cauldron, Guan Yuan died? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Great Ping King and the others also had expressions of disbelief. A powerful existence like Guan Yuan had actually died because of this cauldron. It sounded too inconceivable. Anyone who heard such a thing would find it unbelievable. They probably wouldn't believe that this was real. What? You don't believe it? But it's true because I saw it all back then. The terrifying being said. You saw it all? What the hell? What era are you from? Lin Feng immediately exclaimed. Guan Yuan had been dead for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, but this foreign being had actually witnessed Guan Yuan's death and was still alive. This greatly shocked Lin Feng. How long the years have passed? The terrifying being sighed. Could you be a cursed being? The Fire Crow Taoist couldn't help but ask. He had come into contact with cursed beings who had extremely long lifespans. Some of them even had an indestructible lifespan. A cursed being? The terrifying being's eyes turned extremely cold when it heard this. Suddenly, it let out an extremely miserable shriek. Its incomparably thick tail smashed into the cliffs on both sides. Its huge head was smashed into the cliffs. He kept crashing into the cliffs on both sides, not knowing what was going on. In an instant, this terrifying creature seemed to be suffering from endless pain and torment. The pain was so intense that it wanted to die. It was a fate worse than death. What's going on? Lin Feng and the others were all dumbfounded. The scene before them was simply too sudden. The incomparably huge head smashed into the bottom of the cliff. One could vaguely see the terrifying being's body twitching violently. It had endured unimaginable pain. That kind of pain would cause many people to collapse, but this terrifying being had persevered. Finally, the pain dissipated. What happened to you just now? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Just now, I experienced a pain that none of you will ever understand. The terrifying creature said. The Great Ping King said, I heard that there are two types of curses. The cursed creatures will gradually lose themselves, and the pain they suffer will be lighter. The other type of cursed creatures, they are unwilling to lose themselves, so they will suffer thousands of times more pain. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a thing. He suddenly remembered the cursed fire crow. He had forgotten everything. This should be the first situation that the Great Ping King mentioned. Let's go. Leave this place. Don't open this cauldron, I will forget that you have been here. You better forget that you have been here, otherwise, something strange might happen. The terrifying being said in a meaningful tone. It didn't say what strange things would happen, but it would definitely be extremely terrifying. Alright, let's go. Everyone looked at each other and decided to leave this place. Although Lin Feng really wanted to open the cauldron to see what was inside and what secrets it hid, he didn't have the strength to do so. But he knew. Right now, their strength wasn't enough to open this cauldron. Perhaps it would really be like what the terrifying creature said. If they really opened the cauldron, something terrifying would happen. And all of them might lose their lives. Before leaving, Lin Feng reached out and touched the cauldron, then said, when I have enough strength in the future, I will definitely come back. At that time I will open you and see what secrets you are hiding. Following which, Lin Feng, the Great Ping King, and the others left. This terrifying creature was quite trustworthy. After agreeing to let Lin Feng and the others leave, it really didn't do anything to them. After coming up from the cliff, everyone kept this matter a secret and didn't mention it again. However, Lin Feng was very curious. Where did this terrifying creature come from? It was so powerful. Who could curse it, to turn it into a cursed creature? Something unknown must have happened back then. Lin Feng was very interested in this matter, but he did not ask this terrifying creature. This was because Lin Feng knew that even if he were to ask this terrifying creature, he would not be able to tell the truth. This terrifying creature would definitely not tell him about it. He's out. I wonder if they obtained any fortuitous encounters from the depths of Broken God Island. Look at their faces, they don't look too good. I'm guessing that they probably didn't get anything. Many of the cultivators there had yet to leave. When they saw Lin Feng and the others emerge, they could not stop themselves from discussing the matter. Lin Feng's group didn't pay any attention to the cultivators who were watching the show. They quickly left Broken God Island. The news of the battle on the Broken God Island quickly spread throughout the 9 regions. In this battle, the famous Holy Scorpion Evil Lord, Su Tianqing, Xianxia, Xianxia, and other experts were all killed. It could be said that this caused a huge uproar. These experts weren't ordinary great emperors. They were both extremely powerful great emperors, but they had died in the hands of the 9 great emperors. Furthermore, the 9 supreme emperors had not been emperors for a long time. The 9 great emperors have a natural advantage. Some of the experts from the various factions sighed. This was something that they couldn't compare to the 9 regions, and it was also something that they were extremely puzzled about. They couldn't understand why the 9 regions' great emperors were so much stronger than other great emperors of the same realm. In fact, even the great emperors of the 9 regions didn't quite understand the reason behind this. This was because this matter was one of the greatest secrets of the 9 regions. Of course, the most unbelievable part of the battle was the battle between Lin Feng and the foreign creatures. Lin Feng was just a young human cultivator. Furthermore, Lin Feng was only in the boundary emperor realm. However, he had managed to kill a great emperor-level existence. This was too unbelievable. This matter caused a huge commotion because Lin Feng's status in the 9 regions was very special. Lin Feng's concept of homeland was too heavy. Therefore, when Lin Feng returned to the Tianwu continent, he had even ordered a massacre of the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other cultivators who had invaded the Tianwu continent. The Tianwu continent was also a part of the 9 regions' great world. Lin Feng was a cultivator of the 9 regions. Lin Feng had always been fighting against the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other cultivators. All these years. It was unknown how many experts from these 3 factions had died in Lin Feng's hands. Now, the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other cultivators wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Secondly, there was another very important matter. Lin Feng had a good relationship with many top experts. For example, Lin Feng had a good relationship with several great emperors of the demon race. He also had a deep relationship with the Stone Puppet King. In addition, he also had a good relationship with the old emperor. And behind Lin Feng stood Lord Turtle. Lin Feng also had a relationship with the Red World Fairy. Many people discovered that this emperor battle was actually a few great emperors that Lin Feng had invited. It was a very terrifying thing to have some great emperors who weren't familiar with each other join forces. If these great emperors fought on their own, no matter how strong they were, so what? If these great emperors joined forces, the meaning would be completely different. On this day, some crystal balls imprinted with the images of the emperor battle began to appear in the major cities of the 9 regions. The images on the crystal balls were very blurry, and it was impossible to see the specific appearance of the cultivators. But from their clothes, it was possible to tell who was fighting. Countless people were buying these crystal balls. Who dares to say that the cultivators of the 9 regions are lowly? The great emperors of the 9 regions crossed a large realm to kill these foreign beings, the 10,000 races, foreign worlds, and other great emperors of foreign forces. Are those great emperors who were killed the so-called noble bloodline? How laughable! Especially Lin Feng, who was only a quasi-emperor, actually crossed a large realm to kill a great emperor. It's really shocking, like a legend. Who dares to say that the bloodline of the human race is lowly? I think it's these 10,000 races, foreign races, and other cultivators of foreign forces whose bloodlines are lowly. The cultivators of the 9 regions were discussing animatedly, incomparably excited. Previously, they had been humiliated by the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other cultivators of foreign forces. But they were powerless to refute, because even though there was a genius like Lin Feng, there were still too few geniuses in the 9 regions. Now that the results of the emperor battle were out, the cultivators of the 9 regions all felt elated. The cultivators of the 9 regions no longer felt that their bloodlines were inferior to those of the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other cultivators of foreign forces. Because the emperor battle was enough to prove everything. Lin Feng obtained 9 great emperor sources. These 9 great emperor sources were incomparably precious and could directly increase his battle strength. Lin Feng began to refine these great emperor sources. Time flowed like water. With the rapid passage of time, the precious great emperor sources were gradually refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation also began to greatly increase. First, Lin Feng's soul power level. Originally, Lin Feng's soul power level stopped at the 45th step. But now, his soul strength had risen to the level of the 70th step. It increased by a total of 25 levels. As for Lin Feng's cultivation level, it increased from the 18th step to the 50th step. During this seclusion, his cultivation level had increased by 32 stone steps. This made Lin Feng very satisfied. After all, it was very difficult for him to break through. Moreover, as his cultivation level increased, each breakthrough would become more difficult. However, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased by so much. It was indeed very exciting. After refining all the great emperor sources and sensing his cultivation level, Lin Feng was very happy. He didn't expect his cultivation level to increase so quickly. Then, he continued his seclusion. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased, he was worried that his foundation wouldn't be stable and that it would affect his future cultivation. Therefore, he decided to meditate in seclusion to improve his cultivation level. Lin Feng went into seclusion for 6 years. He spent 6 years polishing his cultivation level and finally polished it until it was as smooth as a pearl. Lin Feng no longer had to worry about his foundation being unstable. Then, Lin Feng left the beast race's sacred land and returned to the beast race's ancestral land. Because the beast race's sacred land had the power of time laws, 6 years in the sacred land was only 2 months in the outside world. 2 months was too short. When Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the aftermath of the emperor battle had yet to disperse. The outside world was still abuzz with discussions about this peak emperor battle. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, everyone held a celebratory feast for Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not stay in the demon clan's ancestral land for too long. He planned to make a trip to the dragon sect and destroy the evil dragon palace along the way. The evil dragon palace had sided with the holy scorpion evil lord. Lin Feng could no longer tolerate the evil dragon palace. Little Rock King, Fire Qilin, Feng Yaorao, Princess Shui Yao, Little Moon, and the others planned to follow Lin Feng to the Dragon Gate. They had been staying in the ancestral land of the demon race for a long time and were very bored, so they wanted to go out and look around. Lin Feng's group set off. They boarded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and traveled through time to the Dragon Gate. Ancient desolate sea region, Dragon Gate. Lin Feng returned. The army assembled. Warships set off one after another, heading towards the evil dragon sea area controlled by the evil dragon palace. The dragon sect cultivators were all dragons. Each of the Dragon Gate cultivators was equipped with at least 2 powerful divine artifacts. Some veteran dragon sect cultivators were even equipped with 3 or 4 powerful divine artifacts. Everyone was wearing armor of the divine artifact level. This was the elite army of the dragon sect. There were a total of 800,000 people. They were fully armed. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. The 800,000 troops united and pointed their spears at the enemy. When their strength fused together, the lethality caused was unimaginable. Now, these dragon sect cultivators were looking at the main ship, Xianyuan, with burning gazes. These dragon sect cultivators had naturally heard about the emperor battle that happened on the Broken God Island in the West Ocean. The dragon sect master killed a great emperor with his quasi-emperor cultivation. It was like a legend, simply shocking. Countless dragon sect cultivators were proud of it. Now that Lin Feng had returned, every dragon sect cultivator was incomparably proud. What a magnificent sight! Fire Qilin, Little Rock King, Feng Yaorao, Princess Shui Yao, Little Moon, and the others couldn't help but sigh. What they admired the most about Lin Feng wasn't that Lin Feng had raised his cultivation to the point where he could kill a great emperor in a short period of time. Instead, it was Lin Feng's special charm. Or it could be called commanding power or cohesive force. Whether it was the Tianwu continent or the 9 regions, there were so many cultivators who were willing to sell their lives for Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng was able to establish a good relationship with so many powerful existences. Thus, he was able to unite all parties. For example, during the emperor battle, Lin Feng united all the great emperors. It was as if Lin Feng had been born with that kind of strength. Standing next to him gave people a feeling of trust they had never felt before. For the world of cultivators where everyone was scheming against each other, this was extremely precious. Perhaps it was precisely because of this feeling that everyone was willing to sell their lives for Lin Feng. Lin Feng led the dragon sect's elite army and was simply invincible. They swept through the evil dragon palace one after another and destroyed the devil prison built by the evil dragon palace. Many experts who were imprisoned in the devil prison also met with mishaps. Following the destruction of the first evil dragon palace, the first evil dragon was killed. It indicated that the evil dragon palace, which had ruled the evil dragon sea area for hundreds of thousands of years, was completely destroyed. The evil dragon sea area was also under the rule of the dragon sect by Lin Feng. The evil dragon palace wasn't considered a top force now, so Lin Feng's destruction of the evil dragon palace didn't cause too much of a commotion. Now, the 9 regions seemed to have fallen into a very strange silence. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had suffered such heavy losses in the emperor battle, but the experts of these 3 forces actually didn't make any moves. Dragon sect. At the peak of mountain gazing, Lin Feng looked at the boundless sea area in the distance. His expression was very grave because Lin Feng felt an impending storm. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces shouldn't be so quiet. He smelled a hint of danger. These 3 forces might make a move. Lin Feng frowned. If the final battle really broke out, the people of the 9 regions would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was the thing Lin Feng didn't want to see the most. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw the old emperor. The old emperor walked around the 9 regions. He wanted to see his homeland in the final stage of his life. Jiang Moli was still accompanying the old emperor. After seeing Lin Feng, Jiang Moli naturally didn't have a good expression. He was still brooding over the previous matter because he was very unconvinced that he had lost to Lin Feng. During this period, Jiang Moli had heard too much about Lin Feng killing a great emperor, which made him even more unconvinced. Jiang Moli felt that he also had the strength to kill a great emperor, but his grandfather didn't let him deal with a great emperor cultivator. The 9 regions will be in chaos, the old emperor said. Lin Feng had already expected this. He said, when the time comes, I'm afraid it will be a scene of a broken country. This was not something that could be stopped by just 1 or 2 people. Although the old emperor was very powerful, he could not stop the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. Moreover, it was rumored that there were a few ancestors of the myriad races who had become emperors in the primordial age who were still alive. Time had not erased those old farts. Moreover, those old farts were also spying on the secrets of the 9 states. If a war really broke out, if those old farts made a move, it would definitely be disastrous for the 9 states. Who in the 9 states could fight against them? In Lin Feng's impression, perhaps only his master could fight against those old farts. However, his master, Lord Turtle, was only one person. The Red World Fairy, the Rock King, the Peacock King, the Stone Puppet King, and the others were probably unable to fight against the ancestors of the myriad races. Could the old emperor reach that level? Lin Feng was puzzled because he did not know what the old emperor's cultivation level was. He only knew that the old emperor was abnormally powerful and possessed combat strength that could be said to be heaven-defying. Other than the old emperor, there was also the Savage Senior, who might be able to fight against the ancestors of the myriad races. However, no one knew where the Savage Senior had gone. Moreover, the Savage Senior was not a cultivator of the 9 states. Would he choose to make a move? Therefore, the current situation was extremely grim for the cultivators of the 9 states. The 9 states was like a small boat in a storm. It could be overturned by huge waves at any time. Will that day come soon? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Perhaps it will take some time. They are waiting, the old emperor said. Waiting for what? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Perhaps they are waiting for the arrival of some powerful cultivators, some extremely terrifying ones. The old emperor sighed. Lin Feng could not help but feel a chill in his heart. If that was really the case, it would be too shocking. It seemed that chaos was about to come. I heard that the myriad races had emperors in the primordial age. Lin Feng's voice was somewhat bitter. That was the most fatal. There was no need to mobilize all of them. Only 2 or 3 of them would be able to create an unimaginable deterrence. Yes. The old emperor sighed. The old emperor sighed. The old emperor didn't stay long at Lin Feng's place. He was just passing by. He admired Lin Feng very much, so he came to see Lin Feng. After the old emperor left, Lin Feng felt that he needed to make some preparations. If a war were to break out, the dragon sect would definitely become the target of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. This was because the dragon sect was now the top force in the ocean domain. We need to move the people of the dragon sect away. We can't continue to stay in the overseas world because this place is isolated and without help. Moreover, there are no top-notch experts overseeing this place. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Although his strength had improved greatly, Lin Feng still understood his own situation very well. So what if he could deal with a great emperor now? However, he could only deal with great emperors in the God-Emperor realm. Emperor God was only the first of the 7 great emperors. There was no need to mention how terrifying the great emperors were. Once a war broke out, he would definitely become the target of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. When the time came, the other party would send a few great sovereigns over. That would be too terrifying. Who would be able to fight against them? Lin Feng planned to move the cultivator army of the dragon sect to the reincarnation immortal sect. The mountain range outside the reincarnation immortal sect was vast and could temporarily settle the cultivator army of the dragon sect there. If a war were to break out. When the time came, the cultivator army of the dragon sect would be able to work together with the reincarnation immortal sect to fight against the enemy. The cultivator army of the dragon sect, including the family members of the cultivator army, would probably amount to 30 to 40 million people. Moving the cultivator army would naturally be complicated. It was a vast project. Fortunately, Lin Feng had collected a large number of ancient war ships. They could be used to move the cultivator army of the dragon sect. Lin Feng discussed the feasibility of this matter with the demon lord. The demon lord also felt that they should move the cultivator army and it had to be done quickly. During this period of time, the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were preparing for the final war. They had no time to care about Lin Feng's dragon sect. This was the best time to make a move. If they were to wait for the 3 forces to finish gathering. By then, the cultivator army of the dragon sect might be targeted if they were to move. At that time, they might be directly destroyed. This kind of thing was very likely to happen. However, it was different now. The focus of the 3 forces was not on the dragon sect. Even if some people were targeting the dragon sect, it would not be difficult for them to destroy these people with the huge strength of the dragon sect. Since he had made a decision, Lin Feng gathered the upper echelons of the dragon sect and gave the order to move. As for the sea areas controlled by the dragon sect, they could temporarily abandon them. What they were facing now was not personal gains and losses. It was the rise and fall of the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces would fall. The dragon sect would definitely be destroyed. If they could protect the 9 provinces and defeat the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, they would chase these people out of the 9 provinces. Then, the dragon sect could then kill their way back. The territory that originally belonged to the dragon sect would still belong to the dragon sect. Moreover, at that time, many forces would be destroyed and the dragon sect could take over more territory. Lin Feng sent someone to inform Princess Xueli. The deep-sea demons that Princess Xueli belonged to lived in their ancestral land, so it was relatively safe. It was not easy for the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces to find the ancestral land of Princess Xueli's clan. Lin Feng warned Princess Shueli to restrain her clansmen before the chaos in the 9 provinces was quelled. Princess Shueli naturally knew what was happening in the outside world. She came to see Lin Feng with Naza. After seeing Lin Feng, Princess Shueli and Naza hugged Lin Feng. They originally wanted to follow Lin Feng back to the reincarnation immortal sect. However, Lin Feng did not agree to their request. The war was imminent. Lin Feng did not want them to take the risk with him. You must survive. Sister Naza and I will wait for your return. Princess Shueli looked at Lin Feng with deep affection and worry. Big brother Feng, we will wait for you. Naza said. She was very reluctant to part with Lin Feng. Don't worry, I will survive. Lin Feng smiled warmly. Then, he sent someone to send Princess Shueli and Naza back to the ancestral land of the deep-sea demons. The dragon sect's cultivator army and their families had also finished gathering. Huge ancient warships. A total of 3,000 ancient warships set off together. Then, they passed through the space-time wormhole and headed for the reincarnation immortal sect. Such a huge commotion could not be hidden from the other forces. The 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces also received the news. The great emperor overseeing the southern celestial continent was an expert from the Golden Snake clan. The Golden Snake clan was one of the royal clans of the myriad races and was a famous ancient clan. After receiving news of the dragon sect's ancient warships entering the space-time wormhole, the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. With such a large fleet moving, it seems like the dragon sect wants to leave the southern desolate sea region. This Lin Feng really has foresight. I'm afraid he has already guessed that the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces are going to attack the 9 continents. That's why he left in advance. However, do you think you can leave just because you want to? The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan then ordered, pass down the order immediately. Gather the army and kill Lin Feng. My lord, Lin Feng can fight against a great emperor. Moreover, the dragon sect's cultivator army has many elites with excellent weapons and equipment. We can only gather 500,000 soldiers. I'm afraid we can't fight against the dragon sect's cultivator army. A myriad races cultivator said. Humph. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan snorted and said, Do you think I can't deal with Lin Feng? As long as we kill Lin Feng, the dragon sect's cultivator army will be defeated without a fight. By then, they will be utterly defeated. The myriad races cultivator hurriedly said, Of course, I don't dare to think so. Although Lin Feng's combat strength is extraordinary, he's still miles away from my lord. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan nodded in satisfaction after hearing that. He liked to hear these flattering words. Therefore, he was extremely satisfied after hearing those words. The trace of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Go, gather the army. We'll kill Lin Feng halfway. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan said. Yes. My lord. The myriad races cultivator hurriedly responded and left quickly. Soon, the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan gathered the army. Then, he led the army to kill Lin Feng. Rumble. Rumble, the space-time wormhole shook the heavens. Ancient warships crushed the space-time wormhole's void as they flew at high speed. My lord, dozens of warships have appeared in front of us, blocking our way. At this moment, a cultivator came to report. Lin Feng said indifferently, You're simply courting death. The ancient starship Xianxia immediately sped up. He quickly rushed to the front. Then the fleet stopped. Who's in such a hurry to come out and die? Hurry up and come out. Lin Feng walked out of the ancient starship Xianxia and sneered. I've long heard that you're arrogant and haughty. Now that I've seen it for myself, I can see that it's true. However, do you think that you can deal with me just because you killed that foreign creature created by the soul reconstruction technique? If that's what you think, then you're an idiot. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan walked out of the cabin and sneered. Isn't it said that the Southern Immortal Prefecture has several great emperors from the myriad races? Now that you've come alone, you're simply courting death. Lin Feng couldn't help but say indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's contempt for him, the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan couldn't help but be furious. A puny boundary emperor actually dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. He must be tired of living. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan sneered. There's no need for the other great emperors to come together. I can deal with you alone. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, I'm afraid it's because the other great emperors have already left the Southern Immortal Prefecture, right? You're the only one left to guard the Southern Immortal Prefecture. It seems like your status isn't very high. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the higher-ups of other foreign forces are plotting something big. You don't even have the qualifications to participate, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke me. I think you're the idiot. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan looked coldly at Lin Feng. About to die? Are you talking about yourself? Do you dare to come out and fight with me? Watch how I take your life later. The origin energy in your body is not bad. After I kill you, I plan to use your origin energy to stew a pot of soup and then share it with the cultivators of the dragon sect. I'll let them have a taste of the great emperor's origin energy. Lin Feng still looked calm as he spoke. Sect Master is mighty. Sect Master is invincible. The cultivators of the dragon sect had unconditional trust in Lin Feng. When they heard that Lin Feng had actually taken the initiative to challenge the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan, they believed that Lin Feng definitely had the strength to kill the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. When they heard that Lin Feng wanted to share the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's origin energy with them, the cultivators of the dragon sect immediately roared in excitement. Those who hated Lin Feng might think that Lin Feng was too arrogant and really made them gnash their teeth in hatred. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the dragon sect, Lin Feng was really domineering. You're the one who's courting death. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan sneered when he heard that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to challenge him. Lin Feng's action. It was exactly what the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan wanted. Because there were many cultivators of the dragon sect, it was hard to say what the outcome would be if they really fought. If Lin Feng borrowed the power of the dragon sect's cultivators, the great emperor might not be able to do anything to him. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan was still thinking about how to get Lin Feng to agree to a battle with him. However, the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan did not expect that Lin Feng would actually take the initiative to challenge him. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan flew out and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. A powerful emperor's aura spread out, making people feel suffocated. Lin Feng also flew out from the ancient starship Xianxia. He was still calm and unhurried. Our Lord stepped into the God Emperor realm 30,000 years ago. This Lin Feng actually dares to challenge our Lord. He's simply courting death. There will be a good show to watch later. I wonder how our Lord will kill him. I'm really looking forward to seeing this scene. Yes, so many people wanted to kill Lin Feng but failed. In the end, he died in our Lord's hands. How satisfying. Lin Feng's death is a huge blow to the 9 prefectures. When the time comes, if Lin Feng is no longer around, it will save us a lot of trouble. I wonder if you'll be able to kill him within 10 moves, my lord? Let's wait and see. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces began to discuss. In their opinion, Lin Feng was not a match for the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan because the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan was at least a 5th heavenly layer god emperor. Although Lin Feng was strong, they estimated that he could at most contend against a 1st or 2nd heavenly layer god emperor. Against a powerful existence like the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. When the time came, only death would await him. Die, brat. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan coldly stared at Lin Feng. He opened his hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and enveloped Lin Feng. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan wanted to kill Lin Feng in the void. Today, I'll let you know what I'm capable of. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in the face of the attack from the Golden Snake clan's great emperor. He threw a punch at the Golden Snake clan's great emperor. That terrifying punch contained a shockwave that could destroy heaven and earth. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth, shatter the sun and moon. Its power was terrifying. Bang! Lin Feng's punch directly broke the energy palm formed by the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor. Then, Lin Feng rushed towards the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor. He then used the Dragon Elephant arm to attack the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor. However, the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor had no intention of fighting Lin Feng in close combat. Perhaps the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor had heard that Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, so he chose to retreat quickly in the face of Lin Feng's attack. 8 snake steps. The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor couldn't help but shout. Then, his body changed continuously. After images appeared one after another. The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor's speed was unimaginably fast. After a few consecutive transformations, he had already moved to another place. Thus, he successfully dodged Lin Feng's attack. Great Sun Demon Buddha. Suddenly, the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor let out a long roar. Then, he performed another powerful divine ability. This divine ability was even more terrifying. This was a divine ability that cultivated both devil and Buddha. After this divine ability was performed, a shadow appeared behind the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor. The left half of this shadow was an ancient Buddha. The right half of the body was that of a giant demon. On one side, Buddhist light illuminated heaven and earth. On the other side, demonic aura surged and covered the sky. Behind this illusory figure, a great sun slowly rose into the sky. This was definitely a terrifying divine ability that could shock heaven and earth. After it was performed, one couldn't help but be shocked. Many people's souls trembled when they felt this aura. What a terrifying divine ability. My lord's divine ability is truly vast and boundless. Let's see how Lin Feng dies. Ha 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 ha. Let's wait for a good show. I'm looking forward to the moment when Lin Feng is killed. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces began to discuss the matter. Everyone had a smile on their faces. In their eyes, the great emperor of the Golden Snake Clan was invincible. How could Lin Feng compete with the great emperor of the Golden Snake Clan? Lin Feng was shocked to see the Golden Snake Great Emperor's divine ability. It was definitely a terrifying divine ability. However, although this divine ability was powerful, it was not placed in Lin Feng's eyes. Back then, Lin Dufeng was able to kill the foreign creatures. Even though the foreign living beings created by the soul reconstruction technique were only at the standard of the first or second stage of the God Emperor realm. However, the current Lin Feng could not be mentioned in the same breath. At that time, Lin Feng's realm was still at the 18th step. Now, Lin Feng's realm had risen to the 50th step. At that moment, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased by 32 small steps. His fighting abilities had increased tremendously. Lin Feng quickly made a series of hand seals. Flowers bloom with a thought, the sovereign descends upon the world. A low voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng displayed the demon lord's inheritance. As this divine ability was displayed, Lin Feng's body exuded a supreme domineering aura. He seemed to have transformed into an immortal ruler, looking down at the heavens. Behind Lin Feng, a terrifying existence vaguely appeared. That existence seemed to be the immortal king of sovereigns. The appearance of that being actually caused the half-Buddha-like being behind the great emperor of the Golden Snake Clan to tremble in fear. Boom, accompanied by a destructive aura, the terrifying existence behind Lin Feng surged out. That terrifying existence immediately flew out. Then, it quickly flew towards the other party. That existence was too powerful. Its aura was immortal. Immortal. Bang, along with the sound of the violent collision, a loud bang was heard. The terrifying existence condensed behind Lin Feng collided with the Buddha-like existence condensed by the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. Suddenly, the Buddha-like existence's body began to crack. The existence condensed by Lin Feng was simply too powerful. Although the divine ability condensed by the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor was extremely powerful, it was still a little lacking compared to Lin Feng's divine ability. Lin Feng's flowers bloom with a thought, the sovereign descends upon the world was created by a demon lord level powerhouse. And it was not an ordinary demon lord's divine ability. It was a divine ability created by a demon lord in his lifetime. From this, one could see how terrifying this divine ability was. Perhaps it could be compared to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Such a powerful divine ability was simply earth-shattering. After the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor's divine ability was broken, the terrifying existence condensed by Lin Feng continued to rush towards the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. Look, the terrifying existence arrived in front of the Great Emperor of the Gold Snake Clan, burning coal and attacking the Great Emperor of the Gold Snake Clan. The Golden Serpent Grand Emperor clearly did not expect this to happen. The Emperor War had only happened a few months ago. How did Lin Feng's battle strength increase so quickly? This was something that the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor could not understand. How did Lin Feng's cultivation increase? The Golden Serpent Grand Emperor's magic power continuously surged out. Then, he hugged the moon with both hands and performed the moon-embracing seal. The bright moon seemed to be able to shatter the world. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was simply terrifying and shocking. However, this divine ability still could not be compared to Lin Feng's flowers bloom with a thought, the sovereign descends upon the world. The powerful existence condensed by Lin Feng instantly destroyed the moon-embracing seal formed by the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. Then, it blasted the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor's body. The Golden Serpent Grand Emperor was sent flying. His face was as white as paper. How is this possible? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces all looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. They had originally thought that Lin Feng would be killed by the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. Who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? After the two sides exchanged blows, Lin Feng was completely fine, but the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor was injured. Previously, many people had heard that Lin Feng had used all kinds of methods to kill the extraterritorial beings. He had even used 6 supreme treasures. However, the extraterritorial being's battle strength was far inferior to the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor's. However, Lin Feng did not use any treasures during the battle with the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. The most unbelievable thing was that Lin Feng had actually injured the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. The Dragon Sect cultivators were unusually excited when they saw this. Is this your strength? If this is all you have, then it's too disappointing. Lin Feng walked towards the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. Then, he threw a punch at the Golden Serpent Grand Emperor. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled demon god. Thump! Thump! The surrounding cultivators couldn't withstand the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng's body and all of them knelt on the ground. Everyone's heart couldn't help but surge with a deep sense of shock. When facing Lin Feng, they felt as if they were facing the ruler of heaven and earth. Lin Feng seemed to have become the center of this world. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Only Lin Feng was left. He was so powerful, so terrifying, so noble, and so sacred that it shocked everyone. Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly shattered the void. This was the demon ancestor's sacred fist that was passed down from another demon lord. It was also an unparalleled divine ability from ancient times to modern times. The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor hurriedly punched out to block Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided again and the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor was immediately sent flying. Crack! Crack! The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor's arm was broken and he was sent flying by Lin Feng. Barf! Next! The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. You win! The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor's expression darkened. He turned around and fled into the distance. He lost to Lin Feng and the 500,000 troops he brought with him were far inferior to the Dragon Sect's cultivator army. The Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor couldn't rely on his army to turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor chose to flee immediately. Where there's life, there's life. There's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as he could escape, he would have a chance to take revenge. Even the Great Emperor fled. Let's hurry up and run, many cultivators cried out in horror when they saw the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor fleeing. The cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces immediately lost their morale. Many cultivators abandoned their ships and fled. This was because it was faster to escape. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lin Feng said coldly. He ignored the ordinary cultivators and chased after the Golden Snake Clan's Great Emperor. Due to the fact that this battle was taking place within the space-time wormhole, the cultivators from both sides were not the only ones inside the space-time wormhole. There were also many other cultivators who were passing by. They had also taken space-time wormholes to various places. And now, these cultivators were watching the battle from afar. They were especially shocked when they saw Lin Feng chasing after the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. That young man is Lin Feng. What? He was Lin Feng? Oh my god, he's really too young. Even the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan is no match for him. Isn't he too strong? He hasn't broken through to the Emperor realm yet, right? If he breaks through to the Great Emperor realm, how terrifying will he be? If I break through to the Great Emperor realm, I might be able to kill immortal emperors, right? The cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. This Lin Feng is really handsome. I wonder if he has a woman? She really wanted to become his woman. If I can have a night with Lin Gongzi, I'd be willing to die for it. Some female cultivators also started discussing. They looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. They couldn't wait to throw themselves at him. These cultivators included cultivators from the 9 states, as well as cultivators from other planets, small worlds, medium worlds, and great worlds. They wanted to invade the 9 states and enslave the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces. They were only a part of these forces. There were also many who had no intention of invading the 9 states. Of course, Lin Feng and the others were only targeting the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces who wanted to invade the 9 states. They would also treat the cultivators who were not hostile to the 9 states with friendliness. In the end, Lin Feng caught up to the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan and engaged in a fierce battle with him. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan was already injured and was no match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the demon horde worshipping god painting. Suddenly, an illusory image of a horde of demons worshipping Nuwa appeared in the void. The illusory image descended from the sky and charged toward the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. With a loud bang, the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan was sent flying. Crack, crack, he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Barf, the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as a sheet. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's combat strength had already dropped significantly. Now that his injuries were getting worse, his combat strength had dropped even more. Lin Feng. Are you really going to kill me? I'm a member of the 10,000 races imperial family. Killing me won't do you any good. Why don't we both take a step back? The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan couldn't help but shout. The cultivators who passed through the space-time wormhole were shocked when they heard the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. They hadn't expected the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan to beg for peace with Lin Feng. The Golden Snake clan was indeed a clan that shouldn't be offended. They held an important position among the 10,000 races. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, wondering if Lin Feng would take a step back as the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan had said. Would he let the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan live? Lin Feng sneered. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? I even dared to kill someone from the Sacred God clan, the #1 clan of the 10,000 races. What's more, your Golden Snake clan isn't even ranked in the top 10. So what if I kill you today? If anyone from the Golden Snake clan comes to avenge you, I'll kill them one by one. If 10 come, I'll kill 10. I'm destined to step on the bones of the great emperors of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers to ascend to the great emperor realm. Many people were shocked when they heard Lin Feng's powerful words. Lin Feng was truly a domineering person. Stepping on the bones of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers to ascend to the great emperor realm. Who in their right mind would dare to say such words, but Lin Feng dared to say it, at this moment. Lin Feng erupted with even more terrifying battle strength. He brought out 5 types of heavenly flames. Purple Earthcore Fire. Black Flame God Incinerating Fire. Hell Netherworld Fire. Golden Dragon Divine Flames. Black Flame God Devouring Fire. The 5 types of heavenly flames condensed into a ball of flame under the burning wrath of the heavens. Boom, along with the sound of an incomparably violent explosion. The ball of flame that Lin Feng had condensed exploded. The destructive power instantly drowned the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I believe that it won't be long before you follow in my footsteps. When that time comes, you'll die 1,000 times more miserably than me. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's resentful voice came from the explosion. Lin Feng rushed into the explosion and saw that half of the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's body had been blown apart. He had suffered a near-fatal injury. He quickly rushed over and beheaded the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan. Fresh blood spurted out. He's dead. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan has been killed. The great emperor of the Golden Snake clan was at least a 5th firmament divine emperor, but he was killed by Lin Feng just like that. What level is Lin Feng at now? He's just a cultivator of the Di Qi layer. Maybe Lin Feng is much stronger than we thought. He's really a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000,000,000,000 years. If he doesn't die, he might be able to suppress cultivators at the same level. The cultivators who were passing by began to discuss among themselves. Their hearts were filled with shock. Lin Feng was terrifyingly strong. They had the impression that he was from a legend. Perhaps such a monster would only appear in myths and legends, right? But now, they saw a monster like Lin Feng in reality. Lin Feng returned to the Xianyuan ancient ship after collecting the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's origin. Seeing the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan killed, the dragon sex cultivator army was filled with vigor. As for the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces, their morale was slack. Those cultivators were in despair. Kill. Kill all the cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. Battle cries shook the sky. In the end, the 3 cultivator armies were all killed by the dragon sex cultivator army. None of them managed to escape. Then, the dragon sex fleet quickly left, leaving behind a group of stunned cultivators. Lin Feng kept his promise. He took out the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan's origin and distributed it to everyone. Every battleship received a part of the origin. Then, they boiled meat soup on these battleships. The great emperor's origin was put into the meat soup. Everyone began to drink with relish. Although the great emperor's origin was not much, each battleship did not receive much. However, even a trace of the great emperor's origin had unimaginable benefits for godly realm cultivators. After drinking the meat soup, many of the dragon sex cultivator army broke through directly. Some even broke through several realms consecutively. The dragon sex cultivator army's combat strength increased greatly. News of the great battle in the spacetime wormhole quickly spread. The news of Lin Feng killing the great emperor of the Golden Snake clan quickly spread throughout the 9 regions. This made many people almost unable to believe this rumor. After all, the Golden Snake clan's emperor wasn't an early god emperor. The Golden Snake race's emperor was a mid-level god emperor. He was actually killed by Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had been a great emperor and killed the Golden Snake clan's great emperor, no one would have been too shocked. After all, they were all cultivators of the same realm. Kill him. Wasn't this a very normal thing? But Lin Feng was a cultivator at the standard of the great emperor layer. Is Lin Feng really a quasi-emperor? Do you think it's possible that he's hiding his strength? It was then that some of the cultivators voiced out their doubts. They felt that Lin Feng might be hiding his cultivation level. Lin Feng's lifespan is less than 60 years. How many years has he cultivated? How can he become a great emperor? Following that, some people questioned. They felt that it was impossible for Lin Feng to become a great emperor at such a young age. It was simply unbelievable. What's impossible? Have you forgotten the Divine Firmament King? Back then, he became a great emperor at the age of 40 and cultivated for 34 years. It's even shorter than Lin Feng's cultivation time. Someone continued. The Divine Firmament King was an expert from the sacred god race. He was a figure from 18,000 years ago. Compared to his long lifespan, the Divine Firmament King was still very young. This was definitely an existence that would shock the ages. When he became a great emperor, he shocked all the races in the heavenly sage great world. At that time, many people even compared the Divine Firmament King to many great existences in history. They felt that the Divine Firmament King's future achievements might reach an unimaginable level. Even though the Divine Firmament King had not appeared for nearly 10,000 years. The cultivators of the myriad races couldn't help but think of the Divine Firmament King. Could it be that this Lin Feng will become the second Divine Firmament King? Some cultivators of the myriad races sighed. Soon. Doubts about whether Lin Feng had become a great emperor quickly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Many people felt that Lin Feng might have really become a great emperor. Such a young great emperor was naturally shocking. However, this kind of shock was far from being comparable to the shock of a great emperor boundary cultivator killing a mid-level god emperor. More and more cultivators felt that Lin Feng might really be a great emperor realm cultivator. Otherwise, he should not have such heaven-defying combat strength. Even some great emperor realm experts felt that Lin Feng was very likely to be a great emperor. If we want to kill Lin Feng, we have to send out at least high-level god emperors or even immortal emperors, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other cultivators from the outside world began to discuss ways to kill Lin Feng. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more uneasy they felt. Many people wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. While the outside world was in an uproar because of Lin Feng killing the great emperor of the Golden Snake race. Lin Feng had already led the Dragon Gate army back to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After returning to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng sent someone to invite the Great Strength Demon God. Then, the Great Strength Demon God opened up many spirit veins in the forest outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They built many palaces and immortal mountains. Lin Feng arranged for the Dragon Gate army and their families to stay in the various immortal mountains. After returning to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng's life became much more peaceful. The outside world did not affect Lin Feng's cultivation. He would comprehend the Great Tao every day. If he encountered something he was puzzled about, he would ask Master Turtle. During this period, Lin Feng noticed that Master Turtle's expression was not particularly good. On this day, the master and disciple sat on a barren mountain, looking at the bright moon and drinking wine. Asked Lin Feng. Master, you don't look well. Could it be that something happened? Asked Lin Feng. Master Turtle muttered to himself. Perhaps something terrible is about to happen. What is going to happen? Lin Feng was shocked. Master Turtle did not answer Lin Feng. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Tell everyone not to go out at night. Yes. Lin Feng replied. The next day, Lin Feng issued an order that forbade anyone from leaving the sect at night. I need to make a trip to the 9 Hells Purgatory. One day, Lord Tortoise said. Master, what are you going to do there? Lin Feng asked curiously. I need to retrieve something. Master Turtle said. What is it? Lin Feng asked. You'll know once you retrieve it. Master Turtle said. Lin Feng followed Master Turtle to the Reincarnation Valley and entered the Reincarnation Pagoda. What a rare guest. Old Monster Mo looked at Lin Feng and Master Turtle with a sinister gaze. Back then, Lin Feng had entered the 9 Hells Purgatory on Lord Turtle's behalf. The 9 Serenities Purgatory was a very special place. The physical body could not reach this place, only the soul could enter the 9 Serenities Purgatory. The 9 Hells Purgatory was extremely harmful to the soul. Souls that entered the 9 Hells Purgatory would suffer endless torment. Lin Feng's previous experience was still vivid in his mind. Even after so many years had passed, Lin Feng still hadn't forgotten. If possible, he didn't want to enter the 9 Hells Purgatory ever again. I want to enter the 9 Hells Purgatory. Master Tortoise looked at Old Monster Mo. Eccentric Mo was greatly shocked and said, Enter that place? You have to think clearly. This is an extremely dangerous place. Why don't you let this brat help you in? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This old monster Mo really knows how to come up with some weird ideas. It seemed that this guy didn't know how dangerous and painful it was to enter the 9 Hells Purgatory. That place is too dangerous. He's just throwing his life away if he goes in. This time, I'll take the risk and enter. Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng was very shocked in his heart, because even he didn't know what level of fighting strength Master Tortoise had. Now, Lord Tortoise was very secretive about where he was going. It was obvious how dangerous that place was. Moreover, Lord Tortoise had already said that he was going to the Nine Hells Purgatory to retrieve something. Things from the Nine Hells Purgatory couldn't be brought out. Of course, if he wanted to forcibly take something out of the Nine Hells Purgatory, he would be able to do so. At that time, he might die in the Nine Hells Purgatory. However, if one had sufficient strength, then, naturally, he could try to bring the items out of Nine Hells Purgatory. As long as he could withstand the attack of the laws of Nine Hells Purgatory, he might succeed. Old Monster Mo said, "Since you've already made your decision, I won't continue to persuade you. Be careful." Lord Tortoise nodded and sat down cross-legged. In Lin Feng's impression, Master Tortoise had always been an optimist. There was no time for him to worry. But during this time, Lord Turtle often frowned. Clearly, Lord Turtle had a premonition of something. Lin Feng had asked Lord Turtle about it before. However, Lord Tortoise did not answer Lin Feng directly. Old Monster Mo opened the passage to the Nine Hells Purgatory. Lord Turtle's nascent spirit left his body and entered Nine Hells Purgatory. Then, Old Monster Mo closed the passage to the Nine Hells Purgatory. "Senior, do you know what my master went in to retrieve?" Lin Feng asked Old Monster Mo. "I don't know." Old Monster Mo replied. He was practically a man of few words. Lin Feng knew that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain any useful information from Old Monster Mo. He then changed the topic and said, "I want to see if the cycle of reincarnation will extinguish the fire. Take me to see this heavenly flame." Old Eccentric Mo let out a strange laugh and said, "What? Could it be that he had designs on samsara's never extinguish the fire? You should give up on that thought. The owner of this heavenly flame is not dead yet. That existence is too terrifying. If you provoke him, even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough for you to die." Lin Feng said with a smile. "I'm just going to take a look. I didn't say anything about refining samsara's never extinguish the fire. If I'm not worried about that, what are you worried about, Senior?" Old Monster Mo let out a strange laugh and said, "I'm just worried about you." It wasn't easy for the reincarnation immortal sect to produce such a promising disciple. "I don't want to see you die prematurely." Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Look at what you're saying. This junior is blessed by the heavens. How can I die prematurely?" Old Monster Mo let out a strange laugh and did not say anything else. Lin Feng noticed that Old Monster Mo was hesitating, so he did not ask Old Monster Mo to let him see samsara's never extinguish the fire. 3 days later, Lord Turtle's nascent spirit flew out of Nine Hells Purgatory. Lord Turtle brought out an item. When Lin Feng saw it, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was an ancient lamp, and on top of that, it was broken into pieces a long time ago. The ancient lamp that Master Tortoise brought out was also broken. "Let's go," Lord Turtle said. Then, he quickly left. Lin Feng followed closely behind Lord Turtle. "Master, what kind of lamp is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously as he looked at the broken lamp in Lord Turtle's hand. "This is actually just a replica. I don't know where the real one is," Lord Turtle said as he looked at the lamp in his hand. Then, he sighed and said, "Moreover, it's just a broken replica. However, it might be enough." Lin Feng felt like his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. Lord Turtle seemed to be talking to himself and did not answer his question at all. Lin Feng asked again. "Master, you said that this ancient lamp is a replica? Then which ancient lamp is this replica made from?" Lord Turtle said. "It's a replica of the 9 Prefectures lamp." When Lord Turtle mentioned the 9 Prefectures lamp, there was clearly something different in his voice. This was not the first time Lin Feng had heard of the 9 Prefectures lamp. When Lin Feng had obtained the primal chaos origin aura in the past, he had entered the inner world formed by the mysterious ancient door. He had almost gotten lost in it. Then, he saw an ancient lamp lit up, becoming the only source of light in the darkness. That ancient lamp was the 9 Prefectures lamp. The reason Lin Feng had made his treasure into a lamp-shaped treasure was because he had been inspired by the 9 Prefectures lamp. However, in reality, Lin Feng did not know much about the 9 Prefectures lamp. Lin Feng then told Lord Turtle about how he had seen the 9 Prefectures lamp in the past. Lord Turtle said, "This is a chance encounter that can only be chanced upon." Lin Feng understood what Mr. Tortoise meant. Seeing the 9 continents lanterns was something that couldn't be forced. Lin Feng was very clear about this. This was indeed something that could not be forced. It required luck. What is the origin of the 9 Prefectures lamp? Lin Feng asked. He was very curious about the 9 Prefectures lamp because it was simply too mysterious. The 9 Prefectures lamp was even rarer than the Supreme Divine Court, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the Heaven-Shaking Steel. The undying immortal blood once lit up the 9 Prefectures lamp, illuminating the mountains and rivers, Lord Tortoise murmured. His voice suddenly became low and deep. The 9 Prefectures lamp is very special, and its origin is very mysterious. No one can control it, Lord Turtle said. This? Lin Feng was shocked. After hearing Lord Turtle's words, Lin Feng knew that the 9 Prefectures lamp was truly extraordinary. Rumor has it that the 9 Prefectures lamp is the final guardian of the 9 Prefectures. If you want the 9 Prefectures lamp to be destroyed, the 9 Prefectures lamp will not be destroyed. Lord Turtle continued. The 9 Prefectures lamp will not be destroyed? The 9 Prefectures lamp is just an ordinary great world. It is said that even the 3 paramount realms will be destroyed. Is the 9 Prefectures lamp stronger than the laws of order of the 3 paramount realms? Lord Tortoise couldn't help but say, the 9 Prefectures are very special, and we shouldn't compare them to the 3 Supremes. The 9 Prefectures have a very special power that protects them, preventing them from being destroyed. Over the countless years, the 9 Prefectures have gone through countless calamities, but they have always been able to survive. Despite the ups and downs, they still remain standing. Lord Tortoise continued. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed as Lord Tortoise had said. The 9 Prefectures had remained standing throughout the long years, and countless planets with life, as well as many great worlds, had been destroyed during the turbulence. This was enough to explain many things. Apart from protecting the 9 Prefectures, what other uses does the 9 Prefectures lantern have? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The 9 Prefectures lantern was so extraordinary that he found it unbelievable. The 9 Prefectures lantern was simply too miraculous. Lin Feng felt that the 9 Prefectures lantern might be hiding some shocking secrets, and Lin Feng was also thinking about something else. In the past, why did the 9 Prefectures lantern suddenly appear after he was trapped in that mysterious world? Could it be that the 9 Prefectures lantern was related to him in some way? When this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He felt that there might be such a possibility, and if that was really the case, it would be too unbelievable. Lin Feng and Lord Tortoise chatted for a long time. The master and disciple kept talking about the 9 Prefectures lantern, and Lin Feng also asked many questions. However, Lord Tortoise didn't directly answer Lin Feng some of the questions. He seemed to be afraid of something and couldn't directly say some things. However, from his conversation with Lord Tortoise, Lin Feng felt that the 9 Prefectures lantern was extraordinary. It was definitely an ancient lantern that was filled with countless secrets and amazing abilities. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't study the 9 Prefectures lantern any further. Lord Tortoise placed the broken item he had obtained from the 9 underworlds purgatory at the summit of the 9 Prefectures. Then, Lord Tortoise started chanting. He chanted the incantation and jumped up and down, just like those ancient priests performing the sacrificial dance during the sacrificial ceremony. Boom, next, a terrifying aura of power radiated out from the broken ancient lamp. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as though the ruler of the world had awoken from its slumber. The pressure disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, a divine light appeared in the void. That divine light was dazzling and incomparably gorgeous. Then, the divine light spread out rapidly and enveloped the entire reincarnation immortal sect. This sect protecting godly light should be able to hold on for some time no matter what happens. Master Tortoise said after doing all this. He showed signs of fatigue. What he had just done seemed to have consumed a lot of his energy. Master, what are you worried about? Lin Feng asked. There are some things that I shouldn't have told you at this time. Lord Tortoise said in a low voice. He waved at Lin Feng and asked Lin Feng to support his body. This was the first time that Lin Feng had seen Master Tortoise so tired. Lin Feng hurriedly supported Master Tortoise. He helped Master Tortoise back to his residence. After Master Tortoise sat down, he said, "A few days ago, I was observing the stars at night and had some enlightenment. When night fell, I vaguely heard a sorrowful cry." "What sound was that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "The earth," Master Tortoise said solemnly. "Everything in the world has its own life. Even a blade of grass, a grain of sand, a leaf, or a drop of water has its own life. The earth, the ocean, and even the sky of the 9 prefectures have their own lives. It's just that ordinary people can't sense their lives. When danger comes, the world will change. For example, when a flood breaks out, there will be groups of rats running amok. Dense groups of ants will move about. Wild beasts will become irritable and restless, and so on. When the earth wails, I'm afraid that unimaginable danger is coming. In recent days, I've felt an even more terrifying aura coming to the 9 prefectures. This feeling makes me very uneasy." An expert at Master Tortoise's level definitely had the ability to sense things on a whim. He was usually able to sense the arrival of danger. Therefore, Master Tortoise had become a little different from before. Previously, when he faced experts like the Supreme One and the Emperors of the 10,000 tribes, Master Tortoise remained calm. However, this time, Master Tortoise was different. It was different this time. If it was as Lord Tortoise had said, then the situation would be different. The existence that was about to descend upon the 9 prefectures could be a peerless and terrifying existence. "Is there anything I can do?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "What you need to do is to restrain the disciples. Especially recently, there have been so many disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. You need to restrain them. Otherwise, there might be trouble," Master Tortoise said. Lin Feng nodded. 3 days later, at night, on this day, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds rolled. The dark clouds in the sky were about to fall to the ground. Heavy, oppressive, and suffocating. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Streaks of lightning dragons swam within it. The scene in front of them was really appalling. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Anyone who saw the scene in front of them would be terrified. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the weather outside. It was too abnormal today. He walked out of his residence. At this time, Master Tortoise hurried out. "Go back. No matter what happens, don't come out," Master Tortoise warned loudly. Lin Feng saw Master Tortoise so nervous for the first time. What had happened to make Master Tortoise so nervous? Lin Feng felt that his lips were dry. He felt that something big was about to happen. He wanted to help Master Tortoise, but Lin Feng knew that he couldn't help now. This made Lin Feng feel helpless. Strength. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Although many people thought that he was strong enough, only Lin Feng knew he was far from being strong enough. "Master, be careful," Lin Feng said worriedly. He then returned to his residence. Master Tortoise rushed out of the Reincarnation Immortal sect in the rain. Outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect, the black fog that was so thick that it could not be dispersed started to churn violently. A terrifying aura emanated from the black fog. Sensing the terrifying aura, Xianxia was shocked. Master Tortoise furrowed his brows. The world outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect turned into a world of darkness. In the darkness, there seemed to be a terrifying existence. Swoosh, Master Tortoise gritted his teeth, then, he rushed into the darkness. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thick bolts of lightning struck down and lit up the endless darkness. In the room, Lin Feng paced back and forth anxiously. His expression was solemn because the situation in front of him seemed to be very bad. However, he could only wait patiently. That night, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and rain poured down. To many people, it was just a night of storms. However, to Lin Feng, it was a night of torment. He did not know how much time had passed. Lin Feng finally sensed Master Tortoise's aura. Master Tortoise seemed to have returned from outside. He quickly left the room and went to the hall where Master Tortoise lived. Lin Feng saw Master Tortoise resting on a pillar. At this moment, Master Tortoise's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Obviously, the situation was very bad. Seeing Master Tortoise in this state, Lin Feng could not help but feel worried. This was the first time Lin Feng saw Master Tortoise injured. He quickly ran over and took out some healing elixirs and handed them to Master Tortoise. "I don't need these." Master Tortoise shook his head. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. Lin Feng did not dare to disturb Master Tortoise, so he stood by his side to protect him. 4 hours later. Master Tortoise's pale face regained some color. "Master, what happened? How did you get injured?" Lin Feng asked. He felt that the situation today was very strange. Perhaps some terrifying existence had arrived outside the reincarnation immortal sect. "It's temporarily over. It's temporarily over. Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Master Tortoise did not answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he warned him. Lin Feng wanted to know what happened, but he knew that Master Tortoise did not tell him for his own good. Lin Feng knew Master Tortoise's temperament very well. Although Master Tortoise did not seem to be a very good person, he was very independent. But in fact, Xianxia was a very opinionated person. If he didn't want to talk about something, no one could get any useful information from him. The black fog outside had dispersed, and the weather was gradually becoming clear. When the dark clouds dispersed, a rainbow appeared after the rain. Many people walked out and looked at the beautiful rainbow in the distance. They were talking about it. But only Lin Feng knew what kind of terrifying thing had happened yesterday. "Demon Lord, what kind of creature do you think came to the reincarnation immortal sect yesterday? Even my master was injured," Lin Feng said. The shock that Lin Feng felt when Master Tortoise insta-killed his honor back then was something that he would never be able to forget. Lord Tortoise has lived for too long. Furthermore, Lord Tortoise is a black tortoise. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, brilliant serpent, black tortoise, these were the 5 great saint beasts. They possessed the most terrifying bloodline of holy beasts, comparable to true dragons, phoenixes, and other living beings. He was definitely one of the creatures with the most powerful bloodline in the world. Therefore, Lord Tortoise's talent when he was young was absolutely unimaginable. To put it bluntly, even a pig could become a peerless expert if it lived as long as Lord Tortoise. What more a black tortoise? Therefore, although Lin Feng couldn't confirm exactly how strong Master Tortoise was, he had an estimate in his heart. However, even with such a powerful strength, he was still injured. It was truly inconceivable. Could it be the primogenitor of the myriad races? The Demon Lord said. The primogenitor of the myriad races? Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng naturally knew about the primogenitor of the myriad races. It was said that those undying existences were experts from the primordial era. Who knew what realm they were at now? Lin Feng didn't know how strong they were, but since they could live for so long, their battle prowess must have reached an unimaginable level. Could it be the primogenitor of the myriad races? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. It made sense that the intruder was the primogenitor of the myriad races. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that the intruder wasn't the primogenitor of the myriad races. There was no basis for this feeling, but it was extremely strong. What kind of living being is it? He sighed. Lord Tortoise didn't say much about this matter. Therefore, Lin Feng felt as if there were 100 claws scratching his heart. However, he still couldn't find out what kind of living being had appeared yesterday. For a period of time after that, nothing like what happened that night happened again. Lord Tortoise's face once again had that infuriating smile. Master Tortoise seemed to have forgotten what had happened that night. However, Lin Feng still noticed something different. He saw Lord Tortoise alone several times, often in a daze. He didn't know what he was thinking. You can't give up on cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. Lord Tortoise warned Lin Feng. Yes, disciple will remember. Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had reached the 3rd level. It wasn't easy to cultivate from the 3rd to the 4th level. It required luck. Lin Feng naturally wanted to finish cultivating the 8-9 arcane art as soon as possible. It was a cultivation technique that could kill him. Once he reached the third level, he would have 30 years to reach the fourth level of the 8-9 mysterious art. If he did not succeed within 30 years, he would not be able to do it. If he didn't succeed in 30 years, his meridians would reverse, his blood would flow backward, and his body would explode. It had been 12 or 13 years since Lin Feng reached the third level of the 8-9 arcane art. Now, Lin Feng still had 17 or 18 years to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Unless Lin Feng reached the fifth level of the 8-9 arcane art, he would be able to solve his crisis. Otherwise, the 8-9 arcane art was extremely terrifying. It could kill him at any time. On this day, a piece of news spread throughout the 9 states. It was said that a mysterious island had appeared in the deepest part of the sea in the northwestern part of the 9 states. It was rumored that the island was the long-lost Lulan Island. Countless treasures were buried on Lulan Island. Moreover, Lulan Island was related to the ancient city of Lulan. This caused a huge uproar, because many people had heard of the legends of the ancient city of Lulan. It was rumored countless treasures of this era were buried in the ancient city of Lulan. It was also said that there were materials to forge ancient weapons in the ancient city. They could even find materials to forge the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life. This was too shocking. However, no one knew who had built the ancient city of Lulan. There were several theories about the origin of the ancient city of Lulan. The first theory was that the ancient city of Lulan was created by a race called the Lulan tribe. This Lulan tribe was extremely ancient. It was said that it could be traced back to the birth of the first Khanate lifeforms. It was said that the first ancestor of the Lulan tribe was from the same era as Nuwa and Pangu. They were the first Khanate lifeforms to awaken and were extremely powerful. This ancestor of the Lulan tribe had a hobby. He liked to collect all kinds of treasures. The second rumor was that Lulan was an ancient city created by the sorcerer race. How powerful was the sorcerer race in the past? The sorcerer race had 12 ancestors of the sorcerer race. These 12 ancestors of the sorcerer race were existences on par with Nuwa and Pangu. Therefore, after the great sorcerer Hoi was killed, the sorcerer race dared to wage war against the monster race led by Dijun. After the war, the sorcerer race disappeared without a trace. The sorcerer race was an ancient and powerful race. How many treasures did they collect? It was impossible to imagine how many earth-shattering treasures the sorcerer race had found in their long history. The third rumor was that it was an ancient city passed down by the innate demon race. The innate demon race referred to Demon Emperor Tai Yi and Demon Emperor Dijun. After Demon Emperor Tai Yi's death, Demon Emperor Dijun took over the heavenly court and became a tyrant. In the later years of Monster Sovereign Dijun's life, Monster Sovereign Dijun wantonly collected supreme treasures from the myriad of worlds. However, after Demon Emperor Dijun's death, the treasures he collected throughout his life disappeared without a trace. Many people searched for the treasures Demon Emperor Dijun collected throughout his life, but to no avail. Therefore, many people linked Demon Emperor Dijun's treasures to Lulan's ancient city. Could Lulan's ancient city be built by Demon Emperor Dijun? Then, Demon Emperor Dijun placed all the treasures he collected in Lulan's ancient city. Thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be a possibility. These were the 3 most widely known legends, and they were also the 3 most easily accepted legends. Of course, there were many other legends about Lulan's ancient city, but those legends were not as credible as these 3 legends. Of course, legends were just legends. As for whether these legends were true, no one knew. After all, it was something that happened countless years ago. No one knew what had happened in the past. The ancient legends naturally became a story full of myths and legends. Regardless of which legend was true, there were countless treasures in Lulan's ancient city. Since ancient times, many experts had gone to search for Lulan's ancient city, but to no avail. Now that Lulan Island had appeared, everyone saw the possibility of finding Lulan's ancient city. Previously, Yarao told me that her father received news about Lulan Island and went to look for it. I wonder if he has already entered Lulan Island. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, Lin Feng had to address the heavenly wind god as his father-in-law now. Of course, if the heavenly god knew that he had taken Feng Yarao. He wondered if the heavenly wind god would attack him with its spiked club. Feng Yaorao's the demon emperor race? Was the heavenly court, heavenly court, heavenly courts, heavenly court, the heavenly court's God? They were all men, but with different identities, they naturally stood from different perspectives. Many cultivators had already headed to the sea region where Lulan Island had appeared. The 9 prefectures is truly a place filled with countless secrets. Needless to say, many places of death have appeared in the 9 prefectures, such as the chaotic ancient nation and the current Lulan Island. An alien cultivator lamented. Continent s continent. Continents race lon s's continents it, there's. Realm of lands yan godovs. Many cultivators from the myriad tribes, extraterrestrial tribes, and other foreign powers were also rushing toward Lulan Island. Time quickly passed by. Large numbers of cultivators had gathered in the northwestern sea. Among these cultivators, there were countless powerful beings. Even emperor stage cultivators had appeared. The ancient city of Lulan is going to cause an earthquake. Countless people are going to go crazy. That's right. Even the powerful beings of the 3 paramount realms are going to send powerful beings here if they hear about the ancient city of Lulan. That's right. The treasures in the ancient city of Lulan are simply too astonishing. All of the cultivators in the outside world were talking about the ancient city of Lulan. Nothing was more important than the ancient city of Lulan, and many cultivators who were in seclusion had also come out. Lulan Island was connected to the ancient city of Lulan, so no one could continue their seclusion in peace. If they were to enter the ancient city of Lulan, they would only need to take out one item, and that would be enough to defy the heavens. This was an opportunity. Perhaps one could only experience it once in a lifetime. Lin Feng also planned to head to the northwestern sea after receiving this news. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the evil Lord Holy Man with him. The 3 of them set off toward the northwestern sea together. Fire Qilin, Fairy Feng, and the others should have reached the ancestral land of the spirit demon tribe by now, right? They should have received this news as well, so they'll probably head to the northwestern sea as well. Du Zhu said. Not long ago, Fire Qilin, Feng Yarao, and the little Pung King had all left. It was about time that they arrived at the ancestral land of the ancient spirit demon tribe. Feng Yarao had been very worried about the safety of her father, the heavenly wind god. Now that Lulan Island had appeared, Feng Yarao was definitely going to head there. She should be going. Lin Feng said. On this day, a top-tier powerful being stepped onto the mountains and rivers of the Kingdom of the 9 States. This was a handsome man with a tall and slender figure, and he was enshrouded in holy light. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Piss off, a loud roar sounded in the distance. Several dozen cultivators flew over on a series of starry sky chariots. There were countless runes inscribed all over the surface of the starry sky chariots. The Battle Star Tribe. Some cultivators recognized the newcomers. This was an extremely terrifying tribe, and they occupied several massive star realms in the extraterritorial world. This tribe could do whatever they wanted in the extraterritorial world, and no one dared to provoke them. As such, this tribe was extremely arrogant and despotic. This was even more so when they descended upon the Kingdom of the 9 States. Even the imperial families of the myriad tribes didn't dare to provoke them. Hurry up and back off. There's no need to bicker with these lunatics. A cultivator from the myriad tribes said. If it weren't for the fact that I was worried about affecting the unity of the myriad tribes, the extraterritorial world, and the other cultivators from the extraterritorial world, I would have beaten these bastards up a long time ago. Immediately afterward, a cultivator from the heaven and earth great world sneered. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, he was just bragging. These people immediately opened up a path for the Battle Star Tribe cultivator. However, the man enshrouded in holy light acted as if he didn't hear the cold roars of the Battle Star Tribe cultivators. He didn't step aside. Instead, he walked forward step by step. You're courting death, the Battle Star Tribe cultivators were instantly enraged. Crush him to death. A handsome man wearing a Battle Star Tribe battle robe said in a cold voice. Yes, young master. These cultivators from the Battle Star race were used to being arrogant and despotic. Hence, they did not have any scruples. There was no one they did not dare to touch. Dodge quickly. Someone reminded that cultivator so that he would not be harmed. At this moment, that cultivator turned around and looked at the space war chariot that was charging towards him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Following that, the space war chariot turned into ashes. After seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale with fright. What kind of technique was this? Wasn't it too shocking? It was too inconceivable. It was truly shocking and moving. Who are you? How dare you kill someone from my battle star race? Are you tired of living? The young master on the main war chariot had a gloomy expression. Xianxia, the grandson of a grand elder of the battle star race. He has a very high status, a cultivator said as he recognized the identity of that young master. His grandfather was an Emperor realm expert. He was a direct descendant of the battle star race and was about to reach 3,000 years of age. His talent was very strong. He was one of the most outstanding young disciples of the battle star race who had the highest chance of entering the Emperor realm. Hence, this Xianxia had a very high status in the battle star race. Hence, whenever he went out, he would be followed by a large group of people. Scram! The unknown cultivator said with an indifferent expression. He was very domineering. Although it was a simple sentence, it revealed his domineering aura. Even if he was alone, even if the battle star race had a lot of people and experts. Furthermore, the battle star race was a superpower in the extraterrestrial regions. He was fearless. This young master came to the 9 prefectures because I heard that a person called Lin Feng had appeared in the 9 prefectures. His combat strength is extremely terrifying and can even kill emperors. This young master has yet to kill this Lin Feng. Instead, I have met you, a reckless fool. Xianxia's voice was cold. He was very arrogant because he was strong enough. 500 years ago, Xianxia was already comparable to an early-stage God-Emperor realm expert. One could see how shocking this Xianxia's talent was. Furthermore, he had the Iron Blood War chariot that was passed down from the battle star race. This was an ancient treasure that had been passed down since the Archaic era. It was exceptionally powerful and could kill millions and millions of creatures. It was incomparably exceptional. If it wasn't for Zhang Jiudao, you would have died many times over. The man said coldly. When he mentioned a person, many people couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Jiudao was one of the most terrifyingly talented individuals in the history of the Battlestar clan. Rumor had it that when Zhang Jiudao was born, an anomaly appeared. A total of 9 heavenly Dao divine lights descended from the sky. It entered Zhang Jiudao's body. This was the origin of Zhang Jiudao's name. Zhang Jiudao was a character from about 15,000 years ago. This person was extremely terrifying and was known as one of the strongest geniuses in the starry sky world. Many old great emperors who had cultivated for millions of years did not dare to fight Zhang Jiudao, which showed how strong Zhang Jiudao was. Who do you think you are? How dare you call out my clan's supreme genius by his name? Xianxia's expression was indifferent as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jiudao, Zhang Jiudao. Has your race been living a peaceful life for too long? The man suddenly sighed with emotion. Kill him. Xianxia said indifferently. Kill. With a loud roar, dozens of starry sky war chariots charged towards the cultivator. Apart from the destroyed war chariot that was used to clear the path, the rest of the war chariots only had one person on them. Every war chariot emitted boundless killing intent. The auras of the dozens of war chariots merged together and turned into a supreme killing force. They swept across heaven and earth, destroying the universe. They were extremely powerful. It was truly terrifying. Rumble. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard as even the void collapsed. Many people looked at those star chariots with deep shock in their eyes. If the war chariots were separated, they might not be as powerful as they had imagined. If they were combined, the power of the war chariots was too terrifying. Can that person block the attacks of so many war chariots? Someone asked. They felt that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for that cultivator to block the attacks of so many war chariots. The power of the war chariots was simply too terrifying. However, at this moment, 2 strange lights flashed in the cultivator's eyes. Following that, the powerful war chariots and the cultivators on them were turned into ashes. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't this too terrifying? Who is he? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy as he controlled the war chariot to charge towards the cultivator. The war chariot he was sitting on was the Iron Blood war chariot, a supreme treasure passed down from the immemorial era. It had experienced countless battles and was stained with the blood of countless gods and devils. When the Iron Blood war chariot was activated, demonic chi began to surge out from the war chariot. Countless phantoms of gods and devils appeared in the demonic chi. The phantoms of gods and devils formed an army of gods and devils. With a loud roar, they could destroy everything. The phantoms formed by the army of gods and devils followed the Iron Blood war chariot and charged towards the powerful cultivator. What a terrifying war chariot! Many people were shocked. The war chariot was too powerful. It was definitely an unimaginable supreme treasure. Now that it was activated by Xianxia, it displayed its terrifying strength. Kill! Xianxia roared, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He and the war chariot wanted to kill the powerful cultivator. Destroy! At this moment, the powerful cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a single word. Bang! In an instant, Xianxia's body shattered and he died on the spot. As for the ancient chariot, it was grabbed by the mysterious and powerful man. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this man a little too terrifying? The man didn't stop. He walked forward step by step and soon disappeared without a trace. Who is he? Isn't he too strong? He shouldn't be a nameless cultivator. I've never seen this person before. I've also never heard of such a cultivator. The cultivators who had just arrived in the 9 states, the races outside the 10,000 races, and the other forces shook their heads. They didn't know this cultivator. I've seen this person before. A middle-aged cultivator said. This was a powerful cultivator from the fallen angel race. Who is he? Many people looked curiously at the fallen angel cultivator. Sacred God race. Divine Firmament King. The fallen angel cultivator said. The Northwest Sea was an extremely cold region. To the south was the Western Sea, and to the north was the Arctic Plains. Snowflakes could be seen everywhere. However, the surface of the sea was not frozen. Lin Feng, the heretical sovereign saint, and Du Zhu arrived at the depths of the Northwest Sea. They looked into the distance and saw a huge island. The island was like a continent in the middle of the sea. They couldn't see the end of it. Is that Lulan Island? Why is it so big? Lin Feng stared at the island in shock. This island was truly too large. Anyone who saw it would be astonished. Many cultivators had gathered around the island. Now, many people were talking about what had happened before. Every time there's a rain of blood, there's a chance to enter. An old man said. Why is it like this? Someone asked. They didn't understand why it was so strange. It sounded very creepy. Rumor has it that people used to live on Lulan Island. They were called the natives of Lulan Island. However, some experts came to Lulan Island. They killed all of them, not leaving a single one alive. Before the natives died, they cursed the experts who killed them as well. Those experts died tragically because of the curse. From then on, Lulan Island became extremely strange. Blood splattered everywhere, as if describing the tragic fate of the natives of Lulan Island. The old cultivator said. When Lin Feng and the others heard the old cultivator, they couldn't help but frown. They didn't know if the old cultivator was telling the truth. If it was true, that battle back then was truly tragic. Blood must have flowed like rivers, right? A woman flew over from the distance. She didn't show herself, instead hiding in the dark. She glared hatefully at Lin Feng. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Whether it was her figure or her face, they were all of the best quality. She exuded a mature charm that was extremely seductive. If Lin Feng saw that woman, he would definitely recognize her identity. This woman was none other than Leng Wuxin from the Palace of Cold Blood in the extreme north. Her elder sister, Leng Wushuang, hated all the men in the world after she was slightly injured. Leng Wushuang was furious when she found out that Leng Wuxin and Lin Feng had done that kind of wonderful thing. He even planted the heart-biting goo in Leng Wuxin. The heart-devouring goo poison was extremely strange. Anyone who was poisoned by the heart-devouring goo poison would regard the man they loved as their most hated enemy. Leng Wuxin had the heart-biting goo insect for a long time. She had lost herself in it. In her heart, Lin Feng was no longer her lover, but an enemy she had to get rid of. Therefore, Leng Wuxin came to kill Lin Feng. Eh? Lin Feng looked towards Leng Wuxin as if he had sensed something. He didn't see Leng Wuxin's face, only his back from afar. Then, Leng Wuxin quickly disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that the back of that person was very familiar. However, it was too far away, and it was just a flash. Lin Feng couldn't be sure who that person was. "Young master, do you know that person?" Du Zhu asked. Lin Feng said. "Maybe I was mistaken." For the next few days, Lin Feng waited for the blood rain to fall again. Wu Liang Daoist left the 9 states. If he didn't, he would definitely be here by now. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wherever there were treasures, the immeasurable Daoist would run to. If a place like Lulan Island appeared, Wu Liang Daoist would definitely rush there as soon as possible. However, Wu Liang Daoist had already left, so Wu Liang Daoist was destined to miss the opportunity in Lulan Island or even Lulan City. On this day, Lin Feng saw the cursed doll. However, Lin Feng didn't show himself. More and more experts arrived at the island. Lin Feng even saw young Master Nia and the other geniuses of the myriad races. He also saw Xing Yuchen, Yu Lingxin, Fairy Yao Ji, and the other geniuses. The old golden crow is also here. Du Zhu flew to the island where Lin Feng was resting. Du Zhu couldn't stay idle for even a moment. This time, he came back with a piece of shocking news. The old golden crow, the protector of the heavenly demon emperor's son, had appeared. Now, the old golden crow's true body had appeared. It was exceptionally terrifying. The old golden crow's gaze was gloomy, and his entire body exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. Ever since the heavenly demon emperor's son was killed by Lin Feng, the old golden crow's true body had appeared with monstrous killing intent. The old golden crow hated Lin Feng to the core. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng right now to avenge the heavenly demon emperor's son. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw the old golden crow's figure. "This old thing is a huge problem," Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The old golden crow was too powerful. It was no wonder why Lin Feng was so wary of him. Ordinary people couldn't fight against an existence like the old golden crow. The old thing was definitely a great emperor with a profound cultivation base. Lin Feng didn't know what level he was at for now. The outside world was saying that the old golden crow was very likely an imperial emperor. However, Lin Feng didn't know whether he was an imperial emperor or not. The female cultivator who had been following the heavenly demon emperor's son appeared next to the old golden crow. Lin Feng didn't recognize her. However, she definitely had an extraordinary identity. Her figure was as sexy and alluring as ever, and her face was as beautiful as ever. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. Each and every one of her movements had a stunning beauty. She was definitely a supreme beauty. Her cultivation base was very strong. She had displayed great battle prowess and talent during the Prodigy tournament. She hadn't been following the heavenly demon emperor's son for a while. Now, her aura had undergone a tremendous change. Perhaps she had been cultivating in seclusion during that period of time. Of course, there were still many experts who hadn't shown themselves. Many of them kept a low profile and liked to pretend to be weak. There were also many who were more sinister and liked to sneak up on others. Thus, these cultivators didn't show themselves on their own accord. Not long after, a cultivator arrived at the outer region of Lulan Island. Divine Firmament King. Soon, someone recognized the Divine Firmament King. This caused a huge uproar and shocked everyone. The cultivators of the myriad races were especially shocked. "It's really the Divine Firmament King." Many cultivators quickly rushed over and looked at the Divine Firmament King. When those cultivators saw the Divine Firmament King, they could confirm that it was really him. Who is the Divine Firmament King? Many cultivators were puzzled as they did not know who the Divine Firmament King was. That was because the extraterrestrial world was too big. No matter how talented the Divine Firmament King was, he was not an expert who ruled the heavens. The heavenly sage great world's myriad races. The cultivators in the stellar regions around the heavenly sage great world might have heard of the divine firmament king. However, the extraterrestrial races and cultivators in the great worlds might not have heard of the divine firmament king. The divine firmament king. The genius of the number one race, the sacred god race. He's someone from 18,000 years ago, and he's still extremely young. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he became of the arch at the age of 40. A cultivator said. What? He became of the arch at the age of 40? How is that possible? Following that, many people exclaimed in disbelief. This was really shocking news. This kind of news sounded too unbelievable, so it was hard for people to believe that it was true. Many people felt that it was fabricated news. However, this news was quickly verified because a great emperor-level expert came out to verify this matter. Becoming of the arch at the age of 40 is like a legend. Many people sighed. 18,000 years have passed. No one knows how powerful the divine firmament king is now. Maybe he can compete with a high-leveled arch? Or maybe he's even more terrifying. Many cultivators were talking about the divine firmament king. This was because the divine firmament king was like a legend. He was too extraordinary, so no one could avoid the topic of the divine firmament king. Even those cultivators who already knew of the divine firmament king were extremely shocked when they saw him. Not to mention those who were hearing about the divine firmament king for the first time. The shock in those cultivators' hearts was far from being described with words. Lin Feng was also extremely shocked when he heard about the divine firmament king's achievements. Such a genius actually existed in the world. It was really shocking and enviable. It was simply unimaginable to become of the arch at the age of 40. Before the great change in the world, there was no way for the 9 prefectures to become an emperor. Even a heaven-defying existence like the Red World Fairy, who had cultivated 3,000 types of great Tao, had only become an emperor after the great changes in the world. Because she stayed in 9 regions, the Red World Fairy was suppressed by the laws and could not break through. If she left 9 regions, she might be able to become an emperor as soon as possible. The outer world is far too vast. Those top-notch geniuses possess heaven-defying battle prowess that can make others pale with fright. Lin Feng said. He yearned for the outside world more and more. However, Lin Feng knew that even if he wanted to leave the 9 prefectures, he could only do so after solving the crisis of the 9 prefectures. Drive out the Tartars and restore the mountains and rivers. This was a sentence that every cultivator of 9 regions should take as their motto, at the end of the day. Finally, another rain of blood fell. Quick, hurry up and go in. If the blood rain disappears, we'll have to wait even longer. Many cultivators couldn't help but shout. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one cultivator after another rushed into the rain of blood and quickly flew in the direction of Lulan Island. Lin Feng condensed a magical barrier around his body. The barrier protected his body as Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint also quickly flew in the direction of Lulan Island. Suddenly, a faint voice resounded in the rain. How long will the blood rain last? Who will pity the billions of corpses? Eternal life is without tears of the blue ocean. Eternal immortality is but a dream. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the faint voice. It was too mysterious and abrupt. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear. It was a short poem. When he heard the poem, Lin Feng couldn't help but see a boundless ocean of blood, a boundless world of blood, and countless corpses falling from the sky. The corpses on the ground were piled up like a mountain. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. Only then did the images completely disappear. He continued to listen to the voice. The voice completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. This puzzled Lin Feng. Could it be that everything before was just an illusion? Did you guys hear anything special? Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the heretical sovereign saint. Something special? What do you mean? Du Zhu and the heretical sovereign saint looked at Lin Feng in confusion. They hadn't heard the special sound Lin Feng had mentioned. Lin Feng frowned. Du Zhu and the heretical sovereign saint didn't hear anything. Was he the only one who heard it? This place was indeed very strange. He had to be very careful or he might suffer a calamity. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing sound suddenly came from inside Lulan Island. Then, a dense swarm of blood-colored bugs flew out. These blood-colored bugs were extremely ugly. They looked like bats. However, they had a hard shell and a pair of wings. When they saw the blood-colored bugs, many cultivators didn't pay too much attention to them at first. After all, many cultivators were extremely strong. Wasn't it easy for them to deal with some blood-colored bugs? Many cultivators had the same thought. Next, some cultivators took action, wanting to exterminate the blood-colored bugs. However, something shocking happened. When the cultivators unleashed their powerful magics, the blood-colored bugs devoured all of their magics. Blood-colored bugs that can devour divine abilities? What the hell is that? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces turned ugly. These blood-colored bugs were too strange. Even Lin Feng had never seen such a strange blood-colored bug before. When the divine abilities of the cultivators were devoured, the blood-colored bugs swarmed over and surrounded the cultivators. The cultivators who were surrounded by the blood-red bugs hurriedly brought out their magic power light shields to protect themselves. However, the magic power light shields were quickly gnawed away. There were also people who took out defensive magic artifacts to protect themselves, but the defensive magic artifacts released a defensive magic artifact was quickly gnawed away by the blood-colored bugs. Holy shit! Isn't this too terrifying? Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the blood-colored bugs devouring the cultivators. What kind of bugs are these? They're so terrifying. At this moment, a large number of blood-colored bugs surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly used the Bladestorm ability. Dense and endless sword chi condensed and slashed at the blood-colored bugs. However, the sword chi condensed by Lin Feng's ability couldn't resist the blood-colored bugs at all. There seemed to be nothing that the blood-colored bugs couldn't devour. The sword chi formed by the Bladestorm was completely devoured by the blood-colored bugs. These blood-colored bugs were too terrifying. After devouring the sword chi formed by Lin Feng's Bladestorm, the blood-colored bugs immediately pounced on Lin Feng. Next, the blood-red bugs wanted to devour Lin Feng like they had devoured the other cultivators. Lin Feng didn't know what species these blood-colored bugs were. This was because there were many blood-colored bugs. What was the largest race in the world? It was the bug race. There were too many types of insects. Even a cultivator who specialized in cultivating insects would not be able to do so. The number of bugs he knew was just a drop in the ocean. The extraordinary power of these blood-colored bugs shocked Lin Feng and made him sigh. The world was so big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Lin Feng quickly summoned the heavenly fire. Chi 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 chi, under the burning of the heavenly fire, the blood-colored bugs that pounced on Lin Feng were instantly burned to death. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint had their own ways to deal with these blood-colored bugs. The poison ancestor was highly toxic to begin with. When the blood-colored bugs got close to him, a large amount of poison gushed out of Duzu's body. The densely packed blood-colored bugs were directly poisoned to death by Duzu. After this guy poisoned the blood-colored bugs to death. Then, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the blood-red bugs, and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed on the blood-colored worms, he praised in a muffled voice, "What a delicacy! It's so delicious." Upon seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to kick Duzu into outer space. This guy really had a heavy taste. He even ate this kind of small bug. It was really disgusting. The evil Dominator Saint's method of dealing with those blood-colored bugs was even simpler. The body of the evil Dominator Saint was simply too tough. This was because he was a zombie, and a zombie was a type of zombie. A zombie's body was invulnerable, and the evil Dominator Saint's corpse was an emperor's corpse. The corpses of the emperor corpses were even tougher. Therefore, those little bugs couldn't bite the evil Dominator Saint's body at all. The evil Dominator Saint's body wasn't made of flesh and blood. These are blood fiend bugs, a type of bug that specializes in devouring magic power. Don't use magic power. Any method that requires magic power won't be able to kill these bugs. Use some special methods to deal with them. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators recognized the origin of these insects and shouted loudly. What? These bugs are blood fiend bugs? Immediately, some cultivators exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief. This was a type of bug that had disappeared for a long time. Now, it had actually appeared in this place. Next, many cultivators took out jade talismans and the like to deal with the bugs. When the jade talismans and the like were activated, a large number of bugs were killed. After killing a large number of blood-fiend bugs, the cultivators quickly flew towards Lulan Island. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint quickly entered Lulan Island. However, as soon as they entered, a desolate aura swept over them. No one knew how many years it had been since anyone had entered this island. The aura was also different from the outside world. There was a thick stench of blood everywhere. Perhaps it was because of the frequent battles that broke out on this island. Many cultivators arrived at Lulan Island just like Lin Feng and the others. Just as everyone was carefully sizing up Lulan Island, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and immediately saw a dense cluster of giant dragons. They were giant dragons with wings. Each of them had a wingspan of 300 to 400 meters and a body length of 500 to 600 meters. These dragons were completely purple in color. Their bodies were surrounded by lightning. Double-winged lightning dragons. Lin Feng was shocked. Double-winged lightning dragons were a type of dragon of the Western Dragon clan. They controlled the power of lightning laws. Even among the Western Dragon clan, they were considered very powerful. Double-winged lightning dragons were very rare in the outside world, but here, several hundred of them had appeared. After the appearance of the twin-winged lightning dragons, other beasts appeared. One by one, giant golden eagles with bodies over 100 meters long appeared. There were about 400 to 500 of those golden eagles. Golden eagles, it's a ferocious bird that can no longer be seen in the outside world. Some of the cultivators exclaimed. Their faces were filled with shock. They had seen another terrifying living being. This was truly unbelievable. Boom boom boom, at this time, the double-winged lightning dragons and golden eagles launched a fierce attack on the cultivators who entered Lulan Island. One after another, destructive attacks came crashing down. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. The attacks were aimed at the cultivators who entered Lulan Island. Damn it! These despicable beasts. Many people couldn't help but curse loudly. They were furious beyond words. The wounds they suffered were extremely serious. It was as though they were on the verge of going berserk. Many of them failed to dodge in time and were killed off. The losses were extremely heavy. Many people died under the attacks of those terrifying creatures. Crack crack. At this time, the ground cracked open. Then, terrifying creatures crawled out from the abyss. They were extremely ugly and emitted an extremely evil aura. They were like the great demons of the fiend race. Each of these creatures held a huge stone club in their hands. These huge and evil creatures swung their stone clubs at the surrounding cultivators. Bang bang bang. Following a series of violent collisions, many cultivators were smashed into meat paste. Rumble, the ground in the distance was shaking violently. The roars of beasts resounded through the clouds. Looking over, a dense pack of ferocious beasts was charging from the depths of Lulan Island. A beast tide. When Lin Feng saw those ferocious beasts blotting out the sky, his expression suddenly changed. The beasts in Lulan Island were too frightening. He sensed several frightening auras. Let's go. We need to leave this place quickly. I'm afraid there will be greater danger later. Lin Feng's divine sense was very strong. He could sense the terrifying aura in the depths of the forest. They couldn't stay here any longer. They needed to break out of this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation would be very bad for them. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint nodded solemnly. The surroundings were too dangerous. Danger lurked everywhere. There were killings everywhere. Cultivators were dying constantly. Of course, there were also many beasts that were killed by the cultivators. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint were together. They chose a direction and began to break out of the encirclement. Pooh! 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 Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and slashed at the incoming beasts. The stone sword's power was too extraordinary. Every slash of the sword could kill a large number of beasts. Several double-winged lightning dragons and golden eagles had their eyes on Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint. Du laughed strangely. I'll let you have a taste of poison first. As soon as he finished speaking, Du waved his hand. Instantly, the poisonous fog rolled. Powerful poisonous gas rushed out quickly. A large amount of poison enveloped the double-winged lightning dragons and golden eagles that were charging at them. After absorbing a large amount of poison, the double-winged lightning dragons and golden eagles became weak. Although they were flapping their wings, it was obvious that their strength was greatly weakened. Moreover, their eyes were filled with pain. Slash! Lin Feng shouted. He wielded the stone sword and slashed at the double-winged lightning dragons and golden eagles. Poochie, tearing sounds could be heard. One by one, the double-winged lightning dragons and golden eagles were killed by Lin Feng. They quickly flew into the distance. However, not long after, Lin Feng and the others were targeted by other beasts. They were targeted by more than a dozen silver-winged demonic wolves. Each silver-winged demonic wolf was more than 10 meters long. When they spread their wings, they could cover the sky. These silver-winged demon wolves were extremely powerful, and their auras were incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng felt that these silver-winged demonic wolves' physical bodies and magic power had already reached the Great Emperor realm. However, their divine abilities and soul spirits had yet to reach the Great Emperor realm. Thus, these silver-winged demonic wolves couldn't be considered true emperors, but they weren't far off. The dozen or so silver-winged demonic wolves were as fast as lightning. In addition, their race's divine ability was extremely powerful, so dealing with them was simply too difficult. Who? The silver-winged demonic wolves spat out silver spears one after another. The attacks of those silver spears were simply too tyrannical. A light blow. It could shatter billions of voids. It pierced through heaven and earth. Such a tyrannical divine ability was naturally extremely shocking. Facing the attacks of these silver-winged demonic wolves, Lin Feng, Du, and the evil dominator Saint did not dare to be careless. Lin Feng waved his hand and directly summoned the Heavenly Profound Treasure Pagoda. He used the Heavenly Profound Pagoda to protect his body. When the spears arrived, they all hit the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive light barrier. Clang 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 clang, a series of violent collisions rang out. Those spears were all blocked by the Heavenly Profound Treasure Pagoda's defensive light barrier. The Heavenly Profound Treasure Pagoda's defensive light barrier was indeed powerful. As expected of an Emperor-level supreme treasure. Hand of Earth. At this moment, the evil dominator Saint unleashed his might. As his voice fell, he condensed numerous large hands. Those large hands were large hands that drilled out from the ground. They were formed from soil and mountain rocks. However, those large hands were extremely powerful. Those large hands directly grabbed the four limbs of the silver-winged demonic wolves. They restricted the movements of the silver-winged demonic wolves. Poison of 10,000 poisons. At this moment, the poison ancestor unleashed an extremely powerful poison technique. He slapped out with both hands one after another, and a monstrous poisonous fog began to churn. Within the poisonous fog, many terrifying poison spirits were congealed. Those poison spirits possessed extremely powerful powers. Every single one of them could be said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. Of course, these poison spirits not only had powerful attacks, but also contained deadly poison. The deadly poison contained within these poison spirits was extremely unimaginable. If one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they might even be poisoned to death. From this, one could see how terrifying this poison was. Lin Feng charged out as fast as lightning, waving the stone sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Cold light flashed. Rays of dazzling cold light swept out. They slashed towards the surrounding silver-winged demonic wolves. Roar! The silver-winged demonic wolves roared in both shock and anger. Powerful magic power gushed out of these silver-winged demonic wolves, and the magic power formed magic power light shields to protect their bodies. However, not long after the magic power barrier was formed, it began to crack. These silver-winged demonic wolves had already been poisoned by Duzu's deadly poison, so it was very difficult for them to circulate their magic power. Therefore, their bodies were unable to support them for too long, which led to the current situation. At this time, the sword chi that Lin Feng sent out with the stone sword collided with the magic power barrier around the silver-winged demonic wolves. The magic power barrier around the silver-winged demonic wolves was unable to withstand the attack of Lin Feng's sword qi. Those magic power barriers were all destroyed by Lin Feng's sword qi. Following that, the terrifying sword qi directly tore apart the bodies of the silver-winged demonic wolves. More than a dozen powerful silver-winged demonic wolves were quickly killed under the joint attack of Lin Feng, the heretic sovereign saint, and Du Zhu. Lin Feng and the rest did not dare to stay and continued to break out. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Kill them." Following that voice, the surrounding hundreds of fierce beasts all rushed towards Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint. Lin Feng's expression became grave. This time, they were going to experience a fierce battle. He looked at the terrifying being that gave the order. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. That terrifying being was actually a spirit snake. It was a golden spirit snake, emitting a terrifying aura. That spirit snake floated in the air. Its cold eyes looked at Lin Feng and the rest. It was as if it was looking at three dead people. That little golden snake's status was clearly different. The surrounding ferocious beasts also looked at the little golden snake with reverence in their eyes. Lin Feng and the rest fought with the fierce beasts that were surrounding them. With the powerful defense of the mysterious sky treasure pagoda, Lin Feng and the rest blocked wave after wave of fierce beasts. The fierce beasts were directly killed by Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint, their corpses lying in the forest. To catch bandits, first capture the leader. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. Let's get rid of that little golden snake first. Lin Feng didn't know the identity of the little golden snake, but since it could command other beasts, it must be extraordinary. The heavenly mystery pagoda formed a powerful defense, blocking the attacks of the surrounding beasts. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint followed closely behind Lin Feng. The three of them attacked and defended well, and their cooperation was flawless. With the three of them working together, they killed the powerful beasts while quickly approaching the little golden snake. "Trash, trash, all of you are trash." The little golden snake saw that Lin Feng and the other two weren't killed after a long time and couldn't help but roar with extreme anger. This little golden snake's temper wasn't good, and it was very irritable. It was even more so now, and its eyes flashed with a sinister and resentful light. "Die." Lin Feng and the other two finally tore open an opening, and then quickly attacked the little golden snake. They were as fast as lightning, and soon arrived beside the little golden snake, and then launched a powerful attack on the little golden snake. Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and slashed at the little golden snake, while Du Zhu continued to use the myriad poison art, an unparalleled and powerful poison art, to kill the little golden snake. As for the heretic sovereign saint, he used another powerful ability, and evil qi rolled in the surroundings. Chains appeared in the midst of the powerful evil energy. Those chains sealed the world, and prevented the little golden snake from leaving. The little golden snake's eyes were extremely gloomy. It clearly didn't want to fight Lin Feng and the other two head-on, so the little golden snake wanted to break out, but it couldn't do so. Lin Feng and the other two trapped the little golden snake. Moreover, after being poisoned by Du Zhu's poison, the little golden snake's movements clearly became sluggish. Lin Feng's stone sword had already slashed at the little golden snake's body. A clanging sound of collision was heard. The tyrannical attack on the little golden snake's body actually produced a clanging sound, but it couldn't tear the little golden snake's body apart. This was the stone sword, which could easily kill foreign creatures, but it couldn't cut through the little golden snake's body. It was unbelievable. "Ah, it hurts to death, it hurts to death." The little golden snake wasn't completely unharmed after taking the stone sword's attack, and at this moment, it couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Crown Prince? What Crown Prince?" Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint were shocked and puzzled. The little golden snake's body was extremely hard. Lin Feng and the others were astonished when they heard the little golden snake call itself Crown Prince. The little golden snake called itself Crown Prince, which was extremely strange. What kind of Crown Prince was this guy? Lin Feng's reaction. He didn't kill the little golden snake's body, and in the next moment, he quickly appeared in front of the little golden snake, and grabbed the little golden snake. The little golden snake opened its mouth and bit at Lin Feng. This guy's poisonous fangs were exposed, and the venom was actually golden. It was extremely strange. It must be an extremely terrifying venom. Facing the little golden snake's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He flicked his finger, and it immediately hit the little golden snake's weak point. In an instant, the little golden snake seemed to have been drained of all its strength. Its head drooped down. It was caught off guard. The little golden snake was directly knocked unconscious by Lin Feng's flick. Roar! The surrounding beasts all let out low roars, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. At this moment, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint seemed to have become outsiders, and all the beasts' eyes were on Lin Feng. However, these beasts didn't surround Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, it was obvious that the little golden snake was now in Lin Feng's hands, and these beasts didn't dare to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng used a restriction to imprison the little golden snake, then took out a porcelain bottle, opened the little golden snake's mouth, and took out the venom in the little golden snake's teeth. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of venom, but he had never seen a golden venom like this. The little golden snake was too extraordinary, and the venom in its teeth was definitely an extremely terrifying type of venom. What are you doing? At this moment, the little golden snake woke up and couldn't help but shout angrily. However, after its mouth was opened by Lin Feng, its voice sounded a little muffled. What do you think I'm doing? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the next moment, the little golden snake let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was mad with hatred, and its killing intent towards Lin Feng was like a torrential river. Despite its noble status, it had been reduced to being a tool for Lin Feng to extract its venom. This made the little golden snake feel extremely sullen. It felt as if it had been humiliated endlessly. Kill! 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 This crown prince will definitely kill you. The little golden snake continued to roar. I've decided to keep you in captivity and extract some snake venom every day. This snake venom should be very powerful, right? Lin Feng immediately smiled. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the little golden snake even had the thought of dying. Scram, all of you, scram. Otherwise, I'll kill it, do you believe me? Lin Feng held the little golden snake in his hand as he threatened the terrifying beasts that were gathering around him. When the beasts saw the little golden snake in Lin Feng's hand, they became fearful and didn't dare to move forward. However, they didn't retreat. Instead, they surrounded Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage. Order these guys to open up a path. Lin Feng looked at the little golden snake and said. Just wait for your death. The little golden snake sneered. I'll flick. I'll flick. I'll flick. Lin Feng aimed at the snake 7 inches away from its body and suddenly jumped up. This was a fatal spot for snakes, and it couldn't be touched. It would cause great harm to them. This time, the little golden snake didn't faint like before. However, it was still severely injured, and it couldn't help but cry out in pain. The little golden snake hurriedly shouted, Stop, stop. Hurry up and stop. Although Lin Feng had only flicked the snake's weak spot a few times, it was still severely injured. In the end, the little golden snake chose to submit. It roared, Scram. I'll kill anyone who dares to come close. The surrounding beasts hurriedly retreated, not daring to come any closer. Lin Feng, the poison ancestor, the evil Zun saint, and the evil ancestor flew away. The snake's expression was indifferent. It did not answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. You're getting angry. I'm asking you a question. How dare you ignore me? You're asking for a beating. When the little golden snake heard Lin Feng, it was so scared that it started shivering. It did not want to go through that again. The physical damage was secondary. The key was the damage to one's mental state, which was especially fatal. The snake was so angry that it wanted to bite Lin Feng to death. However, it did not dare to offend Lin Feng too much. It was worried that Lin Feng would torture it again. Someone went to a place he shouldn't have and took something he shouldn't have. He angered the Beast Emperor of Lulan Island. The snake said. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect this to be the reason. Lin Feng had sensed the auras of several terrifying beasts. They were definitely high-level great emperors. Those beasts were probably not beast emperors. The word emperor meant supreme. Lulon Island naturally only had one supreme. What did they steal? Lin Feng asked. I don't know the details, the snake said. Lin Feng flicked the snake's weak spot, causing it to cry out in pain. Didn't you call yourself the Crown Prince? Since you call yourself the Crown Prince, that means the Beast Emperor is your father, right? How dare you say you don't know what was stolen? Lin Feng said indifferently. The snake wanted to cry but had no tears. That's a forbidden area. Only the Beast Emperor can enter. I can't enter, so how can I know what's inside? Lin Feng was shocked. To think that such a place existed. It was too extraordinary. What kind of treasure was inside a forbidden area? Clearly, there was more than one treasure in a place like that. The cultivators who entered earlier had only taken one item. There must be many more treasures inside, right? Would he be able to gain anything inside? With that thought in mind, Lin Feng's heart pounded. However, Lin Feng didn't ask the little golden snake where the forbidden area was. This was to prevent the news of him entering the forbidden area from leaking out. Do you know where Lulon Island's treasure is? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that since this little golden snake lived on Lulon Island, it was very likely that it knew something about the island's treasures. Perhaps he could find out about Lulon Island's treasures from him and obtain them in the end. Of course I do. If you keep going deeper and pass through the swamp of despair, you'll reach the place where the treasure is buried. The little golden snake said. This guy actually cooperated with him, which made Lin Feng very surprised. He looked at the golden snake and said, You aren't lying to me, right? Of course not. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The little golden snake said. Duzu said, F***ck. You're so honest. You must be up to something. The heretic sovereign sage said. That's right. This fellow doesn't seem honest at all. It might be scheming against us. We need to torture it a little. Only then will it talk. The little golden snake even had the urge to cry. If it didn't answer honestly, it would be seen as uncooperative. It would be tortured. If it answered honestly, it would be seen as a scheme. It would also be tortured. Hence, the little golden snake was so depressed that it wanted to die. I'm really not lying. We can reach the place where the treasure is buried after passing through the swamp of despair. However, passing through the swamp of despair isn't easy. The little golden snake said. Lin Feng asked, Have you ever passed through the swamp of despair before? No. The beast emperors have decreed that the beasts are not allowed to pass through the swamp of despair. The beasts are only active in the outer and central regions. The little golden snake said. Are you sure you're not lying? If you're lying, you'll be tortured. Lin Feng said calmly. How would I dare lie to you? The little golden snake said with a sullen face. Even though he was furious, he wanted to chop Lin Feng into pieces and cut him into 1,000 pieces, he didn't care. However, the little golden snake hid it very well. It didn't show any of its negative emotions. The little golden snake was worried that Lin Feng would kill it if it showed any of its emotions. The beast horde spread out. They didn't dare to get close to Lin Feng, Duzu, or the heretic sovereign sage. The little golden snake's orders had already spread out. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from afar. Upon sensing it, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The creature that emitted this aura was definitely a high-level great emperor. At the very least, it was in existence in the sovereign emperor realm. A terrifying creature has appeared. Let's leave quickly. Lin Feng said in a low voice and increased his speed. They had to leave this place quickly and get rid of the beast horde. Otherwise, the danger would never be resolved. Release the crown prince. Not long after, the terrifying creature appeared. It was a ferocious bird. It was a giant golden eagle. It was the king of the golden eagles. Lin Feng had seen the golden eagles in action before. He knew how terrifying they were. The king of the golden eagles was even more terrifying. Its aura was so overwhelming that it was suffocating. It was impossible to resist. I'm a timid person. Don't get too close to me. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. Lin Feng raised the little golden snake in his hand. The little golden snake tried to break free from Lin Feng's grasp. However, its body was restrained. It couldn't break free from Lin Feng's grasp. You should know that if you hurt me, you won't have a good ending. The little golden snake said with a gloomy expression. This was the first time it had been imprisoned. It was almost driving it crazy. Lin Feng said with a smile. If I let you go, I'll end up in a worse state. I can guarantee you that I won't let the golden eagles make things difficult for you. The little golden snake said. Do you think I should believe your nonsense? Lin Feng said indifferently. Snakes were the most cunning and went back on their words. Therefore, he didn't believe the little golden snake's words. Get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind killing your crown prince. Lin Feng looked coldly at the golden eagles. Lowly human ant, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? The golden eagle said coldly. Its bloodthirsty eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly. So what if I'm threatening you? I'm not joking with you. Don't think that I don't dare to kill this guy, said Lin Feng. He grabbed the little snake's body with both hands and started tearing it apart. The golden snake's body was so tough that it didn't move an inch. The little golden snake couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with disdain. This little golden snake seemed to have no other weak points on its body other than its 7 inches. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised by the strength of the little golden snake's body, but immediately after, he smiled coldly. He activated the Dracophant arm. His strength increased. He tore it apart. Ah! The little golden snake let out an incomparably mournful cry. Spare me! Spare me! Don't kill me! The golden snake screamed in fear. It was really scared now. Even with its perverted body, it couldn't resist Lin Feng's strength. The golden snake was terrified. It didn't even dare to imagine how strong Lin Feng's arms were. Stop immediately. I'll leave now. Don't hurt the crown prince. The golden eagle king said with a gloomy expression. It was extremely sullen right now. It was actually being threatened by a human ant. It was so angry that it wanted to go crazy. The golden eagle king wanted to capture Lin Feng and torture Lin Feng. It wanted to see Lin Feng kneel in front of it and beg for mercy. However, the golden eagle king was afraid. It didn't dare to take the crown prince's life lightly. The beast emperor only had one son. If the crown prince died, the beast emperor would be furious. What are you waiting for? Scram as far as you can. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng said coldly. Kid, if you dare to hurt the crown prince, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The golden eagle king left behind a threatening sentence and quickly flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng grabbed the little golden snake and quickly left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign holy. Because the golden snake was in Lin Feng's hands, the other beasts did not dare to attack Lin Feng and the others. In the end, Lin Feng and the other two managed to shake off the horde of beasts. Can you let me go now? The little golden snake said. What's the hurry? I feel very safe with you by my side. Lin Feng grinned. When the little golden snake heard Lin Feng's words, it almost burst into tears. Lin Feng felt safe, but it didn't. What will it take for you to let me go? The little golden snake asked. How about this, can you be my mount for the time being? When I leave this place, I'll let you go. Lin Feng revealed a fiendish smile. Just kill me. Just kill me. The noble golden tyrant serpent clan will never become someone's mount. Even if it's for a day, 2 hours, or even a second, it's impossible. The little golden snake couldn't help but roar. Its attitude was firm, as if it was facing death with equanimity. Du Zhu, take out all the top-grade spirit medicines you have that can make even the holy maiden go crazy. Then, feed them to this guy. Lin Feng said with a smile. The little golden snake's expression turned unsightly. Top-grade spirit medicines, my ass. Just from the name alone, it was obvious what kind of medicine it was. If it really ate those medicines, who knew what kind of terrifying things would happen? The little golden snake had always thought of itself as a fiend. Whether it was the beasts in the forest or the cultivators on Lulan Island, there was no one who did not fear it. Now, it knew what a true fiend was. A true fiend was someone like Lin Feng. He was unforgivably evil. He was even more evil than the devils of hell. It was truly unlucky to have fallen into Lin Feng's hands. You win. The little golden snake's expression turned gloomy. Now, open your soul. I need to set up a restriction. I don't want you to betray me, Lin Feng said. The little golden snake was extremely unwilling in its heart, but it had no other choice but to submit. It didn't want to die. If it wanted to live, it had to listen to everything Lin Feng said. The little golden snake opened its soul and allowed Lin Feng to place a soul restriction on it. After that, Lin Feng was able to control the little golden snake for the time being. Lin Feng removed the restriction on the little golden snake's body. The little golden snake's magic power instantly recovered. In truth, the little golden snake was extremely powerful. However, it had encountered Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign holy maiden. The three of them cooperated very well, so they quickly suppressed the little golden snake. Right now, Du Zhu could break through to the Emperor realm anytime. The heretic sovereign holy maiden's physical body wasn't any weaker than Lin Feng's. He also lacked an opportunity to break through. Grow bigger, Lin Feng said. The little golden snake nodded with a gloomy expression. Then, it turned into a huge golden snake that was over 10 meters long. It quickly flew through the forest. Late at night, beastly roars could be heard from the forest. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy maiden, and the little golden snake all surrounded the bonfire. There was delicious food roasting on the bonfire. The aroma was enticing. This was Lin Feng's best roast meat. It was enough to make anyone drool. Roast meat paired with a pot of wine was simply the greatest enjoyment. Soon, the roast meat was ready. Then, the four of them started eating. The little golden snake wolfed down the food as if it hadn't eaten anything before. No one would doubt it if it was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. In the latter half of the night, Lin Feng saw a cultivator walking over from afar. It was an old man. His body was as thin as a stick. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. It was him. That mummified old man. In the past, Lin Feng received a mission from the underworld to escort a coffin into the underworld. The mummified old man was the existence that walked out of the coffin. He was released by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. This existence was extremely terrifying. He had even entered the 18 levels of hell before. The underworld seemed to be his homeland. However, Lin Feng didn't know the identity of this mummified old man. Lin Feng still remembered that powerful cultivator in the underworld called the mummified old man Lord before he died. It was clear that this existence was very likely related to the underworld. Lin Feng hadn't seen him in a long time. Now, the mummified old man had actually come to Lulan Island. He didn't know why the mummified old man was here. Lin Feng would never forget the scene that happened in the past. He and Taoist Wu Liang saw with their own eyes that the underworld was empty after the old man was born. The underworld was the center of the underworld. Although the status of the underworld was not as good as before after the disappearance of the underworld lord. But the prestige of the underworld was not something that anyone could challenge. There were still many powerful existences in the underworld. But even such a powerful underworld had been frightened to such an extent by the appearance of an old man who resembled a mummy. One could imagine how powerful the old man was in the past. As time passed, the world changed. After he woke up from his slumber, he seemed to be looking for something. Lin Feng did not know what he was looking for. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had followed the old man to many places in the underworld. The old man did not stop them. Perhaps it was because the old man felt that he was released by Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Therefore, he would treat them differently. Who is that? Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the little golden snake flew out. The little golden snake asked in confusion. An existence that should not be mentioned. Lin Feng said. He didn't say much. The mummified old man was too powerful. He didn't know if mentioning the mummified old man without permission would cause unnecessary trouble. That was why Lin Feng did not talk about this mysterious and terrifying existence in private. I don't want to sleep anymore. Let's travel through the night, Lin Feng said. The little golden snake's face darkened again. It had become Lin Feng's personal mount. This made the little golden snake extremely depressed. Every time Lin Feng was about to set off, it meant that it had to expand its body again and carry Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint. But the little golden snake could not resist Lin Feng now. "Bring us to the forbidden area," Lin Feng said. Previously, Lin Feng hadn't planned on asking the golden snake about the forbidden area because Lin Feng was worried that the golden snake would have a way to leak the information. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous, and he might even die there. Moreover, even if he didn't ask the little golden snake, the forbidden area wasn't hard to find. He could find some psychic vicious beasts and search their souls to find out where the forbidden area was, because the forbidden area wasn't hidden. Just like the death zones in the outside world, many people knew where the death zones were, so it was not difficult to find them. Now that Lin Feng had asked about the forbidden area, he wasn't afraid that the little golden snake would tell him anything, because Lin Feng could sense the little golden snake's movements. If the little golden snake used a secret technique, it would spread the news. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely be able to detect all of this. Lin Feng knew that the little golden snake knew this as well, so he believed that the little golden snake would not take the risk unless it was tired of living. "Why are you asking this?" The little golden snake looked at Lin Feng vigilantly. Then it remembered how terrifying the forbidden area was. "Could it be that you also want to attack the forbidden area?" asked the little golden snake, looking at Lin Feng cautiously. "Yes, I am." Lin Feng grinned and did not deny it. What exactly was in the forbidden area that had been guarded by generations of beast emperors? Even without entering it, one could still guess. "I can take you there. But let me put it bluntly. I've never entered the forbidden area, so don't expect me to lead the way for you. Although I'm the son of the Beast Emperor, the restrictions in the forbidden area don't recognize people," the little golden snake said. "Of course. Don't worry about that," Lin Feng said. The little golden snake sighed in relief. It had been really worried that Lin Feng would ask it to lead the way in the forbidden area. At that time, he might really die without a burial ground. "Aren't you worried about going to the forbidden area guarded by your father to steal the treasures inside? Why do you still look so excited?" the heretic sovereign sage muttered. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "This fellow thinks that we'll definitely die in the forbidden area. Of course it's happy. I don't think that way," the little golden snake hurriedly said, denying it. It was very worried that Lin Feng's group would kill it before entering the forbidden area. If it could trick the three of them into the forbidden area, they would definitely die. After all, the forbidden area was too dangerous, enough to trap and kill a great emperor. Apart from the various restrictions in the forbidden area, what other dangers are there? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Before entering the forbidden area, he wanted to be fully prepared so that he wouldn't be caught off guard. "There might be some terrifying creatures, but I don't know the specifics. Everything in the forbidden area is a mystery to everyone except the Beast Emperor." Lin Feng could sense the little golden snake's emotions fluctuating. The little golden snake wasn't lying. It really didn't know much about the forbidden area. 3 days later, Lin Feng's group arrived at the outer region of the forbidden area. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Terrifying creatures were fighting in the depths of the forbidden area. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the creatures fighting. It was a giant dragon with 8 wings. That dragon was entirely golden in color. It was a golden dragon with a monstrous aura. This golden dragon's aura was even stronger than the golden eagle King Lin Feng had seen before. "This is one of the beast kings of Lulan Island. After that incident, father sent it here to guard the forbidden area," the little golden snake said. Lin Feng also recognized the existence fighting the golden dragon. It was none other than the divine firmament king. He was a super genius from the sacred god clan, the #1 race of the myriad races. He was so terrifying that the mountains and rivers lost their color. He was young, but he had already walked a very long distance in the great emperor realm. The battle between the two was extremely intense. However, it was very difficult to determine the victor. "Where's the Beast Emperor?" Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't see the Beast Emperor anywhere. Father went to do something very important. Otherwise, do you think anyone would be able to bring something out of the forbidden area? the little golden snake said. When it mentioned the beast emperor, its face was filled with pride. Boom! 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 At that moment, 3 more terrifying auras came from the forest in the distance. 3 experts flew over. One of them was from the myriad races, one was from an alien race, and the last one was from the dark world. All 3 were great emperors. They were also eyeing the treasures in the forbidden area. So many great emperors have come. This is going to be troublesome. Seeing the arrival of the other 3 great emperors, Lin Feng knew this the arch from the myriad races. He was none other than Xianxia. This was the arch that had existed since the primordial era. He had existed for even longer than Xinyu Yao, who had been killed. His battle prowess was also much stronger. Xianxia was very ruthless and was very good at scheming. Hence, no one dared to provoke him. The arch from the outside world came from the Star Moon race. This existence was called Xing Luochen. He looked quite young, but he had already cultivated for 720,000 years. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng had seen the Star Moon race's prodigy, Xing Yuchen. Xing Yuchen was this person's nephew. The Dark World's cultivator was shrouded in darkness, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura. This person was called the Dark World Arch. He was an extremely terrifying existence. His cultivation level could definitely be described as unfathomable. Even in a great world like the Dark World, where experts were as common as clouds, he could be considered a top-notch expert. From this, one could see how powerful this person was. The 3 thearchs arrived together. They were very shocked when they saw the Divine Firmament King fighting the Golden Dragon. They had long heard of the Divine Firmament King's reputation. The 3 thearchs were actually very jealous of the Divine Firmament King. They had achieved their current achievements over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Meanwhile, the Divine Firmament King was only 18,000 years old. His achievements were not inferior to theirs. Naturally, the 3 thearchs were jealous. Everyone, follow me to slay this golden colossal dragon, the Divine Firmament King said after seeing the 3 thearchs. Originally, the 3 thearchs had wanted to ignore this matter and directly bypass the Divine Firmament King and the Golden Dragon to enter the Forbidden Grounds. Then they would take the treasures in the Forbidden Area. But now that the Divine Firmament King had spoken, they could not do it so openly. Because that was equivalent to completely ignoring the Divine Firmament King. Perhaps they would completely offend the Divine Firmament King because of this matter. Although they were very jealous of the Divine Firmament King's achievements, the 3 thearchs had to admit that they could not afford to offend the Divine Firmament King. In terms of family background, the Divine Firmament King was an expert from the Sacred God race. In terms of strength, although the 3 of them were very powerful, no one dared to say that they could definitely defeat the Divine Firmament King. In fact, they did not even know what level the Divine Firmament King's cultivation had stopped at. 10,000 years ago, the Divine Firmament King had killed an immortal emperor-level expert. Not to mention now. In terms of age, the youngest among the 3 of them was Xing Luochen. However, Xing Luochen had already cultivated for 720,000 years. The Divine Firmament King was only around 18,000 years old. In terms of potential, the Divine Firmament King had become the Arch at the age of 40. Who could compare to such talent? Offending an existence like the Divine Firmament King was definitely not a wise thing to do. Therefore, when the Divine Firmament King called them over, they had no choice but to join the Divine Firmament King in dealing with the Golden Dragon. This Divine Firmament King is not a pedantic person. He's not the kind of person who is blindly arrogant. He knows how to be flexible. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. If it was any other great emperor, they might not take the initiative to ask other great emperors for help because they had no obligation to help them. However, the Divine Firmament King clearly did not think so. The Divine Firmament King had used his power to make such a request. Although the 3 great emperors were extremely unwilling, they did not dare to reject the Divine Firmament King's invitation. Ha 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 ha, so it's the Divine Firmament King. Nice to meet you. The other 3 great emperors were also shrewd people. Since they could not avoid this matter, they chose to face it with a smile. Although they were extremely unwilling to make a move at this time, their faces were full of smiles. Each of them was more sincere than the other, but only the three of them knew the reluctance in their hearts. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists. The Divine Firmament King smiled slightly. His smile was very charming. It really made one feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. The Divine Firmament King joined forces with the other three great emperors to attack the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon was very powerful. However, it could not withstand the attacks of the Divine Firmament King and the other three great emperors. This Divine Firmament King is obviously holding back. He's not using his full strength at all, said Du Zhu. Lin Feng nodded. He also had the same feeling. The Divine Firmament King had not used his full strength. He had only used a portion of his battle prowess. Even so, it was already terrifying enough. The Divine Firmament King's strength. People couldn't help but be shocked and aghast. If the Divine Firmament King had used his full strength, he might have been able to kill the Golden Dragon himself. This is the forbidden ground guarded by the Beast Emperor. You dare to trespass here? You're courting death. The Golden Dragon roared angrily. Cut the crap. Go to hell. The Dark Emperor's expression was extremely cold. He held a blood-red saber and circled behind the Divine Firmament King. Then, he slashed at the Divine Firmament King. Slash, a tearing sound could be heard. A huge wound was torn open on the Golden Dragon's back. Blood immediately gushed out. The Golden Dragon could not help but cry out in pain. The Divine Firmament King, Xianxia, and Xing Luochen attacked. Slash. Slash. Slash, they each held powerful weapons and directly tore the Golden Dragon's body apart. The Golden Colossal Dragon was severely injured. In a situation where it was 1 against 4, the Golden Dragon was no match for the Divine Firmament King and the other three. Moreover, the Golden Dragon was severely injured. The Golden Dragon was in a very bad situation. The 4 of them could kill the Golden Colossal Dragon at any time. The Divine Firmament King and the other 3 had prepared an even more powerful attack. They wanted to kill the Golden Dragon. Just as the Golden Dragon was about to be killed by the Divine Firmament King, a terrifying aura spread out from the void. That's Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Evil Supremacy Sage's eyes narrowed. A pair of huge eyes appeared in the void. It was a pair of cold eyes that made one's heart tremble. Although it was only a pair of eyes, anyone who saw those eyes would probably turn pale with fright. The Beast Emperor. It must be the Beast Emperor. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. The pair of eyes that suddenly appeared was definitely the father of the Golden Snake, the terrifying Beast Emperor. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Evil Supremacy Sage had not come into contact with the Beast Emperor before, so they did not know how powerful it was. Now, they only had to look at the Beast Emperor's eyes to feel a suffocating pressure. When the eye of the Beast Emperor appeared, the little golden snake's eyeballs started rolling around. This fellow was most likely up to some devious ideas. Lin Feng said calmly, "You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you directly." The little golden snake, who was originally up to no good, immediately became obedient after hearing Lin Feng's threat. It hurriedly said, "I'm not that kind of person. Young master, please don't misunderstand me like this. It's really a grievance comparable to June snow." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow actually knew about June's grievance. Lin Feng had the urge to slap him. "Lowly ants, how dare you touch my people? You're all courting death." A cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Following that, 2 rays of cold light shot out from those terrifying eyes. Those 2 rays of cold light directly swept toward the 4 great experts. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, those 2 rays of cold light actually split into 4 rays of cold light. The eye of the Beast Emperor was really powerful. The rays of light that swept out could actually split into 2. The 4 great experts didn't choose to meet the eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze head-on. They chose to quickly retreat to avoid the terrifying gaze of the eye of the Beast Emperor. However, the eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze directly locked onto their bodies, making it impossible for the 4 of them to dodge. They had no choice but to resist the eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze. The 4 great experts each used their divine abilities to block the eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze. The Divine Firmament King was indeed powerful. His attack directly dissolved the Eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze. Xianxia was also very terrifying. Although he was sent flying, he also blocked the Eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze. The Emperor of the Dark World was sent flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became as pale as a sheet of paper. A bloody hole appeared on Xingluochun's body. From the matter of resisting the Eye of the Beast Emperor's gaze, one could see the strength of these four people. Among the four of them, the Divine Firmament King, who had cultivated for the shortest time, was actually the strongest. Next was Xianxia. Next was the Emperor of the Dark World. The weakest was Xingluochun. My Emperor is invincible. Seeing how powerful the Eye of the Beast Emperor was, the giant golden dragon immediately shouted with great reverence. Let's go. The Divine Firmament King said in a low voice. He was the first to fly into the distance. Then, the other three earthen sovereigns also quickly flew into the distance. Myriad Emperor gaze. Right at this moment, the Eye of the Beast Emperor shot out terrifying beams of light. The beams of light seemed to be able to destroy the world. The attack of the Eye of the Beast Emperor was simply too powerful, shocking everyone. Poochie! 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 3 consecutive ripping sounds were heard as the bodies of the 3 cultivators were torn apart one after another. The Dark the Arch and Xingluochun were almost sliced in half at the waist. Only the Divine Firmament King was unharmed. Then, the 4 of them used secret techniques to escape. The Eye of the Beast Emperor had a cold look on its face, but it didn't chase after them. Maybe its power wasn't enough to support the Eye of the Beast Emperor to chase after the 4 cultivators, or maybe there were other reasons. After the 4 experts escaped, the Eye of the Beast Emperor quickly disappeared as well. The golden dragon let out a long roar and flew into a mountain range in the outer region of the forbidden area. There was a dragon's nest in that mountain range. That was the golden dragon's residence. Now that the golden dragon was severely injured, it hurriedly returned to its nest to recuperate. Seeing the golden dragon enter the dragon's nest, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. His gaze then turned towards the area where the forbidden grounds were located. There were a range of mountains in that area, and they were emitting powerful energy waves. That area was like a land of death, emitting a power that made one's heart palpitate. Anyone who got close to the forbidden area would be turned into an undead spirit. That was definitely an extremely dangerous place. It was extremely dangerous, and one couldn't enter it casually. What's so special about this place that has been guarded by generations of beast emperors? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then, he took the lead and flew toward the forbidden area. The little golden snake didn't want to follow Lin Feng in. Lin Feng let it wait outside. He wasn't afraid that the little golden snake would play any tricks. If the little golden snake really dared to play any tricks, then, he would only need to use his divine sense to kill the little golden snake. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage entered the forbidden area together. Sure enough, there were powerful restrictions everywhere. Ordinary people would have a hard time entering a place like this. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's mastery of formations was too profound. He could walk through all kinds of killing formations as if they were flat ground. The restrictions in the land of death were no trouble for Lin Feng. Even though the deployment spells in the forbidden area were terrifying, Lin Feng had the impression that the deployment spells there were at the same level as the deployment spells in the forbidden area. Therefore, the restrictions here couldn't cause too much trouble for Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's lead, the 3 of them smoothly ventured deeper into the forbidden area. There were a total of 5 mountains in the forbidden area. They crossed 3 mountains in a row. They didn't encounter any danger until they arrived at the 4th mountain range. Dong, 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 a very strange sound suddenly resounded. After hearing this sound, Lin Feng and the other 2 couldn't help but frown. This sound sounded very much like the sound of gongs and drums. But in this forbidden area, who would play gongs and drums here? Therefore, Lin Feng felt very strange. However, that sound was getting clearer and clearer. He, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage had been searching for the source of that sound, but they didn't find anything. They didn't know where that sound came from either. It was so strange that it made one's heart tremble. The souls of the Yang realm, the ghosts of the nether realm, we came from the nether realm. We want to take away the souls of the young realm. At this moment, a cold and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Then, a series of eerie voices resounded. After hearing those eerie voices, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. That voice was so strange and terrifying. It was like the voice of a soul reaper from the nether realm. Clattering sounds could be heard. This was the sound of chains colliding. After hearing this sound, Lin Feng felt his body turn cold. Something unclean is about to appear, Du Zhu said with a solemn expression. Swish! A light flashed. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the mysterious iron box containing the dismembered corpse. Even after Lin Feng took out the mysterious metal box, the existence hiding in the dark still had no intention of revealing itself. However, that cold and terrifying aura grew thicker and thicker, causing one's hair to stand on end and turn pale with fright. Du Zhu and the heretic dominator saint had been using their abilities to search for the existence hiding in the dark, but to no avail. Clearly, the existence hiding in the dark had extraordinary means. It was not an easy task to find them. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of chains colliding rang out from time to time. However, it was impossible to pinpoint the source of this terrifying sound. It was as if it had come out of nowhere. The river Styx of hell is flowing. We are carrying the soul-locking chains. We are carrying the soul-locking chains. We will bring the souls of the living world back to hell. The voices rang out again. It was so eerie that it caused one's hair to stand on end. The existence hiding in the dark did not reveal itself. It was unknown if it was because it was jealous of Lin Feng's mysterious metal box that it did not make a move. Lin Feng felt that it was possible. However, they did not leave. This meant that although the mysterious metal box had caused the terrifying existence to be wary, it was unable to scare them away. This young master has been to hell before. There's no need to play tricks here. Hurry up and come out, Lin Feng said indifferently. Back when he was still an underworld envoy, Lin Feng had been to the underworld several times. He felt that the existence hiding in the dark was not playing tricks. Those existences should really be creatures of the underworld. Of course. Lin Feng could not tell what the existence hiding in the dark was because he had yet to see what they looked like. The creatures of the underworld were all strange. There were all kinds of creatures. Therefore, it was not easy for Lin Feng to determine what kind of creatures they were. But if Lin Feng could see them, he'd be able to guess what kind of race they were. When Lin Feng first entered the underworld, he had seen many different kinds of creatures. He had a certain understanding of them. Boom, at that moment, waves of terrifying aura filled the air. The terrifying aura was suffocating. It was simply too tyrannical. A huge pitch-black shadow appeared. The shadow held a huge chain in its hand, and there were two huge horns on its huge head. The horns seemed to be the horns of an ox. Could it be the legendary ox head? Du Zhu could not help but mutter. In the legends, the soul-reaping ox head and horseface were. The ox head's weapon was a huge fork. The horseface weapon was a huge chain. The division of labor between ox head and horseface was extremely clear. The fork in ox head's hand possessed extremely powerful offensive power. When they encountered souls who dared to resist, the ox heads would kill them. The chain in horseface's hand was the legendary soul-binding chain. This chain could bind the soul of any living being. Once the soul was bound, it would be completely trapped. It did not matter if you were an immortal or a god. However, once you were bound by the chain, when the time came, you could only obediently be manipulated by the underworld's emissaries. However, the ox head that appeared in front of them was not holding a huge fork. It was a chain. Clearly, legends could not be completely believed. Walala, the ox head directly took out the chain and swept it toward Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator saint. When the chain swept over, the three of them instantly felt a suffocating aura envelop their bodies. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to be devoured by endless darkness. The chain was very terrifying. It was not aimed at the physical body. It was aimed at the soul. The chain made Lin Feng feel as if he would forever sink into it. The feeling was very intense. Darkness devoured souls. They would never be able to wake up again. Death was coming. When death came, the soul would be entangled by the chain. Then, it would be brought to hell by the soul-reaping envoy. The aura of death was so dense. After sensing that aura, Lin Feng's mind could not help but tremble. This aura was too familiar. When he entered the underworld back then, he could feel this aura of death everywhere in the underworld. At this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng hurriedly activated Lu Ye's powerful divine ability, the star chart. As Lu Ye's star chart operated, instantly, the feeling of being devoured by darkness and sinking into eternal oblivion dissipated. Lu Ye's star chart observation was indeed too powerful. And it was different. This soul technique could play an extremely crucial role in many situations, just like now. By relying on Lu Ye's star-gazing chart, Lin Feng overcame the terrifying danger he had encountered earlier. He came back to his senses and saw the chains that wrapped around him. Lin Feng directly took out the stone sword. He held the stone sword with both hands and slashed at the chains that wrapped around him. Clang! The sound of a violent collision could not help but be heard. It was sonorous and deafening. Lin Feng's stone sword directly slashed at the chains that the bull-headed monster took out. Dense runes appeared on the chains. Each rune was surrounded by endless divine light. Those runes were filled with mystery. They contained power that was so powerful that it could not help but shock people. The power of Lin Feng's stone sword was extremely terrifying, but the power of the stone sword was dissolved by the runes. The origin of the runes on the chains was unknown. They were actually so extraordinary. However, Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint who heard the violent collision were startled awake. Despicable ant, go to hell, the bull-headed monster let out a cold voice. He opened his huge palm. The palm covered the sky and was surrounded by black fog. It directly suppressed Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint. That palm was simply too huge. It was like a mountain. The aura was heavy and oppressive. This bull-headed monster was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Quickly retreat, Lin Feng shouted and took the lead to retreat into the distance. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. The Minotaur was extremely powerful. Lin Feng and the other two were having a hard time dealing with it. Facing the attack of the Minotaur, Lin Feng was indifferent. He waved his hand. The bell of Hades flew out. This was the treasure passed down by the King of Hades. Lin Feng had mastered the skill of the bell of Hades. He was able to activate the power of the bell of Hades. If this creature was really from the underworld, it would definitely be restrained by the bell of Hades. If it wasn't, then it would just be playing tricks here. Lin Feng believed that he would be able to cause great damage to this terrifying creature if he used all his treasures. Boom, the bell of Hades vibrated and released a terrifying aura. Following that, a powerful aura spread out and enveloped the Minotaur. Feeling the powerful aura from the bell of Hades, the Minotaur was shocked. Bell of Hades! Despicable ant! You are the one who stole it. This bell of Hades was something that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had accidentally obtained when they followed the mummified old man into the underworld. This treasure was the treasure of the underworld. It was placed in the ancestral hall to guard the fate of the underworld. Now that it was in Lin Feng's hands, the people of the underworld hated Lin Feng to the bone. You are really from the underworld. Lin Feng looked at the Minotaur in shock. Return my bell of Hades. The Minotaur's voice was cold. A dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. He rushed towards Lin Feng and grabbed the bell of Hades. He wanted to snatch the bell of Hades away. Lin Feng used all his strength to activate the bell of Hades to deal with the Minotaur. Whoosh, at this moment, the Minotaur shot out a dazzling light beam. The power of that beam of light was extremely tyrannical. It was as if it could pierce through the void. Its power was boundless. Poochie, with a tearing sound, the light beam pierced through the Minotaur's palm. Blood immediately flowed out. Ah, the Minotaur let out an incomparably mournful cry. With his powerful cultivation, the injury on his palm was only a minor injury. However, the injuries caused by the Bell of Hell King to these underworld creatures, even if it was a minor injury, they would still be able to withstand it. It would also cause great damage to these underworld creatures. Just like at this moment, the bull-headed monster was severely injured and its body was sent flying. Its expression was extremely gloomy and its eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Damn it! Damn it! The Minotaur roared angrily. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He continued to urge the Hell King's bell to launch an even more powerful attack on the Minotaur. The Minotaur knew how much damage the Bell of Pluto could inflict on him, so it didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng. It said coldly, "Kid, you stole the treasure of the underworld. You will die a horrible death. Anyone who offends the underworld will not have a good ending. As the saying goes, if the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he will not let you live until dawn." The King of Hell represented the underworld. Offending the underworld was indeed an extremely dangerous thing. Moreover, the underworld controlled the passage from the underworld to the Yang realm. They could send powerful underworld creatures to deal with Lin Feng at any time. If it was anyone else who offended the underworld, they would be scared to death. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the underworld. This was because the creatures of the underworld were creatures of the Yang realm. After coming to the Yang realm, these creatures were suppressed by the laws of the Yang realm and couldn't fight at all. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng controlled a treasure like the Hell King's bell, which could suppress the creatures of the underworld. Therefore, Lin Feng was even less afraid of the underworld. Now that the underworld is divided, the underworld can't even control the matters of the underworld. How can it control the matters of the Yang realm? What a joke. Moreover, I remember that the senior you call Lord scared everyone in the underworld away before he even reached the underworld. I followed that senior to rob the treasures of the underworld. So, you people of the underworld should pray for yourselves. Lin Feng said indifferently. Humph. However, the Minotaur snorted coldly. What Lin Feng said was the truth, which made the Minotaur extremely angry and aggrieved. The Minotaur couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately, but Lin Feng controlled the Hell King's bell. Therefore, the Minotaur couldn't compete with Lin Feng for the time being. Therefore, it had no choice but to leave. The Minotaur's body gradually became illusory and soon disappeared without a trace. This guy is really a creature of the underworld. Duzu couldn't help but sigh. The methods of these creatures of the underworld are extremely strange. These guys are also extremely hateful. Lin Feng said. The three of them didn't stop and continued to walk deeper. After successfully crossing the 4th mountain range, the three of them arrived at the 5th mountain range. Then, they saw a mountain peak that was 10,000 meters tall in the 5th mountain range. Halfway up the mountain, there was a huge cave, and at the top of the cave, there was a huge golden snake coiled up. The giant golden snake was not a real giant snake, but a giant snake that had been carved into it. This should be the core of the forbidden area, Duzu said excitedly. Lin Feng nodded. The three of them quickly walked towards the cave. Suddenly, the golden snake's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, the golden snake carved on the mountain came to life. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! 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 They swept towards Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic dominator sage. Those swish! Those swish! 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 Heavenly Mystery Pagoda! Swish! Lin Feng waved his hand. He quickly took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to defend himself. Swish! 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 The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive barrier started to crack. Seeing this, Lin Feng and the others were shocked. That was too unbelievable, it was truly terrifying. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was so strong, yet, it couldn't block the golden snake's attack. Let's go! Shouted Lin Feng. He sped up and rushed towards the cave. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive barrier only lasted 3 waves of attacks before it was completely destroyed. However, Lin Feng and the others had already rushed into the cave. Inside the cave, there was a winding path. The winding path was like the body of a dragon. The poison ancestor said, the beam attack from the giant golden snake's eyes is exactly the same as the attack from the beast emperor's eye we saw before. It seems that this method should be their clan's innate ability. Lin Feng said. That is indeed possible. This race is really powerful. Perhaps the golden snake will grow into a heaven-defying existence in the future. The three of them increased their speed and soon arrived at the first layer of stone room. The first layer of stone room was covered with restrictions. If they wanted to enter, they had to break the restrictions. After seeing the restrictions, Lin Feng felt a little depressed. They couldn't stay here for long, but it would take some time to break the restrictions. If the Beast Emperor came back while they were breaking the restrictions, wouldn't they be dead for sure? Evil Sovereign Saint, go guard outside. If you see anything wrong, inform us immediately. We will leave immediately. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the Evil Sovereign Saint quickly rushed outside. He stood guard at the entrance of the cave, observing the surroundings for any signs of movement. Lin Feng seized the time to break the restrictions. After spending a total of 8 hours, Lin Feng finally broke the restrictions. The restriction here was broken by someone before. That's why I was able to break it so quickly. If the restriction here hadn't been broken by someone before, it would have taken a lot longer to break the restriction here now. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. In reality, 8 hours wasn't a short time because 2 hours were equivalent to 2 hours. Therefore, 8 hours was equivalent to 8 hours. Many unexpected things could happen in such a long time. Fortunately, the terrifying Beast Emperor didn't come. Young master is too humble. Young master's attainments and formations are unparalleled in the world. No one has been able to break the restrictions here before. Young master will definitely be able to break the restrictions quickly. Duzu said with a grin. Bootlicker. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He and Duzu pushed open the stone door and quickly entered. Inside the first stone room, demonic energy surged. There was actually a huge purple flower growing in the room. The huge purple flower had a diameter of about 5 meters. It was unknown what kind of flower it was, but it grew so big. It's the violet god flower. It's a spiritual root of heaven and earth. It's extremely rare. I've heard of it before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Duzu said in shock. This is the violet god flower? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He suddenly recalled the violet god flower in the classic of Mountain and Sea. It gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, swallowed the essence of the sun and moon, took root in the void, and was born within the purple light. The petals could give birth to spirits. Pollen could create all living things and possessed endless vitality. It was a violet god flower was a treasure. If such a treasure were to give birth to a living creature, it would be the legendary Holy Spirit. For example, Little Fairy was born from the azure lotus. She was born from the azure lotus and was filled with boundless immortal energy. However, Lin Feng hadn't seen Little Fairy for a while. He didn't know where she went. It hasn't given birth to a violet god flower, but the pollen is very precious. It's enough to shock the world. Duzu said excitedly. The most important thing for a treasure of this level was the pollen. The pollen contained boundless vitality. It was said that the pollen played an extremely important role in giving birth to a violet god flower. Whether a violet god flower could give birth to a violet god flower had a lot to do with the pollen. Now that the violet god flower's petals were slightly open, one could vaguely see the pollen inside. That expert didn't take such a treasure when he came in? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Perhaps the expert took something more precious and couldn't take the violet god flower in time. He had already been discovered. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat. Of course, there was also another possibility. The expert came here with a very strong purpose. He only took what he needed and didn't touch anything else. There were many such people in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng didn't care about what the expert had taken. His thoughts were now on the violet god flower. Lin Feng planned to dig the violet god flower out. However, he realized that he couldn't dig it out at all. There were powerful restrictions protecting the violet god flower. Even if he broke the restrictions, he couldn't take it away. This was because Lin Feng felt a destructive power from the restrictions. If the restriction was broken, it would be too late. At that time, the restrictions would directly destroy the violet god flower. Damn it. You'd rather destroy such a treasure than let others take it. How ruthless. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Then, he pointed at the violet god flower. He pointed at the violet god flower. The petals of the violet god flower slowly opened. The violet god flower usually didn't bloom because it was giving birth to pollen. However, if the violet god flower bloomed, pollen would fly out from it. Now that the violet god flower had bloomed, Lin Feng hurriedly took out a porcelain vase and collected the violet god flower's pollen. When all of the pollen had floated out, the petals of the violet god flower closed again. Lin Feng collected the vase containing the violet god flower's pollen. Then, he and Duzu continued to search for other treasures in the first layer of stone room. However, they found nothing. Then, Lin Feng looked at the stone door of the second layer of stone room. When he came to the side of the stone door, he instantly felt a terrifying aura emanating from it. That aura was too terrifying. It was suffocating. If he got too close, he might even be killed. Quickly, retreat, Lin Feng said in a low voice. He and Duzu quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Only then did the terrifying aura disappear. Duzu said in shock, "This stone door is so scary." Lin Feng said, "It's not the stone door that's scary. It's the restrictions on the stone door that's scary." He frowned and said, "Let's go. The pollen is enough. The things inside aren't something we can pry into." Lin Feng knew his own limits. If there was hope, he could take a gamble. However, it was obvious that it would be very difficult for them to obtain the things inside the second stone door. The second stone door was too terrifying. There was no way to open it. Moreover, Lin Feng had never been a greedy person. The violet god flower's pollen was precious enough. If they only obtained the violet god flower's pollen, it would be a worthwhile trip. All right. Duzu nodded and quickly left the first stone room with Lin Feng. When the three of them rushed out of the cave, the giant golden snake came back to life and continued to attack Lin Feng and the other two. The three of them quickly escaped far away. They dodged the giant golden snake's attack. And the giant golden snake did not chase after them. Seeing Lin Feng and the other two walk out of the forbidden area, the little golden snake had an extremely depressed expression. Of course, this fellow hoped that Lin Feng and the other two would die in the forbidden area. But dreams were beautiful. Reality was cruel. Not only did Lin Feng and the other two come out safe and sound, and they also obtained the pollen of the purple god flower. The little golden snake's disappointed expression disappeared in a flash and quickly returned to normal. He did not want Lin Feng to see his inner thoughts. If Lin Feng guessed his thoughts, he was worried that Lin Feng would destroy him. The few of them quickly left and found a quiet place. The pollen of the purple god flower was extraordinary and could help a cultivator complete a transformation. It was said that the most precious part of the purple god flower's pollen was that it could help a cultivator complete a transformation of life level. What was a transformation of life level, for example? Transforming from a sky god to a giant god was a transformation of life level. Transforming from a giant god to a boundary emperor was also a transformation of life level. Transforming from a boundary emperor to a great emperor was also a transformation of life level. Duzu and the evil dominator saint were both facing a transformation of life level. Because the two of them could break through to the great emperor realm at any time, but they needed an opportunity. Now, the purple god flower might be their opportunity. Lin Feng divided the purple god flower into 3 parts. One for him, one for Duzu, and the other for the evil dominator saint. If Duzu and the evil dominator saint could break through to the great emperor realm, it would be a great help to Lin Feng. Duzu and the evil dominator saint were loyal to Lin Feng. They were Lin Feng's 2 most valued subordinates. Once they broke through to the great emperor realm, they would be able to share Lin Feng's burden. Therefore, Lin Feng looked forward to the 2 of them breaking through. Where's mine? The little golden snake also came over and stared at the porcelain bottle containing the purple god flower's pollen. Scram as far as you can. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Those are the treasures of my clan. Since you've stolen our clan's treasures, you should at least give me a share, right? I'm just borrowing it. I'll return it later. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The little golden snake immediately rolled its eyes. Naturally, it did not believe that Lin Feng would say such words in the future. But now, it couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Even though he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he could only endure it. You're a prisoner now. Don't covet everything you see. Do you believe that I'll slaughter you and make you into a pot of snake soup? Du Zhu glared at the little golden snake. I'll endure it. I'll endure it. I'll endure it. The little golden snake tried its best to control its emotions. It cursed inwardly, just wait until this crown prince escapes. See how this crown prince will deal with you all. Lin Feng and the other two ignored the little golden snake. They were preparing to refine the purple god flower's pollen. Lin Feng still had a long way to go before he could break through to the great emperor realm. However, he could still refine the purple god flower's pollen. The purple god flower's pollen could help him break through. Before entering seclusion, Lin Feng grabbed the little golden snake. Let me go. Let me go. The little golden snake roared furiously. Lin Feng ignored the little golden snake's resistance and threw it into the four ferocious cauldron. Then, he suppressed the little golden snake. The reason he suppressed the little golden snake was because of its craftiness. Lin Feng was worried that the little golden snake would do something unfavorable to them while the three of them were in seclusion. After suppressing the little golden snake, the three of them entered seclusion. Lin Feng took out the pollen and absorbed it into his body. Instantly, Lin Feng's body produced a very strange feeling. He felt as if his body was about to float. In that instant, Lin Feng felt that he had disappeared from the cave and arrived in a world of flowers. This place was so beautiful. There was a woman standing in the world of flowers. She was dressed in white and her figure was so alluring. However, her back was facing Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't see what this woman looked like. Beauty, turn around and let this young master take a look. Lin Feng shouted. The woman couldn't hear his voice. Because Lin Feng didn't belong to this world. Lin Feng really wanted to see what that woman looked like. Such an alluring figure, if she had a beautiful face. She would truly be a stunner. Finally, the woman gradually turned around. Lin Feng saw a side profile that was so beautiful that it could make one suffocate. So beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times could one see her in the human world? Lin Feng was looking forward to this beautiful woman turning around completely so that he could properly appreciate this woman's peerless appearance. But at this moment, this woman was like a beautiful butterfly among the flowers, flying into the distance. Don't go, I really want to have a romantic relationship with you. Take off your clothes and treat me honestly, Lin Feng shouted and chased after her. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman seemed to be angered and casually swept her hand. A powerful force swept Lin Feng's body and directly sent Lin Feng flying. Ouch, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He recovered from that wondrous state. Flower fairy. Lin Feng was shocked. Just now, after inhaling the pollen, he vaguely saw a flower fairy. What a powerful energy. Soon, Lin Feng was shocked. This was because he realized that a large amount of energy had accumulated in his body. This energy was extremely vast and majestic, like a vast ocean. Lin Feng hurriedly absorbed the energy in his body. This energy was released after the pollen was decomposed. After refining this powerful energy, Lin Feng's cultivation increased by a total of 3 stone steps. In the end, Lin Feng's cultivation stopped at the 53rd stone step. At this moment, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint were still in seclusion. The tribulation light between their eyebrows was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng quickly walked out of seclusion and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Clearly, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint had begun to attract their own lightning tribulations. One day later, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint came out of seclusion one after another. Then, they rushed up to the sky and began to undergo the great emperor tribulation. The two of them had accumulated a lot of energy. Moreover, it was equivalent to gaining a second life. They had comprehended many of the true meanings of life. The great emperor tribulation was extremely terrifying. However, Duzhu and the heretic sovereign saint didn't disappoint. Lin Feng was very happy that Duzhu and the heretic Lord Holy had both broken through to the emperor stage. Both of them were Lin Feng's right-hand men. For Lin Feng, breaking through to the next cultivation level was extremely important. After breaking through, the three of them quickly left the forest. Such a large commotion would definitely attract many powerful beings. As such, they couldn't stay here for too long. Hehe, the emperor stage is indeed the emperor stage. As expected, sub-emperors can't compare to them. Duzhu was extremely excited after breaking through. In the past, Duzhu had once cultivated to the pinnacle of the sub-emperor stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the emperor stage, but he was eventually suppressed. Furthermore, Duzhu's physical body was destroyed, and his consciousness was almost destroyed. However, his body was quite special. His soul had fused with the lethal poison, and as a result, his soul remained intact. This was until Lin Feng released it. After experiencing life and death, Duzhu's understanding of life, divine abilities, and the heavenly Tao was not something that ordinary people could compare to. The heretic Lord Holy was in a similar situation as Duzhu. After being reborn, they finally broke through to the emperor stage. Let's go to the swamp of despair, Lin Feng said. Along the way, he released the little golden snake that had been suppressed. Then, Lin Feng ordered the little golden snake to expand. The little golden snake's body quickly expanded. Then, Lin Feng and the others sat on the little golden snake's back. The little golden snake charged toward the swamp of despair like a bolt of lightning. The beast tide was gradually receding. More and more cultivators surged into Lulan Island, searching for the treasures on the island. They weren't the first group of cultivators to enter Lulan Island. Many groups of cultivators had entered Lulan Island before this. In particular, Feng Yarao's father, the heavenly wind god, had been searching for Lulan Island a long time ago. One had to realize that at that time, no one knew anything about Lulan Island. Lin Feng also only learned about Lulan Island at that time. Lin Feng was beginning to suspect that the appearance of Lulan Island had something to do with the heavenly wind god. Of course, he knew that this suspicion was baseless, so all of this was just a suspicion for now. Perhaps he would only learn about all of this after meeting the heavenly wind god in the future. The swamp of despair was an extremely dangerous place. When the little golden snake arrived at the swamp of despair, its expression was extremely ugly. What's in the swamp of despair? Lin Feng could not help but ask. This is a truly terrifying place. Father warned me not to enter the swamp of despair, but he didn't tell me what was inside. The little golden snake said. Looks like some people really want to become snake soup, Lin Feng said flatly. The little golden snake was definitely not telling the truth. That was because Lin Feng could sense some of the changes in his emotions. Many of his words could not be trusted. I'm telling the truth, the little golden snake said. Take him down and behead him, Lin Feng said. Hehe, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can kill this dishonest guy with a single palm. Duzhu chuckled. The little golden snake hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Now that I think about it, Imperial Father told me some secrets. Oh? Secrets? Are they related to the swamp of despair? Lin Feng asked curiously. The little golden snake hurriedly nodded. That's right, they're related to the swamp of despair. The swamp of despair is no ordinary place. It contains a huge secret. It's said that there's a demonic valley of despair in the depths of the swamp of despair. Within the demonic valley of despair lies an unimaginably terrifying being. Who is this being? Lin Feng asked in shock. It's said that this being survived the primordial war. From this, we can see just how terrifying a holy spirit is, the little golden snake said. Lin Feng, Duzhu, and the heretic holiness were all shocked. The cultivators of the primordial era were divided into many types. For example, the first type was born in the primordial era. Cultivators who rose to power after the primordial era and lived until now were naturally incomparably powerful. The second type was already extremely powerful during the primordial era and lived until now, becoming even more powerful. The third type was cultivators who rose to power during the Primordial Era and participated in the Bitter War at the end of the Primordial Era. This type of cultivator was the most terrifying cultivator of the Primordial Era. However, this type of cultivator was extremely rare. Perhaps it would be difficult to find too many of them in the myriad of worlds. The fact that there was such an existence in the Swamp of Despair was truly inconceivable. At this time, the little golden snake continued, this terrifying being hides many shocking secrets. Even my father doesn't dare to provoke this being. The Swamp of Despair is where he hibernates. A place like this naturally contains endless dangers. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Of course, the most terrifying danger comes from this ancient and terrifying being. He wakes up from time to time, and every time he wakes up, he'll definitely cause a disaster. Has your father seen this being before? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that the little golden snake's father might have seen this terrifying being before. I've seen it in the past, but I only saw it from afar. I didn't dare to get close. The little golden snake said. Lin Feng asked a few more questions, but he couldn't get too much information about this terrifying being from the little golden snake. Because, the little golden snake's knowledge was limited. Moreover, what it knew was only occasionally mentioned by its father back in the day. Lin Feng said, no matter what, we have to pass through the Swamp of Despair. Moreover, that sleeping terrifying being might not necessarily wake up at this time. They entered the Swamp of Despair. Along the way, many people entered the Swamp of Despair. Most of them were cultivators from the myriad races, and other foreign powers. This was because there were more experts from these three powers. The experts from the 9 prefectures couldn't be compared to the experts from these 3 powers. Therefore, whenever a great opportunity appeared, among the cultivators who came to search for these opportunities, the proportion of cultivators from the 9 prefectures was very small. Boom, a terrifying aura filled the air, emitting a suffocating fluctuation that shook the void and surged in all directions. A powerful beast rushed out from the depths of the swamp. It was a very strange beast. It looked like a crocodile, but its head was like a shark. This beast was extremely terrifying. However, there were many experts who entered the Swamp of Despair. That's a shark crocodile. An extremely terrifying beast. Most importantly, this shark crocodile is a social creature. Now that one shark crocodile is dead, there will definitely be more. Let's leave quickly. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. The little golden snake said with a frightened expression. Only those who had seen the shark crocodile's methods knew how powerful it was. The little golden snake had seen the shark crocodile in action before. It was truly shocking. Then let's leave this place quickly. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He increased his speed and rushed into the depths. Not long later, a terrifying aura came from behind. Huge shark crocodile crawled out from the swamp. The densely packed shark crocodile gathered together. There were over 1,000 shark crocodile in total. The shark crocodile's body was huge. And its combat strength was terrifying. These shark crocodile had bone spikes growing out from their backs. The shark crocodile that crawled out from the swamp roared loudly. Swish! 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 With a flash of light, the bone spikes on the shark crocodile's back all flew out. Those bone spikes were like flying swords. A light strike. As though it could shatter heaven and earth. The power was extremely strong. It was truly unimaginable. The densely packed bone spikes gathered together and instantly turned into a sea of swords. The bone spikes that covered the sky and covered the earth stabbed towards the cultivators that passed by. Shark crocodile soared back, all living beings avoid. The little golden snake said. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds could be heard one after another. One cultivator after another was pierced by the bone spikes that flew out from the shark crocodile's back, dying tragically on the spot. The attacks of the shark crocodile group were simply too powerful. A large number of cultivators died. It was truly tragic. Lin Feng and the rest did not stay and quickly flew into the depths. Not long after, a shocking piece of news spread out from the Swamp of Despair. It was said that someone had discovered the Emperor Archaic Egg. Other than the Emperor Archaic Egg, there were more than 10 immortal phoenix grass. This immortal phoenix grass was very special. It was one of the materials used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic egg. It could help the Emperor Archaic egg to quickly hatch into an Emperor Archaic. This news caused a huge uproar when it spread. This was because the Emperor Archaic was simply too terrifying. He was one of the most powerful beings of the Immemorial era. His wings shook slightly. He could tear apart the heavens and earth and kill great emperors. An item like the Emperor Archaic egg would definitely tempt anyone. Now that an Emperor Archaic egg had appeared in the Swamp of Despair, it was truly earth-shattering news. After hearing this news, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He had an Emperor Archaic egg with him. Who would have thought that there would be 3 Emperor Archaic eggs in the Swamp of Despair? A creature like the Emperor Archaic was too rare. If he could cultivate a few more Emperor Archaic, it would be a great thing. When the time came, he would bring a few Emperor Archaic out with him. It would be like slaying gods and slaying Buddhas. Demons, evil spirits, demons, and monsters flapped their wings. All of them were killed. Of course, apart from the Emperor Archaic egg, the immortal phoenix grass was also a natural treasure that Lin Feng coveted. The primordial Emperor butterfly egg in his possession could only be nurtured with special treasures of heaven and earth. It just so happened that the immortal phoenix grass could be used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic egg. If he could obtain the immortal phoenix grass, perhaps the Emperor Archaic egg in his possession could be hatched. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. If he could really hatch the Emperor Archaic egg, it would be too heaven-defying. Many cultivators flew towards the location of the Emperor Archaic egg. It was said that the place was very dangerous. Not only were there powerful vicious beasts guarding the Emperor Archaic egg, but there was also the immortal phoenix grass. Moreover, there were extremely powerful restriction arrays around the primordial royal butterfly egg and immortal phoenix grass. If one were to touch those restriction arrays, then only death would await them. However, this still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. There was always a way out. When the boat reached the bridge, it would cross the bridge. Once they reached that place, perhaps there would be a way to solve these problems. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards that place. The location of the Emperor Archaic egg was called the Black Demon Territory. It was an extremely dangerous place. The place emitted a terrifying aura. Black mist lingered around it. Moreover, there were large numbers of black demon beasts living there. The black demon beasts here were different from the black demon beasts outside. The black demon beasts here were all mutated black demon beasts. They had wings on their backs and scorpion-like tails. At the end of their tails, there was a barb. The barb had a blue luster and was clearly poisonous. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived, a large number of cultivators were already fighting the black demon beasts. The black demon beast horde was very large. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to provoke such a terrifying creature. However, the Emperor Archaic egg was simply too attractive. It was enough to make countless people risk their lives. Thus, more and more cultivators came to this place. There were even great emperors. The battle was extremely bitter. Large numbers of black demon beasts were killed. However, many cultivators were also killed by the black demon beasts. Blood flowed like a river. Corpses were everywhere. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, there was killing and death everywhere. Such was the current situation. Too many ferocious beasts and cultivators had died in this battle. The black demon beasts were driven out. Then, a large number of cultivators rushed into the black demon territory. When they entered the black demon territory, they didn't find the Emperor Archaic egg or the immortal phoenix grass. "We've been tricked," someone said with a gloomy expression, guessing that they had been tricked. "Who set this up?" Then, someone roared angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. His hatred was monstrous. This was because their companions had died in the previous battle. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble resounded. Next, the surrounding formation runes intertwined and appeared, sealing off the area. "Who dares to trick us?" Many cultivators roared angrily. "We don't want to target everyone. We just set up a trap to lure one person here." If this trap wasn't real, how could someone as cunning as that kid fall for it? A cold voice came from the void. Who did you set up a trap to lure here? Someone asked. Lin Feng, the other party said. What? Lin Feng is here as well? Many cultivators were shocked. This was especially true for the cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Someone was targeting Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. That was why they set up this trap. They suffered such great losses in order to lure Lin Feng here. Shua. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in another place. It was a quiet mountain forest. There was not even the slightest sound of wind rustling the grass. It was so quiet that it was almost eerie. The void was filled with densely intertwined runes. Every rune contained an incomparably powerful and terrifying power. These runes had originally existed in the mountain forest, but they were now being used by someone else. The person who did this was definitely an expert who had mastered countless wondrous techniques. In order to scheme against Lin Feng, the other party could be said to have schemed for a long time. They had spent so much to deal with Lin Feng because they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already guessed the other party's background. The myriad races, the Outerium races, and the cultivators from other powers. Apart from the cultivators from these three powers, who else would be so scheming to deal with him? Come out, there's no need to hide anymore. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, you're about to die today. Do you have any last words before you die? At that moment, an ugly creature with a human head and a bat body appeared. You think you can kill me with just a monster like you? Lin Feng could not help but mock. It was a cultivator from the myriad race's blood bat clan. Lin Feng had seen cultivators from this clan before, but he did not have much interaction with them. This was his first time dealing with a cultivator from this clan. This clan was very terrifying and had great combat strength. Of course, the most important thing was that this clan's sacred spirit was extremely ugly and evil. The creature's pair of cold eyes flashed with a sinister light. When the Bloodbat clan's cultivator heard Lin Feng's contempt and disdain for him, his expression immediately turned gloomy. He said coldly, "When you fall into my hands later, I'm looking forward to seeing how you beg for mercy. Lin Feng, we meet again." At that moment, a faint laugh suddenly came from the void. Following that, a young man stepped out of the void. This young master was incomparably handsome, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He was wearing a starry robe and looked very handsome. His smile was very gentle. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, there was a hint of awe in his smile. After seeing this young master, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This person was none other than Xianxia of the Star Moon clan. Lin Feng had seen this person a few times before, but he didn't have any grudges with Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was also involved in the operation to kill him, it was naturally because it involved a lot of benefits. Lin Feng's magic treasures, divine abilities, all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all kinds of cultivation resources, and so on. These were all things that could drive people crazy. These things were enough to make many people want to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, when he knew that someone was planning to kill Lin Feng, Xianxia didn't hesitate to participate. He wanted to be a part of it. When Lin Feng was killed, a part of everything that originally belonged to Lin Feng would definitely belong to him. Who else is there? Come out together. Today, I want to see who wants to kill me. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng, you should have died long ago. Letting you die today is letting you off too easily. Lin Feng, even if you die 1,000 or 10,000 times, it won't be enough to regret your death. Ha 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 ha, after killing you, there will be no more geniuses in the 9 states. The fall of the 9 states will begin with your death. You are destined to live to see the fall of the 9 states. Laughter came out one after another. There were a total of 17 powerful existences. Each of them was exceptionally terrifying. These people were basically cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. However, among these people, there were also cultivators from the human race. Lin Feng had seen this human cultivator before. It was Su Qianzong of the Geomaster lineage. This person was an amazing figure, one of the rising stars of the Geomaster lineage. Su Qianzong was the most talented person, and he was also the one who was most favored. Su Qianzong had mastered many powerful divine abilities, and his attainments and formations were extremely profound. In the Emperor battle, the ancestor of the Geomaster lineage was killed. The Geomaster lineage was furious. Su Qianzong's killing intent towards Lin Feng was naturally monstrous. Of course, what interested Su Qianzong the most was Lin Feng's inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage. Su Qianzong was a cultivation maniac, and he was extremely obsessed with studying all kinds of formations. Therefore, his attainments and formations had reached a transcendent level. The inheritance of the Geomaster lineage could no longer satisfy Su Qianzong. Su Qianzong needed a more powerful inheritance. Lin Feng gave him hope. Because Lin Feng was the successor of the Heavenly Master lineage. Besides Su Qianzong, Lin Feng also liked Xianxia. These were a few male cultivators that he knew. There were also a few female cultivators that Lin Feng knew. For example, the demonic woman that followed the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Every time Lin Feng saw this demonic woman, he would feel a little stunned. Because this demonic woman was simply too beautiful. With an enchanting figure and a beautiful face, she was really a stunner. In addition, Lin Feng also saw Yuling Xin. Like Xing Yuchen, she came from the Star Moon clan. However, they were not from the same clan. They came from the two great clans of the Star Moon clan, the Xing clan and the Yu clan. Fairy Yaoji of the Heaven and Earth Great World also came here. She was like a fairy that fell from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. She was so beautiful and otherworldly. Now, she also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Besides these 3 peerless beauties, there was another woman. It was unknown what clan she was from, but she wore a black tight suit. It completely accentuated her graceful figure. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. That peerless beauty was charming and flirtatious. When she saw Lin Feng looking at her, she even winked at Lin Feng. If one didn't know the specific situation, they would think that the peerless beauty was Lin Feng's old lover. In fact, both sides were at daggers drawn and a life-and-death battle could break out at any time. What a big deal. In order to kill me, they actually sent a total of 17 top experts. Lin Feng looked at the 17 experts with an indifferent expression. Any one of these 17 people was the kind of person who had great luck and great opportunities. Any one of them was the kind of genius who could challenge people of a higher realm. Usually, it was too difficult to see such a group of geniuses. But now, in order to kill Lin Feng, these 17 top geniuses didn't hesitate to join forces. Although you and I are enemies, I have to admit that it won't be easy to kill you. Naturally, we have to be fully prepared. The ancient god clan's genius, Shen Daoqiong, said indifferently. This lad has many tricks up his sleeve. We should end this quickly. Gong Xianxia said sinisterly. He began to circulate his magic power, preparing to kill Lin Feng. The others also began to circulate their magic power, condensing all kinds of powerful abilities. With so many experts joining forces, their attacks formed a torrent of attacks that headed straight for Lin Feng. They were already prepared. Furthermore, it was a flawless preparation. 17 experts joined forces. These people were extremely confident in themselves because they were indeed very powerful and had the strength to deal with Lin Feng. Facing the siege of 17 top experts, Lin Feng's expression could not help but turn serious. These 17 cultivators were not to be underestimated. Their combat strength was unusually strong. Now, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He waved his hand. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda flew out. Then, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda released a dazzling light beam. After the light beam from the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda descended, it formed a powerful defensive light shield. The attacks from the 17 experts were instantly neutralized by the light shield formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. An Emperor-level defensive Dharma treasure was extremely powerful. It could easily block any cultivator's divine ability attack. Of course, this was only possible within a short period of time. If the battle continued for a long time. If the battle continued, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive system would also be destroyed by these people. Therefore, Lin Feng had to seize the time to kill these cultivators. Perhaps he could find a way to break out of the encirclement. No matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be difficult for him to withstand the siege of 17 cultivators. Lin Feng tried to kill a few of them. However, it was difficult for him to do so because there were simply too many of them. They could use powerful attacks to deal with Lin Feng at any time. Therefore, Lin Feng was now in trouble. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, it seems like you're going to die today. One of the Skyprides could not help but laugh out loud. After today, you'll be completely removed from the list. Then, another Skypride laughed coldly with murderous intent. They continued to prepare powerful divine abilities to attack Lin Feng. If it was a battle of attrition, Lin Feng would naturally not be able to win against 17 of them. These 17 experts were holding back. Obviously, they wanted to slowly wear Lin Feng down. This was the best way. That way, they wouldn't suffer any casualties. If they were pushed too far, once a fierce battle broke out, even if they managed to kill Lin Feng, a few of them might be dragged down by Lin Feng. These cultivators didn't want that to happen. Therefore, they wanted to continuously consume Lin Feng's Fa Li. When Lin Feng's mana was almost depleted, his combat strength was greatly reduced. At that time, they would swarm him. Kill Lin Feng. Die. A new round of attacks was formed by the dozen or so experts. Lin Feng was still using the Heavenly Profound Pagoda to block their attacks. When their attacks landed on the Heavenly Profound Pagoda, the Heavenly Profound Pagoda suddenly emitted cracking sounds. Cracks had appeared on the defensive barrier formed by the Heavenly Profound Pagoda. After seeing those cracks, the Heavenly Profound Pagoda's defensive barrier began to crack. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. With so many cracks, the Heavenly Profound Pagoda might not be able to withstand the attacks of these 17 experts. This kid's defensive barrier is about to be destroyed. Once it's destroyed, he won't be far from being killed by us. That's right. Once we break his defensive barrier, with our strength, killing him will be as easy as killing a dog, these prodigies said one after another. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Anyone in this situation would feel incomparably troublesome. Damn it, should I use the 8-9 arcane art to kill them? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Waves of dense killing intent flashed across his heart. Using the 8-9 arcane art required a lot of courage. This was because the 8-9 arcane art caused too much damage to the body. Moreover, it consumed too much of one's lifespan. This was because there was a restriction to using the 8-9 arcane art. When one's cultivation was below 10 million years, using the 8-9 arcane art would immediately kill them. Only when one's cultivation exceeded 10 million years could they use the 8-9 arcane art. Right now, Lin Feng's lifespan was 80 million years. There was naturally no problem using the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had already been cultivated to the 3rd level. This level of the 8-9 arcane art could increase one's battle strength by 8 times. The 17 cultivators in front of him were indeed terrifying. Lin Feng admitted this, and they were holding back. But wasn't he holding back as well? Lin Feng estimated that with his current strength, if he attacked with all his strength and then used the 8-9 arcane art, his battle strength would increase by 8 times. At that time, he might be able to kill all these people. However, at that time, he would still have 10 years of lifespan left. This was a lose-lose situation. Therefore, Lin Feng hesitated whether he should use the 8-9 arcane art to kill these guys. Among these people, there were many super powerful enemies. For example, Xianxia, this person hid very deeply. He was one of the most hidden young cultivators of the myriad races. Another example was Su Qianzong. This person's cultivation was powerful, and his attainments and formations were unfathomable. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. Among these 17 experts, many of them were heaven-defying existences. Their future achievements were limitless. Damn it. These people are courting death. Then I'll kill them. So what if I only have 10 years of lifespan left? I believe that within 10 years, I will definitely become an emperor. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a ruthless gaze. The side effects of the 8-9 arcane art were very terrifying. 10 years of lifespan would disappear in the blink of an eye. Within these 10 years, no heavenly treasures or spirit pills that could increase one's lifespan would be able to increase it. Unless one crossed a major realm within 10 years. Then, one would be able to break through the shackles of heaven and earth to extend their lifespan again. Now that the situation was critical, Lin Feng had already planned to use the 8-9 arcane art to kill these cultivators who had schemed against him. But at this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from a huge valley in the distance. Then, endless black fog began to roll. The black fog quickly surged over, and there seemed to be some terrifying creature hibernating in the black fog. When he felt the terrifying aura emitted from the black fog, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the ancient expert that the little golden snake had mentioned. The aura in the black fog was very ancient and incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that the ancient expert had awakened. Interesting, very interesting. I like to watch a show, but this battle of yours, 17 people besieging one person, isn't exciting enough. I want to see a more exciting battle. A cold voice came from the black fog. Not good, let's go. When the 17 experts besieging Lin Feng sensed the aura in the black fog, their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to flee. Lin Feng also quickly fled into the distance, but everyone failed. The rolling black fog swept over. Everyone was swept into it. Then, the demonic fog churned, covering the sky and covering the sun. Its power was terrifying. Everyone struggled violently, trying to break free from the demonic fog. However, it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break free. This evil fog that engulfed the world was truly a bit too frightening, causing others to be shaken. Was it really that undying expert from the primordial era? If that was really the case, then they would be in big trouble. So many people were swept away by this terrifying existence into a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers. The valley was originally beautiful, but in an instant, it became eerie. Everyone's face was gloomy. They no longer had the mood to continue fighting. Others might not know who it was, but Lin Feng had already guessed it. Therefore, his face turned even uglier. If it was really that existence who survived the primordial war, they were really finished. It would be easy for that existence to kill them. Is this the Devil's Valley of Despair? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The others looked at Lin Feng. They didn't know anything about this place. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would know so much about it. They were astonished. You know quite a lot. That mysterious existence said with a sneer. In that case, you're the cultivator from the Valley of Despair who survived the primordial war. Lin Feng continued. What? You survived the primordial war? Many people couldn't help but be shocked. The war at the end of the primordial era was one of the most terrifying wars of this era. It was comparable to the war between Xianxia lifeforms. After the war, most of the Xianxia lifeforms had fallen. It was rare to see any Xianxia lifeforms walking around the world. After the war, most of the immortals had fallen. It was rare to see any immortals walking around the world. These were two important turning points after the start of the new era. Now, the one who appeared here was actually an existence who survived the primordial war. What was his cultivation level? These 17 heavens prides who had been scheming against Lin Feng all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had thought that their scheme against Lin Feng was flawless. However, such an unforeseen event had occurred, and even they had fallen into the trap. After such a long time, there are still people in the outside world who remember me. It's really not easy. The voice of this supreme being spoke faintly, as though it was filled with emotions and sadness. Even after a long time had passed, time had not been able to erase him. Living from the primordial era until now, his lifespan was truly too long. Swish! At that moment, beams of demonic light appeared in the depths of the valley. Then, a palace appeared faintly. Devil Palace of Despair. Everyone saw the name of the palace. The words Devil Palace of Despair were written with the blood of gods and devils, and they would never dry up. This palace should be the palace of that ancient expert. Since it was called the Demon Palace, it should be an expert of the demon path. How can you let us go? A skyprite asked. He felt that since this primeval existence hadn't made a move to kill them, he would definitely give them a chance to survive. It's simple. The 18 of you will fight. The one who survives will be able to leave this place. The expert from the Immemorial era laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression didn't change after hearing this. He had already guessed all the possible outcomes, so he wasn't surprised at all. As for the other 17 skyprides, their expressions changed drastically. They were originally allies, but now, they were going to kill each other. In the end, only one of them could leave. This was truly too cruel. Whoosh, 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 the 17 skyprides, who were originally standing together, quickly separated. Now, everyone was feeling insecure. These 17 skyprides had originally formed a temporary alliance. Once they killed Lin Feng, this temporary alliance would then disband. Naturally, there wasn't much trust between these 17 skyprides. Let's do it. Let this seat watch an exciting battle. The ancient expert said sinisterly. His voice made everyone's hair stand on end. However, now that things had come to this, they no longer had any other choice. Let's kill Lin Feng first, then we'll fight it out. What do you think? One skypride suggested. Alright, the others nodded in agreement. Kill, the 17 skyprides shouted coldly and flew toward Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to defend himself. Boom, 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 all sorts of powerful attacks came at him, but they were all blocked by Lin Feng's Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. Next, Lin Feng took out the Heavenly Drum, a supreme treasure. The moment the Heavenly Drum was taken out, the ancient expert exclaimed in surprise, as if he had recognized the Heavenly Drum in Lin Feng's hand. Dong, 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 Lin Feng began to beat the Heavenly Drum. A series of earth-shattering sounds rang out, shaking the clouds and reverberating in all directions. After the Heavenly Drum was beaten, heavenly soldiers and generals formed. The heavenly soldiers and generals quickly rushed toward the group of people surrounding him. Sensing the strength of the heavenly soldiers and generals, the cultivators' expressions changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. They seemed to want to waste a lot of time to kill Lin Feng, just like before. Whoosh. Lin Feng locked onto one of them and quickly attacked. The cultivator he had locked onto was the Blood Bat clan's cultivator. The others all started attacking Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng ignored the attacks. He instantly activated the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones and the 9 layers of Haki to form a magnetic field. The 3 Lin Fangs surrounded the Blood Bat clan's cultivator. When the attacks of the other 16 experts arrived, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was instantly destroyed. During the previous battle, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was almost destroyed. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda needed some time to recover, so it was naturally difficult to hold on. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda blocked most of the attacks. The remaining attacks were neutralized by Lin Feng's dermic immunity, which was recorded in the Great Immunity Technique. Go to hell. The 3 Lin Fangs attacked with all their might, and powerful attacks bombarded the Blood Bat clan's cultivator. Coupled with the suppression of the magnetic field, the Blood Bat clan's cultivator couldn't block Lin Feng's attacks at all. No, the Blood Bat clan's cultivator let out a terrified roar. Puff, in the next moment, his body was torn apart, and he died on the spot. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. Not bad. Not bad. This is a supreme divine ability passed down from Taoism. I didn't expect someone to know this divine ability. The Immemorial era expert couldn't help but say. This kid has extraordinary means. Now, we should put down our grudges and kill him first. Gong Zhongye said. Lin Feng's combat strength had indeed made the others wary. Originally, they were still wary of each other, but now, many felt that they could let down their guard before killing Lin Feng. It wouldn't be too late for them to fight after killing Lin Feng. Then let's kill Lin Feng first, then settle our matters. Although one of us died, Lin Feng's imperial weapon defensive treasure has been destroyed. The 16 of us can easily kill him. Shen Daoqiong of the Ancient God clan sneered. This person had an extremely high status in the Ancient God clan. It was said that he was one of the 5 supreme prodigies of the younger generation. His status was even higher than Xianxia's. Moreover, this person was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his powerful bloodline, his future was limitless. Now that he was trapped here, he was only thinking about how to get out. His rallying power was still very strong. His words made many people let down their guard, and they all surrounded Lin Feng. Great Sun Demonic Palm. Heaven and Earth Dragon Subduing Technique. 9 Revolution Stars Transformation. Immortal Dragon Technique. Immemorial Divine King Dao. And so on and so forth. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, and all of them were aimed at Lin Feng. There were a total of 16 divine abilities, and the cultivators who displayed these divine abilities were extremely powerful. Ordinary people couldn't contend with these terrifying existences at all. Although Lin Feng was strong enough, it was too difficult for him to fight against so many top prodigies alone. When those attacks came, the 16 experts looked at Lin Feng coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. Perhaps in their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure, and there was no way he could turn the situation around. It was no wonder that they had such thoughts. After all, the combined combat strength of these people was too terrifying. Heaven Mending Technique. When the attacks of the 16 experts were about to drown Lin Feng used the powerful heaven mending art. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. This was the miraculous aspect of the heaven mending art. Lin Feng relied on the miraculous nature of the heaven mending art. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already behind one of the myriad races Skype rides. This was a cultivator from the Sacred Demon Tribe. The Sacred Demon Tribe was one of the 10 great royal families of the myriad races. It was an extremely terrifying force. Back then, Lin Feng had killed the Sacred Demon Tribe's Sacred Demon Prince. However, this was something that happened many years ago. Since then, he didn't have any interactions with the Sacred Demon Tribe. Lin Feng and his 2 avatars struck out at the Skype ride of the Sacred Demon Tribe. Not good. Although the Sacred Demon race's prodigy did not see what was going on behind them. However, he could feel an unprecedented aura of death enveloping his entire body. The Sacred Demon Tribe genius wanted to escape through the void. However, he wasn't able to do so. This was because Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura superimposed on the magnetic field. In addition, one of his avatars were too powerful. The Sacred Demon Tribe genius couldn't dodge at all. He wanted to turn around to counter Lin Feng's attack, but it was already too late. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches. Lin Feng and his 2 avatars struck the Sacred Demon Tribe's Sacred Demon Prince's body. In an instant, the Sacred Demon Tribe's Sacred Demon Prince's body exploded. How is this possible? Many Skype rides expressions couldn't help but darken. Originally, they thought that they could definitely kill Lin Feng. However, they didn't expect such an outcome. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Feng together, but Lin Feng had also killed one of their experts. Although this kid's means are extraordinary, there must be a great limit to this kind of divine ability. It is very difficult to use this kind of divine ability continuously. Since he has already used that divine ability just now, he shouldn't be able to use it again in a short period of time. Now is a great opportunity for us to kill him. A Skype ride from the Bloodstar tribe said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This person's eyes were quite sharp. Lin Feng's current situation was indeed as this person had said. Although the heaven patching technique was extremely miraculous, it had a cooldown period. After using it once, it couldn't be used a second time within 3 days. Lin Feng also knew a great death substitution technique. Using this divine ability, he could avoid another calamity. At that time, he should be able to kill one more person. At that time, out of the 17 experts on the other side, there were still 14 left. He would then use the 8-9 arcane art to have a final battle with them. Lin Feng felt that with the 8-9 arcane art, he should be able to kill the remaining 14 experts. However, Lin Feng didn't know if the actual situation would be the same as what he expected. After all, people like Gong Ye, Fairy Yao Ji, and the others were all people who had hidden very deeply. Perhaps they also had some terrifying techniques that could increase their battle prowess. When the time came, he could use them to offset the increase in battle prowess brought by the 8-9 arcane art. However, regardless of whether the 8-9 arcane art could kill these people or not, Lin Feng had no other choice. Puff, just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with this situation, suddenly, Gong Ya silently appeared behind the skyprite of the Blood Star tribe. He suddenly attacked. His right hand pierced the skyprite's chest from behind. The skyprite of the Blood Star tribe turned around and looked at Gong Ya, who had appeared behind him. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he died without saying anything. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't understand why Gong Ya would suddenly attack the skyprite of the Blood Star tribe. Gong Ya, what are you doing? The others looked at Gong Ya with gloomy expressions. They quickly separated. The little bit of trust they had built up with great difficulty was now gone because of Gong Ya's sneak attack and killing of the skyprite of the Blood Star tribe. Everyone was on guard and suspicious of each other. Gong Ya sneered. He didn't care about the others' questions. Gong Ya had sucked the skyprite of the Blood Star tribe dry. Then, he quickly flew out of the valley. Gong Ya clearly wanted to break out of the encirclement. You don't know the difference between life and death. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Next, a huge palm suddenly condensed in the rolling demonic fog around the valley. That huge palm directly grabbed at young Master Nya. That palm was really too terrifying. It seemed to be able to grasp the world. No one would be able to successfully dodge that palm. Seeing young Master Nya being grabbed by that hand, everyone knew that young Master Nya was dead for sure. Young Master Nya's cultivation was indeed very strong. There weren't many cultivators who could match him. However, the one who attacked was an expert from the primordial era. How strong was this expert's combat strength? It was hard to imagine. No matter how strong young Master Nya was, there was nothing he could do against an expert from the primordial era. The hand that grabbed young Master Nya suddenly tightened its grip. Cracking sounds could be heard. It was the sound of bones breaking. Blood flowed down from the hand. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Young Master Nya's body was crushed into meat paste. Young Master Nya died just like that. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Among the geniuses of the myriad races, young Master Nya was definitely the one he feared the most. Not only was young Master Nya powerful, but he was also very good at disguising himself. Moreover, young Master Nya had never used his full strength in all these years. No one knew just how terrifying his battle prowess was. Young Master Nya was definitely one of the most terrifying existences of the younger generation. But now, he had died just like that. Everyone was filled with emotions. So what if he was a peak genius of the younger generation? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from those peak experts. However, just as everyone thought that young Master Nya's soul had returned to the 9 heavens, with a flash of light, a figure appeared in the churning black mist. It was young Master Nya. He's not dead? Lin Feng was surprised when he saw Gongzong Nya. That gigantic hand wasn't Gongzong Nya's real body, it was just a clone. Lin Feng didn't know what Gongzong Nya had used. But that existence was also made of flesh and blood. How had young Master Nya done it? Lin Feng suddenly thought of how young Master Nya had devoured the flesh and blood essence of that genius from the Blood Star race. Could it be that young Master Nya had used the flesh and blood essence of that cultivator to create another version of himself? When the huge devil hand reached out, young Master Nya's original body instantly went into hiding. The fake body instantly appeared and replaced the original body. The speed at which the real and the fake body switched was simply too fast. Thus, he was able to fool everyone. The demonic hand pointed at Gong Zue, who was running away. In an instant, a finger of light condensed from devil chi instantly shot towards Gong Xianxia. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others also fled in all directions. He wanted to escape while this ancient existence was dealing with young Master Nya. With this existence's strength, it shouldn't be so troublesome to kill Gongzong Nya. Lin Feng guessed that there might be some problems with the body of this ancient existence. That was why Gongzong Nya was able to take advantage of it. Sky Devil Body Disintegration Technique. Facing the attack of the finger light, Gongzong Nya did not hesitate to use the ultimate escape technique of the Sky Fiend clan. Perhaps it was because young Master Nya felt the terror of that finger light, so he didn't hold back at all. Young Master Nya's body instantly disintegrated into strands of devilish energy. Dense demonic chi rushed out, and the finger of light shot out to kill. A lot of devil chi was destroyed. However, some of the devil chi still managed to escape. Despicable ants, you all deserve to die. I'm going to eat all of you. Gong Zhong Ye's successful escape also thoroughly angered this ancient existence. One after another, gigantic hands that blotted out the sky condensed and grabbed at the cultivators. Fairy Yao Ji was the daughter of the world lord of the heaven and earth great world. She took out a jade talisman. After the jade talisman shattered, the shadow of an ancient existence appeared. That ancient existence wrapped around Fairy Yao Ji and then collided with the devil hand in the void. Then he tore open the void and escaped with Fairy Yao Ji. Lin Feng guessed that the existence that appeared in the jade talisman should be the heaven and earth great emperor. To be able to become the world lord of a great world, this person was definitely a terrifying figure. Su Qianzong was also extraordinary. He took out an ancient book. It was an ancient bronze book, mysterious and unfathomable. Su Qianzong jumped up and flew towards the bronze book. The bronze book formed a space of its own, and Su Qianzong entered it. When the demonic hand pressed down, ancient figures appeared above the bronze book. These figures had powerful auras and heaven-defying methods. They were all old ancestors of the Earth Master lineage. After the bronze book clashed with the devil hand, it quickly tore through the devil fog and escaped. Next, it was the beautiful woman in black tights. This woman also seemed to have an extraordinary origin. She took out a scroll painting. The scroll painting was extremely extraordinary. It shook off the devil hand and swept the woman away. However, before the scroll painting left, the devil hand slapped it. Puff, the woman in black tights couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, the scroll painting tore through the devil fog and disappeared. Lin Feng was also attacked by the devil hand. When the terrifying devil hand came down from the sky, Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping him. This demonic hand was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't resist the devil hand directly. He used the Great Death Substitution technique. He had managed to avoid a certain death. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of the Devil Valley. Then, he rushed out. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He would be able to get out soon. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Space-time imprisonment. When the voice came out, in an instant, Lin Feng felt as if heaven and earth had been imprisoned. Space condensed. Time stopped flowing. Lin Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body. His body and the surrounding spacetime had stopped moving. The others were the same. They couldn't move their bodies. The situation was extremely bad. It's over. It's really over this time. Lin Feng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He was definitely dead. Whoosh, at this moment, a powerful suction force surged out from the Devil Palace of Despair. The powerful suction force enveloped the remaining people. The group of people flew uncontrollably towards the Devil Palace of Despair. Song of the Worlds. It started in the Desolate Era. Myriad Dao. Destruction of the Era. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. A boundless starry sky world appeared. At the end of this starry sky world, there were 5 mysterious and ancient existences sitting cross-legged. The 5 existences seemed to be unmoving since ancient times. They were as powerful as ancient gods. Swish swish. It's the Lord Primogenitor. The Lord Primogenitor has appeared. Xin Daoqiong couldn't help but shout excitedly. The primogenitors of the myriad races were 5 experts that had existed since the primordial era. They were from the same era as the primogenitor in the Devil Palace of Despair. No one knew how strong they were. Eh? I didn't expect to meet people from the same era in this era. A chilling voice rang out from the Devil Palace of Despair. That's right. There aren't many people from our era anymore. The primogenitor opened his eyes and said. Then, he grabbed at the peerless geniuses of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other factions. Only Lin Feng was ignored. This primogenitor probably didn't recognize Lin Feng. He probably saw that Lin Feng was a human cultivator and didn't intend to save Lin Feng. You want to save these people from me? You must be dreaming. The primogenitor in the Devil Palace of Despair's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Then, a huge demonic hand condensed in the void. That huge demonic hand slapped at the primogenitor's hand. Ever since I woke up from my slumber, this is the first time I've made a move. After the primordial era, I rarely made a move. It's a good opportunity to test your skills. The primogenitor of the myriad races said indifferently. Bang! In the next instant, the two huge palms collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering sound of collision. After all, the primogenitor had launched his attack from far away. Hence, he was at a disadvantage. However, before it shattered, the palm grabbed the demonic woman beside the heavenly demon emperor's son. Then, it quickly disappeared. The 5 ancient figures in the primordial era disappeared together with the primogenitor. No, why did it turn out like this? We don't want to die. Old ancestor, save us. The remaining people were on the verge of breaking down. They saw hope. But in the blink of an eye, that hope turned into deep despair. Anyone who had experienced such ups and downs. Anyone would feel a deep sense of despair. In the end, the remaining 11 people were sucked into the Devil Palace of Despair. Inside the Demon Palace, there was a huge stone bed. A middle-aged cultivator was lying on top of the stone bed, looking at Lin Feng and the others. This person must be the existence from the primordial era. You guys are weaker than the others. They escaped, but you guys were left behind. This terrifying existence walked down from the stone bed. At this moment, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The head of this existence was actually separated from its body. Although there was divine light intertwining around his neck. However, it was difficult to conceal the wound on the severed head. You, everyone looked at this terrifying expert from the immemorial era in shock. What exactly happened in the past? Who cut off his head? His head had been chopped off for such a long time. It was truly inconceivable that this existence was still alive. How did he do it? He was an expert who had experienced the ancient war. It was indeed extraordinary. His methods were extremely powerful. It was hard to imagine. Are you surprised? The immemorial era expert smiled faintly and asked. Lin Feng and the others did not say anything. They all looked at the immemorial era expert cautiously. The immemorial era expert came in front of a myriad race cultivator. Spare me, senior, please spare me. This junior is willing to do anything for senior. The myriad race cultivator quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the immemorial era expert. In the past, the myriad race did produce many powerful people. However, in your era, have you lost your courage? What a disgrace. The immemorial era expert reached out his right hand and grabbed the head of the myriad race cultivator who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Ah, the myriad race cultivator let out a shrill cry. Everyone saw that the myriad race cultivator's body was rapidly shrinking. Bang, along with the sound of a violent explosion, there was a loud sound. The myriad race cultivator's body directly exploded. His flesh and soul essence turned into a blood-red ball of light and was swallowed by the immemorial era expert. Not bad, not bad. The power of your bloodline is not bad. The immemorial era expert laughed sinisterly. After seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that this ancient expert wanted to devour all of them? If that was the case, then it would be a disaster. As long as Senior is willing to spare us, we are willing to do anything for Senior. One by one, the myriad race cultivators knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, there were also a few who did not choose to kneel and beg for mercy even though their faces were extremely dark. This was because the immemorial era expert had already activated his killing intent. He did not care about anyone's pleas. It was useless even if they begged for mercy. In the end, they would still die. Since that was the case, there was no need to beg for mercy. Spineless thing. Yi Futian sneered. The immemorial era expert's expression was cold as he grabbed the head of the second myriad race cultivator. Soon, the second myriad race cultivator's body also exploded. Then, the immemorial era expert devoured the second myriad race cultivator's flesh and soul essence. Run. Seeing that begging was useless, the rest of the myriad race cultivators got up and ran outside. A bunch of ants trying to escape? How laughable. The Immemorial era expert waved his sleeve. Bang bang bang, following that, the cultivators' bodies exploded one after another, dying on the spot. Then, the Immemorial era expert suddenly inhaled. In an instant, everyone's flesh and soul essence was completely devoured by the Immemorial era expert. This Immemorial era expert was truly a peerlessly terrifying existence, causing everyone to feel a deep sense of despair. In the end, apart from Lin Feng, there were also Xing Yuchen, Yu Lingxin, and Shen Daoqiong. At least the four of you have some backbone. Moreover, your bloodlines seem to be much more powerful than the bloodlines of the previous people. The Immemorial era expert's sinister eyes looked at the four of them. Finally, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Especially your bloodline. It's different from the rest. He reached out to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He couldn't imagine what cultivation level this Immemorial era expert had. He was so terrifying that he couldn't resist. The Immemorial era expert was about to grab Lin Feng. But at that moment, the Immemorial era expert stopped. His sinister eyes looked in the direction of the Devil Palace of Despair's entrance. Who are you? The Immemorial era expert asked with a cold expression. Seeing that the Immemorial era expert had stopped, he didn't continue to attack him. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, he looked at the entrance of the palace. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Devil fog was rolling at the entrance of the palace. A mummified figure stood there with his hands behind his back. It was unknown when he had appeared here. He stood at the entrance of the palace, watching everything that was happening inside with calm eyes. The mummified old man had come here. When did he appear? No one even knew. Even this expert from the archaic era didn't sense his presence. It was truly a terrifying existence. The mummified old man didn't answer the primordial era expert's question. Instead, he asked, I'm here for the Immortal Book of Saints. You should know some of the things that happened back then. Who are you? You know about this thing. The ancient expert's expression changed greatly. That ancient book was a taboo that could not be mentioned. Very few people knew about it, especially after the ancient war. He even thought that he was the only one who knew of this name in all the worlds. But now, he knew that there was someone else who knew of the existence of this item, and this person was also living in the world. It was this mysterious old man before him. Immortal Book of Saints? What's that? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. From the name, it seemed to be a book, but it was definitely not that simple. He just did not know what this Immortal Book of Saints was. But no matter what it was, Lin Feng felt that this Immortal Book of Saints was definitely extremely shocking. It must have a shocking origin. Otherwise, the mummified old man would not be so interested in it. One had to know that the mummified old man had a great origin, although Lin Feng did not know who he was. But after he had appeared in the past, the underworld had been deserted. From this, one could see how terrifying this mummified old man was. No matter what, the underworld was the largest power in the underworld. And the underworld was one of the 3 supreme realms, where experts were as common as clouds. Who knew how many powerful existences there were in the underworld? But even such a powerful underworld had been scared out of its wits when it heard the mummified old man appear. The mummified old man's strength was unfathomable. Who I am is not important. What's important is the information about the Immortal Book of Saints. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things like straw dogs. The Immortal Book of Saints is very useful to me. Tell me everything you know. The mummified old man continued. You dare to covet that thing? I advise you not to have any ideas about the Immortal Book of Saints, lest you draw fire to yourself. The Supreme Ancient Expert said. You don't have to worry about that. The mummified old man said indifferently. I can't tell you about the Immortal Book of Saints because the things I know are useless to you. The Ancient Expert couldn't help but ask. I wanted to spare your life, but you don't cherish it? The mummified old man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his body disappeared. No one knew how he disappeared. No one knew how powerful this existence was. The next moment, the mummified old man appeared in front of the immemorial expert. Then, he reached out with his withered right hand and grabbed at the primordial expert. Lin Feng already had some understanding of the strength of an ancient powerhouse. He knew just how terrifying this existence was. But in the face of the mummified old man's grasp, the ancient experts were unable to resist at all. Crack, the mummified old man's hand grabbed the primordial expert's head and twisted it. The primordial expert's head was removed. It's not easy for you to be able to live until now after being beheaded in the past. Since you're unwilling to speak, I'll search your soul by force. Then, I'll learn many secrets. The mummified old man said indifferently. He was too powerful. Everything he did was done in a carefree manner. This wasn't the first time Lin Feng saw the mummified old man in action, but every time he saw him in action, his heart would be filled with shock. This was definitely a peerless expert from ancient times to modern times. Even if someone said that he was an expert on the same level as Pangu, Nuwa, Taishang, Guan Yuan, and the others, Lin Feng wouldn't doubt it at all. Spare me. Spare me. Lord. Since our fates are not up to us to decide, please give me a chance, Your Excellency. The primordial expert immediately begged for mercy. Previously, he had sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the mummified old man's body. However, the primordial expert was also extremely confident in his own strength. That was why he had rejected the mummified old man's request. But now, the situation was completely different. He hadn't expected the mummified old man to be so powerful. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed him by more than a single level. The primordial expert found this hard to believe. Hadn't an existence on this level died long ago during the Great War between Xianxia life forms? The few who had luckily survived had all died in the calamity of the primordial era. To think that an existence on this level still existed in this era, it was truly shocking. The mummified old man's expression was still cold. In the end, he tossed the primordial expert's head away. The mummified old man had said, "Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs." From this, one could see that the mummified old man had his own understanding of the heavenly Tao's indifference. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. And from a certain point of view, this primordial expert might indeed be somewhat similar to him. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord. The primordial expert hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the mummified old man in thanks. Who is this person? Xin Daoqiong, Xing Yuchen, and Yu Lingxin were already dumbfounded. After all, even though this primordial expert had been decapitated and his battle prowess had greatly decreased, he still hadn't feared the primogenitors. But in front of this mummified old man, he was nothing more than an ant. It was truly shocking. They couldn't even believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. But, this was all real. This existence was truly far too powerful, to the point where it was simply shocking. Only Lin Feng remained relatively calm. He'd long since known just how powerful this mummified old man was. Thus, Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all that he'd been able to suppress this primordial expert. Speak. The mummified old man said. His words were concise and to the point. He wasn't a particularly talkative person, especially after countless years had passed. He was still as taciturn as he'd been in the past. Everything this junior knows is recorded in this jade tube. The primordial expert handed over a jade tube to the mummified old man. The mummified old man took the tube and sensed its contents. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In that instant, the world seemed to be frozen. It was impossible to tell what was recorded in the tube. The mummified old man then began to walk outside. Senior, wait for this junior. Lin Feng said, hurrying to follow. The mummified old man turned to look at Lin Feng. In that instant, Lin Feng felt like he'd fallen into hell. The mummified old man finally turned back, no longer paying any attention to him. It was as if he'd tacitly agreed to let Lin Feng leave with him. The other three wanted to leave as well, but an invisible force pushed them back into the hall. The mummified old man wasn't the savior of the world. He didn't pay any attention to people who had no relationship with him. The mummified old man didn't walk very quickly. He walked through the forest. Between heaven and earth, not a sound could be heard. Even the chirping of insects and birds had completely disappeared at this moment. The mummified old man was too powerful. His cultivation was heaven-defying, and his battle prowess had reached an unimaginable level. Wherever he passed, there would be a natural pressure. It was as if some people were born with a domineering aura. He suppressed the world. Lin Feng followed behind the mummified old man. Ever since the mummified old man was released from the wooden coffin, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist had formed a mysterious connection with the old man. Perhaps this was a trace of fate in the unseen world. It was the fate of fate within fate. The mummified old man had come for the mysterious immortal book of saints, so when he heard the news of the book, he immediately changed his mind. He walked outside. It seemed as if he wanted to leave Lulan Island. It was as if nothing on Lulan Island could attract the mummified old man's attention. This path is full of danger. In the end, this path requires great courage and faith in order to walk down it. The mummified old man said. He seemed to be talking to himself. However, it also seemed as if he was talking to Lin Feng. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. The mummified old man disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng bowed at the place where the mummified old man had been standing. He was grateful for the senior's help. At the same time, he was also grateful for the senior's guidance. Lin Feng didn't stay for long and quickly left. On the way, Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, have you heard of the Immortal Book of Saints? What is it? The Demon Lord shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. I don't know which era this treasure is from. I don't even know if it's from this era. Lin Feng said, this senior's identity is too mysterious. I don't even know where he came from. I'm not sure. Even at my peak, I couldn't compare to this person. The Demon Lord could not help but sigh. An epoch had 3,000 eras. Each era could last for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, after such a long period of time, no one knew exactly how many experts had appeared in the myriad worlds. The night was bright and clear, and from time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the forest. The area of the Swamp of Despair was extremely large, and the Swamp of Despair at night was extremely dangerous. Boom, violent vibrations could be heard from afar. A great battle broke out. Lin Feng, who was resting in the forest, was alarmed. He quickly flew in the direction of the battle. Not long after, Lin Feng flew to the mountain forest where the battle was taking place. Immediately, he saw a dozen or so cultivators besieging an injured female cultivator. The injured female cultivator was actually the female cultivator from the myriad races, who was wearing a tight black suit. This female cultivator had used a scroll to escape from the Devil Valley of Despair. However, she was injured when she left. Now, her face looked rather pale and her magic power was in disorder. Her injuries should not be light. Wang Hongzhong. We have no grievances in the past. You brought these people to besiege me. Do you want to become enemies with my phantom race? The female cultivator said coldly. Phantom race? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This was the first time he heard of this race. However, this race should be very powerful. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cultivate such a powerful female cultivator. Mei Shirua, I heard that you have the legendary 1,000 charm body. This is an extremely rare dual cultivation physique. It is said that many people want to become dual cultivation partners with you, but they were all rejected by you. You are such a top quality beauty, and you also have the 1,000 charm body. Originally, this young master didn't have any share, but now that you are injured, this young master also wants to have a taste of your 1,000 charm body. A horse-faced cultivator said. This horse-faced cultivator should be the Wang Hongzhong that Mei Shirua mentioned. This Wang Hongzhong should also be a cultivator from the myriad races. Lin Feng did not know which race he was from. He had many experts around him, which was why he dared to attack the injured Mei Shirua. These myriad races cultivators had many tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, Lin Feng was not surprised to see the battle between the two sides. Now, Lin Feng looked at the two sides of the battle as if he was watching a show. Boom boom boom. Under Wang Hongzhong's leadership, their group's attack was very powerful. Although Mei Shirua was very powerful, she was still injured. She could not display her full strength. Therefore, she was suppressed by Wang Hongzhong's group. Moreover, she was surrounded by danger. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Hongzhong seized an opportunity and swept his palm on Mei Shirua's body, sending her flying. After receiving this blow, Mei Shirua's face turned even paler. Ha 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 ha, Mei Shirua, it seems like you will be my woman today. Wang Hongzhong could not help but laugh. The following attacks from this group of people were even more powerful. Boom boom boom. All kinds of terrifying attacks were displayed. It was as if they could destroy the heaven and earth. Mei Shirua was about to be drowned. At this moment, a mysterious rune appeared between Mei Shirua's eyebrows. It was a rune that looked somewhat illusory. That rune emitted a powerful energy. And that energy poured into Mei Shirua's body. God of phantoms, shuttling through the void, thousands of changes, slaying gods and exterminating immortals. Suddenly, Mei Shirua chanted a mysterious incantation. It was an extremely ancient language. No one knew what Mei Shirua's words meant. Mei Shirua's body suddenly became illusory. When all the attacks came, Mei Shirua disappeared without a trace. Then, all the attacks hit empty space. Thousand hands of phantoms. Mei Shirua appeared 100 meters away. Then, her hands continuously changed seals. Along with her soft shout, the voice rang out. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. A pair of arms grew out from the back of the myriad race's cultivators. Those arms were condensed from energy and appeared very abruptly. Then, the pairs of arms grabbed the heads of the cultivators. Crack crack. Following that, those pairs of arms directly twisted and broke the necks of more than 10 cultivators, including the cultivator called Wang Hongzhong. They did not even know what had happened before their necks were twisted and broken. One by one, they died with their eyes open. Mei Shirua's face became even paler after using this sacred art. Obviously, this sacred art consumed a lot of her energy. Mei Shirua leaned against a tree to rest. At this moment, the sound of rustling footsteps could be heard. It's you. Mei Shirua looked towards the direction of the sound. The cultivator who came out of the forest was none other than Lin Feng. TSK, you're really powerful. Even after suffering such serious injuries in the Devil Valley of Despair, you were still able to kill more than a dozen experts in an instant. Fairy strength really makes me prostrate myself in admiration. It seems like you were hiding your true strength when you were besieging me. You didn't use your full strength. Lin Feng looked at Mei Shirua with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Lin Feng had already noticed this woman before. He didn't notice her because of how powerful she was, but because this woman was filled with an indescribable charm. Peerless beauties were rare, but this woman wasn't just a peerless beauty. Moreover, she was a delicate peerless beauty. She was even more charming. Any man who saw this woman would not be able to ignore her and would pay attention to her. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. You actually escaped. Mei Shirua calmed herself down. She was also a person who had seen the world. Although she was injured and was facing Lin Feng alone, she was still able to maintain her composure. Even so, she was still able to adjust her emotions to the best state. This woman was really extraordinary. Perhaps she knew that only by adjusting her emotions to the best state, she would be able to deal with Lin Feng better. Lin Feng gave her too much pressure, but Mei Shirua didn't show it on her face. She still had a calm look on her face, trying to confuse Lin Feng. I didn't escape, I walked out openly. That immemorial expert didn't even dare to fart when he saw me walk out. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brag. Brag with all your might. Mei Shirua couldn't help but curl her lips. She was very clear about how powerful that immemorial expert was. That existence was not an existence that they could contend against. Not to mention them, even some extremely powerful Emperor Realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from that immemorial expert. Therefore, Mei Shirua naturally didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Of course, Mei Shirua did not express her disdain for Lin Feng. She asked, other than you, where are the others? Dead. Lin Feng said faintly. He walked towards Mei Shirua step by step and started to circulate the magic power in his body. Lin Feng wanted to make a move on Mei Shirua. Mei Shirua was simply too mesmerizing. Furthermore, she had the 1,000-charm body. And now, he was injured. Moreover, they were cultivators of the myriad races. He and Lin Feng were enemies. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to suppress her. Mei Shirua quickly retreated and said, "Lin Feng, are you trying to take advantage of me? You're a top genius of the human race. You wouldn't do something that would lower your status, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "If you're talking about lowering your status, aren't you all from the so-called myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other top geniuses from the outside world even more so? A total of 17 experts ganged up on me. Do you have any shame?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Mei Shirua didn't know how to refute Lin Feng. The truth was right in front of her. Indeed, she couldn't refute it. Lin Feng continued, "I heard that you have the 1,000-charm body. This physique is a peak-grade dual cultivation physique. If I can capture you, it will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked Mei Shirua. He quickly flew towards Mei Shirua and sent a palm strike towards her. Previously, Mei Shirua had wanted to kill him. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't go easy on her. Moreover, the world of cultivators was an incomparably cruel world. There was no room for compassion towards one's enemies. If one had compassion for one's enemies, they might be the ones to die in the future. Or, one's friends and family would be the ones to die. Mei Shirua knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Seeing Lin Feng attacking her, she had no intention of fighting Lin Feng. Mei Shirua's hand flashed. A jade talisman flew out. The talisman was covered in dense mysterious runes. Each rune contained a terrifying power. Boom, following the violent explosion, the jade talisman was blasted apart. Following that, waves of destructive energy surged out. The energy from the jade talisman's explosion was so terrifying that it made one's face pale with fright. No one knew who had forged such a powerful jade talisman. Swoosh, Lin Feng quickly retreated. He cast the great defensive art and condensed a defensive crystal wall. At the same time, he cast the magic immunity ability. Then, he quickly pierced through the void. This neutralized the terrifying energy from the jade talisman's explosion. By the time the energy dissipated, Mei Shirua had disappeared without a trace. "She can't escape," Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. He quickly chased after her. Lin Feng had expected that it wouldn't be easy to catch Mei Shirua. Therefore, Lin Feng had already locked onto Mei Shirua's aura. Once she escaped, Lin Feng could still catch up to her by tracking her aura. Lin Feng increased his speed and chased after Mei Shirua. Half an hour later, Lin Feng saw Mei Shirua's figure. Mei Shirua was injured. Moreover, her injuries weren't light. Naturally, her speed would be greatly reduced. Escaping from Lin Feng's hands would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "You can't escape. Just give up," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Lin Feng. You, a big man, bullied a little woman like me. What kind of man are you?" Mei Shirua looked at Lin Feng hatefully. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Little woman? What a joke. Between enemies, there is only life and death. Who cares if you are a man or a woman? When the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces cruelly killed countless cultivators of 9 provinces and countless innocent people, have you ever thought that you, the high and mighty cultivators, should spare those women, the elderly, the women, and the children? Have you ever thought about this? Did you ever let them go? You didn't. Since you didn't, don't act pitiful in front of me. I didn't kill those people you mentioned," Mei Shirua said. "I don't care if you killed them or not. You teamed up with others to kill me. Today, I won't let you go," Lin Feng said indifferently. Swoosh, he stepped on the world. His speed was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng's palm strike was extremely terrifying. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Mei Shirua's hands kept changing seals. Seeing Mei Shirua's ever-changing mysterious seals, Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. His heart trembled slightly. Wasn't this the same technique Mei Shirua used to deal with Wang Hongzhong and the others? These incantations were very powerful and very strange. Previously, Lin Feng saw Wang Hongzhong and the others having their heads grabbed by the hands. Then, more than a dozen of their heads were twisted by those arms. In the end, they died miserably. Therefore, after seeing Mei Shirua's technique, Lin Feng guessed that Mei Shirua was going to use that strange sacred art again. Roar. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. His roar seemed to shake the earth and the mountains. It contained a powerful soul attack. Mei Shirua, who was condensing her sacred art, heard Lin Feng's roar and felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her state was forcefully interrupted. As a result, she suffered a backlash. If Mei Shirua was still in her peak state, or if she wasn't injured, she might be able to block Lin Feng's soul attack. But now, her state was extremely bad. Her combat strength had fallen greatly. She couldn't block Lin Feng's soul attack. Therefore, that's why Lin Feng had interrupted him. Mei Shirua's magic power became even more chaotic. Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, "Mei Shirua, you can't fight me in your current state. Why are you still doing this pointless struggle?" Black Tortoise Hunchback Steel Diagram. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the Black Tortoise Steel Diagram to suppress Mei Shirua. Swish, Mei Shirua's pretty face turned ugly. She waved her hand. A scroll flew out from the scroll. It was the mysterious scroll that helped Mei Shirua escape from the Devil Valley of Despair. The scroll slowly unfolded. On the surface of the scroll, there were many drawings. There were thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the drawings. There were towering mountains and steep ridges. There were many cultivation countries. There were also many immortal sections. Of course, there were also ordinary secular countries. No matter what kind of country it was a scene of prosperity. This picture. It was called the Flourishing Mountains and Rivers painting. This painting was full of mystery. It was filled with great power. It was also full of endless unknowns. When the picture was taken out, the Black Tortoise Hunchback tablet was instantly swallowed up by the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. Next, the Flourishing Mountain and River painting quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Then, the Flourishing Mountain and River painting kept expanding. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. That terrifying devouring power actually wanted to devour Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shocked. This scroll was really powerful. He felt as if his body was flying towards the Flourishing Mountain and River painting uncontrollably. This was definitely a supreme treasure. No one knew where it came from. Slash. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed towards the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. The stone sword directly swept towards the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. Although it did not tear the painting apart, the Flourishing Mountain and River painting was directly swept away by the stone sword. Moreover, the luster of the painting became much dimmer. The devouring power condensed by the Flourishing Mountain and River painting was also shattered by Lin Feng's stone sword. The stone sword's power was indeed unparalleled. It was really too powerful. Everyone could not help but be shocked. Seeing the Flourishing Mountain and River painting's attack being broken, Mei Shirua quickly kept the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. Then, she quickly flew towards the distance, wanting to escape again. However, how could Lin Feng let Mei Shirua escape? He quickly chased after her. Then, he once again swept a fist towards Mei Shirua. This time, Lin Feng used the Demon Ancestor's Holy Punch, a powerful skill. Mei Shirua could not avoid it. She was directly swept away by the Devil Ancestor's Sacred Fist. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this time a figure quickly flew over from the distance. Such a huge commotion had attracted many cultivators over. These cultivators. Most of them were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other foreign forces. A small number of them were cultivators from the 9 continents. Look, it's Mei Shirua. Who is that male cultivator? Even Mei Shirua is not his opponent. It's Lin Feng, the human race's Lin Feng. What? He is Lin Feng? Many people exclaimed. After that, the cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign races, and other influential groups all looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. These cultivators hated Lin Feng to the bone. Even in their dreams, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Now, they finally saw Lin Feng. Everyone, quickly come and help Shirua. Shirua will definitely remember everyone's kindness. Mei Shirua looked at the surrounding cultivators with a pitiful expression. This woman's charm was too great. Especially when coupled with that pitiful look. Many people couldn't help but feel tempted and wanted to deal with Lin Feng. However, when they thought of how terrifying Lin Feng was, these cultivators dispelled this thought. Even though the cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign races, and other influential groups all wanted to kill Lin Feng, they couldn't. However, they were all aware of their own limitations. They knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Such an existence. It was not something they could deal with. If they attacked Lin Feng, only death would await them. Therefore, although there were many people watching the show, however, no one attacked Lin Feng. It seems like no one is helping you, Lin Feng said indifferently. He quickly rushed forward. This time, Lin Feng used a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent. Mei Shirua used all her strength to resist Lin Feng's sacred art. However, she was still defeated by Lin Feng. Her entire body's magic power was directly scattered. Then, Lin Feng directly carried Mei Shirua on his shoulder. Put me down. Quickly put me down. Mei Shirua struggled. Lin Feng, what is the meaning of this? You are a top prodigy of the human race. Don't do something that will tarnish your reputation. A myriad race cultivator said coldly. Swish, Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared in front of the cultivator of the 10,000 clans. He threw a punch at the cultivator of the 10,000 clans. That myriad race cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror. He didn't expect Lin Feng to attack him. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. A loud bang was heard. This myriad race cultivator was directly killed by Lin Feng. The myriad race invaded the 9 continents and killed many innocent people. Even if your myriad race cultivators died 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to comfort the souls of the countless innocent people in the 9 continents. Any means to deal with your myriad race cultivators is not excessive, Lin Feng said indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng kill so decisively, the myriad race, extraterrestrial race, and other cultivators couldn't help but turn pale with fear. Facing Lin Feng's words, they didn't even have the courage to refute. Beasts roared in the forest. Powerful ferocious beasts roamed everywhere. The swamp of despair was as dangerous as ever. Inside a cave, Lin Feng looked at Mei Shirua with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng, what will it take for you to let me go? Mei Shirua forced herself to calm down and asked. However, no matter how calm she appeared on the surface, her heart was filled with deep fear. If they ended up in Lin Feng's hands, it would be a disaster for them. The only thing Mei Shirua could do now was to persuade Lin Feng to dispel the bad thoughts in his heart. She had no other choice. Lin Feng said indifferently, it wasn't easy to capture you, so how could I let you go so easily? In fact, you should be glad that you have such a peerless beauty because I am someone who knows how to take care of the fairer sex. If it was someone else, they would have been a corpse by now. But when facing you, I can't bear to kill you. Isn't it too much of a pity to kill a peerless beauty like you? Mei Shirua said, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. There is nothing that can't be negotiated. What do you want? Magic treasure? Cultivation resources? Heavenly treasure? Divine ability inheritance? Wait, whatever you want, I can satisfy you. TSK, your tone is quite big. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Mei Shirua said, this is because I have enough confidence to say these words. That's why I said that there is nothing that can't be negotiated. I can give you anything you want, even the location of an ancient cultivator's cave, the inheritance of an immortal, etc. I only ask that you let me go. Looks like you are also someone with great luck. However, I don't like to take things from women. Magic treasures, cultivation resources, and even legacies, I will look for them myself. Compared to those things, I am more interested in you as a person. The Thousand Charms body must be filled with miraculous aspects, right? Lin Feng looked at Mei Shirua and said. Lin Feng. Don't make a mistake. Our Phantom clan is powerful and has many experts. You should consider the consequences. Mei Shirua bit her red lips and said. Her words were threatening. Lin Feng didn't know much about the Phantom clan, but he could tell from Mei Shirua's words that this clan was definitely a powerful force. But so what, Lin Feng even dared to kill someone from the Sacred God clan. Let alone the Phantom clan? Maybe you'll fall in love with me and stick to me wholeheartedly. Said Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile. In your dreams. Mei Shirua said. Who can say what will happen in the future? Said Lin Feng smiling and walking towards Mei Shirua. Under the bright moonlight, he played the flute. Wind, flower, snow, moon, spring night warm. Yin Yang. 8. Meridians 8. Billions of divine powers, world domination the pillar of the spirit spring 100 meetings. 10. The immortal ascension platform let out a soft cry. The night was filled with endless gentleness and beauty. Lin Feng's cultivation increased again. This time, his cultivation climbed 2 stone steps and stopped at the 55th stone step. The Thousand Charm body is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Dual cultivation was the fastest way to increase one's cultivation. However, dual cultivation had extremely high requirements for the Tao companion. Generally, the Tao companion had to have a supreme grade physique. Only when the primordial yin was still present could the results be doubled with half the effort. If the primordial yin was lost, the effects would be greatly reduced even if the Tao companion had a supreme grade physique. Lin Feng planned to continue walking deeper. Naturally, he wouldn't kill Mei Shirua. Just as Lin Feng said, he had always been protective of women and rarely killed female cultivators. Especially beautiful female cultivators, Lin Feng was even more reluctant to kill them unless they provoked Lin Feng. Only then would he kill a female cultivator or a beautiful female cultivator. Don't forget this young master's words. If you want to be my concubine in the future, you can come and find me. This young master will have a place for you in his harem. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and quickly left. Lin Feng, I will definitely kill you. Mei Shirua gritted her teeth and screamed. I wonder where Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sage are now. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Lulan Island had special laws of order. Therefore, many communication methods, such as some communication jade talismans, would lose their effects here. Spiritual senses would also be greatly suppressed. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign sage had a spiritual master-servant connection. However, he couldn't use spiritual senses to contact them now. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't worried about Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sage's safety. This was because the two of them had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, the two of them had accumulated a lot of power. Before they broke through to the Great Emperor realm, they could rely on various powerful techniques to contend with great emperors. After breaking through, their life force had undergone a transformation. Their battle strength had increased by many folds. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't worried about their safety at all. Lin Feng continued to traverse through the forest. Suddenly, a tiger's roar resounded. Following which, a demonic wind swept over. A demonic tiger rode the demonic wind and attacked. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and the demonic tiger fought over 100 rounds before finally killing it. Following which, Lin Feng dragged the demonic tiger away and cut open its stomach. A bonfire burned fiercely. An alluring aroma filled the air. Oil dripped from the golden barbecued meat. It was extremely delicious. In the distance, more than 10 streams of light flew over. A group of people descended from the sky. This was a group of extremely young cultivators. Each of them was powerful and unfathomable. Humans. What surprised Lin Feng was that these cultivators were all humans. Lin Feng knew most of the top human experts in the 9 states. Even if he didn't know them, he had heard of them. However, he didn't know any of the people in front of him. Human experts outside the 9 states? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The outer realm was vast and boundless. There were many great worlds with human cultivators. There were even some human cultivators who ruled over some outer realm planets or great worlds. During this period of time, there were also some outer realm humans who had descended on the 9 states. However, their numbers were extremely small. Lin Feng didn't know much about the outer realm humans. Moreover, he didn't know much about the outer realm human experts. These people were probably the outer realm human experts who had descended on the 9 states recently. The young master who spoke was very handsome. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was confident and elegant. He looked like a fine young master in a chaotic world. However, that pair of slightly long and narrow eyes affected his entire person, making people feel that this person had an indescribable feminine temperament. Lin Feng did not have much contact with the extraterrestrial humans. There were very few extraterrestrial humans in 9 prefectures, and they were extremely low-key. These Xenorace humans didn't participate in the battle between the cultivators of the 9 provinces, the myriad of races, the Xenorace, and the other forces of the outside world. Perhaps it was because they didn't want to get into trouble, so they didn't participate in this battle. Of course, not all extraterrestrial humans were extremely low-key. In fact, the extraterrestrial humans were very powerful. Even the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were wary of the extraterrestrial humans. From this, one could see how powerful the extraterrestrial humans were. Such a force. Naturally, not many people dared to provoke them. Now, the young master's identity was obviously not simple. His aura was very powerful, and he was definitely an expert of the younger generation of the extraterrestrial humans. However, Lin Feng did not pay attention to this person. So what if he was an extraterrestrial human cultivator? It had nothing to do with him. Although the extraterrestrial humans and the humans of 9 prefectures were both human cultivators, they did not choose to help the humans of 9 prefectures fight against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Of course, Lin Feng would not blame these people because the extraterrestrial humans were not cultivators of 9 prefectures. They had enough reasons not to participate in this battle. Outsiders could not make any decisions about this kind of thing. Seeing that Lin Feng directly ignored him, the young master's face suddenly sank. He said coldly, "Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Get lost. Lin Feng looked coldly at the young master. He had always had a strong personality. Naturally, he would not let others ride on his head. Lin Feng had been extremely unhappy with the young master's high and mighty attitude. There was no need to show any mercy to such a person. "Kid, you dare to ask me to get lost? Are you courting death?" A dense killing intent appeared in the eyes of the brocade-robed young man. "Brother son, please calm down. There is no need to get angry over such a trivial matter, right?" A blue-cloaked cultivator in the group hurriedly said. "This kid actually dares to humiliate me. How could I tolerate this? If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know that there's always someone better out there." The young master in embroidered clothes said with an indifferent expression. Although he could not sense Lin Feng's specific cultivation, he could sense Lin Feng's life aura. Lin Feng was really too young. His lifespan was not even 60 years. In the world of cultivators, a casual closed-door meditation could take hundreds of years. A human cultivator with less than 60 years of lifespan was naturally looked down upon. Therefore, in the prince's opinion, Lin Feng, a cultivator who didn't have a high cultivation level, dared talk to him like that? Lin Feng was simply courting death. "Brother son, you're a high and mighty human prodigy. There's no need to be so angry over such a small matter. It's ungentlemanly," a female cultivator said aloud. This female cultivator's voice was delicate and very gentle. Lin Feng could not help but look at the woman who spoke. This woman was dressed in white and was as otherworldly as a fairy. After seeing this woman, a name instantly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Lu Huaxian. This woman's temperament was very similar to Lu Huaxian's. They were both like peerless fairies who had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, now that he saw this woman in front of him, he could not help but feel his eyes light up. "Since Fairy Qingwan has pleaded for this kid, I won't argue with him today," the young master in embroidered clothes said. There were 7 people in this group, 1 male and 1 female. In addition to this female cultivator called Fairy Qingwan, there was another female cultivator who attracted Lin Feng's attention. This female cultivator's temperament was also excellent. She wore a light purple dress that completely set off her perfect figure. This woman looked elegant and noble, as if she was otherworldly. Of course, the other women were also extremely beautiful. They were all first-class beauties. However, compared to these 2 women, they were slightly inferior. Hee, brother's barbecue is really fragrant and tempting. I wonder if we have the fortune to try it. A burly cultivator with a full beard said. He was also very young, but his appearance gave people an incomparably rough feeling. Of course. Lin Feng nodded and said. That rough cultivator hurried to the bonfire, then took out a dagger and cut off a piece of barbecue to taste. One after another, people came forward to try Lin Feng's barbecue. The wine and barbecue were a perfect match. It was simply a delicacy. Mortal enjoyment. However, there were also some people who didn't try Lin Feng's barbecue. Instead, they took out spirit fruits and ate them. Many cultivators had harsh requirements for themselves. They absolutely didn't eat grains, let alone meat. This was because, in their opinion, these things had a lot of impurities. If they ate too much of these things, it would affect their cultivation. Of course, everyone had a different attitude towards cultivation and life. Lin Feng was an optimist and liked to enjoy good food. If there were impurities in his body, he could just spend some time refining them. Lin Feng and this rough-looking cultivator got along quite well. This cultivator was called Xianxia. From this person, Lin Feng understood the origins of this group of people. This group of cultivators came from the Devil Dragon Star Field in the Outer Realm. This Devil Dragon Star Field was quite a famous star field in the Outer Realm. There were many experts there. Many of them came from different life planets in the Devil Dragon Star Field and then came to the 9 prefectures together. As soon as they came to the 9 prefectures, they heard about Lulan Island and immediately rushed to Lulan Island. One had to admit that these people were very lucky to encounter the appearance of Lulan Island. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Sun Tianwei. He was a direct descendant of the Sun family, a famous ancient family in the Devil Dragon Star Field. He was very talented and arrogant. The young man in blue clothes was called Lan Chaoyang. He was also a descendant of an ancient family. He came from the Lan family in the Devil Dragon Star Field. The woman with an otherworldly temperament like a fairy in a painting was called Nangong Qingwan. She came from the Pavilion of Immortals in the Devil Dragon Star Field. This was an extremely huge force in the Devil Dragon Star Field. Finally, the beautiful cultivator in purple clothes was called Ouyang Zixue. Zhang Sen was also very curious about Lin Feng's background, but Lin Feng did not tell him who he was. He simply said that his surname was Lin. That was because he was simply too famous. Even though this group of people had just arrived in the 9 provinces, they must have heard of his name. Lin Feng did not tell them his name because he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Perhaps aside from Zhang Sen, the others were not interested in knowing Lin Feng's name. They were just strangers who had met by chance and would not move together. Besides, even if Lin Feng wanted to join their group, they probably wouldn't agree to it. In their opinion, Lin Feng joining them was the same as adding a burden. Therefore, they would not allow Lin Feng to join them. The next day, Lin Feng parted ways with these people. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally left the Swamp of Despair. Lin Feng was very strong, so he could easily deal with any danger he encountered in the Swamp of Despair. However, many people died in the Swamp of Despair. The Swamp of Despair was simply a land of death. It was filled with danger, and there were massacres everywhere. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. Therefore, one had to be very careful when entering the Swamp of Death. After leaving the death curse, there was a boundless black grassland. The weeds growing here were all black. The soil was also black. It was extremely strange. Didn't they say that after passing through the Swamp of Despair, one would be able to see the treasures of Lulan Island? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had obtained this information from the little golden snake. However, it seemed that the little golden snake's information was not very accurate. After all, the little golden snake had never passed through the swamp of despair. The little golden snake's information was also obtained from others. Therefore, it was understandable that the little golden snake's information was not accurate. Lin Feng saw the group of cultivators from the Demon Dragon Star region again. They seemed to be in a sorry state. Originally, there were 14 of them, but now, only 13 were left. He did not know what had happened to cause them to lose one of their members. Isn't that Brother Lin? Xianxia pointed in the direction of Lin Feng. Let's go. Sun Tianwei said in a low voice. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. The others also did not stop and quickly left. Xianxia wanted to come over and greet Lin Feng, but the matter seemed to be quite urgent, so he didn't come over. Instead, he quickly left with the others. This group of people had hurried expressions. Something unknown must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this. But no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too lazy to care about these things. He walked towards the depths of the black grassland. When night fell, a hurricane blew over the black grassland. The powerful hurricane swept across the world, shattering the void. Lin Feng had never seen such a terrifying hurricane before. He quickly flew away to avoid being sucked into the hurricane. That night, the black grassland was not peaceful. This was because when the hurricane blew over the black grassland, waves of sinister laughter came from within the hurricane. It was like the cry of a malicious spirit. Many cultivators who heard this sound felt their hair stand on end. Moreover, the hurricane became more and more violent. In the latter half of the night, it swept through half of the black grassland. Many people were sucked into the hurricane and died tragically. Swoosh, Lin Feng quickly flew away like lightning. He tried to avoid the terrifying hurricane, but there were hurricanes coming from all directions. There was no way to avoid the hurricane. The earth cracked open, and a demonic wind blew out from it, forming the hurricane, a cultivator shouted. This cultivator saw a terrifying scene. He saw the cracked earth and the black hurricane surging from the earth. The black earth, the black grass, the black hurricanes, all of this seemed so bizarre. That cultivator had extraordinary means, so he managed to avoid the hurricane. But now, he could no longer avoid it. In the end, that cultivator was sucked into the hurricane and died. Before Lin Feng was engulfed by the hurricane, he took out the hurricane pearl. With the hurricane pearl, he could travel through the hurricane. From time to time, he heard the screams of cultivators. Many cultivators were sucked into the hurricane and died tragically. It was too tragic. Lin Feng sped through the black hurricane. He wanted to leave the hurricane as soon as possible and go to the Rift Valley to take a closer look. There must be something amazing in the Rift Valley. Otherwise, such a terrifying black hurricane wouldn't have formed. Now, Lin Feng suddenly thought of another possibility. Lulan Island was so big. Although there were many treasures, these treasures might be hidden in various secret places. Then, they would wait for cultivators to explore these treasures. Maybe this was an opportunity, Lin Feng had to cherish it. Maybe he would be able to find some extremely precious treasures in the future. Swoosh. At that moment, a black silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. Upon closer inspection, it was an extremely ugly monster. Its body was as black as ink, and it had a pair of huge wings. It was about 2 meters tall. Its head was like that of a bat's, and it had huge fangs. Its eyes emitted a blood-red light. This terrifying existence used the hurricane as a cover to get behind Lin Feng. Its sharp claws swiped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what happened next, but his instincts were extremely fast. He vaguely sensed a sinister aura coming from behind him. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly moved to the left. Whoosh. A terrifying cold light streaked past where Lin Feng had been standing. That sharp cold light almost tore Lin Feng's body apart. Lin Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what this terrifying existence was. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the stone sword and held it in his hand. He looked at the terrifying creature with an indifferent expression, then swung his sword and killed it. Lin Feng had long guessed that there couldn't be no danger in such a demonic black hurricane. Now, it seemed that he had guessed correctly. This strange creature was hiding in the hurricane. It was extremely terrifying. And creatures like this were definitely not rare in the hurricane. There must be many more. Screech. The stone sword could not split the monster's claws. One could imagine how hard the monster's claws were. Moreover, the monster's body was emitting a strong stench. Lin Feng guessed that the stench should contain poison. If one breathed in too much, one's body would be poisoned. After being poisoned, one's combat strength would decrease greatly. However, the monster's combat strength would not decrease at all. At this time, it was time for the monster to show its might. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. If he could not kill the monster quickly, Lin Feng might be in danger. Lin Feng also knew this. Therefore, he sped up his attack. Moreover, he used an even more powerful method. He used 3 layers of hockey to condense a magnetic field. The powerful magnetic field enveloped the monster. Although the monster was very powerful, after being enveloped by the magnetic field, its speed decreased greatly, and its combat strength also decreased greatly. Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and charged at the monster again. He clashed with the monster again. The stone sword used a terrifying power. The two sides collided more than 10 times. Lin Feng seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He stabbed the monster's chest with the stone sword. Blood immediately gushed out. The blood that the monster spat out was actually black blood. The black blood contained a deadly poison. When its blood dripped on the ground actually made a sizzling sound and black smoke rose. Obviously, the blood contained a terrifying corrosive power. After killing the monster, Lin Feng quickly walked into the depths. Not long after, he was attacked by another monster. When this monster attacked Lin Feng, a few more powerful monsters quickly flew over and attacked Lin Feng together. These monsters attacked Lin Feng while letting out sharp and ear-piercing cries. The monsters in the distance quickly gathered after hearing these cries. Seeing so many monsters besieging him, Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. These monsters seemed to be taking revenge for the monster that he had killed earlier. Lin Feng did not fight with these monsters. Because even if he spent a lot of effort to kill these monsters, he would not be able to get any benefits from them. In such a dangerous place, it was better to preserve his strength. After Lin Feng opened a gap, he quickly flew deeper into the depths. Soon, he got rid of the group of monsters that were chasing after him. At this time, Lin Feng saw a cultivator appear in front of him. The cultivator walked forward step by step, and the space around him distorted. The violent hurricane produced a power that was enough to shatter the void. The terrifying power slammed into the cultivator's body. However, it was unable to cause any harm to the cultivator. The terrifying power produced by the hurricane was blocked by the distorted space around the cultivator. Who is he? He's actually so powerful. Lin Feng was very surprised. The cultivator's appearance was rather ordinary. But he was very young. Could it be a human from the outer realm? Lin Feng could not help but think of it now. The outer realm humans had arrived in the 9 regions. Many of the outer realm humans had shocking ancient inheritances. Some of these inheritances were even coveted by the ancient forces of the heaven realm. The cultivator also glanced at Lin Feng, but he quickly turned his head and did not continue to pay attention to Lin Feng. In the distance, dozens of terrifying monsters quickly flew towards the cultivator, as if they wanted to surround and kill him. But those monsters had no way to get close to the cultivator. When those monsters tried to attack the cultivator, the distorted space around the cultivator directly enveloped the group of monsters. The bodies of the monsters were torn to pieces. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. That cultivator was simply too powerful. Just how much power did he possess? He didn't even make a move. Just the terrifying distortion power emitted from his body was able to kill so many powerful monsters. If he made a move, what kind of terrifying combat power would he be able to display? Just the thought of it was enough to make people feel shocked. Lin Feng quickly left. In the end, he passed through the black hurricane. Then he continued to fly towards the depths. By the next day, the black hurricane had dissipated. Many cultivators who survived were very glad. This night was really too thrilling. Who knows how many cultivators died tragically in the hands of the Black Hurricane or those monsters. The cultivators who survived were all ecstatic. Lin Feng was looking for the mysterious Rift Valley. Because before the cultivator was devoured, he said that he saw the Rift Valley, the Black Hurricane and those terrifying monsters flew out from the Rift Valley. Now the hurricane had disappeared. What's the situation with the Rift Valley now? Will the Rift Valley disappear? Many cultivators heard the cultivator's words at that time. So many people were looking for the Rift Valley. After about an hour, Lin Feng heard a piece of news. It was said that someone had found the mysterious Great Rift Valley. Currently, many cultivators were flying towards the Great Rift Valley at high speed. After hearing this, Lin Feng also quickly flew towards the Rift Valley. When he arrived next to the Rift Valley, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. It was a rift valley that was over 100 miles long and 30 to 40 miles wide. Fierce hurricanes constantly blew out from the Rift Valley. However, the hurricane that blew out of the Great Rift Valley only covered the top of the valley. It didn't engulf the entire black grassland like before. Some cultivators tried to enter the Rift Valley, but they were torn to pieces by the hurricanes inside the Rift Valley. It wasn't easy to enter the Rift Valley. One needed to have extraordinary means to enter. But there were also some cultivators who relied on powerful magic treasures, special abilities, or treasures like jade talismans to successfully enter the Rift Valley. They quickly disappeared without a trace, obviously going to search for the opportunities at the bottom of the Rift Valley. Lin Feng took out his Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. He used the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda to protect himself. Then he also entered the Rift Valley. After entering the Rift Valley, Lin Feng found that the hurricanes only covered the top part of the Rift Valley. When they entered the Great Rift Valley. Originally, Lin Feng thought that there might be some terrifying creatures in the Great Rift Valley to stop these foreign cultivators from entering the Great Rift Valley. But when he really entered the Great Rift Valley, Lin Feng found that there was no danger here. After entering the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, Lin Feng saw many corpses. These corpses had already completely decayed. Who knew how long they had been dead? After seeing these corpses, Lin Feng hurriedly looked for their storage rooms. Lin Feng found some storage rings. Then, his spiritual sense invaded these storage rings. He wanted to see what kind of treasures were hidden inside. But soon, Lin Feng found that his spiritual sense couldn't enter these storage rings at all. This was because these storage rings had already been destroyed. Time was the fastest thing to do. Nothing could withstand the erosion of time, not even these storage rings. More and more cultivators entered the Great Rift Valley one after another. Then, these cultivators saw so many corpses and began to look for storage rings among the corpses. After finding the storage rings, they also used their spiritual sense to sense them. These cultivators found that the storage rings they obtained were all destroyed storage rings. After finding that these storage rings were destroyed, many people couldn't help but curse. Then, these people stopped looking for other storage rings. Instead, they quickly flew deeper into the valley. Lin Feng also quickly flew deeper into the valley. But soon, Lin Feng found something shocking. He flew for more than 20 miles. He found that this area was completely covered by corpses. There were so many corpses. How many living beings had died back then? It was simply unimaginable. He didn't know how these living beings died. Could it be that they were killed in this place? The yin qi in this place was extremely heavy. Search. Ordinary people couldn't come to this place at all. Because once the yin qi here entered their bodies, ordinary cultivators would probably die tragically here. Such a place is definitely not simple. I'm afraid it has long formed a place of extreme yin. The demon lord couldn't help but say. Lin Feng naturally knew what kind of place the land of extreme negative energy was. It was an extremely terrifying place, and such a place usually appeared in the land of death. Of course, even within the land of death, not every place would have a land of extreme negative energy. Over the years, Lin Feng had been to many places of death, but he had only seen 1 or 2 places of extreme negative energy. Places of extreme negative energy often gave birth to terrifying evil spirits. The land of extreme negative energy was formed because too many creatures had died here, and many of them were extremely powerful. It's not just the land of extreme negative energy. I vaguely feel that a magnetic field has formed here, Lin Feng said. His perception was extremely strong, and Lin Feng had cultivated 3 types of hockey, so his perception of magnetic fields was very special. The formation of a magnetic field is often very special. For example, some experts may form a magnetic field after they die, but the range of such a magnetic field is not particularly large. In addition to the magnetic field formed after the death of an expert, the fusion of hockey can also form a magnetic field. Some of the top experts with extraordinary talent may be able to comprehend the power of magnetic fields. The magnetic field here is very obscure, enough to fool everyone. Those who have never come into contact with a magnetic field might not be able to sense it at all. This time, there is actually a hidden magnetic field. The demon lord couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng said, the magnetic field here isn't very strong, right? Is that why it's so obscure? Of course not. The demon lord shook his head and said, it's because the magnetic field here is too strong. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed that this place was even more complicated than he had imagined. An underground palace has appeared in front. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? An underground palace has appeared? Let's go and take a look. This news was simply earth-shattering. Many cultivators quickly rushed out, wanting to see what was going on outside. Lin Feng also quickly flew forward. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive at the area where the underground palace had appeared. When he arrived, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was because an underground palace had indeed appeared. A large number of cultivators had already rushed into the underground palace. Lin Feng also entered the underground palace. The walls of the underground palace were vermilion. This made Lin Feng think of many imperial palaces. Many imperial palaces and countries would paint their walls vermilion. It was said that this color could ward off evil spirits. Even the talisman liquid used by Taoists to write talismans was fused with vermilion. Vermilion was the color of vermilion. Therefore, the saying that vermilion could ward off evil spirits was not without basis. Lin Feng chose a passage and quickly rushed forward. Not long after, he saw a palace. At present, a battle had broken out in the palace. 2 groups of cultivators were fighting. There were many cultivators around who were watching the show. Of the 2 groups of cultivators, the side with fewer people had a total of 13. Surprisingly, Lin Feng recognized all of them. They were the group of cultivators from the Devil Dragon Starfield that Lin Feng had seen before. The other group had about 50 cultivators. They were cultivators from outside the starfield. These cultivators were from the Eternal River Starfield. The Eternal River Starfield was a starfield that was relatively close to the Heavenly Sage Great World. This starfield was extremely powerful. The famous Blood Star Clan and Star Moon Clan were both from the Eternal River Starfield. The disparity in numbers in this battle was quite large. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Starfield had been bitterly holding on. Clearly, they would not be able to hold on for long. Why are these 2 groups fighting each other? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Starfield obtained a scroll from this palace. It is said that the scroll recorded several powerful 3,000 grand daos. However, the cultivators from the Eternal River Starfield saw it. The cultivators from the Eternal River Starfield asked them for it. Naturally, they were unwilling to hand over the scroll. Thus, the 2 sides fought. A cultivator said. A scroll that recorded several 3,000 grand daos? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The 3,000 grand daos were the foundation of the Tao. Every time he cultivated one of the 3,000 grand daos, he would be able to increase his grand Tao foundation. Lin Feng's desire for the 3,000 grand daos surpassed his desire for immortal techniques. He could cultivate immortal techniques at any time. However, the earlier he cultivated the 3,000 grand daos, the better. This was because the 3,000 grand daos were divine abilities that built the foundation. It was like building the foundation of a house. Building the house halfway before returning to strengthen the foundation was naturally not as reliable as building the foundation from the beginning. Below the Great Emperor realm was the stage of building the foundation. Thus, before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, the more grand daos one cultivated, the better. Lin Feng did not make a move directly. He was still observing the battle. Although the people from the Devil Dragon Star area were obviously at a disadvantage. However, the experts on their side were also very powerful. Even if they were at a disadvantage for the time being, but in terms of strength, they were too weak. It would not be a problem for them to hold on for a while. The cultivators from the Eternal River Star area had more people. However, it would not be easy for them to kill all the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area in a short period of time. This battle would not end in a short period of time. Lin Feng watched the battle from afar. He was waiting for the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area to be unable to hold on and the cultivators from the Eternal River Star area to be exhausted before he made a move. According to Lin Feng's character, in such a situation, he would definitely sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He would only make a move when both sides suffered heavy casualties. This was also the safest time to make a move. However, Lin Feng and Xianxia from the Devil Dragon Star area had a good chat before. This was the reason why Lin Feng helped them at the last moment. If it was not for Xianxia, what did the life and death of the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area have to do with Lin Feng? Boom, 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 all kinds of powerful attacks were launched. It was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. The cultivators from the Eternal River Star area attacked more fiercely. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area found it more and more difficult to resist. The Devil Dragon Star area is not to be trifled with. Do you really want to kill us all? If you kill us, the news will spread to the Devil Dragon Star area. At that time, it will definitely cause a war between star areas. At that time, all of you will die. Sun Tianwei roared with a gloomy face. He had tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but to no avail. Now, Sun Tianwei was extremely aggrieved. After all, the cultivators on his side were suppressed not because their cultivation was not good enough. It was because their disadvantage in numbers was too great. Sun Tianwei, I know who you are, and I also know who you and your group are. However, you think too highly of yourself. How important is a war between star fields? Do you think the Devil Dragon Star area will start a war between star areas for a few juniors like you? You're really indulging in fantasy. A young noble from the Eternal River Galaxy's side couldn't help but mock. His name was Wan Xingheng. The organization he belonged to was a famous and powerful force in the Eternal River Galaxy. Many followers had gathered around him. As for this Wan Xingheng, he was even more extraordinary. It was said that 300 years ago, this Wan Xingheng had fought 300 rounds with an early-stage God Emperor without losing. It could be seen how powerful this person's talent was. Wan Xingheng, you've gone too far. Sun Tianwei could not help but roar in anger. Lin Feng didn't have a particularly good impression of Sun Tianwei. Previously, this Sun Tianwei was acting all high and mighty. Lin Feng had long been in a bad mood. However, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with this person. Right now, Sun Tianwei was too full of himself. Since Wan Xingheng dared to make a move against them, he had already anticipated what would happen in the future. Things had already developed to this extent, yet Sun Tianwei still dared to threaten Wan Xingheng. Lin Feng even suspected that there was a hole in this guy's head. Did he really think that all the cultivators in the universe would fear the Devil Dragon Star area? Sun Tianwei. Since this young noble dared to make a move against you, I've already thought of all the countermeasures. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the scrolls that record the 3,000 Grand Daos. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Wan Xingheng said with an indifferent expression. This person was definitely a cultivator who killed decisively. When he said these words, his voice was filled with dense killing intent. Obviously, he wasn't deliberately threatening Sun Tianwei and the others. Some cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area were already moved. They didn't want to continue fighting and wanted to hand over the scrolls that recorded the 3,000 Grand Daos. Brother Sun, hand it over, someone said. The hatred has already been sowed. Even if we hand it over, this person won't let us go. Sun Tianwei couldn't help but say. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Even though Sun Tianwei looked down on everybody, he was a bit arrogant. Although Sun Tianwei was arrogant, he was indeed a meticulous person, just as Sun Tianwei had said. Now that they had become enemies, even if they handed over the scrolls, Wang Xingheng and the others wouldn't let Sun Tianwei and the others go. This was a fight between the younger generation. Even if they killed the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area, they wouldn't be afraid. Even if the other party wanted to seek revenge, they would only send cultivators around the same age. The older generation wouldn't take action. Therefore, Wang Xingheng and the others didn't have to worry about being killed by the older generation. Since they didn't have to worry about this, they naturally wouldn't choose to let the tiger return to the mountain. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area were all top experts. If they were allowed to leave alive, they might come back to seek revenge in the future. These people all had great luck. Once they came to find them, it might be the cultivators from the Eternal River Star area who would die without a burial place. Wang Xingheng was naturally very clear about this. After hearing Sun Tianwei's words, the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area who originally wanted to make peace with Sun Tianwei had extremely ugly expressions. Sun Tianwei said, "Everyone, break out of the encirclement. When we break out, we'll find some experts. When the time comes, we'll definitely tear these people into pieces." "That's right. Let's break out together." The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area all had fierce expressions on their faces. However, the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area couldn't break out of the encirclement just because they wanted to. Their methods were indeed amazing. However, the other party's cultivation was also very strong. Moreover, there were too many of them. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area continued to try to break out of the encirclement. However, they failed every time. Bang, 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 along with the sound of violent collisions. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area were blasted away one by one. Their faces were as pale as paper. Many of them had even reached the point of being a lamp that had run out of oil. Therefore, at this time, their faces were filled with despair. "Kill them." Wang Xingheng gave the order with an indifferent expression. "Wait." At this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly resounded in the palace. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Then, they saw a black-robed young man step out. This black-robed young man was none other than Lin Feng. "The scroll that records the 3,000 Great Tao is mine. You can leave now." Lin Feng looked indifferently at the cultivators from the Eternal River Star area. The scroll that recorded the 3,000 Great Daos was obviously something that the cultivators of the Eternal River Star Zone were determined to obtain. Now, however, Lin Feng had suddenly appeared and claimed that the scroll belonged to him. Naturally, many people found this unbelievable. Could it be that this guy felt that he had lived for too long and wanted to court death? Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was simply courting death. The cultivators of the Eternal River Star Zone were not kind people. Besides, Lin Feng was a human cultivator. He had no choice but to die. "It's him." The cultivators of the Demon Dragon Star Zone were extremely shocked when they saw Lin Feng. Naturally, they all recognized Lin Feng. Not long ago, they had some interactions with Lin Feng. However, other than Zhang Sen, the rest of them were not familiar with Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng appear at this moment, many people were extremely shocked. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Demon Dragon Star Zone, Lin Feng was a cultivator who had cultivated for an extremely short period of time. How much cultivation could he have? Now, he actually wanted the scroll that recorded the 3,000 Great Daos. He was simply overestimating himself. "Brother Lin, hurry up and leave this place," Zhang Sen said hurriedly. Zhang Sen was a very simple and honest person. Now that he was worried about Lin Feng, he kept winking at Lin Feng. He hoped that Lin Feng would leave quickly. However, Lin Feng did not choose to leave. "Who has the scroll?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. The cultivators of the Demon Dragon Star Zone looked at Sun Tianwei. Obviously, the scroll was in his hands. "Young master, should we kill this kid?" a cultivator of the Eternal River Star Zone asked. Wang Xingheng said faintly, "Let's see what tricks this kid is playing first." "Yes." The cultivator hurriedly replied. "Hand it over." Lin Feng came to Sun Tianwei's side and said indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, Sun Tianwei couldn't help but be enraged. in Sun Tianwei's opinion. If it weren't for Lan Chaoyang and Namgong Qingwan's persuasion, he wouldn't have done it. At that time, he took care of Lin Feng, who was disrespectful to him. From start to finish, Sun Tianwei had never put Lin Feng in his eyes. Now that he was in such a sorry state, yet Lin Feng was still so calm and collected, it seemed to have deeply provoked Sun Tianwei. His expression couldn't help but darken. Sun Tianwei sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you demand something from me? You should be thankful that I didn't make a fuss about it with you before. Now you actually dare to be impudent in front of me. You're simply courting death." Lin Feng couldn't help but look glum. He looked coldly at Sun Tianwei. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Sun Tianwei. "Die." Sun Tianwei's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slammed it towards Lin Feng. Sun Tianwei felt that he was dead. Before he died, it would be quite good to drag Lin Feng down with him. Slap. However, just as Sun Tianwei's palm struck out, he felt a burning pain on his face. The sound of a loud slap was heard. Everyone saw Lin Feng slap directly on Sun Tianwei's face. Sun Tianwei's body flew out. His face was smashed by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Sun Tianwei, with such a powerful cultivation, was actually sent flying by a slap from that kid. This is too unbelievable. Exclamations of surprise came out one after another. One by one, the cultivators looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. It was no wonder that everyone was so shocked. Although the continuous battles had caused Sun Tianwei to consume a lot of energy, causing Sun Tianwei's battle strength to decline. But Sun Tianwei's talent, realm, and strength were there for all to see. No matter what, he should not have been sent flying by a slap. But the reality was that Sun Tianwei was really sent flying by a slap. Moreover, his face had been slapped to a pulp. Seeing Sun Tianwei's miserable appearance, many people felt as if they were in a dream. For Lin Feng to be able to send Sun Tianwei flying, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Feng's strength was. At this time, Lin Feng's right hand gently swiped in the air. Poochie. Blood splattered. Sun Tianwei's finger with the storage ring was directly cut off. Lin Feng grabbed the storage ring that slid off the severed finger. Seeing Lin Feng's swift and decisive methods, many people could not help but be shocked. Lin Feng's methods were too shocking. He acted decisively. Decisive in killing. At such a young age, such an expert should not be unknown. Who is this person? A cultivator asked, wanting to know Lin Feng's identity. It's him. It must be him. I was wondering why this person looked so familiar. I know who he is. A myriad race cultivator could not help but say. Who is he? Many people asked curiously. Everyone was extremely interested in Lin Feng's identity. Including the cultivators from the demonic Dragon Star Zone. Including the cultivators from the Eternal River Star Zone. They all wanted to know Lin Feng's background. Lin Feng of the 9 States Human Clan. The myriad race cultivator said. What? He's Lin Feng of the 9 States Human Clan? Heavens, this person is Lin Feng. Exclamations could not help but be heard. Many people's faces were filled with incomparable shock. Who did not know Lin Feng's name, who did not know, the myriad race, the extraterritorial race, and the cultivators from other forces hated Lin Feng's name to the bone. Many cultivators from those 3 groups wanted to kill Lin Feng even in their dreams. However, there were too few people who had seen Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it immediately caused an earthquake. He's actually the rumored Lin Feng. Namgong Qingwan looked at Lin Feng in shock, and her beautiful eyes could not help but flash with a bright light. She had not been in the 9 states for long. However, she had heard too many legends about Lin Feng. Namgong Qingwan had long been fascinated by Lin Feng. She did not expect that the cultivator she met not long ago was actually Lin Feng, whose name shook the 9 states. The purple-clothed woman also looked at Lin Feng in shock. Just like Namgong Qingwan. During this period of time, she had heard too many rumors about Lin Feng, but she had never had the chance to meet him. The purple-clothed woman also wanted to meet Lin Feng, who was like a legend. Now, she finally got to see him. Lin Feng ignored everyone's shock. His divine will invaded Sun Tianwei's storage ring and found the scroll. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the scroll flew out. Lin Feng's divine will invaded the scroll. He immediately discovered Great Soul Technique, Great Vajra Technique, Great Snowdrift Technique, Great Assassination Technique. These were the 4 3,000 Great Dao recorded in the scroll. These 4 3,000 Great Dao each had their own merits. For example, the Great Soul Technique could help cultivators cultivate their souls and continuously increase their soul power. The Great Vajra Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos, could help a cultivator temper their physical body and continuously improve it. The Great Snowdrift Technique could condense a scene of thousands of miles of snow. Each snowflake contained endless killing intent. The Great Snowdrift Technique was also a divine ability that had existed since ancient times. The Great Assassination Technique could help cultivators comprehend the Tao of assassination. If he cultivated the Great Assassination Technique, he would be able to kill the Great Assassination Technique. Then the cultivator would become a top-notch assassin. These 4 divine abilities were extremely targeted and could have an astonishing effect at critical moments. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He had obtained another 4 3,000 Great Dao. Including these 4 3,000 Great Dao, he had already obtained 56 types of 3,000 Great Dao. The most important thing was that among the 56 types of 3,000 Great Dao, there were a total of 9 types that were ranked in the top 10. Of course, 56 types of 3,000 Great Dao seemed to be a lot. However, there were 3,000 types of 3,000 Great Dao. Lin Feng still had a long way to go to collect the 3,000 Great Dao. Swoosh, Lin Feng waved his hand and put away the scroll that recorded the 3,000 Great Dao. To be able to obtain 4 types of 3,000 Great Dao, even if he couldn't obtain anything else on this trip to Lulan Island, this trip was already worth it. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. You're that Lin Feng. Wang Xingheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a cold glint in his eyes. He waved his hand. In an instant, the cultivators around him quickly spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. What? Could it be that you want to attack me? Do you think ant-like characters like you are worthy? Lin Feng flicked his sleeves. Then, he sneered. His face was full of disdain. This guy is too arrogant. This Lin Feng thinks that because he has some strength, he is arrogant. Wang Xingheng is a powerful character. Just wait and see, he will cry later. Ever since Wang Xingheng fought with the Emperor Realm experts 300 years ago, he hasn't used his full strength. Who knows how terrifying his strength is now? Moreover, Wang Xingheng has so many experts by his side. Lin Feng actually dares to look down on Wang Xingheng in such a manner. This kid will definitely die. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces began to discuss among themselves. Lin Feng was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Lin Feng possessed many powerful magic treasures. Even ordinary great emperors might not be Lin Feng's match. However, in the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, Wang Xingheng was also extremely powerful. Moreover, Wang Xingheng was surrounded by so many experts. Lin Feng was strong. But if he didn't have those powerful magic treasures to protect him, he was definitely no match for Wang Xingheng. Even if he had those powerful magic treasures to protect him, it would be very difficult to defeat Wang Xingheng. This was because Wang Xingheng was not only powerful, he also possessed powerful treasures. This battle had yet to begin. In the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, it was already over. In their eyes, Lin Feng would die miserably today. With Wang Xingheng's character, he might not kill Lin Feng directly. Instead, he would capture Lin Feng first. Then, he would torture Lin Feng ruthlessly. Lin Gongzi is really domineering. Fighting against Lin Gongzi. He is simply courting death. The cultivators of the 9 states were all amazed. In the eyes of the 9 states cultivators, Lin Feng was a legend. Lin Feng's domineering and unparalleled strength was also well known. They had almost unconditional trust in Lin Feng. The group of people from the Demon Dragon Star Zone also looked at Lin Feng and the people from the Eternal River Star Zone. Especially Nangong Qingwan, Ouyang Zixue, and the other beauties. Their eyes were staring at Lin Feng without blinking. They were very curious. Was the rumored Lin Feng really that powerful? Was it just a rumor? Or did he really possess terrifying combat strength? Although they had heard many rumors about Lin Feng, there were too many rumors in this world. However, after careful consideration, they realized that many of the rumors were not true. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Lin Feng, I have long heard that you are arrogant. Now that I have seen you, you really live up to your reputation. I am looking forward to the scene of you kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy. Wang Xingheng looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His voice was filled with killing intent. Said Lin Feng indifferently. If you want to be arrogant, you need to be strong. I didn't take the initiative to kill you because your ancestors burned incense for you. You should feel lucky. Now you dare come and offend me. Since you want to die, I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked toward Wang Xingheng step by step. 10,000 swords slaughtering God formation. Wang Xingheng could not help but shout. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Wang Xingheng finished speaking, the cultivators surrounding Lin Feng all took out flying swords. The flying swords quickly slashed toward Lin Feng. Suddenly, in the air, the flying swords rapidly vibrated and emitted dense sword lights. Hundreds of millions of sword lights condensed. The dazzling sword lights all slashed toward Lin Feng. The power was extremely terrifying. After seeing those sword lights, many people couldn't help but reveal an aghast expression. The cultivators from the Eternal River Star Field were using a combined attack technique. A large group of people worked together to form a sword formation. Everyone's power combined and evolved into hundreds of millions of sword lights to kill the enemy. Such an attack was truly peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng is dead for sure. That's right. He can't resist such a terrifying attack. Hee. At the critical moment, he might spare his life. Wang Xingheng still wants to torture him. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. The expressions of the cultivators from the 9 states turned solemn. The sword formation displayed by the cultivators from the Eternal River Galaxy was simply too terrifying. However, these 9 states cultivators believed that Lin Feng could definitely defeat the opponent's sword formation. Will Lin Feng be killed? Nangong Qingwan and Ouyang Zixue, the 2 beauties, also looked at Lin Feng. Naturally, they hoped that Lin Feng could defeat the opponent. Because, if Lin Feng won, they would be able to live. If Lin Feng lost, they would die. Wang Xingheng would definitely not let anyone from the Demon Dragon Galaxy go. Just as the hundreds of millions of sword lights were about to drown Lin Feng, suddenly, the void around Lin Feng distorted slightly. When the hundreds of millions of sword lights flew 3 meters away from Lin Feng, everyone had an incomparably shocked expression. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. It was really too inconceivable. Billions of sword chi. It was so powerful, but it was so easily fixed in the void. What kind of terrifying technique did Lin Feng use to achieve this? Everyone was guessing, and they were all shocked. Lin Feng continued to step forward. Wherever he passed, the sword chi collapsed. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal god. His body exuded a suffocating power. You. The Eternal River Star Domain cultivators who were surrounding Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng in shock. Their faces were full of disbelief. Lin Feng's battle prowess had already astonished them. It made them feel a great shock. Swoosh, Lin Feng waved his hand. Light flashed. Then, a dazzling sword light swept out, cutting the void and shattering heaven and earth. It was so powerful that it was shocking. The sword light directly slashed towards the group of Eternal River Star Domain cultivators. It was too fast. In an instant, it was in front of the Eternal River Star Domain cultivators. The cultivators quickly took out their Dharma treasures or flying swords to block the sword light that Lin Feng slashed out. Clang, 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 a series of violent collisions sounded. The Dharma treasures were directly sent flying. The power of the sword light that Lin Feng slashed out did not weaken much. Poof. Poof. Poof, tearing sounds rang out one after another, accompanied by screams of agony. Cultivators from the Eternal River Galaxy were torn apart one by one. Their corpses fell to the ground. They were dead. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but have an expression of disbelief. The combat power that Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. So many experts were killed by Lin Feng in one move. They didn't even have the power to resist. It was unbelievable. It was like a myth. But this was the truth. It happened in front of their eyes. Among the Eternal River Star Domain cultivators, only Wan Xingheng was left alive. Lin Gongzi is like a saint descending to the mortal world. He's invincible. That's right, he's really too powerful. That Wan Xingheng is definitely no match for Lin Gongzi. The cultivators of 9 regions began to discuss excitedly. Lin Feng's display of such formidable battle prowess made them feel proud and elated. How is that possible? How is that possible? The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign powers all murmured. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. They couldn't accept what they saw. So many experts from the Eternal River Galaxy had been instantly killed by Lin Feng. This deeply provoked the cultivators of the 3 powers. They had always prided themselves on being high and mighty. But, Lin Feng's appearance dealt a heavy blow to the confidence of these cultivators. It's your turn. Lin Feng looked at Wan Xingheng indifferently. Wan Xingheng was incomparably powerful, but so what? Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat this person. How dare you kill so many people from the Eternal River Galaxy? Today, I'll tear you into pieces. Wan Xingheng couldn't help but roar angrily. He leaped out and blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. Meteor fall palm. Wan Xingheng shouted coldly. A powerful divine ability was displayed. He blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. This divine ability was really terrifying. As he struck out with his palm, 10,000 stars appeared behind him. Those stars suddenly began to rotate. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Tens of thousands of stars were continuously boosting Wan Xingheng's strength. Wan Xingheng's battle prowess instantly soared to a shocking level. Feeling the terror of Wan Xingheng's attack, many people couldn't help but be shocked. Wan Xingheng had never displayed his true battle prowess before. Therefore, no one knew how powerful Wan Xingheng was. Now that Wan Xingheng had displayed his true battle prowess, everyone was shocked. This person was indeed worthy of being a top genius of the extraterritorial race. He was really too powerful. That terrifying palm strike made people feel as if the ruler of the starry sky had descended to the world. The morale of the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces was originally low. But now, they saw how powerful Wan Xingheng was. The morale of these cultivators was greatly boosted. Everyone was looking forward to Wan Xingheng's great power and killing Lin Feng. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng and Wan Xingheng collided. Originally, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces were looking forward to the scene of Lin Feng being defeated by Wan Xingheng. But they didn't get to see it happen. After Lin Feng and Wan Xingheng collided, the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Feng was quite surprised. Wan Xingheng's battle prowess was really strong. He actually blocked his attack. Some initial stage god emperors might not even be able to block his attack. Therefore, he saw Wan Xingheng block his attack. Lin Feng was very surprised. But then, Lin Feng sneered. His expression was indifferent. He directly executed the demon horde worshipping god picture and attacked Wan Xingheng. The scene of a horde of demons kneeling and worshipping Nuwa appeared behind Lin Feng. After seeing that scene, many people were extremely shocked. This was because they felt a terrifying pressure coming from the painting. It was a pressure that originated from the level of life. Whether it was the horde of demons or Nuwa, they were all the most ancient existences in this world. Their pressure suppressed the world. When future cultivators saw these existences, they would feel even more depressed. Sensing the power of Lin Feng's divine ability, Wang Xingheng said with an indifferent expression, "It's rumored that you have mastered many powerful divine abilities. It seems that the rumors are true. Later, I will search your soul and take all these divine abilities." After Wang Xingheng finished speaking, he also condensed an extremely powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called the God of the Starry Sea. An endless sea of stars appeared. Within the sea of stars, an ancient and terrifying existence walked out step by step. Heaven and earth were born with me. The sea of stars was born with me as its ruler. I control billions of stars. I am the God of the Starry Sea. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura that originated from the absolute beginning era spread between heaven and earth. The God of the Starry Sea became more and more real. It was as if he was about to walk out of that illusory world of stars. At that moment, everyone finally got a clear look at the God of the Starry Sea. The God of the Starry Sea was like a huge sea demon. He held a trident in his hand. This was a powerful existence from the era of titled gods. He ruled over the endless starry world. Now, he had crossed the torrent of time and arrived in this part of the starry sky. This God of the Star Sea was truly powerful. His appearance excited the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. How could a mortal be able to contend against such a terrifying existence? The God of the Star Sea also charged toward Lin Feng. He seemed to want to kill Lin Feng directly. The God of the Star Sea struck out with a palm. That terrifying palm strike seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth and obliterating the universe. Its might was so strong that it was shocking. Endless starlight gathered in the void. In that instant, the entire world seemed to have turned into a starry sky world. The God of the Star Sea attacked with endless divine might. He was about to drown Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned the phantom of the demon horde worshipping God painting and quickly flew toward the God of the Star Sea. The phantom of the demon horde worshipping goddess Nuwa exuded endless sacred might. Even after billions of years, goddess Nuwa's sacred splendor would not disappear. Bang! The illusory world manifested by the demon horde worshipping God painting swept toward the God of the Star Sea. The God of the Star Sea was instantly sent flying. After seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. The God of the Star Sea was so powerful and terrifying. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers all thought that Lin Feng would die without a doubt. Even the cultivators of the 9 states were somewhat worried for Lin Feng. But, when the two divine abilities collided, everyone was shocked to find that Lin Feng's divine ability was actually so powerful. It was so powerful that people couldn't help but be aghast. This person is really powerful. Even in the endless starry sky world, among the countless geniuses of the Milky Way, he can definitely be considered a genius. Nangong Qingwan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with splendor as she looked at Lin Feng. Nangong Qingwan knew many top geniuses of the starry sky world. But there weren't many who could be compared to Lin Feng. The most important thing was that Lin Feng was too young. To possess such terrifying combat strength at such a young age, it was hard to imagine what kind of achievements he would achieve in the future. Ouyang Zixue looked at Lin Feng with a similarly brilliant gaze. Lin Feng's battle prowess, talent, and so on had shocked Ouyang Zixue. Men liked to look at beautiful women. Women, on the other hand, liked men who were like heroes. As for Lin Feng, young, handsome, dashing, heaven-defying talent, powerful strength, limitless future. It was like a deadly poison, attracting the attention of many women. Ouyang Zixue's gaze was also attracted by Lin Feng because of this. When Wang Xingheng saw Starseed God being sent flying, he began to pour his mana into Starseed God's body. After receiving a large amount of magic power, the aura of the God of the Starry Sea became even stronger than before. Billions of stars. The sovereign of all worlds. Shattering heaven and earth. Only I am undying. The God of the Starry Sea suddenly let out a series of cries. Then he stepped toward the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting. The God of the Starry Sea's hands kept changing. Suddenly, billions of stars were condensed. Every astral sea world had the power to destroy the world. They could easily destroy heaven and earth, the starry sea worlds came crashing down with boundless power. Under the support of Wang Xingheng, the battle prowess displayed by the god of the starry sea was many times stronger than before. However, Lin Feng also continued to increase the power of the demon horde worshipping god painting. The demon horde worshipping god painting continued to expand. In the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting, the scene of the demons kneeling and submitting to Nuwa in the past reappeared. When the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting collided with the billions of stars, the billions of stars were all shattered. The demon horde worshipping god painting, it turned into eternal light, immortal. Accompanied by waves of terrifying fluctuations, the aura emitted by the demon horde worshipping god painting became stronger and more terrifying. The illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting descended from the sky, enveloping the god of the starry sea, and then rushed toward the god of the starry sea. The god of the starry sea swung his right fist at the illusory world descending from the sky. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive punches. It shook heaven and earth. But it couldn't break the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting. In the end, the body of the god of the starry sea directly collapsed and disappeared. The illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting then swept toward Wang Xingheng. Wang Xingheng's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that the god of the starry sea he summoned would be defeated by Lin Feng. Wang Xingheng immediately knew that with his battle prowess, he was no match for Lin Feng. So when he saw the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting bombarding him, Wang Xingheng didn't have the intention to fight it at all. Wang Xingheng quickly rushed into the distance, wanting to escape. The illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping god painting bombarded the air, and then dissipated in the void due to the exhaustion of energy. Lin Gongzi is really too powerful. What outer realm heaven's pride, compared to Lin Gongzi, he's far inferior. That's right, they're not on the same level at all. Comparing him with Lin Gongzi is simply an insult to Lin Gongzi. Seeing that Wang Xingheng didn't dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng, but chose to escape, the surrounding cultivators began to discuss animatedly. They were full of admiration for Lin Feng. The cultivators of the myriad races, the outer realm races, and other foreign forces all had gloomy expressions, because things were completely out of their expectations. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Swish, a light flashed. As if teleporting in an instant, Lin Feng disappeared from his original spot. When he appeared in the next moment, Lin Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the palace, blocking Wang Xingheng's escape route. Then, Lin Feng executed the ancestor dragon fist, this sacred art, and charged towards Wang Xingheng. Roar, a loud dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Behind Lin Feng, a phantom of the ancestor dragon appeared. The phantom of the ancestor dragon roared towards the sky, causing the air to tremble violently. Facing Lin Feng's invincible punch, Wang Xingheng's expression changed drastically, and hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's punch. Bam! The two sides collided. Wang Xingheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and was sent flying by Lin Feng's terrifying punch. His face was as pale as paper, and his internal organs were injured. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and executed the black tortoise hunchback monument diagram. He directly charged towards Wang Xingheng. Wang Xingheng didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying by the black tortoise hunchback monument diagram. Wang Xingheng, is this your battle prowess? It's really disappointing. It's much worse than I imagined. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng indifferently. The winner takes all. I've fallen into your hands. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Wang Xingheng said indifferently. His attitude surprised Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Wang Xingheng would beg for mercy or threaten him to let him go. But Wang Xingheng didn't do that. This Wang Xingheng made Lin Feng have a higher opinion of him. Alright, based on your words, I respect you as a person with backbone. I, Lin Feng, hate to kill cultivators with backbone like you the most, so I won't kill you today. I'll let you live. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng indifferently. What tricks are you trying to play? Wang Xingheng looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Hee hee, hand over 10 types of 3,000 great Tao. Then I'll let you go. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng and said. Don't even think about it. Wang Xingheng immediately looked at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold glint. Large forces like them valued the inheritance of their orthodoxies very much. Generally, they absolutely wouldn't allow their orthodoxies to be leaked. This was because it was very likely to destroy the foundation of a top force. Wang Xingheng was a person with backbone. If it weren't for the fact that they were enemies, Lin Feng might be very willing to make friends with such a backbone. Originally, Lin Feng could try to search Wang Xingheng's soul. However, he thought that these top forces would often set up soul restrictions in the minds of their disciples. Therefore, after thinking of this, Lin Feng gave up this idea. If Wang Xingheng's soul was also set up with a soul restriction, not only would he not be able to find anything, at that time Wang Xingheng might even die. Wang Xingheng's talent was so powerful. His status in his family must be extremely extraordinary. In Lin Feng's opinion, Wang Xingheng was equivalent to a powerful 3,000 great Tao. The 3,000 great Tao was the foundation of Tao validation. It was too useful for cultivators. Lin Feng realized that he was about to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm, but until now, he had only cultivated 56 types of 3,000 great Tao. It was too little. Lin Feng wanted to obtain more 3,000 great Tao, but a divine ability like the 3,000 great Tao. It wasn't something that one could obtain. This required luck and opportunity. Lin Feng had been practicing cultivation for so many years. He had obtained so many things, but he had only obtained 56 different kinds of great Tao, and that was all. From this, one could see how difficult it was to obtain the 3,000 great Taos. Lin Feng felt that he had to find another way. He thought of a way, and that was to extort and blackmail the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other external forces. Capture the top geniuses of their races and extort them to take out 3,000 great Tao in exchange for the top geniuses of their races. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng with a smile yet not a smile. Brother Wang, since you don't want to cooperate with me, I have no choice but to cooperate with your clan. If your clan wants you to live, you'll have to give me more than just 10 types of the 3,000 great Tao spells. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people knew what Lin Feng was up to. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces all looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a lunatic. This guy actually kidnapped Wang Xingheng and asked for a ransom from the force behind Wang Xingheng. He was simply courting death. This move was simply too crazy. I'd rather die than let my family take out the inheritance of their Tao teachings to redeem my life. Wang Xingheng raised his right hand and slapped the top of his head. He actually wanted to end his life. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Suddenly, Wang Xingheng's body was completely imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's better to live than to die. Don't be in a hurry to die. Even if you want to die, you have to think about my feelings. I can't let dozens of 3,000 great Tao leave me just like that." Wang Xingheng looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a demon. Lin Feng put Wang Xingheng into the 4 ferocious cauldrons and suppressed him. I believe someone must be able to contact the force that Wang Xingheng is in, right? Send the news back and bring 30 types of 3,000 great Tao in exchange for Wang Xingheng's life. Lin Feng looked at the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces around him. The 3 forces felt extremely aggrieved, but they were both hateful and afraid of Lin Feng. Now, they naturally did not dare to refute Lin Feng's words. All right. We will send the news back, a cultivator said. Lin Feng was satisfied with the answer, so he turned around and left. Lin Gongzi, wait. At this moment, Nangong Qingwan said. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Nangong Qingwan. She was like a fairy that walked out of a painting. Lin Feng had noticed Nangong Qingwan before. She was really too enchanting. Any man who saw such a woman would involuntarily take a few more glances at her. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. Fairy Nangong, is there something wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Thank you for saving me, young master. Namgong Qingwan came to Lin Feng's side and bowed to Lin Feng. A tempting fragrance came from her body. It was unknown whether it was the fragrance of her body or the fragrance of the spices that she applied. That fragrance was really too pleasant to smell. Ouyang Zixue also came to Lin Feng's side, bringing with her a fragrant wind. She also bowed to Lin Feng and thanked him. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me. I will never forget this kindness." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me." The other cultivators of the Devil Dragon Starfield bowed to Lin Feng and thanked him. Only Sun Tianwei was injured by Lin Feng and even had one of his fingers severed by Lin Feng. Therefore, his expression was extremely gloomy and he did not pay attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also too lazy to pay attention to him. He held Namgong Qingwan and Ouyang Zixue with both hands and quickly said, "Fairies, please don't be so polite." Namgong Qingwan and Ouyang Zixue stood up. When they separated their hands from Lin Feng's, Lin Feng noticed that Ouyang Zixue's lily-white hand had actually lightly brushed against his palm. When Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Zixue's expression remained the same. Ouyang Zixue's expression was normal, and there was nothing strange about it. Everything that she had just done, it was as if she hadn't done it. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although Ouyang Zixue's actions were very subtle, they were extremely bold. What was her goal? Could it be that she wanted to seduce him? Lin Feng didn't know much about Ouyang Zixue. Although he had met Ouyang Zixue before, he hadn't had much interaction with her when he was tricked. Ouyang Zixue's temperament was noble, just like the noble ladies in the stories. She was so charming, but now she had done such a thing in private. Anyone would think too much about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If he could do something wonderful and unforgettable with a peerless beauty like Ouyang Zixue, it would be quite nice. Lin Feng had such a personality. He didn't reject any peerless beauty. He naturally wanted to touch a peerless beauty like Ouyang Zixue. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite." Lin Feng looked at the Devil Dragon Star region's cultivators who were saluting him. Only then did the others stand up. Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't the right time to talk about love and romance. There were countless fortuitous opportunities on Lulan Island. He should search for more on Lulan Island before it disappeared. As for romance, he could leave it for later. There was still a long way to go. There would be plenty of time in the future. He wasn't in a hurry. "I still have some matters to attend to. I'll bid farewell to everyone here." Lin Feng cupped his fists and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Ouyang Zixue sighed. Ouyang Zixue looked a little sad. Namgong Qingwan also felt a little disappointed. After Lin Feng left, he continued to search for treasures in the underground palace. However, he didn't find any other fortuitous opportunities. Many people found fortuitous opportunities in the underground palace. Those cultivators' luck was quite good. Lin Feng didn't envy those cultivators who found fortuitous opportunities. Everyone had their own luck. Therefore, there was no need to envy others. Boom, just as Lin Feng was about to leave the underground palace, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the depths of the underground palace. The terrifying aura that was suddenly emitted shocked everyone. What's going on? There's a change in the depths of the underground palace. Let's go and take a look. Many people couldn't help but talk. Then, they quickly rushed into the depths of the underground palace. Lin Feng also entered the depths of the underground palace. When Lin Feng arrived, he discovered that the depths of the underground palace had completely collapsed, and there was an underground world of lava below. Within the lava world, the lava was boiling. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the situation in the underground lava world. This was because he saw a huge stone ball in the magma. The diameter of the stone ball was more than 10 meters long. Four thick chains pierced through the stone ball and were tied to the 4 mountains of the underground lava world. Why is there such a stone orb locked in the lava world? Many people were puzzled. Let's go down and take a look, another cultivator said. He quickly put his plan into action and entered the underground world to investigate. Soon, they arrived at the lava world. The cultivators who entered the lava world were also very careful because the sudden appearance of the lava world was very strange. Lin Feng stood above and did not enter the lava world. He had an uneasy feeling. He felt that the lava world was very strange and that there might be other hidden dangers. This feeling was very strong, so Lin Feng suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not take the risk to enter the lava world. The cultivators came to the top of the stone orb. Someone said, "How about we break this stone orb?" This suggestion was quickly approved by the others. Then, the group of cultivators joined forces and tried to break the stone orb. Could there be some supreme treasure sealed inside the stone orb? Or could it be a sacred spirit that is in the process of being born? Some cultivators who were watching the show said. Lin Feng also felt that this was very possible. The truly extraordinary thing was the stone orb. If they could break the stone orb, the secret hidden inside the stone orb would be revealed. The cultivators joined forces and attacked. All kinds of powerful attacks blasted toward the stone orb. The attacks all landed on the stone orb. However, the attacks did not cause any damage to the stone orb. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Everyone was extremely shocked. Wasn't this stone ball a little too hard? Use Dharma treasures to attack the stone orb. A cultivator said, planning to use Dharma treasures to attack the stone orb. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations were emitted from the stone orb. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. That terrifying aura immediately enveloped everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Next, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. The cultivators could not withstand the terrifying aura emitted from the stone orb. After the cultivators' bodies exploded, only the purest source energy was left. Then, the stone orb emitted a terrifying devouring power, devouring everyone's source energy. Not good, there's danger. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. He had felt that the stone orb was extremely strange before, so he did not go down to check it. Now, it seemed that his guess was confirmed. The stone orb was indeed very strange. Lin Feng did not hesitate and turned to fly into the distance. Huff, 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 huff. At this moment, an endless evil aura spread out from the stone orb. The evil aura blotted out the sky and the sun. It was too fast. The evil aura swept towards the cultivators outside. Many people could not help but turn pale with fright when they saw the scene. They wanted to escape the area as soon as possible. However, it was too late. The evil aura swept across heaven and earth. Bang, 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 one by one, the bodies of the cultivators exploded, transforming into the purest essence power. The source energy was all devoured by the stone orb. In the end, only a small number of people escaped. How many years have I been trapped? I've finally recovered. The power of the seal has reached its lowest point. I'm finally going to break free. At this moment, a hoarse, deep, and terrifying voice came from the stone orb. The voice was like the voice of a peerless evil demon that had been trapped for hundreds of millions of years. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Who was the owner of the voice? Why was he trapped here? Who was the one who trapped the owner of the voice? Crash. Crash, the stone orb shook violently. The 4 chains that pierced through the stone orb made violent clanging sounds. The clanging sounds. Clanging sounds. The stone orb wanted to break the 4 chains and break free. However, at this moment, dense runes appeared on the 4 chains. The runes surged with a terrifying power, and all the power surged into the stone orb. A scream came from the stone orb. The mysterious being inside the stone orb seemed to have suffered great damage. No one can restrain me? No one can continue to imprison me. I want to break free. After the blood-curdling screams died down, waves of angry roars came from within the stone orb. Clatter. Clatter, the stone ball shook more and more violently. It kept struggling, trying to break free from the chains. However, the 4 chains were very scary and strange. The runes on them contained unimaginable power. The stone ball couldn't break free from the chains. The chains would cause serious damage to the living being inside the stone ball. Even so, the living being inside the stone ball didn't give up. It kept struggling. More and more violently. Finally, Kacha. Kacha. The runes on the chains began to crack. The chains were made of black devil mystic gold copper. It was an extremely rare material. After being made into chains, the runes were strengthened. The power of the chains would increase tremendously. If the runes broke, the chains would likely break as well. Ha 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 ha. No one can trap me. No one can trap me. The being inside the stone ball continued to roar. He should have noticed that the runes on the chains had begun to crack. That was why he was so excited at this moment. Break! 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 As the being roared, the stone ball shook more and more violently. The stone ball wanted to break the chains. But obviously, it wouldn't be easy. Even though the runes had begun to crack, the chains were still very scary. After leaving the Rift Valley, Lin Feng stood in the distance and looked in the direction of the Rift Valley. From time to time, loud roars could be heard coming from within the Great Rift Valley. These were the sounds coming from within the stone sphere. What era was that being from? It was very strange to be trapped inside the stone ball. Something unknown must have happened in the past. Would that being be able to come out? Break! 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 The being inside the stone ball kept roaring. It kept on struggling. No matter how many times it struggled, it couldn't break free. The chains shook along with the stone ball, and the runes broke faster and faster. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the runes broke completely. When the runes broke completely, at that time, the stone orb would be born. Suddenly, divine light surged out from the runes, and the endless divine light seemed to cover the sky. A mysterious creature appeared in the divine light. That living being. It was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. It was also unknown what kind of existence it was. The only thing he knew was that the creature was definitely a terrifying existence. Terrifying waves of energy rippled out from his body. That fluctuation. People couldn't help but be shocked. The being shrouded in endless divine light reached out with his right hand. The right hand began to move in the void. Then, a series of distorted runes appeared. The densely packed runes sealed the entire stone ball. Damn it! You actually had such a plan. But don't even think about scheming against me. The creature inside the stone ball couldn't help but roar in anger. The stone ball shook even more violently. Suddenly, a drop of blood flew out from the stone ball. The drop of blood flew towards the mysterious existence within the divine light. Puff, the drop of blood directly pierced through the mysterious existence within the divine light. You actually condensed immortal blood. The existence within the divine light couldn't help but let out a low roar. He seemed to be extremely unwilling to accept this. However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was no way to reverse the situation now. My life will complete its transformation, no one can suppress me, the people who suppressed me back then, when I am born, I will kill them all, the mysterious existence within the stone ball said eerily. His voice contained monstrous killing intent. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and it was very likely that he wasn't a good person. The existence within the divine light vanished into thin air. The stone ball shook violently again. Crack! 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 4 consecutive cracking sounds were heard, and the runes on the 4 chains completely shattered. The 4 chains were completely broken. The stone orb, on the other hand, managed to break free. I'm free! I'm finally free, an extremely excited voice came from within the stone orb. Then, the stone orb quickly flew out. Let's go, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay, and quickly flew into the distance. Soon, the stone orb rushed out. An endless evil aura surged. It was a dusky energy, and it emitted the power to distort time and space. It was extremely terrifying. The grayish evil energy quickly spread out in all directions. Hurry up and run, the scattered cultivators couldn't help but shout in fear, and didn't dare to stay any longer. However, many of them didn't manage to escape. The evil energy surging out of the stone orb was extremely terrifying. Any cultivator who was caught in the evil energy felt as if all the energy in their body had been sucked out. They couldn't struggle anymore. Then, the cultivators' bodies directly exploded. Bodies after bodies. They exploded into a bloody mist. A large number of cultivators died tragically. The blood, flesh, and soul essence of those cultivators were all devoured by the mysterious stone orb. Lin Feng stood in the distance, watching this scene. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. That stone orb was really too terrifying, and it killed without batting an eyelid. No less than 400 to 500 cultivators had died under the stone orb's attack. 300 to 400 cultivators had died in the underground palace. The stone orb had just been born. It had already caused such a large number of casualties. When the stone orb left Lulan Island and reached the 9 states, who knew what kind of terrifying massacre it would cause, but this stone orb was too terrifying. It wasn't something Lin Feng could destroy. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry, I want to eat to my heart's content. The stone orb had devoured the blood, flesh, and soul essence of so many cultivators, but it was still hungry. The stone orb quickly flew into the distance, looking for cultivators it could devour. Lin Feng continued to fly into the depths of the island, looking for new opportunities. There were many opportunities on Lulan Island, but Lin Feng wanted to find the location of the ancient city of Lulan the most. If he could find out where the ancient city was, then he would be able to obtain countless treasures. Moreover, it was a place like the ancient city of Lulan. There might even be many of the 3,000 great Daos. Thinking of the 3,000 great Dao, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. If he could cultivate hundreds of 3,000 great Dao before becoming an emperor, it would be too terrifying. As for cultivating 3,000 great Dao like the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng didn't dare to have extravagant hopes for the time being. Lin Feng's goal was to cultivate at least 300 types of 3,000 great Dao. If he cultivated less than 300 types of 3,000 great Dao, Lin Feng felt that his great Dao foundation would not be strong enough when he became an emperor. If his great Dao foundation was not strong enough. However, Lin Feng had only mastered 56 types of 3,000 great Dao. There was still a huge gap from his goal of 300 types of 3,000 great Dao. Therefore, Lin Feng thought of extorting cultivators from the myriad races, the alien races, and other foreign forces. Apart from extorting those cultivators, he was looking for all kinds of opportunities. There was a high possibility that there were a large number of 3,000 great Dao in the ancient city of Lulan. However, the prerequisite was that Lin Feng could find the ancient city of Lulan. If he couldn't find the ancient city of Lulan, everything would be just wishful thinking. Every day, cultivators would obtain opportunities on Lulan Island. Lin Feng even saw a few cultivators obtain a few immortal herbs. However, in the next few days, the birth of the stone ball caused quite a bit of chaos. This was because the stone ball was constantly devouring the cultivators who entered Lulan Island. Many cultivators died tragically. Many emperor-level experts were furious. This was because the descendants of those emperor-level experts were also devoured by the stone ball. The casualties were extremely heavy. Those emperor-level experts wanted to take revenge for their descendants. Therefore, they all attacked, wanting to destroy the stone ball. Many emperors joined forces to attack the stone ball. The stone ball was originally full of confidence and threatened to devour these emperors to recover its strength. However, the stone ball overestimated itself. After being sealed for so many years, the stone ball's combat strength was no longer the same as before. In addition, there were more than 20 emperors who joined forces. From this, one could see. What kind of terrifying power was this? With so many emperors joining forces, their combat strength was monstrous. In the end, the stone ball was injured. To be precise, perhaps the living being inside the stone ball was injured. Of course. The living being inside the stone ball could also be the soul born from the stone ball, and the stone ball was the body of this living being. Everything was hard to say. Therefore, no one had seen what the living being inside the stone ball looked like. Although those emperors had injured the stone ball, the stone ball's vitality was greatly damaged. However, when those emperors wanted to join forces to completely destroy the stone ball used a secret technique to escape. A group of emperors searched everywhere for the stone ball's whereabouts, but they couldn't find it. The moonlight was bright. In the forest, the roars of beasts shook the sky. Lin Feng started a bonfire. Above the bonfire was barbecued meat that had been roasted to a golden color. The roasted meat emitted an enticing aroma. Lin Feng took down the barbecued meat. They enjoyed the delicious barbecued meat while drinking wine. What a great pleasure! Rumble. A loud sound was heard. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a gigantic stone ball flying towards him at high speed. That stone ball was very high profile. Wherever it passed, an earth-shaking sound could be heard. Many ferocious beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. However, they were all killed by the stone orb. The bodies of the ferocious beasts exploded into flesh and blood. In the end, his flesh, blood, and soul were all devoured by the stone ball. F***ck, after seeing the stone orb, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. To think that he would encounter a stone orb here. How unlucky. Without thinking, Lin Feng turned around and ran. But at this moment, a terrifying power spread out and enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that he had been imprisoned. The stone orb descended from the sky and said in a sinister voice, "Kid, you ran away when you saw me. Am I that scary?" Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior is wise and powerful. How can I be scary? This junior wasn't running away. It was because I suddenly remembered that there was something I had to do. That's why I left in a hurry." The stone orb pursed its lips and said, "Trying to deceive me with words that would deceive a 3-year-old child? You're daydreaming. I have an impression of you. I've seen you twice before, but you're very good at running. You managed to escape both times." Lin Feng was very shocked. The stone orb was too terrifying. He was so far away from it, and there were so many people around, but the stone orb still remembered him. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the stone orb's perception was. This perception deeply shocked Lin Feng, making him feel incredulous. He was also very moved. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Senior, congratulations on escaping. This is really something worth celebrating. No need to be so fake. No matter what you say, I won't let you go. Now, I'm going to devour you," said the stone orb. Then, a terrifying power surged towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. But at this moment, Lin Feng used his haki to dissolve the stone orb's imprisonment. Then, Lin Feng quickly dodged the stone orb's attack. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and slashed at the stone orb. Clang, the stone sword's terrifying attack slashed onto the stone ball, immediately leaving a deep dent on the stone ball. However, it couldn't destroy the stone orb. The stone orb was too hard. Stone sword. You actually have the legendary stone sword. Rumor has it that the 36 stone swords can kill any cultivator of any level. Anyone who obtains the stone sword is a person with great luck. I would like to see who exactly you are." A sinister voice came from within the stone orb. A cold aura spread out from the stone orb, enveloping Lin Feng's body. Following that, Lin Feng's immortal god blood and sovereign emperor blood began to circulate uncontrollably. Immortal god blood. Sovereign emperor blood. Powerful, powerful, he was actually a descendant of these two families. This is truly shocking. A surprised voice came from the stone orb. "Since you know who I am, you should leave as soon as possible," said Lin Feng. "Hee, what is there for me to be afraid of? The undead divine race lives in that mysterious place, and their clansmen usually don't appear, but you are wandering outside. This means that your bloodline was abandoned by the undead divine race, and if I kill you, not only will the undead divine race not be angry, they will also thank me. As for the sovereign emperor race, in the past, they were indeed incomparably powerful, but that was already in the past. Who still remembers the sovereign emperor race now? It's just a race that has long been forgotten by history." The voice from the stone orb was extremely cold, and emitted a dense killing intent. Next, a terrifying gray energy surged out from the stone orb and engulfed Lin Feng. After seeing the grayish energy, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. That gray and misty energy was terrifying. Once it enveloped Lin Feng's body, he would die. If he was careless, there was a possibility of dying. When that dusky energy enveloped Lin Feng did not plan to continue fighting with this terrifying existence. He wanted to quickly escape from this place. However, the surrounding space had already been sealed, and he was unable to leave this place. Lin Feng's expression became increasingly ugly. Lin Feng knew that he had encountered a huge problem. At this dangerous moment, Suddenly, the demonic orb was filled with mysteries. It was definitely an unimaginably powerful supreme treasure. Lin Feng's rise to power had played an important role in obtaining the demonic orb. The demonic orb had witnessed Lin Feng's rise step by step. It had witnessed Lin Feng's growth from a weak cultivator to an expert who could contend against a great emperor. The demonic orb was too mysterious. Even the current Lin Feng was unable to completely uncover its secrets. Lin Feng was astonished. He had obtained the demon pearl for such a long time, but now it was shaking violently. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng had rarely seen the demonic orb emitting such fluctuations of its own accord. Swish, the next moment, the demonic orb flew out. The demonic orb was now extremely terrifying. The fluctuations it emitted were also extremely shocking. The void around the demonic orb distorted. At this moment, the demonic orb seemed to be awakening the boundless demonic power within it. The stone orb had originally intended to kill Lin Feng. However, after seeing the demonic orb, the stone orb stopped. This is? How is this possible? The stone orb cried out in disbelief. It seemed to have recognized the origin of the demonic orb. Lin Feng was shocked. The stone orb actually recognized the demonic orb. However, he did not know the origin of the demonic orb. Originally, Lin Feng had thought that the demonic orb was a supreme treasure passed down by Sovereign Dracophant. Only later did he find out that it was not the case. In the past, Sovereign Dracophant had only obtained the demonic orb by chance. Even after obtaining the demonic orb for such a long time, Lin Feng still did not know the origin of the demonic orb. However, it seemed that there were still some people in this world who knew the true origin of the demonic orb. You recognize the demonic orb? Lin Feng asked the stone orb. Do you think an ant like you has the right to ask me that? The stone orb said disdainfully. It immediately sent out a terrifying power towards Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, the demonic orb also sent out boundless demonic energy to block the stone orb's attack. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the stone orb. That bastard Xianxia actually dared to look down on him. Lin Feng wished he could smash the stone ball into smithereens. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the stone orb was too terrifying. Currently, he was unable to cause any damage to the stone orb. Perhaps the demonic orb could cause damage to the stone orb. If even the demonic orb could not deal with the stone ball, then he would immediately crush the void teleportation talisman and teleport out of this place. When the time comes, he could also get rid of the stone orb, but the demonic bead might be snatched away by the stone orb. Lin Feng naturally did not wish to see this happen. Therefore, he was still waiting for the final result of the collision between the demonic orb and the stone orb. Bang bang bang, the demonic bead and the stone ball collided again and again. Every time they collided, the void shook violently. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. The demonic orb collided with the stone orb over 100 times. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the stone ball. Lin Feng's face lit up. Was the stone orb going to be destroyed by the demonic orb? The demonic orb shone brightly. It shone with an even more terrifying power, shaking the void violently. Its power was extraordinary. At this moment, the power of the demonic orb increased tremendously. Lin Feng even felt that there was an ancient giant demon within the demonic orb that had awakened. That giant demon looked up to the sky and let out a long roar that could collapse 100,000 void worlds. Once again, the demonic orb collided with the stone orb. The stone orb also collided with the demonic orb. Bang, accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy, the stone orb and the demonic orb collided once again. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard. The collision between the stone orb and the demonic orb was far more powerful than any previous collision. This time, the stone orb finally could not withstand the terrifying impact of the demonic orb. The cracks on the stone orb became more severe. The cracks were extremely severe. The demonic orb once again shot out a ray of demonic light, sweeping across the stone orb. The stone orb was completely shattered. The stone orb has been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a surprised look on his face. The demonic orb was truly peerless and terrifying. Even a supreme treasure like the stone orb was destroyed by the demonic orb. Was there anything else that the demonic orb could not destroy? The demonic orb must be hiding a shocking secret. Lin Feng could not determine how powerful the demonic orb was. Roar, however, at this moment, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard from the cracked stone orb. Next, endless divine light surged out from the stone orb. The divine light covered the sky. A terrifying creature appeared in the endless divine light. That creature was actually a huge dragon. It was a golden dragon with a slender body. Its scales shone with a cold luster. This huge dragon had a head like a cow, horns like a deer, eyes like a shrimp, ears like an elephant, neck like a snake, belly like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. There were 81 purple scales on its back. There was a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, and a reverse scale under its throat. This huge dragon. It could form clouds with its breath. It could form water and fire. This huge dragon was actually an Eastern divine dragon. This was an extremely rare race. The Eastern divine dragon race had the third lowest population among all the dragon races, including the Eastern and Western dragon races. In history, only the ancestral dragons, a total of 3 appeared, and the true dragons, a total of 9 appeared, had fewer populations than the Eastern divine dragons. Any of the other dragon tribes would outnumber the Eastern divine dragons by a lot. It was very rare to see the Eastern divine dragons now. Not to mention the pure-blooded Eastern divine dragons, even those with impure bloodlines were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Ha 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 ha. I'm free. Master Long Outyen is finally free. This Eastern divine dragon could not help but laugh excitedly. His body was extremely huge. As he spiraled, he was about 3,000 meters long. He looked like a mountain ridge that rose and fell continuously. His huge body spiraled in midair, giving people a sense of visual awe. Anyone who faced such a terrifying creature would probably tremble in fear. This is bad. This huge dragon must have been sealed in the stone orb. Just now, this guy used the power of the demonic orb to break the seal. This is bad, seeing the Eastern divine dragon being born. Lin Feng immediately thought of the cause and effect. His expression became extremely serious. Now that the Eastern divine dragon had broken the seal, there were no more restrictions. The demonic orb would not be able to deal with this Eastern divine dragon, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm born. From now on, this demonic orb is my treasure. Lin Feng had always lacked sufficient understanding of the Eastern divine dragon tribe. However, that did not mean that Lin Feng did not understand the Eastern divine dragon tribe at all. Lin Feng had heard many things about the Eastern divine dragon tribe. For example, there were rumors that the Eastern divine dragon tribe was a tribe that loved to collect all kinds of treasures. In fact, this was very similar to the other dragon tribes. Many of the dragon tribes loved to collect all kinds of treasures. If one could find the dragon cave, it was equivalent to finding a huge treasure trove. The Eastern divine dragon before him was determined to get Lin Feng's demonic orb. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the demonic orb. He could not wait to get his hands on the demonic orb. The huge claws had the power to grab the heavens and earth. The dragon claws enveloped the demonic orb and grabbed it. After seeing this, Lin Feng almost crushed the void teleportation talisman and escaped. However, he felt that the demonic orb would not be so easily subdued by the Eastern divine dragon before him. Therefore, Lin Feng forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. He planned to stay and observe for a while to see what would happen next. Ha 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 ha, I caught it. After grabbing the demonic orb, the Eastern divine dragon was extremely excited and could not help but laugh. Powerful divine power continuously surged out from the Eastern divine dragon's body. The Eastern divine dragon wanted to refine the demonic orb directly. However, at this moment, the demonic orb emitted an extremely terrifying power. The terrifying power swept across the Eastern divine dragon's body and sent him flying. The demonic orb also broke free from the Eastern divine dragon's huge claws. Humph. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape from my hands. You're destined to become my treasure. The Eastern divine dragon snorted when he saw the demonic orb break free from his suppression. The huge and winding dragon body continued to pounce on the Eastern divine dragon. At this moment, divine light surged out from the Eastern Divine Dragon's body. At that moment, the Eastern Divine Dragon seemed to have completed his transformation. His combat strength was increasing crazily. Seeing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The Eastern Divine Dragon's methods were extraordinary. Wasn't this guy injured when he was besieged by the great emperors? How could he still be so powerful? Furthermore, he had been suppressed for so many years. Over the long years, the combat power of the Eastern Divine Dragon was no longer comparable to its peak. But even so, the Eastern Dragon God was still so powerful that it was shocking. The current Eastern Divine Dragon seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled and immortal divine spirit. His dragon claw. It also became the Holy Claw. The Eastern Dragon God's dragon claws grabbed at the demonic pearl again, trying to subdue it. This guy was very greedy for the demonic bead and couldn't wait to take it for himself. Right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from within the demonic bead. Time flies, and the world changes. How many people still remember the past? The voice was hazy. He didn't hear it clearly. Next, an endless amount of demonic chi rumbled as an illusory figure appeared amidst the demonic chi. That figure. It was actually a woman. When he saw the woman, Lin Feng was shocked. How could a woman appear in the demonic bead? When Lin Feng first obtained the demonic bead, he remembered seeing a boundless world when his divine consciousness entered the inner space of the demonic bead. In the world of the demonic bead, there was an immemorial dragonesque elephant. The immemorial dragonesque elephant was chained up by chains. Of course, the vision Lin Feng saw might not be real. It might just be some special images that appeared in the demonic bead. However, Lin Feng didn't know that there was a woman in the demonic bead even though he had obtained it for such a long time. This woman was so beautiful, so holy, and so otherworldly. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. She was like a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. Even looking at her seemed to be a kind of blasphemy. Could she be a weapon spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. He couldn't determine the true identity of the woman. The sudden appearance of the woman caught Lin Feng off guard. Who are you? When he saw the woman, the Eastern Dragon God stopped attacking. He looked at the woman with a solemn expression. Ever since the Eastern Dragon God was born, he had been fearless. However, this was the first time he showed such a serious expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was actually an existence in this world that could make this annoying guy afraid? The mountains and rivers are gone. My homeland is gone. My heart is dead. Looking back on the long road, I feel that everything is like a flower in the mirror. It's so sad that I don't want to wake up. The woman murmured. Her voice was very soft. Neither the Eastern Dragon God nor Lin Feng could hear what the woman was saying. However, no matter what she was saying, it must have something to do with the situation in front of them. What are you murmuring about? Didn't you hear my question? Do you believe that I, Long Out Yen, will eat you? The Eastern Dragon God glared at the woman. Long Out Yen was this guy's name. A little loach dares to be so presumptuous? The woman raised her head and looked at the Eastern Dragon God. In the face of such a terrifying existence like the Eastern Dragon God, her tone was so calm. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't an Eastern Dragon God, but a little loach. Not an item spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He increasingly felt that the woman wasn't the item spirit of the demonic orb. However, it was difficult to guess her exact identity. How dare you humiliate me, Long Out Yen? You have successfully angered me, Long Out Yen. Now, you shall suffer the wrath of Long Out Yen. The Eastern Dragon God roared furiously. Then, a loud rumbling sound was heard. His huge body quickly charged towards the mysterious woman. Divine Dragon Claws. The Eastern Divine Dragon struck out with its huge claw, which was as huge as a mountain, towards the woman. Ha 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 ha, I, Long Out Yen, will beat you into a pulp. Long Out Yen couldn't help but laugh. This guy had always been extremely arrogant. This attitude seemed to be integrated into his blood, his bones, and his soul. That terrifying claw was so powerful that it even shattered the void. Although Lin Feng was unhappy with Long Out Yen, he had to admit that Long Outyin was indeed very powerful. The huge claws slapped down viciously. Just as it was about to land on the woman's body, the woman waved her sleeve and casually swept it away. Long Outyin was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. God knows how many dragon scales on his body had been shaken off. Moreover, there were many wounds on his body. Ah, it hurts so much. What is this little girl? How can you be so powerful? The Eastern Dragon God shrieked in agony. He had suffered such a huge loss that he even wanted to cry himself to death. However, the Eastern Dragon God was quite ferocious. After roaring a few times, he opened his bloody mouth and spat out a powerful dragon breath. The dragon breath that covered the sky shrouded the mysterious woman. The Eastern Dragon God wanted to use the dragon breath to deal with the mysterious woman. However, the mysterious woman was too powerful. She only used her right hand to sweep the dragon breath gently. The dragon breath collapsed. After that, an invisible force that was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright hit the Eastern Dragon God's body. The Eastern Dragon God was sent flying by the force of the attack. Dragon scales continued to fall off. More and more wounds appeared. Fresh blood flowed out. Looking at the miserable state the Eastern Dragon God was in, Lin Feng doubted if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The Eastern Dragon God had such a terrifying cultivation level, but in front of this mysterious woman, he did not even have the strength to resist. It was too shocking. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the mysterious woman's combat strength was. It was really shocking. Today, I, Long Outyin, have lost. It's a small world. When I, Long Outyin, have recovered my cultivation, I, Long Outyin, will be back. At that time I, Long Outyin, will definitely keep you as my human pet. Keek keek. The Eastern Dragon God could not help but laugh strangely. Following that, his huge body dashed into the distance. This guy actually wanted to run away. Before he escaped, he even said something that sounded very pretentious. Although the origin energy of a little loach isn't much, it's better than nothing. The mysterious woman in the demonic pearl murmured. Her jade-like hand made a grabbing motion across the void. The Eastern Dragon God, who had escaped far away, seemed to be devoured by some terrifying force. His body flew uncontrollably toward the mysterious woman. Damn. You can't be trying to trick me, Long Outyin, right? I've just escaped and I've already met such a pervert. Long Outyin could not help but scream in fear. This guy was so arrogant before, but now he was scared out of his wits. That was because that mysterious woman was simply too terrifying. Long Outyin felt a chill run down his spine. Facing the woman's attack, he couldn't even resist. Clearly, the gap between the two was too great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so powerless to resist. If God gave him a chance to start over. Long Outyin told himself that he would never provoke Lin Feng again. This was because the demonic orb was now Lin Feng's treasure. Long Outyin felt that he was really unlucky to have encountered such a terrifying existence not long after he was born. As expected, it was better to keep a low profile. Previously, he had been too high profile and looked down on everyone. That was why he had ended up in this situation. Spare me. Heroine, fairy, goddess, ancestor, grandaunt, please spare me. Long Outyin could not help but beg when he realized that he could not break free. This fellow was truly an unprincipled fellow. Such a powerful existence. He actually begged for mercy in such a humble manner. Lin Feng rolled his eyes after hearing Outyin's begging. This fellow's skin was simply too thick. There was nothing that this fellow could not say. However, the mysterious woman ignored Long Outyin's begging. The mysterious woman placed her palm on Long Outyin's head. Then, Long Outyin's origin energy was forcefully taken away by the woman. Lin Feng could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw this. That woman's methods were simply too overbearing and ruthless. Forcefully taking someone else's origin energy. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ability. *CK your entire family, Long Outyin cursed as he struggled. This fellow probably knew that he could not escape this calamity, so he went all out. What a pathetic escapee, Lin Feng rolled his eyes and muttered when he saw Long Outyin's origin energy being sucked away by the mysterious woman. Long Outyen was strong enough. If he was given some time to recover, he would definitely become a powerhouse that could shake the heavens. However, this fellow did not seem to have the chance anymore. As the mysterious woman continued to devour the source energy in his body became smaller and smaller. His body, which was originally 3,000 feet long and looked like a winding mountain ridge, continued to shrink and shrink. In the end, Long Outyen's body was only slightly more than a meter long. If the mysterious woman continued to devour his origin energy, Long Outyen would definitely turn into a dried corpse. By then, he would definitely die without a burial place. However, the woman did not completely devour Long Outyen's origin energy. Instead, she flicked her finger. Long Outyen was sent flying by the impact. Long Outyen fell into the forest. He was only slightly more than a meter long, but now he looked like a strange little golden snake with long horns. Long Outyen did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed into the forest and escaped. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious woman in shock. Who was she? What extraordinary background did she have? The woman gave Lin Feng a deep sense of unease. Because this woman was simply too powerful. If the woman wanted to harm him, he would definitely not be able to resist. Lin Feng even prayed that the woman would take the demonic orb and leave. After all, he had already obtained the cultivation method of the Archean Dragonesque elephant technique. He had enough treasures on him. If he did not want the demonic orb, then so be it. As for the shocking secret hidden in the demonic orb, he did not want to explore it. However, the mysterious woman did not seem to have any intention of leaving. The mysterious woman stood in the void. Her eyes were blurred, and no one knew what she was thinking. Endless years. How long is life? How many of my old friends are still alive? Suddenly, the woman muttered. It was still a language that Lin Feng could not understand. Moreover, her voice was extremely soft. Even though Lin Feng could understand her language, he didn't understand. He probably could not hear what she was saying. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt sadness coming from the mysterious woman. She seemed to be sad about something. However, Lin Feng did not know what she was sad about. In the end, the woman sighed. It's better to sleep than to wake up. I hope I never wake up again. In the end, the mysterious woman entered the demonic orb again. The demonic orb quickly flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a bitter smile on his face. The demon orb had returned to his dantian, but he couldn't feel happy about it. Lin Feng already knew that the demon orb was strange. Now, his guess had come true. Lin Feng felt that he should have a good talk with the demon lord. The demon lord resided in the demon orb. Perhaps the demon lord knew the identity of the mysterious woman. Demon lord. Who is that woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon lord chose to remain silent and didn't answer Lin Feng. He didn't even communicate with Lin Feng. Is this a secret? Lin Feng couldn't help but continue asking. He was unwilling to give up and hoped to hear the answer he wanted from the demon lord. This was because, aside from the demon lord, Lin Feng didn't know who else to ask about the mysterious woman's identity. However, the demon lord still didn't pay attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept sending voice transmissions to the demon lord, asking about the woman's identity. However, the demon lord's attitude never changed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. The demon lord was too tight-lipped. If he didn't want to say anything, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to get information from him. After a long time, the demon lord said, I don't know who she is. After so many years, I never knew that such an existence existed in the demon orb. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, a chill ran down his spine and into his brain. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling aura enveloping his body. No matter what, the demon lord was one of the 72 big shots of the Undying Realm in the past. He was a powerhouse from the Immemorial era. Even the demon lord couldn't discover that woman's existence. Wasn't that woman's concealment method too terrifying? It was truly shocking and inconceivable, causing everyone to be shocked and emotionally moved. Such an existence had always been hidden in the demonic bead, and he did not know who she was. Naturally, Lin Feng would be more worried about his own safety. But now, the demonic orb seemed to have formed an extremely close connection with him. It was as if they had been connected by fate and could no longer be separated. Therefore, it was impossible for him to lose the demonic orb now. The existence of the demon bead caused Lin Feng to feel extremely uneasy. However, after thinking about it, it was precisely due to the existence of the demon bead that he had been able to avert danger several times. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt much better. Controlling a treasure like the demonic orb was not entirely a bad thing. There were good things too. Lin Feng didn't have the heart to continue staying here. Moreover, the commotion just now was so big that it would probably attract many experts. This wasn't a place to stay for long. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been sensing the internal space of the demonic orb. He wanted to find the place where that woman was hibernating. However, he found nothing. The demonic orb had formed a master-servant contract with Lin Feng. However, many places were still very mysterious. Even Lin Feng, the master, couldn't explore them. Lin Feng was already mentally prepared for this. Although he was a little disappointed, it wasn't unacceptable. Not long after, Lin Feng heard that a sacred medicine valley had appeared on Lulan Island. Many precious spiritual herbs grew there. It was said that there was an ancient sacred tree growing in the depths of the sacred medicine valley. The sacred tree was shrouded in sacred light, so no one could see its exact appearance. However, many people could smell the fragrance of fruits from the sacred tree. The sacred tree definitely bore sacred fruits. Now that the fruits had ripened, they could be plucked and consumed. I heard that many cultivators who smelled the fragrance of the sacred fruits directly gained enlightenment and broke through to the next level, a cultivator said. He was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe the rumors. However, he still told the others what he had heard. Is it that magical? What kind of sacred tree is it? Some cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. I'm not sure. However, some say that it's a Dao tree. Some say that it's a sacred Dao tree. No matter which ancient tree it is, it's heaven-defying. The fruits it bears can help cultivators gain enlightenment and greatly increase their cultivation. Another cultivator said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and try our luck. Let's see if we can get some sacred fruits. Some cultivators couldn't wait any longer. Many cultivators on Lulan Island who heard about the sacred tree rushed to the sacred medicine valley in groups. There were too many spirit herbs growing in the sacred medicine valley, so even if they couldn't get the sacred fruit, they would still be able to obtain it. Even if they couldn't get their hands on the sacred tree, it would be a worthwhile trip if they could get some other precious herbs. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited when he heard about the sacred tree. A treasure that could increase one's cultivation would naturally make one go wild with joy. Such a treasure would definitely be shocking. Anyone who heard about it would be tempted. Lin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng asked around for directions to the sacred medicine valley and quickly flew there. Along the way, he saw many cultivators heading to the sacred medicine valley. Little brother, are you heading to the sacred medicine valley as well? A middle-aged cultivator asked Lin Feng. This was a middle-aged human cultivator. There were more than 100 people in the group. There were human cultivators and Yao cultivators. They were all cultivators from the 9 states who had teamed up to explore Lulan Island. There were relatively fewer cultivators in the 9 states, so they preferred to work together. That way, they could look out for each other in times of danger. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. We've received news that the cultivators in the sacred medicine valley have gone crazy. Little brother, it's too dangerous to travel alone. Why don't you join our group? The middle-aged cultivator invited Lu Xian. The others also looked at Lin Feng kindly. This was because of the invasion of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 states were unprecedentedly united. Thank you, uncle. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked the middle-aged man. Little brother, you're welcome. We cultivators of the 9 states are one family. It's only right for us to be united and help each other. The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. No one in the group recognized Lin Feng's identity. After all, the 9 states was very vast. Many people might have seen Lin Feng before, but these people were scattered all over the 9 states. Therefore, it was not easy to meet Lin Feng again. Among these people, no one had seen Lin Feng before. Everyone hurried along. There were a few young cultivators in the group who were looking forward to the Sacred Medicine Valley, but they were also very nervous. This was because the Sacred Medicine Valley was full of opportunities and dangers. When night fell, everyone looked for a place to rest. Lulan Island was very dangerous at night, especially when a group was traveling. They were too big of a target and could easily be ambushed by cultivators or attacked by ferocious beasts. Late at night, a terrifying aura spread out from the Sacred Medicine Valley. It was as if some ancient existence had awakened from its slumber. "Looks like something has happened deep within the island," the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. Such a terrifying chi was coming from the depths of the cave, something astonishing had happened. Perhaps something terrifying was about to be born. All the cultivators on Lulan Island looked toward the island in shock. All of their faces had turned pale with shock. The aura and fluctuations emanating from deep within the island were simply too terrifying. No one could ignore such a huge commotion. Anyone who sensed such a terrifying fluctuation would pale with fright. Lin Feng said, "As more and more cultivators enter Lulan Island, the secrets of Lulan Island are being unearthed." At this moment, Lin Feng thought of his father-in-law, the Heavenly Wind God. He was most likely the first cultivator to enter Lulan Island. What kind of opportunity did the Heavenly Wind God obtain on Lulan Island? That terrifying aura soon disappeared. After that fluctuation disappeared, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone scattered around and began to discuss the fluctuations emanating from deep within the island. Lin Feng was sitting next to the bonfire and would occasionally add a few words. These cultivators were all very friendly, even though many of them came from different powers. But now, everyone took care of one another, so they were all quite honest with one another. The next day, the group continued on their journey. Lin Feng had always kept a low profile when he joined the group. The atmosphere within the group was very good. The cultivator who had organized this group was called Pingyu. He was the middle-aged cultivator who had invited Lin Feng to join the group. Pingyu didn't ask about Lin Feng's identity in detail. This was a taboo in the world of cultivators. Not only did Pingyu not ask about Lin Feng's background, but he also didn't ask about everyone else's background. Perhaps it was because of this that everyone was able to stay in this group so comfortably. After asking about each other's backgrounds and learning about each other's identities, at that time, some unnecessary things might happen due to the difference in their identities. Instead, they would lack sincerity. For example, if Lin Feng's identity was exposed, these people would definitely come to curry favor with Lin Feng. This was not something Lin Feng wanted to see. If Lin Feng's identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to stay in the group anymore. The team continued to fly quickly in the direction of the Sacred Medicine Valley. There were many powerful ferocious beasts living on Lulan Island. Cultivators wanted to kill these ferocious beasts to obtain their essence. At the same time, these ferocious beasts also wanted to kill cultivators to devour their flesh, blood, soul essence, and even soul memories. Many ferocious beasts would constantly devour the flesh and soul essences of cultivators to improve their bloodline power. Then, the life level of these dire beasts, it would continue to improve. These ferocious beasts would also become stronger and stronger. Lin Feng's team was also besieged by fearsome beasts. They encountered a Beast King level existence. That terrifying Beast King was leading this group of beasts. In the beginning, the cultivators in Lin Feng's team saw the Beast King leading the group of beasts to kill more than a dozen cultivator teams. That Beast King level existence even injured an extraterritorial God Emperor level powerhouse. That God Emperor level powerhouse fled in a sorry state. Lin Feng's team avoided the Beast King and the group of beasts it led several times, but they were not surrounded in the end. The group of beasts began to besiege them. The Beast King eyed them covetously from the side. Many people even showed signs of despair. It was almost impossible to fight against the group of beasts, and that Beast King had yet to make a move. If that Beast King were to make a move, at that time, wouldn't all of them be wiped out? The group of beasts continued to besiege them, and their attacks became more and more violent. Many people could not hold on any longer. In the eyes of many cultivators, perhaps the Beast King did not need to make a move personally. The group of more than 100 people was likely to be drowned by the group of beasts. However, just as more and more people were feeling deep despair, suddenly, the powerful Beast King let out a low roar. Rumble, then, the group of beasts that were besieging them quickly charged into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the group of beasts had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but show an extremely shocked expression. The group of beasts had launched such a fierce attack, and it looked like they could not hold on any longer. But at this time, the Beast King actually gave the order to retreat. This made many people feel incredulous. They did not know what was going on. The Beast King had no reason to order the group of beasts to retreat. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly," Pingyu said in a low voice. Everyone did not dare to stay and quickly left the place. The Beast King stood on a mountain peak in the distance and watched the group of cultivators leave. The Beast King's cold eyes looked at a young cultivator in the group. Then, the Beast King could not help but murmur, "What a terrifying human cultivator." The killing intent he emitted just now was truly terrifying. This human cultivator is so young, but he already has the strength to threaten a great emperor. Of course, no one heard the Beast King's words. Now, the cultivators in the group still felt a lingering fear. Just now, many of them thought that they were going to die this time. Now that they had survived, the feeling of surviving a calamity was really great. When night fell, everyone found a hidden valley to rest. Then, cultivators who knew array formation set up a great concealment array. After concealing the valley, everyone could rest in the valley without worry. A bonfire burned fiercely. There was a big pot on top of it. Meat soup was boiling in the pot. This soup was very extraordinary because Pingyu had added some spirit liquid. It was said that this spirit liquid was a recipe passed down in Pingyu's family. It could allow cultivators to quickly recover exhausted physical strength. It might be easier for cultivators to recover their magic power, but the consumption of physical strength was slower. If they wanted to recover their physical strength, they needed sufficient rest. However, Pingyu's ancestral spirit liquid greatly shortened the recovery time. After everyone drank the broth, they scattered and rested in different places. Lin Feng leaned against a big tree to rest. At that moment, a fragrant wind swept over. A female cultivator with a sexy figure wearing a fiery red dress came to Lin Feng's side. There were more than 30 female cultivators in the group, and a few of them were extremely beautiful. Lin Feng had naturally noticed this female cultivator before, but he didn't know her name. Now that this female cultivator had come to him, Lin Feng felt a little puzzled. He didn't know why this female cultivator had come to him. Lin Feng stood up and cupped his fists towards the female cultivator. He said, "Fairy, is there something you need?" He. The red-robed female cultivator let out a pleasant laugh and said, "Young master is too polite. This servant doesn't dare to call herself a fairy." Lin Feng smiled and didn't reply. The red-robed female cultivator said, "I have a sister who would like to meet young master. I wonder if there's a chance." As the red-robed female cultivator spoke, she pointed at a female cultivator not far away. That female cultivator wore a pure white dress that completely revealed her tall and slender figure. The white-robed female cultivator had a small oval face that was incomparably exquisite and beautiful. That female cultivator was also one of the most beautiful female cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng had some impression of her. TSK, being handsome is an advantage. Nailan Qinger seems to like that brat a lot. A cultivator smacked his lips as he watched the scene unfold. His eyes were filled with envy. Between cultivators, they were all natural and unrestrained. Therefore, whether it was a man chasing a woman or a woman chasing a man, they didn't feel embarrassed. Therefore, when the red-robed female cultivator helped the woman named Nailan Qinger ask Lin Feng about him, she didn't try to hide anything. Nailan Qinger is the daughter of the Sunset Immortal Sect's bisect master, Nailan Kuan. Her background is extremely extraordinary. If Nailan Qinger likes that brat, he can be considered lucky. Not only does Nailan Qinger have a good background, but she is also an outstanding beauty. Unfortunately, Nailan Qinger didn't take a fancy to me. If she did, it would be a blessing for her ancestors. If you want to capture the heart of a peerless beauty like Xianxia, you not only need an outstanding appearance, but also talent and cultivation. Although that young cultivator is extremely low-key, I have been observing him. Just like when we were besieged by the beasts, everyone was extremely panicked and desperate, but this young cultivator was calm. Moreover, he alone killed more than a dozen extremely powerful ominous beasts. It can be seen that this person's psychological quality, talent, strength, and so on are all extremely outstanding. Such a young talent will definitely have a great future, so it's not strange that Xianxia has taken a fancy to such a young talent. As the saying goes, fair and graceful women are sought after by gentlemen, but in reality, if they meet an outstanding young talent, these female cultivators will naturally be moved. Some of the cultivators in the group couldn't help but whisper to each other. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with great interest, wondering what Lin Feng's choice would be. To be admired by a peerless beauty like Xianxia. If it were any other man, they would probably be wild with joy, right? Therefore, in many people's opinion, Lin Feng might be the same. Xianxia was not a shy woman. When Lin Feng looked at her, she smiled. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. She was very bold. Seductress, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This woman, Xianxia, was definitely a demoness. Whether it was her figure or her appearance. They were all top-grade beauties. However, Lin Feng's thoughts were now on the various opportunities on Lulan Island. Therefore, he had no intention of provoking Xianxia. Therefore, Lin Feng said, cultivating the Tao is difficult. Now that I'm focused on the Tao, I have no other thoughts for the time being. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Some were even shocked. Obviously, no one had expected Lin Feng to make such a decision. He didn't want a peerless beauty like Xianxia who had offered herself to him. Was his head stuck in the door? Humph. The woman in the red dress couldn't help but snort softly. She seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng's words. Then, she turned around and walked toward Xianxia. When Xianxia heard Lin Feng's words, her pretty face turned slightly ugly. However, since Lin Feng had already made his decision, she naturally wouldn't stick to Lin Feng shamelessly. After all, Xianxia was also a reputable figure. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Sacred Medicine Valley. The Sacred Medicine Valley was extremely huge. It covered a radius of more than 10 miles. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Sacred Medicine Valley, a large number of cultivators had already gathered there. The Sacred Medicine Valley exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. In the depths of the valley, there was chaos. The sacred tree grows in the depths of the chaos. Cultivators have already entered it. However, it is said that there is a dense array there. Many cultivators have suffered a calamity. Ordinary people no longer dare to enter it. Only the extremely powerful cultivators can give it a try. After arriving at the Sacred Medicine Valley, Lin Feng and the others received a piece of news. This news was naturally extremely important to them. Pingyu said, there are many treasures in the Sacred Medicine Valley. Let's split up and search. Everyone nodded and then hurriedly split up. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the chaos. It should be very dangerous there. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the sacred fruit. Even if those cultivators could reach the vicinity of the sacred tree, a huge battle would break out. However, the depths were very peaceful now. Lin Feng felt that they could wait for a while longer. It wouldn't be too late to enter the chaos world in the depths of the Sacred Medicine Valley when the battle broke out. He strolled around the Sacred Medicine Valley. The various spirit herbs in the Sacred Medicine Valley were enveloped by powerful restrictions. To obtain those spirit herbs, one had to break the restrictions first. However, it was very difficult to break the restrictions here. Not far away, a scream could be heard. A cultivator was attacked by the restrictions when he was trying to break the restrictions. In the end, he was killed by the restrictions. Some of the restrictions here were stronger. If one accidentally encountered a powerful restriction, it would be very dangerous. It was very likely that one would die tragically here like the cultivator just now. Some of the restrictions were relatively weaker. If one encountered a relatively weaker restriction, it would be easier. However, no one knew beforehand which restrictions were strong and which were weak. There was another special characteristic about the restrictions here. They were all enveloped by divine light. Therefore, it was impossible to know what spirit herbs were in the restrictions. Only after the restrictions were destroyed, only then would one know what spirit herbs were in the restrictions. Lin Feng broke more than 10 restrictions one after another. He actually obtained 3 spirit herbs that were more than 200,000 years old. The rest of the spirit herbs were also more than 100,000 years old. It was really too shocking. The spirit herbs here were truly extraordinary. Of course, there were also many restrictions that didn't have anything in them. However, Lin Feng was proficient in the dragon-searching incantation. The restrictions he opened definitely contained spirit herbs. The commotion in the distance was so loud that it attracted Lin Feng's attention. He quickly walked towards the source of the commotion. Soon, he arrived and saw more than 10 cultivators surrounding Xianxia and the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress was called Xianxia. She and Xianxia grew up together and were as close as sisters. Previously, they worked together to break the restrictions. The two of them went through a lot of hardships and finally broke one restriction. Inside the broken restriction was a blood ginseng that had been growing for 1.2 million years. Such an old blood ginseng was too precious. It had reached the level of an immortal medicine, so it attracted the attention of others. The cultivators surrounding Xianxia and Xianxia were a group of cultivators from the myriad races. The leader was a young expert from the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was one of the royal clans of the myriad races. It was said that this clan was very terrifying and had a secret technique to communicate with the moon. Through this secret technique, the cultivators of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan could even borrow the power of the moon to fight against their enemies. Especially at night, the battle power of this clan's cultivators would be greatly increased. Other than their amazing talent and battle power, there was a huge difference between the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan and the other royal clans of the myriad races. The other royal clans of the myriad races usually had fewer people, but the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan had a lot of people. This might have something to do with their clan. Under normal circumstances, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was for the clan to reproduce. Therefore, the stronger the bloodline, the fewer the clan members. Of course, this was not absolute. There would always be some unexpected situations in this world. For example, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was an exception. This clan had a lot of people and many of them were very talented. This cultivator of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was called Xianxia. This person was quite handsome, but his eyes were extremely long and narrow. From time to time, he would reveal a sinister look in his eyes, which made people's hair stand on end. This person wanted the blood ginseng. Xianxia and Xianxia naturally would not hand over something as precious as the blood ginseng. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't know what's good for you, we don't mind suppressing you. At that time, the blood ginseng will be ours, and you will also be ours. Xiao Chongfeng's evil eyes looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. Ha 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 ha, that's a pretty good idea. These two girls are each prettier than the other. They're really the best in the world. That's right, she's definitely of the highest quality. If I can get close to her, I'd be willing to die. Many cultivators around Xiao Chongfeng couldn't help but let out waves of filthy laughter. The group of people looked at Xianxia and Xianxia evilly. Shameless, Xianxia and Xianxia were so angry that their faces turned green. Shameless? In a moment, our brothers will let you know how shameless we are. All of you, go and capture these two women. Xiao Chongfeng couldn't help but wave his hand as he sneered. Yes. After receiving the order, Xiao Chongfeng's lackeys were about to take action. The two girls were naturally no match for these people. However, at this time, Pingyu rushed over with a group of people. Don't go too far. We, the cultivators of 9 regions, are not that easy to bully. Pingyu said indifferently. The cultivators of 9 regions are not that easy to bully? Who the F***ck do you think you are? Other than Lin Feng, who else in 9 regions dares to say this? Do you deserve to say this? Kneel down. Xiao Chongfeng's expression suddenly became cold. He let out a fierce roar. Then, a terrifying pressure was emitted from Xiao Chongfeng's body. That terrifying pressure directly enveloped Pingyu and the others. Facing that terrifying pressure, Pingyu and the others' bodies were immediately imprisoned. They couldn't struggle at all. Moreover, that terrifying pressure forced Pingyu to kneel on the ground. Pingyu couldn't help but roar. He was trying hard to resist that terrifying pressure, but his body was trembling violently. Facing such a terrifying pressure, Pingyu couldn't resist at all. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, Pingyu might have already knelt on the ground. Domineering aura, it's domineering aura. Rumor has it that Xiao Chongfeng has mastered the mysterious domineering aura. Once his domineering aura is released, he's invincible. It seems that the rumor is true. Xiao Chongfeng really has mastered the domineering aura. Suddenly, the cultivators of thousands of races exclaimed. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Domineering aura was too mysterious for cultivators. Any kind of domineering aura was incomparably powerful. Mastering the domineering aura meant that the cultivator's talent had risen to another level. It was a level that countless geniuses could only look up to. Xiao Chongfeng had mastered the domineering aura. How many peerless geniuses and great emperors haven't mastered the domineering aura? Xiao Chongfeng has mastered the domineering aura. Xiao Chongfeng is really terrifying. If he becomes an emperor in the future, how terrifying will he be? If a cultivator who has mastered the domineering aura becomes an emperor, he can definitely cross several levels to fight against enemies. Xiao Chongfeng has mastered the domineering aura. These human cultivators have no power to resist at all. Apart from Lin Feng, these lowly human cultivators can't find a second powerful person. This guy actually dares to jump around in front of Xiao Chongfeng. I'm looking forward to seeing how Xiao Chongfeng will deal with him later. Ha 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 ha, I'm also looking forward to seeing this scene. Suddenly, many cultivators of the thousands of races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces began to discuss spiritedly. These people were waiting to watch a good show. Some of the surrounding 9 provinces' cultivators' faces were extremely gloomy. Lowly bloodline dog, I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Xiao Chongfeng looked indifferently at Pingyu, who was struggling to hold on. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister arc. His gaze towards Pingyu was full of ridicule. It was like the gaze of a cat playing with a mouse. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded. Everyone saw a young human cultivator step out. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. You only have mastered the white domineering aura. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Chongfeng indifferently. Obviously, Nailan Qing'er was very worried that Lin Feng would suffer a loss in the hands of Xiao Chongfeng, so she wanted Lin Feng to leave this place quickly. Xiao Chongfeng was really too powerful. There was no way to resist at all. Ha 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 ha, I like to see these lowly humans' desperate and helpless expressions the most. Suddenly, many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces laughed sinisterly. All these years, because of Lin Feng's existence, because of Lin Feng's deterrence to the 3 forces. This caused many people's mentality to become distorted. Now, seeing Xiao Chongfeng oppressing Pingyu and the others, all of them felt incomparably carefree. You think you can leave just because you want to? If you want to leave, you can. Come over and crawl under my crotch, and I will let you go. Xiao Chongfeng looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. This person had a high and mighty expression, and he did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. His high and mighty attitude was completely emitted from his bones. Xiao Chongfeng's pair of cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. That pair of eyes emitted a burst of ghastly light, making people feel a sense of creepiness. The humiliation of crawling under his crotch? Xiao Chongfeng is really something. He can even think of such a humiliating method. Admirable, admirable, I really admire Xiao Chongfeng. If he really crawls under Xiao Chongfeng's crotch, how can he live in the future? At that time, today's experience will definitely become a nightmare. That's right, at that time, this person will be completely crippled. Those myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces cultivators all began to discuss. Their discussion was very loud, without any consideration, as if they deliberately wanted to be heard by others. The expressions of those cultivators of the 9 regions were quite ugly. However, a terrifying existence like Xiao Changfeng was simply unable to contend with, and they were powerless. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's excessive request, Nailan Qing'er's expression became extremely ugly. Now, it seemed that even Lin Feng was going to be implicated. Although she had asked Hua Xiane to convey her intention to get to know Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had rejected her, Nailan Qing'er did not hate Lin Feng because of this matter. She still felt that Lin Feng was a man who made her heart pound. Men could be attracted to women, and women could also be attracted to men. Not everyone would deliberately hide their inner thoughts. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Brother Xiao telling you to crawl between her legs? Hurry up and crawl under Brother Xiao's crotch. Our time is very precious. Don't waste our time." The group of cultivators beside Xiao Changfeng suddenly shouted out loudly. All of them cast looks of ridicule at Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just a target for them to tease. As for how much of a threat Lin Feng could pose to them, these people did not even consider this point. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Changfeng and said indifferently, "Just based on what you just said, even if the great emperor of your clan comes, he won't be able to save your dog life." Hearing Lin Feng's incomparably arrogant words, everyone could not help but be stunned. This kid actually dared to say such words. Wasn't this too audacious? He did not put Xiao Changfeng in his eyes at all. To provoke Xiao Changfeng in such a manner, he was truly courting death. This kid is dead for sure. I wonder how Xiao Changfeng will kill him later. I don't think Xiao Changfeng will kill him directly. He will probably torture him first and only kill him after he's done torturing him. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. When Lin Feng said those words, the group of people already knew that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Absolutely no one could save Lin Feng. "You're courting death. You're courting death." Xiao Changfeng's eyes could not help but reveal a dense killing intent. His eyes were practically spitting fire. "Capture this kid for me. Later, this young master will torture him ruthlessly. I want him to kneel in front of this young master like a dog and beg me to give him a quick death." Xiao Changfeng said with a gloomy expression. "Yes." After receiving the order, the group of people hurriedly responded. Then, these cultivators pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. In many people's opinion, a young human cultivator like Lin Feng did not even have the strength to resist. However, they soon saw a scene that was enough to make everyone turn pale with fright. Bang! 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 Violent explosions spread in the air. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign clans, and other influential groups who were rushing towards Lin Feng exploded one after another. They died on the spot. Heavens, how is this possible? After seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. They could not believe their eyes. Look carefully, the space around him is distorted. How terrifying is this person? How can he cause the space around him to distort? Then, an extraterrestrial race cultivator pointed at the distorted space around Lin Feng and shouted in disbelief. His face was filled with shock. Everyone looked over and saw the distorted space around Lin Feng. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. Heavens, he's actually so powerful? Nailan Qing'er's beautiful eyes revealed a deep sense of shock. She knew that Lin Feng's talent was not ordinary and his cultivation was also quite strong. However, she definitely did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Hua Xiane's beautiful eyes could not help but light up when she looked at Lin Feng. Such a proud son of heaven. She couldn't help but feel extremely interested. She wanted to know more about Lin Feng. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so capable. However, since you've offended me today, it's your end. Seeing that his followers had all died here, Xiao Changfeng was completely enraged. The killing intent in his heart surged to the heavens. If he could not kill Lin Feng today, then, Xiao Changfeng's reputation would be completely ruined. Xiao Changfeng began to condense a powerful divine ability, wanting to kill Lin Feng completely. However, at this moment, a myriad races cultivator seemed to have recognized Lin Feng's identity. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. You're courting death, courting death. How dare you provoke this person? Xiao Changfeng is simply courting death. The myriad races cultivator's voice trembled as he shouted. Who is he? Someone asked. He's Lin Feng. The myriad races cultivator said. When the name Lin Feng was mentioned, the surroundings became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet that it was somewhat strange. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? It could be said that without holding back. Lin Feng was simply a nightmare for the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world. It turned out that when Lin Feng's cultivation was relatively weak, so many of the geniuses from the three forces had been killed by Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng had also carried out a massacre on the Tianwu continent. Countless people from the three forces had died in Lin Feng's hands. And as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, even the great emperor realm cultivators could be killed by Lin Feng. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world didn't even need to mention Lin Feng's name when they talked about him. Instead, they used that person to replace Lin Feng's name. Many people from the three forces viewed Lin Feng as a demon. And now, Lin Feng actually appeared in this place. He's actually that person. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world all looked at Lin Feng in horror. Their faces were filled with shock and emotion. Everyone's hearts were filled with deep fear. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. He was like a towering mountain that they could only look up to. He's actually Lin Feng. Nailan Qinger couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only at this moment did she know who the man she admired was. It was actually the famous Lin Feng. Who in the world didn't know him? Who in the 9 prefectures didn't know Lin Feng? Perhaps even the ancestors of the myriad races had already heard of Lin Feng's name. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, other than deep shock, Nailan Qinger couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Previously, Lin Feng had tactfully rejected further contact with her. Was it because he didn't like her? Lin Feng, he's actually the legendary Lin Feng. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng. She couldn't help but lick her red lips. She had already heard the name Lin Feng countless times. She had always wanted to meet him. But there was no chance. Right now, he finally saw Lin Feng. Only after seeing him did they realize that Lin Feng was so extraordinarily handsome. He was like a god descending from the heavens, causing people to be fascinated. At this moment, Xiao Changfeng's face turned extremely pale. Although Xiao Changfeng was very powerful, Xiao Changfeng was very self-aware. He knew that compared to Lin Feng, the gap between him and him was extremely large. Now, Xiao Changfeng had restrained his aura and looked at Lin Feng warily. Do you want to live or die? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Changfeng indifferently. Live. Xiao Changfeng said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was extremely sullen in his heart, but he couldn't resist Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was simply too powerful. He wasn't someone he could fight against. Therefore, no matter how sullen he was at this moment, he could only suppress it in his heart, not daring to express it. Don't you like to humiliate others? Kneel on the ground now and slap yourself 10 times. Then, I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. As soon as Lin Feng said that, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Xiao Changfeng was a top genius of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. He had the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan behind him. Lin Feng actually asked Xiao Changfeng to kneel on the ground. If Xiao Changfeng really kneeled, the entire Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan would be humiliated. At that time, Lin Feng and the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan would definitely fight to the death. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to care about this at all. Devil, he's really a devil. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces couldn't help but mutter. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a complete devil. It simply made everyone from the three forces extremely afraid. Xiao Changfeng's face became incomparably gloomy. Now, he was in a dilemma. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Xiao Changfeng persuaded himself like this. With a plop. Then, Xiao Changfeng knelt on the ground. Pa pa pa, Then, Xiao Changfeng raised his hands and slapped his face. He forced the top geniuses of the myriad races to kneel on the ground and slap their own faces in order to survive. Lin Feng was the first person who dared to do this. He was also the first person who scared countless cultivators of the myriad races out of their wits. Domineering. Lin Gongzi is really domineering. The cultivators of the 9 regions all felt their blood boiling. Xiao Changfeng, who was previously extremely arrogant and looked down on the human race, was now kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face like a stray dog. Was there anything more satisfying than this? Peng Yu and the other cultivators who had been in the same team as Lin Feng were even more shocked. Previously, many people had paid attention to Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng had always been very low-key, but they did not expect that the young man who joined their team was actually the famous Lin Feng of the 9 regions. Although Lin Feng usually kept a low profile, when he really made a move, he was incomparably domineering. Many people could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. After slapping himself 10 times in a row, Xiao Changfeng said with a gloomy expression, "Can I leave now?" "Of course not," Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were stunned. Could it be that this devil wants to go back on his words? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces could not help but mutter in their hearts. They couldn't help but look at Xiao Changfeng with pity in their eyes. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Feng was going to kill him. His voice trembled as he said, "You said that you won't kill me. You are a top genius of the human race. How can you go back on your words? Don't you humans value promises the most? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I will immediately leave the 9 regions. I can swear that I will never set foot in the 9 regions again." Xiao Changfeng had completely lost his composure. He still had a good time and a bright future ahead of him. He was still very young. He did not want to die. A bad life was better than a good death. If one could live, no one would want to die. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since I said that I won't kill you, I won't kill you. However, I plan to capture you and wait for your clansmen to come and ransom you. After all, you possess a domineering aura. Your future is promising. You should be worth a lot of money, right?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Changfeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life was spared. Lin Feng then suppressed Xiao Changfeng within the 4 vicious cauldrons. This guy actually wants to use Xiao Changfeng to threaten the Silvermoon Celestial Wolf clan. He actually dares to do such a thing. This devil is fearless. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Before Xiao Changfeng, Lin Feng had also suppressed Wang Xingheng from the Eternal River Galaxy. Now, Lin Feng had already suppressed 2 geniuses. Lin Feng intended to use these geniuses to exchange for the 3,000 great paths. Thinking of the dozens of 3,000 great paths that he was about to obtain, Lin Feng suddenly became extremely happy. Whether it was the Eternal River Galaxy or the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf race, they were extremely large races. These 2 races could definitely take out 3,000 great paths. Are you all okay? Lin Feng looked at everyone. We are fine. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help, Peng Yu and the others quickly said. Seeing that Peng Yu and the others were so polite, Lin Feng knew that it was time for him to leave the team. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving our lives. Nailan Qinger and Hua Xianxia came forward to express their gratitude. These 2 women were both peerless beauties of the highest quality. They looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Many people could not help but mutter. If Lin Feng had used some tricks, he might have been able to capture the hearts of these beauties. You don't have to be so polite. We have known each other for a while. Naturally, we should help each other, Lin Feng said. Then, without stopping, he walked into the depths of the chaotic world. Originally, he had wanted to continue looking for some other spiritual herbs, but now his identity had been exposed. If he continued to stay outside, he would attract countless people's attention. Lin Feng did not want to be surrounded by people. Therefore, Lin Feng simply entered the chaotic world in the depths of the sacred Medicine Valley. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Nailan Qinger sighed softly in her heart. She could feel that Lin Feng was estranged from her. The two of them seemed to be destined to be people from two different worlds. Xianxia squinted her phoenix eyes as she watched Lin Feng leave. Light flashed in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. The people outside were still discussing what had just happened. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked everyone present. At this time, Lin Feng had already entered the depths of the chaotic world. Inside the chaotic world, there were powerful seals. The seals here were extremely terrifying. If one was careless, they could be killed by the seals. Of course. Lin Feng was proficient in all kinds of great arrays. Therefore, even though the restrictions here were very powerful, they were still very powerful. However, it was unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng went deep into the primal chaos world. Along the way, he saw many broken limbs. Those severed limbs were obviously left behind by the fallen cultivators who had entered this place. It seems that many people have died. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The void here is distorted, the demon lord said. Hearing that, Lin Feng carefully sensed his surroundings. As expected, the space there was distorted. It meant that this place was different from the outside world. This world shrouded in primal chaos had its own independent spatial laws. When there was an independent space law, the space here would expand a lot. At this time, a scream came from the depths. When Lin Feng heard that horrible shriek, he sped up and rushed into the depths of the forest. Soon, he arrived at the depths and saw a ferocious beast pouncing on a cultivator to the ground. When Lin Feng arrived, the cultivator's neck had already been bitten off by the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was extremely strange. Its head was like a dragon and a lion. Its body was like a tiger, but it was densely covered with silver scales. Its body was 5 meters long and 4 meters tall. Its body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become slightly solemn. This ferocious beast was definitely not simple. However, he had never seen such a ferocious beast before. This was the first time he had seen such a ferocious beast. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of race that ferocious beast was. Demon Lord, do you know this kind of ferocious beast? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said, I have never seen such a ferocious beast before. I don't know what kind of race it is. There were too many races in the universe, as many as the hairs on an ox. Therefore, it was normal that Lin Feng and the Demon Lord couldn't recognize the race of this ferocious beast. The terrifying ferocious beast looked at Lin Feng coldly. Then, the ferocious beast abandoned the cultivator it had killed. Roar, the ferocious beast let out a low roar. Then, the ferocious beast leaped out and pounced towards Lin Feng. A terrifying aura was emitted from the ferocious beast's body. The ferocious beast's speed was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. Its incomparably sharp claws directly grabbed towards Lin Feng. I'll just kill you and stew you. Lin Feng raised his right hand and directly slashed out a dazzling sword chi towards the ferocious beast that was pouncing towards him. The dazzling sword chi tore through the void and quickly slashed towards the ferocious beast. The Demon Lord couldn't help but roll his eyes. Because this guy Lin Feng always seemed to be unable to live without eating. He was simply a complete glutton. Seeing that Lin Feng's sword chi was about to pierce through the ferocious beast's body in an instant. But at this time, with a swoosh, a light flashed. The ferocious beast actually disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's attack slashed through the air. The ferocious beast's attack was very similar to a teleportation technique. The next moment, the ferocious beast appeared behind Lin Feng. The ferocious beast's eyes flashed with dense killing intent as it coldly looked at Lin Feng. Swoosh. Then, the ferocious beast once again waved its claws and slapped towards Lin Feng. The sharp claws flashed with terrifying cold light. Just as it was about to hit Lin Feng's body quickly moved sideways to the left. He narrowly avoided the ferocious beast's sharp claws. Then, Lin Feng kicked over. This side kick landed on the ferocious beast's body, and suddenly, there was a dull collision sound. Bang! Accompanied by the dull collision sound, there was a dull collision sound. The ferocious beast was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Crack, crack, countless bones in the ferocious beast's body were directly broken. Lin Feng quickly charged towards the ferocious beast, wanting to kill it, but the ferocious beast's body was rapidly dissipating. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The ferocious beast just now didn't seem to be real. But, when he was fighting against the ferocious beast, Lin Feng clearly felt that the ferocious beast was a real one. This place is really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble to himself. At this time, there was a violent fluctuation coming from the depths. When the fluctuation came out, a refreshing fruity fragrance immediately pervaded the air. It's the fruity fragrance of the holy fruit. Lin Feng couldn't help but look towards the depths in surprise. The fluctuations coming from the sacred fruit were no small matter, so Lin Fan had no idea what was going on. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the fluctuations quickly disappeared without a trace. It was extremely strange. Although the fluctuations from the sacred fruit had disappeared, Lin Feng didn't slow down. He wanted to enter and see what was going on with the sacred fruit. As he went deeper, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the distortion in the void was getting worse. Ordinary cultivators couldn't enter the depths of the chaotic world at all. Their bodies would be directly torn apart by the distorted void. The requirements for the physical body here were extremely high. The most shocking thing was that as he went deeper, Lin Feng realized that his magic power was gradually being restrained. This place was very strange. Not only did it have high requirements for the physical body, but it also restrained a cultivator's magic power. Places like this often appeared in extremely dangerous and hopeless places. Lin Feng didn't expect that this place was also a distorted space. Lin Feng frowned. The situation in the depths of the chaotic world was much more complicated than he had imagined. One day later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the depths of the chaotic world. He saw more than 10 figures, both male and female. However, because the chaotic chi covered the world, Lin Feng couldn't see them very clearly. To be able to come here, one's cultivation level was abnormally high. Their battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone was here for the sacred fruit. In the depths of the chaotic world, there was a sacred tree that lingered in the chaos. The sacred tree emitted a faint sacred light. There were a few fruits on the tree, but there weren't many of them. Such sacred fruits were too extraordinary. Naturally, there couldn't be too many of them. When he saw the sacred fruits, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Those sacred fruits were very attractive. If he could get his hands on them, his cultivation might be able to increase by a few levels. The others were also eyeing the sacred fruits covetously. They wanted to use such heavenly treasures to increase their cultivation. What kind of sacred tree is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He looked at the holy tree. Previously, there were many rumors about the holy tree being covered. Some said that it was an ancient immortal tree, while others said that it was a demonic tree. In the end, it turned from a devil to a saint, and became a supreme sacred tree. There were all kinds of rumors in the outside world, and Lin Feng found it hard to determine which rumors were true. Now that he saw the sacred tree, he couldn't help but feel moved. Was this sacred tree related to chaos? Because there was primal chaos energy lingering in the surroundings, this place was very special and had an ancient aura. This ancient aura seemed to be able to trace back to the absolute beginning era. Lin Feng continued to head deeper. The deeper he went, the more difficult it became. This was because the laws of order here were very terrifying. They distorted spacetime and imprisoned mana. It was not easy to resist the distorted spacetime with just the strength of the physical body. The requirements for one's physical body were simply too high. Ah! At this moment, a loud roar came from the front. It was a cultivator with a head full of golden hair. His figure was very slender and handsome. It was unknown which race he was from. Now that he was in trouble, his body was already cracking. His roar attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. He shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, the cultivator was only 30 to 40 meters away from the holy tree. This was already very close. If it was outside, 30 to 40 meters would only take one step. But here, it was very difficult. However, the cultivator obviously didn't want to give up. He gritted his teeth and persevered, wanting to quickly get closer to the area. Crack, crack. The sound of his body cracking could be heard. The cracks on the cultivator's body were getting more and more severe. At this moment, a large amount of golden energy suddenly surged out of the cultivator's body. The golden energy enveloped his entire body. Under the protection of the golden energy, he temporarily resisted the tearing of the distorted spacetime. However, the golden energy was very unstable and was constantly dispersing. The golden energy was very special and shouldn't be able to last for too long. Swoosh. Then, he increased his speed, wanting to rush to the holy tree and pluck the holy fruit as quickly as possible. Then, he quickly left. However, he had only rushed out a dozen meters when his body couldn't take it anymore. Bang! Along with a violent explosion, the sound of the explosion was heard. The cultivator's body directly exploded. The cultivator died tragically on the spot. His body was torn apart, leaving only broken limbs. Someone took the cultivator's storage ring, but then shook his head slightly. Then, he threw the cultivator's storage ring away. Obviously, the cultivator's storage ring should have been damaged as well. The things inside should have been destroyed by the collapsed spacetime. Lin Feng looked at this scene with an indifferent expression. This was the fate of a cultivator. Defying the heavens and seizing life. Many people died in the process of defying the heavens and seizing life. No matter how powerful your talent was or how extraordinary your background was, the moment your life ended, everything would become history. Everything became a thing of the past, a thing of history. The others continued to walk towards the holy tree. Everyone's speed was very slow because the order laws here were too strong. If they wanted to move forward, it was almost impossible. Lin Feng increased his speed. His body was unparalleled in the world, comparable to the body of an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, Lin Feng's powerful body, coupled with the powerful recovery ability of the undying bloodline, made Lin Feng like a fish in water in this space. Although he was also greatly suppressed, compared to the others, it was much easier. Lin Feng, someone looked at Lin Feng, who was gradually catching up, with a cold and murderous expression. The cultivator who spoke was shrouded in divine light. This was an extremely powerful young prodigy. This person was called the Battle of the Divine Path. It was rumored that this person had the body of the war god, a physique that was known for its powerful combat strength. He was a prodigy of the ancient god clan, and his status in the clan was far above Shen Daotian and the others. This was one of the three supreme prodigies of the younger generation of the ancient god clan. Since his debut, he had always been invincible and had never been defeated. Lin Feng had never seen a battle of the divine path. However, many people in the ancient god clan had seen Lin Feng before, so it was not difficult to know what Lin Feng looked like in a battle of the divine path. He's Lin Feng? Many people looked over in surprise, and then a cold light flashed in their eyes. The dozen or so experts were very young, and they were all top experts of the younger generation. However, these people were all top experts of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Apart from Lin Feng, there were no other cultivators of the 9 states. From this, it could be seen that the 9 states had been in decline for too many years. In terms of foundation, there was no way to compare with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. What? You want to join forces to deal with me? Lin Feng looked at them indifferently. This group of geniuses had heaven-defying strength, and some of them were even as strong as him. Moreover, with so many people joining forces, how terrifying would their destructive power be? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. If they were outside, Lin Feng might really have a hard time fighting against these people. But now, they were in this distorted forbidden space. Here, magic power could not be used, and divine abilities could not be used. Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of these people joining forces. As long as we can kill you, it doesn't matter what method we use. The Divine Path warrior said indifferently. His killing intent was very strong, and deep greed flashed in his eyes. The combat strength of the Divine Path battle was definitely heaven-defying to an unimaginable extent. Now, there were naturally many reasons why the Divine Path battle wanted to kill Lin Feng. One of the most important reasons was that Lin Feng was rumored to have many powerful magic treasures and divine abilities. These things attracted the attention of countless people. Many people could not help but go crazy over them. The Divine Path battle naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. When the time came, he would have a share of these things. Most of the others had the same goal. The main reason for killing Lin Feng was not because Lin Feng was an enemy of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, or other external forces. It was because Lin Feng had something that they desired. Lin Feng. It's a miracle that you're still alive. But now, it's all over. A cultivator with a muscular physique sneered. This was the Golden Saint Lion race's genius, Huang Yanma. Back at Nine Beast Mountain, Lin Feng had seen this person before. Huang Yanma was very terrifying. This race was one of the most powerful among the myriad race's royal families. Few races could be compared to this race. Moreover, this race was one of the top 10 royal families of the myriad races. Later, perhaps I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Lin Feng said indifferently. His expression was very indifferent, revealing contempt and disdain. He was very arrogant. Even though he was surrounded by experts, he was still extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps only Lin Feng had such a bearing. He was used to all kinds of storms and waves, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Huang Yanma sneered and said, "Reckless thing, I will break all the bones in your body later." Huang Yanma had a malevolent expression on his face. It was incomparably ugly. His face was shocking and extremely terrifying, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Among these prodigies, there were some extremely powerful characters. For example, Gongzi Chao of the Sky Devil race was much more famous than the low-key Xianxia. He was relatively high-profile and had just arrived in the 9 regions not long ago. Some time ago, when he heard that Xianxia was injured, he once said in private that Xianxia was just a trash. Not only was he injured in a barren land like the 9 regions, but he was also unable to kill Gongzi for such a long time. There was a reason why Gongzi Chao dared to slander Xianxia like this. One must know that Xianxia was the son of the Sky Devil Emperor. Who would dare to offend him? For the Sky Devil race that had a strict hierarchy, no one dared to offend Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia's father was the current patriarch of the Sky Devil race, and his power was overwhelming. Ordinary Sky Devil emperors might not even dare to offend Xianxia, let alone the younger generation of Sky Devil race cultivators. This Sky Devil Chao didn't put Xianxia in their eyes because Gongzi Chao's origin was equally shocking. Gongzi Chao's ancestor Xian was an illustrious ancestor-level existence in the Sky Devil race. It was said that he was one of the core members of the Sky Devil race's Supreme Elder Group. The Sky Devil race was extremely large in the Outer Realm. For example, many Outer Realm planets had branches of the Sky Devil race. Even the Heavenly Sage Great World and the nest of the myriad races had branches of the Sky Devil race. These Sky Devil race were nominally managed by the Patriarch. But in reality, the Sky Devil race had also set up a Supreme Elder Group. The members of the Supreme Elder Group were either the old Patriarch of the Sky Devil race who had already abdicated, or they were experts with extremely terrifying strength in the Sky Devil race. And the Supreme Elder Group even had the power to dismiss the Patriarch. That was why he had such a backer. Gongzi Chao naturally didn't fear Xianxia. Aside from Gongzi Chao, there were other top prodigies such as Shui Yunshan of the Blood-Winged Sky Wolves, Yi Tong Tian of the 8-Winged Demon race, Song Qingjue of the 9-Eyed Jade Toad race, and so on. They were all extremely powerful and had terrifying combat strength. Let's do it. Don't delay any longer. This brat is full of tricks. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid something else will happen. An Outer Realm cultivator said. This was a female cultivator, and she was extremely tall. Most women were around 1.7 meters tall, and that was already considered extremely tall. However, this woman's height was actually around 1.8 meters. She was much taller than the average male. This woman had a pair of straight and slender jade-like legs. Her face was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She could be called absolutely beautiful, but her expression was cold and arrogant. She was from the immortal god race. The immortal god race was one of the 10 sovereign races of the myriad races, and also one of the 3 divine races of the myriad races. Among the myriad races, there were dozens of races with divine blood flowing in their veins. These races with divine blood were basically the descendants of innate lifeforms. These races were very powerful. As time passed, some races gradually declined, while others remained powerful. Among the many divine races, the 3 most powerful ones were the sacred god race, the ancient god race, and the immortal god race. Lin Feng had come into contact with cultivators from the sacred god race and the ancient god race before, but he had never come into contact with cultivators from the immortal god race. This woman was the first cultivator from the immortal god race that Lin Feng had come into contact with. This female cultivator from the immortal god race was called Xianxia. She was just like her name. This woman's temperament was very cold. She looked at Lin Feng indifferently. She was preparing a powerful attack to kill Lin Feng. Attack, Xianxia's suggestion was quickly unanimously agreed by the others. Everyone attacked one after another, attacking Lin Feng. Although their dermic powers were sealed, every one of them was proficient in martial arts moves. They could all be called martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, these cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had extremely strong physical bodies. With so many people working together, even if they didn't use their dermic powers, they believed that with their martial arts moves and strong physical bodies, they could successfully kill Lin Feng. Giant Pung spreads wings, wind sends purple cloud, swallow returns to morning sun, rising sun, golden goose takes flight, bright star in the evening, moon illusory eye, cloud azure, dragon coils, ridge, white rainbow pierces the sun, cloud breaks, Qinling mountain, green pine, emerald, earth shattering shock, 1,000 kilograms falls, diamond tail. With so many experts attacking at the same time, it was extremely terrifying. Although this was only a martial art move, it was also extremely powerful and could produce extremely powerful killing power. The reason for that was because any one of these people could easily shatter a towering mountain with a single punch. This was the terrifying part of these people. They were so tyrannical that it made people turn pale with fright. Facing the siege of so many experts, Lin Feng was still extremely calm. He also displayed a powerful absolute art. The absolute art that Lin Feng displayed was a very profound martial art among the martial arts moves. His spine was bent like a dragon's body. His spine was like a dragon. That was to say, Lin Feng was now. His spine suddenly sprung up. It was as if he could erupt with a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's body shot out. His speed was too fast, and he instantly rushed in front of the 3 cultivators. Although Lin Feng made his move later, he arrived first. Courting death, the 3 cultivators who were locked onto by Lin Feng looked indifferent. Their powerful moves continued to bombard Lin Feng, while the rest of the people's moves also bombarded Lin Feng together. Bang bang bang, at this moment, Lin Feng collided with the 3 cultivators, accompanied by the sound of violent collisions. The 3 cultivators were directly swept away by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng also quickly swept out of the encirclement of more than a dozen people. The attacks of the other cultivators all missed. Lin Feng then, like an eagle soaring into the sky, he quickly swept towards a cultivator who was repelled. 5 times dragon elephant arm erupted. In fact, Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm was already powerful enough. But now, Lin Feng was heavily surrounded. To be on the safe side, Lin Feng then displayed 5 times dragon elephant arm. This was Lin Feng's strongest state. When the 5 times dragon elephant arm was displayed, one punch seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. The power of that punch. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Its might was so great that it was truly shocking. The expression of the skypride that Lin Feng had locked onto changed abruptly. This was a skypride from the great Tao source world. His name was Wan Hun Zhong, and he possessed formidable combat strength. However, after his magic power was sealed, he could only contend with Lin Feng with his physical body. He wanted to quickly dodge Lin Feng's terrifying punch, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only face Lin Feng head-on. Bang, the fists of both sides collided. Cracking sounds could be heard. Wang Huanzhong's arm was directly broken. Next, Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly landed on Wang Hongzhong's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Wang Hongzhong's chest caved in. Wang Hongzhong's body couldn't help but fly backwards. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed over and grabbed Wang Hongzhong's head. Then, he suddenly twisted it. Cracking sounds could be heard. Wang Hongzhong's head was directly plucked off. Puff, fresh blood spurted out, and Wang Hongzhong died tragically on the spot. In the blink of an eye, an expert was killed by Lin Feng. The rest of the people's expressions became extremely ugly, each more gloomy than the last. Lin Feng threw Wang Hongzhong's head on the ground, and then said indifferently, "What kind of supreme skypride are you? In front of me, you're just like an ant or a dog. I can kill you with a wave of my hand." Lin Feng's words could be said to be incomparably arrogant. Extremely arrogant. If it were someone else, who would dare to say such arrogant words? However, Lin Feng dared to say such arrogant words. This was based on absolute confidence. This was because Lin Feng's physical body was too powerful. It could be described as heaven-defying. Such a powerful physical body was enough to sweep away these cultivators. This guy's speed is very fast, and his physical body is very strong. Moreover, his strength seems to be extremely terrifying. "Everyone, be careful," Shen Daozhan said with a gloomy expression. With the example of Wang Hongzhong being killed by Lin Feng, the rest of the people naturally did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng anymore. Setting sun shines on snow, light flash, wind and frost-broken shadow, stone smoke, thunder in the vast sky, ice valley's first rainbow, mountain twists and turns, open mind, double dragon fetches water, searching for snake in the grass, without a trace in the snow, dragon soars for thousands of miles. Then these people once again displayed extremely powerful martial arts moves to attack Lin Feng. This time, they increased their speed to the extreme. Although they did not form an encirclement around Lin Feng, everyone had already locked on to Lin Feng. Moreover, everyone's moves were incomparably terrifying. Their fists shook the world and shattered the void. The attacks of more than a dozen people were really too powerful. Now, these people's attacks were even more powerful than before. Because they did not want to become the second Wang Huzhong. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng jumped forwards and threw a punch at those cultivators. Lin Feng was using a punch called the Godly 100 Transformations Punch. A powerful cultivator like Lin Feng not only cultivated magical powers, but also had a deep understanding of many martial arts moves. Moreover, because of Lin Feng's strong physical body, he especially liked to fight in close combat. And when fighting in close combat, it was inevitable that some powerful martial arts moves would be used to enhance the combat effectiveness of close combat. Therefore, Lin Feng collected a lot of powerful martial arts moves. 100 Transformation Fist was one of the most powerful martial arts moves. Once it was displayed, it was really peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng stepped forward and punched out. Suddenly, there were many fist shadows. The most powerful part of this 100 Transformation Fist was that it formed 100 fist shadows. If it was just a simple fist shadow, it would naturally be difficult to hurt others. The 100 fist shadows released by this 100 Transformation Fist were not simple fist shadows. Each of his punches contained 90% of Lin Feng's strength. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was simply unimaginable. If Lin Feng displayed 5 times the dragon elephant arm, then the 100 fist shadows condensed by Lin Feng's 100 Transformation Fist. Every fist shadow. They all had 90% of Lin Feng's strength. How powerful would 100 fists be? Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng was not willing to use this fist technique. The more powerful the divine ability, the more mana it would consume. The same principle. The more powerful the martial arts move, the more physical strength it would consume. When one's physical strength was exhausted, it would be dangerous. The 100 Transformation Fist consumed a lot of physical strength. However, in order to deal with these dozen or so powerful heaven's prides, Lin Feng displayed the 100 Transformation Fist. Although Lin Feng believed that he could defeat these people. However, Lin Feng did not want to delay, he wanted to end the battle quickly. If he continued to delay, he didn't know what would happen next. Bang, 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 the dense fist shadows directly smashed towards the dozen or so Heaven's Prides that were charging towards him. Originally, more than 10 people were besieging Lin Feng. Lin Feng was facing so many experts alone and was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, after he used the 100 Transformations Divine Fist, he immediately turned his disadvantage into an advantage. Now, every cultivator who was besieging Lin Feng had to withstand at least 7 or 8 fist shadows. At first, they could still resist for a while. But soon, these cultivators began to be unable to withstand the attacks of those fist shadows. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard. The sound of bones cracking was accompanied by painful groans. One cultivator after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Ouch! Many people vomited blood and their faces were as pale as paper. The power of Lin Feng's attack just now was too tyrannical. That was because the power of the arm of the dragon elephant was too terrifying. 90% of the power of the arm of the dragon elephant was still an unimaginably terrifying force. Once it erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, each of these people was not facing one punch, but 7 or 8 fist shadows. Although they were all top-notch geniuses with monstrous dermic powers and remarkable abilities. However, there was still a huge gap between them and Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. It was inevitable that they would be injured by Lin Feng one by one. This is impossible. The faces of the geniuses were filled with ferocious expressions. So many of them were besieging Lin Feng, but they were still beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. This was unacceptable to them. Everyone was extremely depressed and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Their eyes were also flickering with dense killing intent. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Why wouldn't it be possible? Today, I will kill all of you and make this place your burial ground. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng continued to use the 100 Transformations Divine Fist. Swoosh, fist shadows were everywhere. One after another, fist silhouettes blasted towards the surrounding cultivators. More than a dozen top geniuses of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were all enveloped by Lin Feng's fist shadows. Each and every one of them could not withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attacks. Wow, these cultivators were once again sent flying. Each of them coughed out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were as pale as paper. In the battle of the divine path, Huang Yanma and the others couldn't help but roar in anger. But now, he couldn't circulate his magic power, so he couldn't use his divine ability. In the battle of physical strength, they were completely suppressed, unable to contend with Lin Feng's physical body. Each and every one of them felt extremely aggrieved. It was as if he had gone mad with hatred. Everyone wanted to hack Lin Feng into pieces. But in reality, their current situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng was an existence that was invincible in close combat. Thus, for these cultivators to engage in close combat with Lin Feng, they were simply throwing their lives away. When Lin Feng launched the third wave of attacks, bang, 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 sounds of explosions were heard one after another. One by one, Lin Feng killed the top geniuses. In the third wave of attacks, Lin Feng killed 4 top prodigies. These people were the most powerful geniuses of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces. Any one of them would be able to defeat countless experts and even compete with great emperor-level experts. Such a prodigy was rare even among the 3 forces. Every death of one was a great loss. But now, 5 of them had been killed by Lin Feng. Previously, Lu Tong and the others killed almost 1/3 of the top geniuses of the 3 forces. Today, I'll kill all of you again. The number of top geniuses of the 3 forces will decrease again. Sooner or later, I'll kill the top experts of the 3 forces until they tremble in fear. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He continued to use the 100 transformation fists to attack the remaining cultivators. Bang, 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 violent collisions were heard as the 2 sides engaged in a great battle again. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. This time another 3 top geniuses were killed by Lin Feng. The rest were all severely injured and vomiting blood from Lin Feng's attacks. Those who died with their eyes wide open. Their combat strength was so strong, but because they were in the forbidden space, they couldn't use their divine abilities. that was why they died tragically in Lin Feng's hands. If they could use their divine abilities, they believed that with the strength of so many people, they would be able to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already lost count of how many times he had been killed. But there weren't so many ifs in this world. Lin Feng was like an unparalleled god-fiend, making every cultivator feel a deep sense of despair. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill us all? When the time comes, the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and the experts of the various great worlds will join forces to suppress you. When that time comes, you'll die without a grave. An extraterritorial race cultivator said with an extremely ugly expression, wanting to scare Lin Feng away. But Lin Feng wasn't moved at all. He said indifferently, "We're already at an irreconcilable state. Do you think yours truly would be afraid of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and the great emperors of the various great worlds? If they really come, I'll kill them all together." Humph, what an arrogant tone. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Following that, 3 cultivators stepped into the depths of the distorted space. When they saw those 3 cultivators, the eyes of the last few top geniuses, who were on the verge of despair, lit up. Those who had arrived were 3 great emperors. Furthermore, they were extremely strong great emperors. The great emperor who spoke had a muscular build. He was a powerful being from the Golden Saint Lion race. This person was called Huang Bahen. He was a terrifying Emperor Realm expert. He was also one of the top 10 experts of the Golden Saint Lion race. The second powerful being was a skinny old man. He was a powerful being from the myriad races Yin Corpse race. It was said that the Yin Corpse race dealt with corpses all year round. They were skilled in refining corpse poison and other such things. Their methods were strange and terrifying. This powerful being was called Old Man Yin Mo. He was also an Emperor Realm expert. The third powerful being was a voluptuous female cultivator. She looked to be in her 30s. Purely based on her appearance and figure, she could be considered a top-grade beauty. However, it was clear that this female cultivator was no simple character. This female cultivator was a powerful being from the sacred god race. Her name was Xianxia. He was also an Imperial Emperor Realm expert. 3 great Emperor Realm experts have arrived together. We're saved. The few remaining geniuses exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng, let's see how you'll die later. Following that, their gazes towards Lin Feng were filled with killing intent. In their eyes, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. Great emperors at the Emperor Realm were extremely rare. They could already be considered as overlords of the universe. This was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with great emperors of this level. And this was his first time coming into contact with great emperors of this level. To think that he would encounter 3 of them. Lin Feng's attention was focused on the 3 great imperial emperors, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the divine Dao battle, Huan Yanma, and the others. If it wasn't for the arrival of the 3 great imperial emperors, Huan Yanma and the others would have died today. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that with your talent, you can be considered one of the top geniuses among the younger generation of all the major races in the universe. It would be a pity to kill a genius like you. How about this? If you swear to become our slave, we will spare your life today. What do you think? At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but say. Not only was Xianxia powerful, but she was also of noble birth. She was an expert of the sacred god clan. How could the number 1 clan of the myriad races be undeserved? This clan had powerful physical bodies and shocking bloodlines. Although Xianxia was a woman, she was able to cultivate to the Imperial Emperor realm. From this, one could see how extraordinary her talent was. Lin Feng's current cultivation was comparable to some God Emperor realm cultivators. However, the difference between him and these Imperial Emperor realm experts was huge. Although Lin Feng was extremely confident in his combat strength, he also knew his own limits. However, this place wasn't the outside world. This was a forbidden space. When one's magic power was restricted, not to mention that these people were only Emperor Realm cultivators. So what if they were immortals? When one's magic power was restricted, they could only rely on their physical bodies to fight. Therefore, although Lin Feng was wary of the 3 Imperial Emperor Realm experts, he wasn't afraid of them. Now, Lin Feng even had a crazy idea. Should he try to kill these 3 Imperial Emperor realm experts? If he could do that, it would be heaven-defying. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that killing these Imperial Emperor realm experts was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if he didn't try, how would he know that he couldn't do it? Lin Feng looked indifferently at Xianxia and said, "Looking at your figure and appearance, you're not bad. If you announce that you're my slave today, I'll spare your life." When Lin Feng said this, the surroundings instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with astonishment. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually say such words to an imperial emperor. This could no longer be described as audacious. Xianxia's beautiful eyes turned cold. "You haven't even broken through to the great emperor realm, yet you dare to be so impudent. Don't you know how to write the word death? I'll kill you today." As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia had already rushed towards Lin Feng. She used the mountain-splitting palm technique and slammed it towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 2 imperial emperors, Huang Bashen and Old Man Emo, also flew towards Lin Feng. Huang Bashen punched towards Lin Feng. The fist technique he used was called the Wind Thunder Fist. A punch was thrown and a thunderous sound was heard. At the same time, it was accompanied by a violent hurricane that swept towards Lin Feng. This was a martial art technique, but it displayed such a terrifying phenomenon. This was because Huang Bashen, who used this martial art technique, was simply too powerful. As for Old Man Emo, he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. Old Man Emo's palm turned as black as ink. Old Man Emo's technique was called the Black Devil Palm. It was said that it could unleash 36 layers of hidden force. Its power was extremely terrifying. 3 great imperial emperors are fighting against him. No matter how strong Lin Feng's physical body is, he can't compete with 3 great imperial emperors, right? That's absolutely impossible. Just wait and see. Lin Feng will definitely die later. The surviving Divine Dao battle, Huang Yanma, and the others said coldly. In their eyes, the current Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Facing the attacks of 3 imperial emperors, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. In the previous battle with more than 10 top prodigies, Lin Feng had continuously used the 5-fold dragon elephant arm and 100 transformation fist. The consumption was extremely great. Therefore, Lin Feng was now very far away from his peak combat strength. The destructive power of the 5-fold dragon elephant arm had also decreased greatly. It was far from being comparable to his previous peak. If it wasn't for the decrease in his combat strength, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of these 3 people. Flood Dragon goes to the sea. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a low shout. He also used an extremely powerful martial art technique. His spine curved like a dragon, and then he instantly unleashed a terrifying power. Then, his spine drove his entire body, and he consecutively threw out 3 powerful punches. Boom! 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 The 3 punches immediately produced an earth-shattering sound. It was like the sound of war drums. The world seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Feng was fighting 1 against 3. Even though his combat strength had decreased greatly, he would definitely not retreat half a step. Bang! 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 3 consecutive violent collisions were heard. It was as if the earth was shaking. It was as if one ancient mountain after another had crashed into each other. That kind of power. It was so terrifying that it made one's face pale with fright. Dang! Dang! Lin Feng and the 3 imperial emperors took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Huang Yanma, Xian Lengan, and the others who were watching the battle of the divine path revealed expressions of disbelief. Lin Feng had just fought with them for so long. Although many experts on their side had been killed by Lin Feng. But a continuous battle. It would definitely cause Lin Feng's combat strength to decrease greatly. Then, in other words, the current Lin Feng's combat strength was far from his peak. In such a state, Lin Feng was actually on par with the 3 imperial emperors. This made them feel as if they were in a dream. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was too unbelievable. It was too shocking. But all of this, it was all real. Your physical body is actually so terrifyingly strong. Although your strength is greatly weakened, you are still able to resist the attacks of the 3 of us. How strong were you when you were at your peak? Xianxia looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. In her long life, Xianxia had seen countless talented people. Many of these geniuses left her astonished. However, Xianxia had never seen a human cultivator with such a terrifying physical body and strength like Lin Feng. This was because human cultivators were a race with weak physical bodies and strength. But now, Lin Feng had cultivated the weakness of the human race into his advantage. This was too terrifying. The human race's comprehension ability was the strongest among the many races. Lin Feng's physical body was so terrifying. If he continued to grow, what level would he become? Just like Xianxia, the other two imperial emperors couldn't help but reveal deep shock on their faces. Whether it was Huang Bashen or Old Man Emo, their lifespans were extremely long. However, in their long lifespans, they had never seen a young cultivator with such a terrifying physical body like Lin Feng. It was really unbelievable. Therefore, the two of them knew that they had to kill Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would definitely be a huge threat in the future. Attack with all your might and kill this kid, Huang Bashan said with a cold expression. He decided not to hold back anymore. If he could kill Lin Feng, he would get rid of a huge threat. Boom! The three imperial emperors attacked again. Each of them wanted to kill Lin Feng, so they used their most powerful martial arts moves. Boneless soft technique, Xianxia was the first to attack. Her body soared into the air and flew over as fast as lightning. Her body became extremely soft and could bend at will. She quickly wrapped around Lin Feng. This boneless soft technique was one of the top martial arts moves. The boneless soft technique was very unique. Once it was used, the body of the cultivator who used the boneless soft technique would become extremely soft. At that time, this soft body would be able to wrap around the body of the person being attacked. Once the body of the person being attacked was wrapped, it would not be easy for him to struggle free. Azure Dragon leaves the water. Huang Bashan made his move and leaped up. His huge body seemed to have transformed into a dragon's body. That terrifying power. It was really shocking. Soul Reaping. At the same time, Old Man Emo made his move. This Soul Reaping was an extremely strange martial art move. A dark green color appeared in Old Man Emo's hand. That dark green color. It contained a terrifying poison. A terrifying existence like Old Man Emo was good at refining poison. When he fought against enemies, he also liked to secretly use poison. It could be said to be extremely sinister. Now, Old Man Emo used poison to invade Lin Feng's body. Once Lin Feng was poisoned. When the time came, he would probably not be able to escape. 100 Transformation Divine Fist. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used this powerful ultimate skill. Swoosh! Fist shadows appeared one after another. The dense fist shadows flew towards the three imperial emperors. Originally, the three of them wanted to quickly approach Lin Feng. Old Man Emo even wanted to use poison to deal with Lin Feng. But now, it was too late to face Lin Feng's 100 Transformations Fist's attack. The 100 Transformations Godly Fist was too powerful. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Bang! Huang Bashen and Old Man Emo couldn't help but roar in anger. Their fist shook the void and swept towards the descending fist shadows. Xing's boneless soft technique. When the fists' body ss, Xing's feel, s's become extremely soft's become soft's body. This was the wonder of the boneless contortion technique. It was rumored that the boneless contortion technique was created by a martial arts grandmaster based on the movements of a very agile snake when it dodged attacks. The body of a snake was extremely soft. And it was extremely slippery. The attack strength would be easily dissipated. This boneless soft technique was only suitable for women with especially soft bodies to cultivate. Male cultivators were unable to cultivate this kind of martial art. Xianxia had already cultivated this boneless soft technique to the point where it was as pure as fire. The fist shadows were all neutralized by Xianxia. Then, Xianxia quickly rushed to Lin Feng's side. Her body, which had become extremely soft, directly wrapped around Lin Feng. Right now, Xianxia only had one thought, and that was to wrap around Lin Feng's body. She would restrict Lin Feng's movements. At that time, Huang Bashen and Old Man Emo would rush up together and instantly kill Lin Feng. Seeing Xingqiru quickly approaching him, Lin Feng once again attacked Xingqiru. However, Xingqiru's dodging speed was simply too fast. Lin Feng's fists landed on Xingqiru's body, but it was as if they had hit water. All of the force was instantly neutralized. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked. Xingqiru's methods were really too extraordinary. At this moment, Xingqiru's body, which had become extremely soft, had already wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Her hands directly pierced towards Lin Feng's eyes. She actually wanted to stab Lin Feng's eyes blind. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. This sentence was indeed correct. Poisonous woman. Lin Feng looked at Xingqiru with an indifferent expression and grabbed towards Xingqiru's neck. Xingqiru's speed was very fast. Lin Feng's speed was even faster than Xingqiru's. Crack, Lin Feng directly grabbed Xingqiru's neck. Xingqiru's expression changed drastically. The hands that were originally stabbing towards Lin Feng's eyes quickly stabbed towards Lin Feng's neck. The neck was one of the fatal points of a cultivator. Because this place was where the main arteries of the human body were located. Once the main arteries were torn, then, the cultivator would only have a path of death. Lin Feng's expression also changed abruptly. He originally wanted to break Xingqiru's neck, but he discovered that her neck had also become extremely soft. It was impossible to break it at all. Lin Feng raised his left hand and slapped Xingqiru's chest. Such a powerful force, such a close distance, Xingqiru was also unable to completely dissolve Lin Feng's palm. Crack! Crack, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Xingqiru was sent flying by Lin Feng. Moreover, the bones in her chest were directly broken. Wah, Xingqiru couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After seeing this scene, Huang Yanma, Xianxia, and the others in the Divine Dao battle were somewhat incoherent. They had heard that Lin Feng's physical body was powerful, but they didn't expect that Lin Feng's physical body was terrifying to such an extent. 3 great imperial emperors working together were still unable to defeat Lin Feng. Everything that happened in front of them was simply like a dream. 100 Transformation Divine Fist. Kill! 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 Lin Feng roared. He attacked the 2 imperial emperors with all his might. Right now, Lin Feng's consumption was extremely great, so he couldn't have any intention of retreating now. He had to defeat the 3 imperial emperors in one go. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his voice again. At that time, he would definitely be defeated by the 3 imperial emperors. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to be defeated by the 3 imperial emperors. It was as if he had transformed into an unparalleled god-fiend. The 100 Transformation Divine Fist punched out fist shadows that filled the sky. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out. Although Huang Badshan and Old Man Emo were powerful, under Lin Feng's crazy attacks, they gradually couldn't hold on. Kacha sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Huang Badshan and Old Man Emo were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. Who knew how many bones in their bodies were broken? All of you, die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was still attacking crazily. The 100 Transformation Divine Fist punched towards the 3 Emperor Realm experts one after another. At the same time, it enveloped the Divine Path, Huang Yanma, Xianxia, and the others. In fact, Lin Feng was already exhausted. But Lin Feng knew that he couldn't show any signs of fatigue. Because once he did, he would show signs of fatigue. If these people delayed for a while longer, he would be exhausted. At that time, he would definitely die. Right now, Lin Feng was squeezing out his body to stimulate his potential. Most of the time, people were forced out. Unless they were in a desperate situation. They couldn't force out even more potential. Lin Feng was still attacking crazily even though he was exhausted. He was forcing himself to look as brave as a tiger. At this moment, Lin Feng felt his body start to heat up. He felt that the fatigue in his body had actually eased a lot. This meant that, under such a deep stimulation, Lin Feng's potential, it was stimulated once again. Let's go, the 3 Emperor Realm experts shouted with incomparably gloomy expressions. Initially, they had thought that Lin Feng had used up a lot of energy and was about to run out of energy. Therefore, the three Emperor Realm experts wanted to delay for a while longer. Until Lin Feng showed signs of exhaustion. Kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. But now that they saw that Lin Feng's attacks were still so fierce, the three Emperor Realm experts didn't have any confidence. They didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng like this. It was very likely that they would lose their lives here. They knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate to the Emperor Realm. Only they knew how much hardship they had suffered in order to cultivate to this realm. Therefore, the three Emperor Realm experts were people who cherished their lives. Therefore, they made plans to evacuate this place. Of course, the three Emperor Realm experts planned to guard outside. As long as Lin Feng came out. At that time, it would be a thunderous attack. The three Emperor Realm experts who had left the forbidden space naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Feng. In the Divine Dao battle, Huang Yanma, Xian Lengan, and the others didn't dare to linger. Including the three great monarchs, the group of people quickly escaped. Lin Feng had single-handedly killed so many top-notch geniuses. He had even scared off three great emperors and several other top-notch geniuses. If news of this battle were to spread, it would definitely alarm the 9 prefectures. Huff huff huff, after the three great monarchs, Divine Dao battle, and the others left, Lin Feng began to pant heavily. A deep sense of fatigue engulfed his entire body. If not for the fact that his potential had been stimulated once again, Lin Feng might have been exhausted to the point of collapse. Now, although Lin Feng felt extremely tired and powerless, he was not exhausted to the point of collapsing. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. After scaring off the 3 sovereign emperors and the others, the holy fruits would all be his. Lin Feng walked towards the holy tree and finally arrived in front of it. There were a total of 5 fruits on the sacred tree. Now, the fruits had ripened. They emitted an enticing fruity smell. The sacred tree was extraordinary, and the sacred fruits were even more so. Lin Feng plucked all 5 sacred fruits. Then, he kept them in the mountain river ring. Next, Lin Feng began to examine the sacred tree. Lin Feng wondered if he could dig out the sacred tree and plant it in the mountain river ring. He took out a shovel and began to dig. However, the sacred tree directly shot up into the sky and tore through the void, trying to escape. Lin Feng was shocked. The power of the order laws in this distorted space was extremely strong. Cultivators would find it difficult to even use their magic power, let alone tear through the space here. However, the sacred tree could easily tear through the space here. It was truly shocking. Seeing the sacred tree trying to escape, Lin Feng grabbed the sacred tree's roots. Then, Lin Feng was brought along by the sacred tree and disappeared from this space. F***CK. Stop it. Angry shouts could be heard from the dense ancient forest from time to time. The person who was shouting was Lin Feng. Pa pa pa, the branches of the sacred tree continuously whipped towards Lin Feng. These branches were very terrifying. They were like powerful whips as they whipped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was covered with cuts and bruises. Right now, Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. Pa pa pa, the sacred tree clearly had a spirit. It continued to provoke Lin Feng with a new round of attacks. The power of the sacred tree's branches was too shocking. They continued to whip Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. The sacred tree's attacks were not ordinary physical attacks. There was a terrifying power contained within the sacred tree, and when the branches whipped out, Yi Zichen was shocked. This terrifying power would also surge out at the same time. Then, it would cause serious damage to the person who was hit. I'll seal. Lin Feng endured the pain. He was determined to seal the sacred tree and then plant it in the mountain river ring. However, Lin Feng tried to use various methods to seal the sacred tree. In the end, it all ended in failure. This made Lin Feng incomparably depressed. In the end, the sacred tree sent Lin Feng flying. Then, it quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Lin Feng helplessly smiled bitterly. Then, he lay in the forest and gasped for breath. A slight rustling sound could be heard. A black python that was more than 10 meters long was lurking towards Lin Feng. This was a demon python. It was very terrifying. It was very good at sneak attacking prey. When it was more than 20 meters away from Lin Feng, the demon python directly jumped out and pounced towards Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed Lin Feng. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Facing the demon python's attack, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. A sword chi slashed out. Poochie. Blood splattered. The demon python's head soared into the sky. This demon python was killed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng kept the demon python into the mountain river ring. The demon python was very nutritious. It could be cooked into a delicacy to nourish his body. Lin Feng quickly left the place, found a quieter place, and then started a bonfire. Lin Feng made a barbecue and a snake soup. Then, he made a dragon and tiger fight. The dragon and tiger fight was cooked with demon python meat and tiger meat. It looked, smelled, and was definitely a delicacy. Just as Lin Feng was about to enjoy the delicacies, his gaze looked towards the forest on the left. He vaguely felt that something was hibernating there. And that existence was looking at him. Come out. Lin Feng's sword chi swept over. Ah, it hurts, you bastard, you dare to sneak attack me, Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin, will tear you to pieces. It's you? Lin Feng looked at the golden Eastern Divine Dragon in astonishment. This fellow had just broken free from the stone orb. Lin Feng had almost died in the hands of this fellow. Who would have thought that a mysterious woman of unknown origin would appear in the demonic orb? She was so strong and terrifying. She had devoured the origin energy of this Eastern Divine Dragon completely. This Eastern Divine Dragon's strength had decreased tremendously. His body had shrunk to about a meter long, looking like a golden snake. He no longer had the majesty of the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe. That's right. It's the wise and mighty Master Long Out Yin. Today, I've decided to take you in as my human pet. Long Out Yin could not help but shout. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. That guy probably hated Lin Feng because of what had happened in the past. Now that Long Out Yin did not have much combat strength left, so what if he was from the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe? Lin Feng was not afraid of this fellow at all. He pursed his lips and said, "You want to deal with me with that little strength of yours? You couldn't even deal with me when you were released, let alone now. Now, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, believe it or not, there will be a fried Eastern Divine Dragon delicacy on yours truly's table today." Long Out Yin began to curse. Originally, Long Out Yin, thought that I was already good at bragging. Who would have thought that I would pale in comparison to you? Back then, Long Out Yin, could have killed you with a single claw. If it weren't for the woman in the demonic orb, do you think you would have survived until now? How dare you say that Master Long Out Yin couldn't even deal with you when I was released? You can't be so shameless. Lin Feng said calmly, "I'm the master of the demonic orb. Everything in the demonic orb belongs to me. Including that woman. She belongs to me. Shameless people are invincible. I've never seen someone as shameless as you." Long Out Yin looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "You're the shameless one. Your whole family is shameless." Lin Feng retorted. "Kid, be a good boy and be my human pet," shouted Long Ao Tian furiously. He threw himself at Lin Feng. The divine dragon swings its tail. Next. Long Out Yin's tail whipped towards Lin Feng. This guy seemed to have recovered some of his strength recently. That was why he dared to seek revenge on Lin Feng. "Since you want to die, I'll blow you up today." Lin Feng couldn't help but snort. Immediately after, he threw a punch at Long Out Yin. Bam, the two sides collided fiercely. Long Out Yin was extremely powerful. After all, he was the Eastern Dragon God. The physical body of the Dragon clan was the strongest among all the clans. Moreover, the Eastern Divine Dragon was a top-notch existence within the Dragon tribe. Therefore, it was obvious how strong Long Out Yin's physical body was. However, when Long Out Yin and Lin Feng collided, Long Out Yin was sent flying by Lin Feng. "Ah, my tail. My tail is about to be broken. You little bastard. How can you be so strong?" Long Out Yin immediately started cursing out loud. Your mouth stinks. Take another punch from me. Lin Feng snorted and continued to step forward. He threw a punch at Long Outyen. Divine Dragon Claw. Long Outyen roared and stretched out his dragon claw. He wanted to block Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided again. However, this time, Long Outyen still couldn't fight against Lin Feng. Long Outyen was sent flying by Lin Feng again. I'll be back soon. After being sent flying by Lin Feng for the second time, Long Outyen wanted to escape. This guy was obviously not convinced. Before he left, he didn't forget to threaten Lin Feng. You can't escape, Lin Feng snorted and quickly chased after Long Outyen. He then used the black tortoise hunchback tablet painting to suppress Long Outyen. Long Outyen had lost his magic power. He couldn't fight against Lin Feng's divine ability. He was suppressed in midair. Let me go. Let me go. You bastard. If my origin energy hadn't been devoured by that woman, do you think you can jump around in front of me? If you dare to jump around, Long Outyen would have smashed you into a pile of meat paste. Long Outyen couldn't help but roar in anger. He was extremely dissatisfied after being suppressed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly. A hero doesn't talk about his past achievements. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. So, let's not talk about what happened in the past. Lin Feng tied Long Outyen to a metal rod used for barbecuing and placed him over the fire to roast. How dare you roast me? I'm not done with you. Long Outyen was so angry that he glared at Lin Feng. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. He wanted to pounce on Lin Feng and bite him to death. Lin Feng took out various spices and sprinkled them on Long Outyen's body. He said, I wanted to fry you, but you're just skin and bones. There's not much meat left. Let's not waste the oil and just roast you. When he heard that, Long Outyen was so upset that he almost vomited blood. He was the Eastern Divine Dragon. He was high and mighty. He was the Eastern Divine Dragon. In Lin Feng's eyes, using a pot to fry him was a waste of oil. Long Outyen's three corpse gods flew into a rage. He kept struggling, trying to break free from his restraints. However, he tried many times. Every time, he failed. After roasting him for a long time, Lin Feng realized that Long Outyen seemed to be fine. Hey, although you're just skin and bones, your skin is very thick. Why is it so difficult to roast you? Lin Feng could not help but grumble. Long Outyen said proudly, Are you blind? Master Long Outyen is an Eastern dragon god. I'm from an incomparably noble race. I can swallow fire and spit out water. How can this kind of ordinary fire hurt me? Long Outyen had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if he was certain that Lin Feng could not hurt him at all. Hence, he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go. Then, kneel down and swear to become my human pet. Otherwise, when I recover my magic power, you'll die a horrible death. Long Outyen said viciously. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Don't get too cocky. Ordinary fire couldn't hurt you. I wonder if heavenly fire can roast you. God-devouring black flame. That's the 8th-ranked heavenly flame. It's a powerful heavenly flame controlled by the heavenly demon emperor. How did it end up in your hands? Long Outyen exclaimed in shock when he saw the god-devouring black flame that Lin Feng had brought out. Lin Feng was surprised that Long Outyen knew the heavenly demon emperor. Could he be an expert from the same era as the heavenly demon emperor? Lin Feng said calmly, I killed the heavenly demon emperor's son and snatched the god-devouring black flame from him. You killed the heavenly demon emperor's son? Long Outyen was shocked. Then, he burst out laughing. That son of a bitch left the god-devouring black flame to his son. Looks like that son of a bitch is definitely dead. This is retribution. This is truly retribution. Seeing Long Outyen's ecstatic look, Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. Just what kind of heinous thing had the heavenly demon emperor done to Long Outyen back then? To think that Long Outyen would hate the heavenly demon emperor so much, Lin Feng asked, Is there a grudge between you and the heavenly demon emperor? Long Outyen looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said, Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. There are some things that you don't have the right to know. Long Outyen seemed to have forgotten that he was just a prisoner. That arrogant attitude of his made Lin Feng extremely unhappy. Lin Feng could not be bothered with Long Outyen anymore. He directly activated the god-devouring black flame. Then, he used the god-devouring black flame to burn Long Outyen's body. Arg! It's burning me! It's burning me! Stop! Long Outyen screamed. However, from the looks of it, he was completely fine. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? You're burning me to death. I'm about to be roasted. Long Outyen could not help but roar angrily. His eyes were spitting fire. Lin Feng said indifferently, put your sister out. I want to eat roasted dragon meat, it must taste good. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the past, the Heavenly Demon Emperor and I were mortal enemies. You must have a deep grudge with the Sky Demon Emperor's son, which is why you killed him, right? Come to think of it, there's still a deep relationship between us. With such a relationship, we should live in harmony and not fight and kill. Long Outyen continued to shout. This guy was really shameless. In order to escape. Now, he was trying to establish a relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, come on. If you have the strength, you might as well breathe more of the fresh air in this world because this will be the last time you breathe in this world. Long Outyen had a glib tongue. Lin Feng didn't care at all. He continued to use the black flame god-devouring fire to burn Long Outyen. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that something was wrong. Even though Long Outyen had been screaming the entire time. Listen to the voice. It was incomparably mournful. It was extremely tragic. However, in reality, Long Outyen wasn't injured at all. Damn it. Stop screaming. I didn't hurt you at all. What are you screaming for? Lin Feng looked at Long Outyen speechlessly. Long Outyen's body was so tough that even Lin Feng was shocked. It was unimaginable how strong Long Outyen had been in the past. Long Outyen had lost all his magic power. However, his physical body was still strong and hadn't weakened. Let's see if you scream when I burn you with heavenly fire. Long Outyen glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng removed the iron rod that bound Long Outyen and took out the stone sword. Lin Feng grinned and said, heavenly fire can't burn you to death. I wonder if the stone sword can kill you. Long Outyen's face turned green when he saw the stone sword. If you can't kill me, I'll take you as my human pet sooner or later. Long Outyen said fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, he swung the stone sword at Long Outyen. Clang clang clang, sword after sword slashed on Long Outyen's body. However, it was as if it had struck an incomparably hard metal. It actually produced a series of clanging sounds. It hurts so much. Ouch, it hurts. Hurry up and stop. If you continue, you'll really kill someone. Long Outyen screamed again and again. Although this guy was shouting very loudly, he didn't suffer any injuries. This made Lin Feng extremely speechless and helpless. This guy's body was too hard. It was so hard that it was unbelievable. He slashed at Long Outyen's body dozens of times, but he still could not cut him open. Lin Feng simply stopped. Huff 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 huff, he breathed heavily and was panting from exhaustion. F***ck, what is your body made of? Why is it so hard? Lin Feng looked at Long Outyen gloomily. Master Long has an immortal and indestructible body. Naturally, you won't be able to harm me. Long Outyen said proudly. If I can't kill you, I'll seal you again. When the era is destroyed, you'll be destroyed along with the era. At that time, we'll see if you're still an indestructible existence. Lin Feng could not help but pout. F***ck. How can you do such a thing? You're a demon. A complete demon. Long Outyen could not help but glare at Lin Feng fiercely. Of course, you can also use some treasures or secrets in exchange for your freedom. Lin Feng said indifferently. I just escaped. What treasures do I have? Long Outyen could not help but roll his eyes. Then use your secrets in exchange for your freedom. You'll have to answer whatever I ask you. Lin Feng said. Ask away. Long Outyen said. Long Outyen chose to give in. It was because he did not want to be suppressed anymore. The days of darkness had driven Long Outyin crazy. Who sealed you? Lin Feng asked. A bunch of old farts. Long Outyin immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng and Long Outyin talked in detail for a while before learning how Long Outyin had been sealed back then. The legend of Dragon Knights had a long history. Many people wanted to become Dragon Knights. It was not just because Dragon Knights were more domineering. There was another reason. Dragons were powerful and could help their masters fight enemies when a war broke out. Eastern divine dragons were extremely rare since ancient times. Long Outyin was being targeted by someone. There were a few terrifying beings who wanted to tame Long Outyin and make him their mount. Long Outyin was naturally no match for those old antiques, so he was suppressed by them. Those old antiques could not agree, and no one could convince the other. Thus, those old antiques temporarily sealed Long Outyin in a stone ball. They wanted to wait until the victor was determined to subdue Long Outyin as their mount. Who would have thought that after countless years, those old antiques would not appear again? Lin Feng hadn't thought Long Ao Tian would have such a difficult life. Lin Feng didn't know if Long Ao Tian had become insane because he had been oppressed for so many years. Maybe it was because he had been oppressed for so many years that he had become like that. Lin Feng asked Long Outyin many more things and learned many secrets from him. Lin Feng found out a lot. Of course, Lin Feng didn't forget to ask Long Ao Tian about Lulan Island. Since Long Ao Tian had been imprisoned in Lulan Island, he probably knew a lot about Lulan Island and Lulan City. Long Outyin said. Lulan Island is where the Lulan tribe lives but not their ancestral ground. The ancient city is their ancestral ground. Lin Feng was shocked to hear this. Lin Feng had heard many rumors about the ancient city before. Now, he could finally confirm the authenticity of these rumors. It seemed that all the other rumors were false. The one about the ancient city being related to the Lulan tribe was true. So there really was a Lulan tribe in history. Long Outyin continued, Lulan Island is where the people of the Lulan tribe lived and thrived. Naturally, there are many treasures here. However, the most heaven-defying treasures are not kept here. They are kept in the ancestral land. Rumor has it that the ancestral land of the Lulan tribe contains many amazing treasures. For example, there are materials to forge weapons. There are even ancient weapons. Rumor has it that the ancient city of Lulan contains the legendary heaven-shaking stone tablet, the immortal elixir, and so on. What? Is this rumor true? Lin Feng couldn't help but look astonished. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. This was too shocking. Just how many supreme treasures did the Lulan tribe collect? This was truly shocking. People couldn't help but feel that this was unimaginable. Of course it's true. Years ago, I secretly entered the ancient city of Lulan and wanted to take something out, but I was discovered. Long Outyin said. He gritted his teeth and continued, the old ancestor of the Lulan tribe was the first old fart who wanted to suppress me and make me his mount. During the battle with this old fart, a few other old farts were attracted. That period of history was like a nightmare to Long Outyin. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Long Outyin was very depressed. Every time he thought about it, he would still grit his teeth. He was mad with hatred. That history was unbearable to think about. So you don't know about the destruction of the Lulan tribe and many other things that happened after that? Lin Feng frowned. Long Outyin nodded. I really don't know about what happened after the suppression. Something must have happened back then. The ancient city of Lulan had mysteriously disappeared. This period of history had become a mystery. It was just as Long Outyin had said. Something shocking must have happened back then. However, he did not know how many secrets were buried in that incident. Looking back, the world had changed. When Long Outyin was born. And the world had changed. When he first came out, Long Outyin was still yelling about finding those old farts for revenge. However, he was no longer yelling about it. That was because, after so many years, those who suppressed him might have died long ago. There are wars in every era, whether it's because of conflicts of interest or because of invasions from other realms. Too much history has been hidden, and there's no way to find out. Lin Feng frowned. It could be said that this was truly a pity. Lin Feng continued. You must have been to Lulon Island back then, right? You should know what treasures there are on Lulon Island, right? Long Out Yen said. This is the Lulon tribe's land. Many of their experts lived here. I don't know what treasures there are because the Lulon tribe doesn't have much contact with the outside world. This tribe is full of mysteries. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Long Out Yen's words. He couldn't find out what he wanted to know from Long Out Yen. For example, the whereabouts of some supreme treasures or some legacy. How much do you know about the Lulon tribe? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Lulon tribe, this powerful and terrifying race, was definitely a race that was terrifying to the point that it would shock anyone. In the past, they were incomparably powerful and glorious, but now, they were only legends. It was almost impossible for people of the future to know more about this tribe. The origin of this tribe is very mysterious. Back then, some said that this tribe was related to an extremely ancient Xianxia life form. Others said that this tribe was a mysterious tribe born after the beginning of time. Even then, the Lulon tribe was shrouded in a veil of mystery. I don't know when it started, but rumors about the Lulon clan began to spread in the universe. Many people knew about the legend of the ancient city of Lulon, and they also knew that there were countless treasures in the ancient city. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. The Lulon tribe had so many treasures, so it was natural that many powerful factions would want to know more about them. Thus, more than one faction made a move against the Lulon tribe. However, those factions didn't end well. They were all destroyed by the Lulon tribe. Long Out Yen began to talk about the history of the Lulon tribe. After hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. Perhaps, the Lulon tribe was much more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, such a powerful tribe, how many people do they have? There aren't many people in the Lulon tribe. Perhaps it's because their bloodline is too powerful, so it's difficult for them to produce offspring. However, this tribe searched everywhere for children with outstanding talents and nurtured them from a young age. Many geniuses rose because of this and were very loyal to this tribe. If they were especially powerful and talented, they could even marry into the Lulon tribe. Marriage was a very common thing. When two extremely powerful bloodlines were married, the children born from the marriage might be even more powerful. This was the so-called twin bloodlines. Thus, some ancient tribes were extremely fond of marriage. Actually, the destruction of the Lulon tribe was within expectations. Too many people were spying on the ancient city of Lulon. It would be strange if they weren't destroyed. Lin Feng said, so, you think that Lulon's destruction was caused by some top factions in the universe coveting their treasures? Long Out Yen nodded and said, there is indeed such a possibility. In the past, too many forces coveted the treasures of the Lulon family. That time, I secretly infiltrated the ancient city of Lulon. In fact, I was not alone. There were many experts from other forces. However, those experts were all killed. Perhaps because I am an Eastern dragon god, I was not killed. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the treasures in Lulon City have already been looted by those ancient factions? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, then what was the point of finding Lulon City? They would still not be able to get anything. Long Out Yen said, that's not necessarily the case. Lulon is a terrifying race. They've been scheming for ages. Moreover, Lulon City is very strange. It has always been traveling through parallel universes without a fixed location. Even if Lulon is destroyed, others might not be able to find its location. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, I heard that there's a way to enter Lulon City on Lulon Island. Long Out Yen said. Perhaps there are some tokens that can be used to enter Lulon City. Lin Feng and Long Out Yen chatted for a long time until Lin Feng felt that he could no longer get any more secrets out of Long Out Yen. Only then did he decide to let Long Out Yen go. Hurry up and leave. I won't make things difficult for you, but don't think of causing trouble for me again. I have a bad temper. If you dare to provoke me again, I don't know what I'll do to you. Lin Feng threatened Long Out Yen. Long Out Yen, however, refused to leave shamelessly. His eyes were fixed on the food in front of him. Long Out Yen jumped out and took a big bite of the roasted meat. Then, he began to eat as if there was no one else around. No one would doubt that he was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. Hurry up and scram once you're done eating, Lin Feng said. Long Outyan replied to Lin Feng in a muffled voice as he chewed on the meat. Lin Feng didn't hear what this guy said clearly. After enjoying these delicacies, Lin Feng, on the other hand, planned to find a place to go into seclusion. He still had 5 holy fruits that he had obtained not too long ago. Lin Feng planned to refine the 5 holy fruits. Then, he would raise his cultivation base. 5 saint fruits were extraordinary. He wondered how many levels he would be able to raise. Tsk tisk, little brat, we'll definitely be able to display our might when we combine our swords. Long Outyan was practically standing beside Lin Feng. Then, he shook his head and started talking. Naturally, Lin Feng did not believe Long Outyan's nonsense. Long Outyan must have a lot of anger in his heart. If he cooperated with him, he might be betrayed. Lin Feng increased his speed in an attempt to shake Long Outyan off. Slow down a bit. Let's sit down and talk about our cooperation. Long Outyan couldn't help but shout. He quickly chased after Lin Feng, but in the end, he was shaken off by Lin Feng. After shaking off Long Outyan, Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it with a restriction. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the cave. Squeak, 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 Bibi, who had been sleeping for a long time, woke up temporarily. It was at a crucial moment in its evolution and spent most of its time sleeping. Every time it woke up, it would be to eat. As expected, it was the same this time. After waking up, Bibi ate a large amount of precious spirit fruits before falling asleep again. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This little guy had always been so cute. Bibi's evolution path was very difficult. That was because Bibi's race was too strong. However, until now, Lin Feng still didn't know what race Bibi was. Lin Feng took out 5 sacred fruits. These 5 sacred fruits were all green in color. And they weren't big. They were about half the size of a fist. Surrounded by sacred light, they emitted a refreshing fruity fragrance. Just a whiff of it would make one feel refreshed. Lin Feng quickly ate the 5 sacred fruits. The sacred fruits were very sweet and delicious. However, this wasn't what Lin Feng was concerned about. Lin Feng was more concerned about the effects of these sacred fruits. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation level had stopped at the 55th step. Now, it was about the mid-level boundary emperor. It was too difficult for Lin Feng to break through. However, with the help of these treasures, it could greatly reduce the time needed to break through. After eating the 5 sacred fruits, Lin Feng began to use the archaic dragonesque elephant art to refine the power of the 5 sacred fruits. The 5 sacred fruits gradually disintegrated into the purest form of energy. This energy was then gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. After the powerful energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's cultivation base also began to steadily increase. Soon, he rose from the 55th step to the 56th step. Soon, he reached the 57th step. In the end, Lin Feng's cultivation base stopped at the 62nd step. The power contained within the sacred fruits was simply too astonishing. The 5 sacred fruits allowed Lin Feng to increase his cultivation base by a total of 7 levels. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. His combat prowess had increased by such a large margin. This was simply too difficult. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued toward the depths of Lulan Island. Lin Feng was still wondering if he would be able to meet Feng Yarao on Lulan Island. He didn't know what Feng Yarao's father, the heavenly wind god, had obtained from Lulan Island. Lin Feng had a feeling that if someone could find a way to enter the ancient city of Lulan, then that person would definitely be the heavenly wind god. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his judgment. This time was no exception. Of course, Lin Feng would only know if this was the case after meeting the heavenly wind god. That night, Long Outyan showed up again. Why are you here again? Lin Feng looked at Long Outyan with a speechless expression. He didn't want to have anything to do with Long Outyan. This was because Lin Feng felt like Long Outyan was a very unreliable divine dragon. Furthermore, Lin Feng had a feeling that Long Outyan was going to set him up at a critical moment. After all, there was a grudge between them. Long Outyan didn't seem like someone who would be able to set aside all grudges in a short period of time. Hee, I'm here to collaborate with you. Don't be in a hurry to turn me down. Long Outyen spoke in a calm voice. Not interested, Lin Feng replied and kicked Long Outyen flying. Damned bastard, Long Outyen, am going to tear you to shreds. Long Outyen rushed out of the forest and roared furiously. By the time he reached the place where Lin Feng was, Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. I'll chase, Long Outyen couldn't help but shout. He chose a direction and quickly gave chase. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a female cultivator fly past. When he saw her, Lin Feng quickly hid himself completely. The female cultivator was none other than the Sacred God Clan's empress, Xianxia. This woman was very charming. She was an extremely beautiful young married woman. She was extremely powerful. She was such a powerful woman, and also so beautiful, it was easy for people to have the idea of conquering her. Even Lin Feng had such thoughts. However, Xianxia was too powerful now. Lin Feng didn't have the strength to conquer her. She was an empress. Such an existence was an overlord of the universe. Even in the Sacred God Clan, there weren't many experts of this level. Xianxia was injured previously. Looking at her complexion now, her injuries should be recovering well, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Xianxia seemed to be in a hurry. She seemed to have something urgent. Perhaps she had received news of some secret treasure and was rushing to the place where it was located. Although Lin Feng was very curious, he didn't follow Xianxia. If Xianxia saw him on the way, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Feng didn't believe that Xianxia would let him go. After Xianxia left, Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. This woman was probably a goddess in the hearts of countless people in the past, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. In every era, there would be a few publicly recognized goddesses. These goddesses didn't just have peerless looks. At the same time, they were also extremely powerful. They were of noble birth and had astonishing talent. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't commoner goddesses. However, it was indeed very difficult for top-notch geniuses to appear in those ordinary forces. There were so many beautiful women. It wasn't that beautiful women would be sought after by others. Only those beautiful, noble, powerful, and talented female cultivators would be sought after by countless cultivators and become goddesses. He was admired and loved by countless people. She had countless suitors or escorts. Regardless of which aspect one looked at it from, Xianxia in the past fulfilled these conditions. If I can get a female sovereign emperor as my slave, that would be pretty good too. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself when he had that idea. It was as if a ball of fire was burning in his heart. That clump of flames wanted to be extinguished, but it was unable to. Lin Feng temporarily put aside the evil thoughts in his heart. He didn't stop and continued to walk deeper. That night, an earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the forest. It was a ferocious beast, roaring furiously. Countless cultivators were alarmed and looked in the direction of the forest. Lin Feng was no exception. He was also alarmed and looked in the direction of the forest. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a huge monster. It was a giant ape. It was covered in pitch-black hair and was about 1,000 meters tall. Titan. Lin Feng was very shocked. It was actually a Titan. This was an extremely rare race and was abnormally terrifying. Nowadays, Titan was extremely rare and had long disappeared from the outside world. Only in some secret places could one see the figure of this kind of creature. It's not a Titan, it's a King Kong. The Demon Lord said. King Kong? Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this race. It looks very similar to a Titan. What's the difference? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. They both belong to the ape race, and they are the most powerful ape race. If there's a difference, it might be the difference in bloodline. The Titan's bloodline is the Golden Titan's sacred blood, so the Titan's hair is golden. The King Kong's bloodline is the King Kong's undying sacred blood, and its hair is black. These two terrifying apes are abnormally heaven-defying, but the King Kong might be more powerful when combined. This is because the King Kong's undying sacred blood is very similar to your immortal bloodline. It has the ability to be immortal. Even if it's injured, it can recover at the fastest speed. The demon lord couldn't help but say. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The King Kong's bloodline had an ability similar to the immortal bloodline. It was really extraordinary. Roar, 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 the huge King Kong kept roaring. Lin Feng saw from afar that there were more than a dozen great emperors besieging the King Kong. The King Kong was fighting with more than a dozen great emperors. It seemed to be guarding something important, so it didn't leave. Lin Feng was very surprised. He quickly flew in the direction of the battle. When he arrived at the battlefield, there was already a large number of cultivators gathered here. Naturally, many cultivators came here to watch the show. Everyone was scattered in all directions, watching this battle of the pinnacle. More than a dozen great emperors were abnormally terrifying. Moreover, there were a few imperial emperors. Previously, Lin Feng saw the female King Kong Xianxia in a hurry. Now, Xianxia also appeared here. In addition to Xianxia, Old Man Nemo and Huang Ba Shen, who Lin Feng had seen before, also came here and participated in this battle. Among the dozen great emperors, the most powerful one wasn't these three imperial emperors, but another person. That cultivator was surrounded by endless immortal light. He was like a banished immortal who had descended to the world. That cultivator's temperament was really extraordinary. Lin Feng heard people talking about that cultivator. That cultivator was from the immortal god clan, called Xian Wudao. Xian Wudao had cultivated for 5,324 years. However, it was said that his cultivation had reached the peak of the imperial emperor realm. How peerless and terrifying. Xian Wudao's lifespan was at least 50 million years. However, he had only lived for a little more than 5,000 years. More than 5,000 years. It was really in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye. Therefore, Xian Wudao's future was simply limitless. These experts besieged the powerful King Kong. Lin Feng also saw what the King Kong was protecting. The King Kong was actually protecting a holy flower. The holy flower was surrounded by endless holy light, emitting waves of shocking waves. A holy flower took root in the void, giving birth to a powerful life. It looked like a holy flower that only appeared in myths and legends. It was an azure holy flower. No one knew what species it was. The energy waves it emitted were getting stronger and stronger. Such a holy flower was simply too extraordinary. It attracted too many people's attention. These emperor-level experts were all attracted by the holy flower. They wanted the holy flower, so they all attacked King Kong. Lulan Island was indeed extraordinary. There were countless opportunities. A holy tree had appeared before, and now, a holy flower had appeared. Each had its own merits. They were all rare treasures. Of course. If they were to be broken down, the holy flower in front of them was obviously more valuable. Because this holy flower gave birth to life. This was an extremely shocking matter. What was the life inside the holy flower? Could it be a holy spirit? This was very likely. In the past, Lin Feng had seen the birth of a female holy spirit. That was truly a peerless and invincible expert. Who could compete with her in all the heavens? Therefore, once a holy spirit was born, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. This matter would shock countless people. Many people had their eyes on the holy flower because they suspected this. If the holy flower really gave birth to a holy spirit, then before the holy spirit was born, it would be the only chance to refine the holy spirit into an avatar. There was a rumor that a cultivator had obtained a holy spirit that had never been born, and then refined the holy spirit into an avatar. After that, he was invincible. When the time came, the holy spirit avatar could cultivate on its own. Until a certain level. The cultivator who refined the holy spirit would completely merge his soul with the holy spirit's body. Then he would abandon his original body. This was a very important point for cultivators. If their souls could perfectly fuse together, there would be no rejection. Refining other avatars. There might be some rejection. But refining a holy spirit basically wouldn't cause any rejection. This was also the reason why countless experts coveted the holy spirit. Ocean overflows the sky. 10,000 miles rolling waves. Star god invincible. Galaxy reversal. Topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Heaven and earth reversal. Universe collapses. Myriad divine fist. And so on. Powerful divine abilities were displayed by the great emperors and launched wave after wave of attacks on the powerful Vajra. Every single divine ability was profound and unfathomable, containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. People couldn't help but be shocked. With so many powerful divine abilities unleashed at the same time, the power was simply too terrifying. Even an imperial emperor wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. Vajra roared and swept his fists in all directions. It was extremely strenuous for him to resist the attacks of more than a dozen powerhouses by himself. Puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. King Kong's body was torn apart. He's injured, the spectating cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, King Kong had unleashed a shocking and powerful battle prowess. He had been contending with more than a dozen great emperors. But in the end, they were still outnumbered. No matter how powerful a person's battle prowess was, there was no way it could withstand the continuous attacks of so many experts, each wave stronger than the last. He was as powerful as King Kong. Now, he was showing signs of fatigue, revealing his weaknesses. Many wounds appeared on his body, and blood immediately flowed out. Roar! King Kong stood up straight and pounded his chest with both fists, letting out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. Now, King Kong was incomparably furious, and his killing intent was monstrous. He was using this method to intimidate the surrounding great emperors. Leave quickly, and we can still spare your life. Don't seek your own death, Xian Wudao said with an indifferent expression. These great emperors besieging King Kong didn't want to fight to the death with him, because King Kong was too powerful. Although more than a dozen great emperors were confident that they could kill King Kong if they joined forces, who knew what would happen later, they naturally wanted to use the most reliable and safest method to scare King Kong away. Moreover, these people were very afraid of this Vajra. If this Vajra fought back before it died, it would be very dangerous. Perhaps some of them would be killed by King Kong. Roar! King Kong roared angrily. He seemed to be warning these great emperors to let them leave. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then only death awaits you. Huang Bashan's gaze was cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. They already had the intention to kill King Kong. Since this King Kong is so stubborn, let's kill him. But everyone must be careful. This King Kong is very powerful. We need to be more vigilant, Xianxia said. This woman was very cautious. Okay, the others nodded. Boom, 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 next. An even more terrifying aura spread out. These people took out their own Dharma treasures. They hadn't used their Dharma treasures before. Now that King Kong was injured, they took out their Dharma treasures and were about to erupt with their strongest combat strength. One by one, the powerful Dharma treasures emitted a shockwave that made people turn pale. Each Dharma treasure had an extraordinary origin. Some took out monarch weapons, some took out bronze weapons, and some even took out forbidden weapons. All kinds of magic treasures were unleashed, causing others to be aghast. All kinds of attacks gathered together and blasted towards King Kong. Roar! King Kong roared and swung his fist at the Dharma treasures. Puff! 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 The sound of his body being torn apart rang out one after another. After this wave of attacks, more than a dozen huge wounds appeared on King Kong's body, and blood gushed out. King Kong was seriously injured. However, King Kong still had no intention of leaving. His willpower was very strong. Although his body was constantly trembling, he struggled to stand up. He was protecting the holy flower. For the holy flower, he was even willing to give up his life. Stupid gorilla, some great emperor-level powerhouses looked indifferent. In the eyes of many, nothing was more important than their own life. Not to mention the holy flower. They could even give up the life of their loved ones at a critical moment. Many people had such thoughts, but King Kong was fighting to the death here to protect the holy flower. This action made them feel very stupid and ridiculous. However, there were also quite a few people who were moved. They were moved by King Kong's persistence. Lin Feng sighed. King Kong couldn't resist the siege of these great emperor-level cultivators at all. He was probably going to die here today. Boom, more than a dozen great emperors attacked again. Powerful Dharma treasures blasted towards King Kong. King Kong roared to the sky and swept his fists at the Dharma treasures one after another. This time, King Kong suffered even more serious injuries. An emperor sword streaked across the void and almost cut off King Kong's head. End of chapter 3129. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.